Dou Zhao felt that her days were numbered. Recently, she had been dreaming of returning to her childhood, sitting beneath a trellis adorned with blooming wisteria, swinging her chubby little legs while a plump wet nurse, as white and round as a steamed bun, fed her. Yet, when she truly returned to her childhood, how different would life be? Chapter 1: The Dispute. Dou Zhao felt that her days were numbered. The elders often spoke of dreams as omens. To dream of death foretells life, and to dream of life foretells death. Lately, she had been dreaming of her early years, where she would sit beneath a trellis blooming with wisteria, her chubby legs swinging as the wet nurse, round and white like a steamed bun, fed her. A breeze blew gently, causing the drooping wisteria vines to intertwine, their clusters rustling softly like a group of girls whispering secrets to one another. Intrigued, she gleefully ran over, grasped a vine, and plucked a blooming wisteria flower. The wet nurse chased after her, saying, "Fourth miss, be good, finish your meal, and the seventh master will return from the capital. He will bring you many delicious treats and beautiful shoes." Without sparing her a glance, she evaded the wet nurse's silver spoon and seized another vine, plucking yet another wisteria bloom. A sweet, melodious voice rang in her ear. "What's this? Fourth miss is being disobedient again?" Upon hearing this voice, the wet nurse immediately turned, bending her knee in a respectful gesture, addressing the voice with reverence, "Seventh madam." She clutched the wisteria flower and dashed over, calling, "Mother, mother!" The young woman embraced her tenderly, and she proudly presented the wisteria flower to her mother. The spring sunlight illuminated the golden hairpin in her mother's hair and the vibrant red gown adorned with golden patterns, casting a dazzling glow. Her mother appeared to be cloaked in a gilded aura, blinding her eyes, while her face melted into that golden radiance, rendering her expression indistinguishable. "Mother, mother!" She fought back tears, tilting her head high to catch a clearer glimpse of her mother, but her mother's visage grew ever more elusive. A young maid rushed over, joyfully announcing, "Seventh madam, the seventh master has returned from the capital." "Really?" Her mother stood up in surprise and delight, lifting her skirt as she hurried outside. She scampered after her, her short, chubby legs pattering along, "Mother, mother!" Yet her mother moved faster and faster, seemingly vanishing into the spring light. In a panic, she shouted after her mother's retreating figure, "Mother, mother, father didn't return alone, he brought a woman. She will usurp your rightful place as the main wife, leaving you with no escape but to take your own life." Yet inexplicably, this crucial message echoed in her mind and lingered on her tongue, but she could not utter a sound. She could only watch helplessly as her mother's figure faded from view, growing distant. Desperation surged within her as she frantically searched for her mother. In the blinding light, a group of adults argued incessantly. She rushed over, parting the crowd, anxiously asking, "Have you seen my mother? Have you seen my mother?" They were too engrossed in their quarrel to heed her cries. Where could her mother be? She looked around, bewildered. Suddenly, she spotted a hall adorned with colored glass windows, the door partially ajar, as if someone were moving inside. Could her mother be hiding there? Elated, she ran over and pushed the door open with a creak. A vibrant red gown, embroidered with gold, swayed in the air, revealing 2 feet beneath Itone clad in white silk stockings, the other in a red embroidered shoe featuring mandarin ducks playing in water. She let out a sharp scream, drenched in perspiration, jolting awake from the dream. Her surroundings remained familiar, the octagonal lamp quietly standing in the corner, radiating a bright yet gentle glow. The room was silent, with the maid Chuiling perched on a small stool, dozing. Dou Zhao took a deep breath. It turned out that the scream had been part of her dream. She suppressed the unease bubbling within her. Her illness had thrown the household into chaos, especially the maids who served her closely, taking turns to watch over her, their eyes weary from lack of sleep. Dou Zhao did not disturb Chuiling, gazing at the lamp's light, lost in thoughts of her recent dream. She had been only 1 year and 11 months old when her mother passed away, leaving no memories behind. Had it not been for her mother's loyal servant, Tuanyang, who later found her, she would have remained oblivious to the circumstances of her mother's death, and these details would have been lost to her. It was evident that these were merely the product of her daytime thoughts manifesting in dreams, pieced together from Tuanyang's words. A sense of heaviness settled in Dou Zhao's heart, making it difficult to breathe. Unable to contain herself, she turned over, the rustling of her garments sounding particularly clear and loud in the stillness of the night. Chuiling was abruptly awakened, realizing she had dozed off while on duty, and anxiously called out, "Madam." Dou Zhao smiled reassuringly at her, saying, "I am just a bit thirsty. I shall fetch you some tea at once." Ling sprang up, sighing with relief as she settled her nerves. Dou Zhao sipped the hot tea and inquired, "What time is it now? Has the Marquis returned?" "Just past midnight," Ling replied hesitantly. "The Marquis has not yet returned," her tone revealing her apprehension. Dou Zhao's gaze darkened. She had caught a chill while admiring chrysanthemums at her sister-in-law, Madame Wei Yanjin's residence during the Double Ninth Festival, and subsequently developed a fever. Initially, no one thought much of it, including Dou Zhao herself. They assumed a few doses of medicine from the imperial physician would suffice. However, after several doses, her condition worsened rather than improved, and 10 days ago she had been bedridden. Only then did her family panic, summoning physicians, performing rituals, and praying to the deities, creating quite the uproar. Her husband, Marquis Wei Tingyu, even had a maid set up a bed behind a screen, spending each night there to attend to her needs. Yesterday afternoon, the fourth master of the Ting and Marquisate, Wang Qinghai, came to see Wei Tingyu. The two had whispered together for quite some time, and then Wei Tingyu excused himself to dine with Wang Qinghai, but had yet to return. Wang Qinghai, whose courtesy name was Dahi, grew up alongside Wei Tingyu, both hailing from noble families. They shared a fondness for horseback riding and ball games, and their bond was particularly strong, often partaking in polo, hunting, and racing together. Under normal circumstances, Dou Zhao would have thought nothing of it and continued her peaceful slumber. However, just half a month prior, Wang Qinghai's father-in-law, the Duke of Dongping, Zhou Shaochuan, was imprisoned for embezzlement, and his title was stripped by the emperor. Wang Qinghai was running around trying to resolve the matter, and she feared that Wei Tingyu might also be embroiled in it. "Please send the matron on duty at the second gate to check the outer courtyard to see if the Marquis is resting in the study," Dou Zhao said with concern. "If he is not in the study, inform the guards at the main gate to have him come to my chambers as soon as he returns." Ling complied and hurried off. In less than a tea's worth of time, she returned breathlessly. "Madam, the Marquis has returned," she exclaimed, her tone pausing momentarily before adding, "The Marquis came straight to your chamber upon arriving." "I understand," Dou Zhao said as she struggled to sit up. Just as Ling was about to help her rearrange her hair, Wei Tingyu entered the inner room. Though he had surpassed 30, Wei Tingyu did not resemble those of his peers, who, indulging in wine and pleasure, appeared weary and wan, or those who, living in luxury, had grown bloated and lethargic. He stood tall and straight, with refined features and a vigorous demeanor, exuding energy in every movement. He appeared even more youthful than in his earlier years, resembling a striking young man of merely 25 or 26, renowned as a handsome figure in the capital. Upon seeing Dou Zhao sitting up in her garments, he was taken aback, asking, "Why are you still awake?" Dou Zhao, however, inquired, "What did Fourth Master Wang want with you?" "Oh." Wei Tingyu's gaze flickered evasively, "Nothing much, just feeling troubled and sought me out for a drink, Your Excellency." Dou Zhao couldn't help but raise her voice, interrupting Wei Tingyu's words without hesitation. "Isn't Master Wang here to seek your assistance? Have you considered why the Earl of Dongping was imprisoned? If you wade into this murky water, what troubles might you attract? Even if you disregard my well-being, what of your elderly mother and your young children? Will you not care for them at all? Do not treat me as a mere child," Wei Tingyu replied with a smile. The Earl of Dongping merely spoke a few drunken words that offended His Majesty, leading to his imprisonment. Who in the capital is unaware of this? Do not fret, I have my own plans for this matter and will ensure it does not implicate you or the children. His tone was rather dismissive. The current emperor ascended the throne through a coup and is particularly sensitive to any private discussions regarding this event. The so-called drunken remarks of the Earl of Dongping likely stem from this very issue. After years of marriage, Dou Zhao understood Wei Tingyu's temperament all too well. His words only heightened her concerns, compelling her to extract a promise from him. "You must not involve yourself in any matters related to the Zhou family." Wei Tingyu, displeased by her statement, retorted, "What do you mean by that? Dai is my close friend, how can I turn a blind eye when he is in trouble? Is that still considered humanity?" He then mocked, "Fortunately, Dai hasn't asked me to petition my father-in-law, otherwise, wouldn't you find yourself in a dire situation?" Dou Zhao's father, Dou Shiying, held the title of bachelor at the Hanlin Academy and served as a minor official in the Zhanshifu. Although his rank was only fourth, he was highly esteemed by the emperor and frequently summoned to the palace to teach the crown prince and other princes. Hearing such heartless words nearly caused her to faint. Wei Tingyu, sensing her distress, spoke softly, "Do you know why Dai sought me out?" He then widened his eyes in anger, exclaiming, "That scoundrel Song Yamo has taken the 13th and 14th young ladies of the Zhou family into his residence." Dou Zhao gasped in shock. "What of Madame Zhou?" "She is also within the estate," Wei Tingyu replied, his voice barely above a whisper, his expression awkward. Dou Zhao drew a sharp breath. Madame Zhou, the Earl of Dongping's second wife and the niece of the commander of the Mian Guard, was merely 32 years old, possessing remarkable beauty. The 13th and 14th young ladies of the Zhou family, daughters of Madame Zhou, were exceptional beauties in their own right, sought after even before reaching adulthood. Is he so brazen as to abandon virtue and pursue power, with the emperor turning a blind eye? Wei Tingyu scoffed. He has committed patricide and fratricide, yet the emperor merely punished him with a 3-year salary deduction and stripped him of his title, allowing him to redeem himself. Do you truly believe the emperor would hold him accountable for this? Dou Zhao fell silent. Chapter 2, Divergence. Song Yamo, styled Yentang, was the legitimate eldest son of the Duke of England, Song Yichuan, and his mother, Jiang, was the sister of the Duke of Dinghua, Jiang Meisun. He hailed from an illustrious lineage. At the tender age of 5, he was granted the title of heir apparent. When he was 14, during a period of mourning for his mother, he was implicated in an affair and subsequently disappeared after being expelled from his home by his father. In the 20th year of the Qingping era, Emperor Muzong fell ill, and the 5th prince, under the influence of his mother, Empress Wan, returned to the capital to visit the emperor. This led to a coup in which the prince-born of the Empress Shen was assassinated, and the emperor was placed under house arrest, allowing the 5th prince to usurp the throne. Once a figure relegated to casual conversation, Song Yamo re-emerged as a trusted confidant of the new emperor. He stormed into the Duke of England's residence, cutting off his brother Song Han's limbs before his father's eyes, forcing him to witness his brother bleed to death, only to then behead his father. The brutality of his actions sent shockwaves through the capital. Censors flooded in to petition the emperor for the capture of the murderer, seeking justice. The emperor imprisoned him in the western garden of the palace. 6 months later, Song Yamo joined the Jinui, becoming a minor officer of the Northern Pacification Division, holding a 7th-rank position. Within a year, he ascended to the position of commander of the Jinui, attaining the 3rd rank. Rumors circulated in the capital that Song Yamo was favored by the emperor due to his role in the coup, having assassinated the prince. As if to validate this claim, throughout the emperor's 12-year reign, regardless of Song Mo's corruption, false accusations against loyal ministers, manipulation of censors, and acts of tyranny, he remained in the emperor's favor, while censors who attempted to criticize him faced reprimand or demotion. Faced with such a person and such a situation, Dou Zhao felt a pang of despair. Yet, allowing Wei Tingyu to proceed in this manner would surely lead to disaster for their family, perhaps even implicating their relatives. She murmured, "With the Zhou family in ruins, and the Chao family involved, how can it fall upon you and Master Wang to intervene? Do not court disaster. I think it wise to exercise caution." Before she could finish, Wei Tingyu let out a cold snort, dismissively stating, "I do not possess your level of scheming. I only know that a gentleman must act when necessary. I have decided to take this matter into my own hands." His seemingly unyielding attitude, indifferent to the plight of the Zhou mother and daughters, deeply wounded Dou Zhao. With a bitter smile, she retorted, "Song Yamo is unmarried and childless, yet his residence is filled with beautiful women. I have heard of women who were taken from his home only to be found hanging from ropes, women sent to temples, and others who fled from his oppressive influence. Yet, I have never heard of a woman being forcefully taken back. Should you not ascertain the facts before speaking?" Wei Tingyu appeared stunned, his gaze vacant as he sat in silence for a long moment. Dou Zhao, indifferent, turned away and lay down. The candle flickered, and she heard Wei Tingyu softly say behind her, I promised Day it would be unwise to go back on my word. Day has also invited the Earl of Yanjian and others to enter the palace to present their grievances against Song Yamo. If I were to abstain?" Dou Zhao replied nonchalantly, "But I am unwell, am I not?" "Indeed. Indeed!" Wei Tingyu exclaimed joyfully. "I must stay home to care for you." Dou Zhao chuckled, intending to offer further counsel to Wei Tingyu to prevent him from changing his mind under the influence of the Earl of Yanjian, when Cooling hurried in, "Your Excellency, Madam. Lord Tingon has arrived." "Ah." Wei Tingyu nervously scrutinized Dou Zhao's expression. Lord Wang Qinghui of Yan'an was the brother of Wang Qinghai. Avoiding him would be inappropriate, Dou Zhao contemplated. He comes at such an hour, indicating urgent business. Just insist on caring for me, and do not agree to anything else. Understood. Wei Tingyu, invigorated by her decision, departed for the outer courtyard. Dou Zhao hastily instructed Cooling, quickly find out what business Lord Yinan has with your master. Cooling complied and retreated. When the fourth watch bell tolled, Wei Tingyu entered the inner chamber, brimming with joy. Madam! He exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. Can you guess what Lord Tingon sought me for? Dou Zhao had already received word but played along, smiling as she asked, for what purpose? Lord Yinan forbade Day from meddling in Zhou family's affairs, restricting him, fearing that we might enter the palace tomorrow with gifts to express our gratitude. We are the first family he has visited. He even echoed your sentiments. Dou Zhao laughed, that is good news. You can rest easy now. It is no wonder they say, a virtuous wife is a treasure in the home. Wei Tingyu complimented Dou Zhao before playfully attempting to push her over to the inner side of the bed. I want to sleep on the bed, not on the wooden couch. This was his way of making amends. Dou Zhao smiled and vacated the outer side of the bed. Before long, Wei Tingyi's soft snores filled the room. Having suffered from restless nights, Dou Zhao found herself unable to sleep due to the noise. After some thought, she nudged Wei Tingyu. What is it? Wei Tingyu murmured, briefly opening his eyes before closing them again. Your Excellency, I wish to speak with you. Oh. Wei Tingyu replied lazily, finally sitting up against the headboard, yawning as he asked, what do you wish to say? Dou Zhao instructed Cooling to fetch Wei Tingyi's fur cloak before she slowly said, I wish to arrange a marriage for Wei Gear. Wei Tingyu paused, taken aback. Wei Gear, their eldest son, is 14 years old. Not only is he handsome, but he is also exceptionally intelligent and mature for his age, earning the admiration of his sister, Wei Tingjin. 2 years ago, she began subtly hinting at her desire to marry her eldest daughter, Kai Ping, to Wei Gear. As the heir of the Jining Marquisate and the legitimate granddaughter of the Duke of Jinghua, the match is undoubtedly ideal, further enhanced by their familial connection. However, each time the subject was broached, it was deftly dismissed by Dou Zhao with laughter, leaving the matter in a state of uncertainty. Now, as Dou Zhao broached the topic of his eldest son's marriage, Wei Yan's drowsiness vanished, and she jested, Sister has been approaching you, yet you remained indifferent. Now that you have taken the initiative, be wary of her cunning, she may play tricks on you. Dou Zhao chuckled, but once Wei Tingzhen's exuberance subsided, he remarked, I intend to propose to the granddaughter of Duke Gua Haiqing of Xianning as a bride for Wei Gear. Wei Yan's smile faltered, her lips twitching in confusion, at a loss for words. Dou Zhao was well aware of her mother-in-law and husband's sentiments, yet she had her own considerations. Her father-in-law had passed away unexpectedly, and her mother-in-law, possessing a gentle disposition, was of little assistance with external matters, relying heavily on Wei Tingzhen's guidance to navigate through the initial turmoil. Consequently, Wei Tingzhen's words held more weight than those of Wei Yinyu and her mother-in-law. Having lost her mother at a young age and always feeling like an outsider, Dou Zhao yearned for a home of her own and could not tolerate Wei Tingzhen's constant interference. Initially, upon marrying into the family, she was naive and faced numerous challenges. It was only after she bore 2 sons and a daughter, managed the household, and took charge of the family affairs that the Wei family began to prosper, leading Wei Tingzhen to temper her demeanor somewhat. Should she become relatives with Wei Tingzhen, she would find herself both the mother-in-law and the aunt of her son, with Wei Tingzhen's domineering nature potentially casting a long shadow over their lives. What if there were ever a rift between the couple? Would there be no one to arbitrate? She would certainly oppose such a union. Yet, she understood that without a compelling reason, her mother-in-law and Wei Yinyu would not support her wish to choose a different bride for her son. Coincidentally, during the Double Ninth Festival at the Duke of Jingguo's estate, the Duke's elder aunt jested with her, saying, Your sister-in-law clearly cherishes her brother, insisting on marrying Kai Ping into your family. If it were up to my father, Kai Ping would be wed to the Marquis of Jingjiang. It was then that Dou Zhao became aware of the Duke's intentions. A spark of inspiration struck her, and she contemplated how to persuade her husband and mother-in-law, yet had not found the opportunity to discuss it in detail. Thus, upon seeing her husband struck dumb, she smiled faintly and relayed the elder aunt's words to Wei Yinyu, stating, the elder aunt would not speak such things without reason. It seems there might be a disagreement regarding Kai Ping's marriage. Over the years, the elder aunt has assisted us greatly, and though she is the Duke's daughter-in-law, the Duke currently holds the reins. If our Wei Gear and Kai Ping's union were to cause the elder aunt to fall out of favor with the Duke, we would bear the blame. Filial piety is paramount. If the daughter-in-law were to be despised by her father-in-law, what kind of life could she expect? The possibility of being cast aside loomed. Wei Yanya's complexion paled as she reproached her. Had you agreed to this match sooner, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. What shall we do now? She offered Wei Yanyu a suggestion. Why not discuss the matter with the Marquis and your mother-in-law to determine a course of action? Indeed. Wei Yanya's eyes lit up. How could I not think of that? Without waiting for dawn, she called for Trailing to assist her in dressing, exclaiming, I shall go find my mother at once. Her mother-in-law, being of advanced age and requiring less sleep, would likely be awake by now. Dou Zhao did not hinder her, summoning a maid to help Wei Yanyu with a lantern as she escorted her to her mother-in-law's quarters. If her estimation was correct, upon receiving the news, her mother-in-law would promptly join forces with Wei Yanyu to devise a solution. After a brief nap, she was roused by Trailing. Her mother-in-law and Wei Yanyu had already arrived. Before Dou Zhao could speak, her mother-in-law hurriedly asked, Is what you said true? Confused, she added, Why has Tingjun never mentioned this before?
Chapter 2, Divergent. Song Mo, courtesy name Yentang, was the eldest son of Song Yichuan, the Duke of Yinghua, and his wife, Lady Jiang, the younger sister of Jiang Mei Sun, the Duke of Dinghua. His lineage was exceedingly illustrious. He was designated as heir apparent at the tender age of 5. At 14, he was impeached by a censor for his concubine's pregnancy during the period of mourning for his mother. Consequently, the Duke of Yinghua banished him from the household, and his whereabouts became unknown. In the 20th year of Qingping reign, Emperor Muzong fell ill. The 5th prince, the Prince of Liao, stationed in Liaodong, returned to the capital at the behest of his birth mother, Empress Wan, ostensibly to visit the ailing emperor. However, he orchestrated a palace coup, fatally shooting the crown prince, son of the late Empress Shen, and placing the emperor under house arrest. Through a clandestine scheme, he usurped the throne and ascended to the imperial seat. Song Mo, who had faded into obscurity, remembered only in casual conversations, resurfaced before the public as a confidant of the new emperor. Single-handedly, he stormed into the Duke of Yinghua's mansion, and in his father's presence, he severed the limbs of his younger brother, Song Han, compelling his father to witness Song Han's agonizing demise. Subsequently, he beheaded his father. His methods were sanguinary, his actions tyrannical, causing a public outcry in the capital. Even after so many years, his name could still silence crying children in Kyoto. Censors flooded the imperial court with petitions, demanding the emperor apprehend the perpetrator to uphold justice. After administering a slight reprimand to Song Mo, the emperor confined him to the western garden within the imperial palace. 6 months later, Song Mo joined the embroidered uniform guard, becoming a low-ranking officer, a 7th-rank position, in the northern garrison division. Within a year, Song Mo ascended to the position of commander of the embroidered uniform guard, a 3rd-rank post. The populace of the capital whispered in private, suggesting that Song Mo had been exceptionally favored by the emperor due to his meritorious service in assassinating the crown prince during the palace coup. As if to validate these rumors, throughout the emperor's 12-year reign, regardless of Song Mo's embezzlement, false accusations against loyal officials, clandestine machinations against remonstrating officials, cultivation of favor, abuse of power, arrogance, or insatiable appetites, Song Mo's imperial favor remained undiminished. Numerous censors who impeached him were even reprimanded, stripped of their official posts, or executed by imperial order. Faced with such a person and such an event, Dou Zhao could not help but feel daunted. However, allowing Wei Tingyu to persist in this matter would be akin to an ant trying to stop a chariot, endangering the entire family and potentially implicating relatives. She murmured, Even if the Zhou family falls, there are still the Chao family. It's not your or 4th Master Wang's place to intervene. Don't court disaster. In my opinion, it's better to be cautious. Before she could finish, Wei Tingyu snorted coldly, disdainfully retorting, I don't have as many calculations as you do. I only know that a gentleman should have principles. I'm determined to handle this matter. It was as if she were cold-hearted, indifferent to the plight of the Zhou family mother and daughter for her own safety. Wei Tingyu's attitude deeply wounded Dou Zhao. She retorted frigidly, Song Mo is unmarried and has no offspring. His residence in Chashihai is filled with beauties, comparable to the emperor's inner palace. Mostly sent by officials seeking to curry favor or seeking his assistance. I've heard of women who hanged themselves in his house and were carried out through the back door. Women who wanted to become nuns and were sent to nunneries by him, women who were favored by his colleagues or subordinates and were given away as wives or concubines. And women who couldn't bear his licentiousness and fled, but I've never heard of any woman being captured and brought back by him at great expense. Have you inquired clearly before speaking? Wei Tingyu was struck as if by lightning, sitting there motionless for a long time. Dou Zhao ignored him, turning over and lying down. The candle flickered a few times, and she heard Wei Tingyu whispering behind her, I didn't promise Day? It's not good to go back on my word, right? Besides, Day also invited Earl Yanzhen and the others. It's not just me. Everyone agreed to enter the palace together tomorrow to present a memorial to the emperor accusing Song Mo. If I'm the only one who doesn't go. Dou Zhao casually replied, aren't I sick? Yes. Yes. Wei Tingyu exclaimed joyfully. I have to stay home to take care of you. Dou Zhao chuckled. Just as she was about to advise Wei Tingyu a few more times to prevent him from changing his mind after being persuaded by Earl Yanzhen and the others, Cui Lung hurried in, Lord, Madam, the Marquis of Tingen is here. Ah. Wei Tingyu anxiously assessed Dou Zhao's expression. The Marquis of Yan'an, Wang Qinghuai, was Wang Qinghai's elder brother. Avoiding him would not be appropriate. Dou Zhao pondered, he's visiting you in the middle of the night, so it must be something important. Just insist that you need to take care of me. Don't agree to anything else. Okay. Wei Tingyu, having received guidance, perked up and went to the outer courtyard. Dou Zhao quickly instructed Cui Lung, go and see what the Marquis of Yan'an wants from the Lord. Cui Lung acknowledged and withdrew. As the fourth watch drum sounded, Wei Tingyu happily entered the inner chamber. Madam, he exclaimed, raising his eyebrows, guess what the Marquis of Yan'an wanted from me? Dou Zhao had already received the news. But she still smiled and asked in coordination, what? The Marquis of Yan'an forbade Day from interfering in the Zhou family's affairs, confined Day to his residence, and, fearing that we might still enter the palace tomorrow as planned, personally visited each household with gifts to express his gratitude. We are the first family he visited. The Marquis of Yan'an said the same thing as Madam. Dou Zhao smiled, that's good. The Lord can also rest assured. No wonder people say, a virtuous wife is a treasure in the house. Wei Tingyu complimented Dou Zhao, it's fortunate to have Madam, or I would have made a fool of myself. Then, he grumbled, trying to squeeze Dou Zhao to the inner side of the bed, and loudly proclaimed in a pretentious manner, I want to sleep on the bed. I don't want to sleep on the wooden couch. This was considered an apology. Dou Zhao smiled and yielded the outer side of the bed. Before long, Wei Tingyu began to snore softly. Dou Zhao, who had been having trouble sleeping these days, was disturbed and couldn't fall asleep. After thinking for a while, she nudged Wei Tingyu. What's wrong? Wei Tingyu drowsily opened his eyes and closed them again. Lord, I have something to discuss with you. Oh. Wei Tingyu responded. Lazily getting up after a while, leaning against the headboard, yawning, what do you want to say? Dou Zhao instructed Cui Lung to bring Wei Tingyu's sable fur coat and drape it over him. Then, she slowly said, I'm thinking of settling Wei Guer's marriage. Wei Tingyu was taken aback. Wei Guer was their eldest son, 14 years old this year. Not only was he handsome and dignified, but he was also intelligent and mature. Greatly favored by his elder sister, Wei Tingzhen, who had been subtly hinting at marrying her eldest daughter, Kai Ping, to Wei Guer for the past 2 years. One was the heir of the Marquis of Jining, and the other was the eldest granddaughter of the Duke of Jinghua, a perfect match and also relatives. He thought there was no better match than this. However, every time whether it was his elder sister, his mother, or him who mentioned it, Dou Zhao would always laugh it off, and the matter was left in a state of ambiguity. Now that Dou Zhao brought up the marriage of their eldest son, Wei Tingyu's sleepiness completely vanished. He teased, when elder sister mentioned it to you, you ignored her. Now that you're taking the initiative, be careful she puts on airs and gives you the cold shoulder. Dou Zhao smiled, waiting for Wei Tingyu's excitement to pass before saying, I'm thinking of betrothing the eldest granddaughter of Guahai Qing, the Marquis of Shening, to Wei Guer. Wei Tingyu's smile froze on his face, his lips twitching. Unsure of what to say, How could Dou Zhao not understand her mother-in-law's and husband's thoughts? But she also had her own considerations. Her father-in-law had died suddenly from an acute illness. At that time, Wei Tingyu was not yet 20 years old and had no experience in managing affairs. Her mother-in-law's personality was gentle and yielding, unable to help with matters in the outer courtyard. Everything relied on Wei Tingzhen's guidance to get through the initial confusion. Because of this, both Wei Tingyu and his mother liked to ask Wei Tingzhen about everything and let her help make decisions. Over time, Wei Tingzhen's prestige in the Wei family grew, and as long as she spoke, Wei Tingyu and his mother would not disagree. As a result, in the Wei family, Wei Tingzhen's words were more effective than Wei Tingyu's and his mother's. Dou Zhao's biological mother had passed away early, and she always felt like an outsider when she was a maiden. What she yearned for most was to have her own home. So how could she tolerate Wei Tingzhen interfering in everything? When she first married into the family, she was utterly inexperienced and thus endured numerous hardships, shedding many silent tears. It was not until she bore 2 sons and a daughter, taking charge of the household duties and managing the affairs of the family, that the Wei family began to prosper year after year. Only then did Wei Tingzhen slightly temper her demeanor. Should she become a matchmaker for Wei Tingzhen? She would find herself in a perplexing position as both her son's mother-in-law and aunt, and with her domineering nature, would her son not be forever overshadowed by her? What if discord arose between husband and wife? Would there be no one to arbitrate? She was resolute in her opposition to such a union. However, she was acutely aware that without a compelling reason, neither her mother-in-law nor Wei Tingyu would support her in selecting a new bride for her son. She pondered this matter deeply. Coincidentally, during the Double Ninth Festival at the Duke of Jing's residence to admire the chrysanthemums, the Duke's elder aunt jested with her, "Sister-in-law is indeed fond of her younger brother, insisting on marrying Kai Ping into your family. Had it been my father's wishes, Kai Ping would have been wed to the Marquis of Jingjiang." It was then that she realized the Duke of Jing harbored such intentions. In that moment, Dou Zhao had a sudden inspiration regarding how to persuade her husband and mother-in-law, yet had lacked the opportunity to sit down for a detailed discussion. Now, in the stillness of night, it was the perfect time for conversation. Observing her husband's astonishment, she smiled gently and recounted the words of the Duke's elder aunt to Wei Tingyu, remarking, "The Duke's elder aunt would not casually share such sentiments with me. I fear there may be a disagreement between her and her husband regarding Kai Ping's marriage. Over the years, the elder aunt has supported us greatly. Although she is the wife of the Duke's heir, the family is currently led by the Duke himself. If our Wei Ge's marriage to Kai Ping were to cause the elder aunt to fall out of favor with the Duke, we could find ourselves in a regrettable position. Filial piety comes first. If a daughter-in-law is scorned by her father-in-law, what good days can she expect? There is even a possibility of being cast aside." Wei Tingyu's expression shifted dramatically, reproaching her, "If you had agreed to this match sooner, we would not be in such a predicament. What shall we do now?" She suggested, "Why not discuss this with the Marquis and your mother? Perhaps we can find a solution together?" "Indeed." Wei Tingyu's eyes lit up. "How did I not think of that?" He paid no mind to the hour, calling for Chuilin to assist him in dressing, exclaiming, "I shall seek out my mother at once." His mother, being elderly, had short sleep cycles and should be awake by now. Dou Zhao did not stop him but summoned a young maid to help carry a lantern, sending him to his mother. If her estimations were correct, upon receiving the news, his mother would likely come to her with Wei Tingyu to discuss a plan. After a brief nap, she was roused by Chuilin. Her mother-in-law and Wei Tingyu had already arrived. Before she could speak, her mother-in-law urgently inquired, "Is what you said true? But why has Tingzhen never mentioned it in my presence?" Chapter 3, Bitterness. Once the words had escaped her lips, how could the aunt retract them? Dou Zhao chuckled, noting that just a couple of days prior, Madame Gua had sent word through an intermediary, expressing a desire to ally their families through marriage. Thus, he mused, it would be prudent to propose to the eldest granddaughter of the Duke of Xianning for Wei Ge, thereby resolving the matter amicably and sparing the aunt from offending her husband, which would only lead to hardship. The matron nodded repeatedly, her demeanor shifting from her usual languor to decisive action. "Let us proceed as you suggest." Your rapport with Madame Gua is well known, and her granddaughter, raised under our watch, possesses both character and beauty that are truly exceptional. She is indeed worthy of our Wei Ge. Time is of the essence. You should send someone to propose to the Gua family forthwith. Realizing that Dou Zhao was still bedridden, she quickly amended her statement. Never mind, I shall handle this personally. You ought to rest, I will take care of everything. With that, she took Wei Tingyu by the hand and returned to her quarters to deliberate on the engagement of Wei Ge. A sense of calm washed over Dou Zhao as he instructed Cui Leng, summon the heir to visit me at once. There are matters I must discuss with Wei Ge. Cui Leng complied and departed. Exhaustion soon overtook Dou Zhao, and he drifted off into slumber. In his half-conscious state, he was roused by a commotion. Oh, dear sister, I do not intend to make a scene here, I am merely concerned about the madam's health. The shrill voice of Hu Yinyang pierced through the noise, as rumors circulated that the madam was gravely ill. I seek a confirmation, she lamented, breaking into heart-wrenching sobs. If anything were to befall the madam, what would become of me and the third master? I would be better off departing this world alongside her. Wei Tingyu had 4 concubines. After Wei Ge turned 4, they bore him 4 sons and 4 daughters in succession. Blood runs thicker than water. Sons and fathers stand together in battle. Dou Zhao, with her 2 sons grown, did not mind these concubines expanding the Wei family. Their success could bolster Wei Ge and Ruwei Ge in the future. Hu Yinyang was the first to bear a son. In her youth, she reveled in her status for a time. Dou Zhao remained silent, subsequently assisting Wei Tingyu in acquiring 2 exceptionally beautiful concubines, skilled in various arts including music and chess. This pleased Wei Tingyu immensely, as he spent his days and nights entangled with these new companions, scarcely recalling who she was. Realizing her influence, Hu Yinyang understood that as long as Dou Zhao was willing, she could elevate or neglect anyone she chose. Consequently, she shed her pretenses and humbly sought Dou Zhao's favor. Dou Zhao also arranged for Wei Tingyu to take in a concubine adept in the arts of music, chess, and calligraphy. The other concubines soon recognized Dou Zhao's authority and ceased their pretensions, behaving submissively. Dou Zhao ensured that the attire and jewelry of the concubines, as well as the servants of their children, were provisioned adequately, rivaling that of the legitimate wife and her children in any noble household. With the concubines settled, they focused on pleasing Dou Zhao, attending to Wei Tingyu, and raising their children, leading to a tranquil domestic life. What nonsense is this, Yinyang? Cui Leng scolded Hu Yinyang. Why do you always chase shadows and speak such disjointed words? The lord and madam have spoken through the night, the madam has just settled down. Do you wish to rouse her? No, Hu Yinyang hastily explained, I am merely distressed. I could wish to take the madam's illness upon myself. She spoke with such heartfelt sincerity that Dou Zhao found herself believing in her genuine concern. Should the madam pass, it was likely that within a year, Wei Tingyu would take another wife, finding solace in a new companion. Wei Ge, the heir of Jining, was on the verge of an engagement and would have the support of the Yu family without a mother. As for Ruwei Ge and their daughter, Yin Jia, they would not suffer with an elder brother like Wei Ge to look after them. The concubines, with their young sons, faced a harsher reality as their beauty waned without a reliable protector. Yet, even so, the concubines ought not to make a scene before the madam. A voice, firm yet gentle, counseled Hu Yinyang, if every concubine were to behave as you do, would chaos not reign in our household? It is early morning, surely. You have not yet had your breakfast? Why not return to your room and eat, and come back when the madam awakens? It was the voice of Zhu Shi. Dou Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Zhu Shi was the carefully chosen wet nurse for her eldest son, renowned for her virtuous character and kindness, offering more patience and care to Wei Ge than even a biological mother might. Most commendably, she was responsible. When Wei Ge erred, she never indulged him simply because she was his wet nurse, but instead guided him with diligence, urging him to amend his ways. As a result, after Dou Zhao gave birth to her second son, she entrusted the affairs of Ruwei Ge's household to Zhu Shi, dedicating herself to the management of the Wei estate. However, this led to a regrettable outcome. While her 2 sons respected and obeyed her, they lacked any fondness for her. Dou Zhao was filled with remorse. Initially, under the guise of providing for her, she had sent Zhu to the western villa of the Jining Marquis, subsequently overseeing her son's meals and studies, persuading Wei Tingyu to teach them horsemanship and archery. Yet, it was all too late. Zhu conduct was above reproach, her actions transparent and honorable. At 10, Wei Ge and 9, Rui Ge were not only aware but also discerning. Dou Zhao's efforts did not bring her sons closer, instead, it fostered a deeper silence between them. She recognized that they resented her decision to send Zhu away. But who could fathom the heart-wrenching pain of a mother separated from her children? Perhaps women understand each other best. Zhu sensed the emotional rift and, after moving to the estate, had never once reached out to Wei Ge or Rui Ge, let alone return unannounced. What could Zhu possibly want? Dou Zhao pondered, overhearing a soft exclamation from outside. "Nurse, what brings you here?" "The road from the estate to the capital is fraught with potholes. Had I known, I would have sent the carriage to fetch you." The youthful, melodious voice belonged to her son, Wei Ge. Since her illness, she had kept the children at bay, fearing her ailment might affect them, allowing them to maintain their usual routines. At this moment, it seemed her son was merely coming to offer his respects. As the legitimate heir of the Jining Marquis, he had been groomed for leadership from a young age, and given Wei Tingyu's example. Dou Zhao was more stringent with him than with other noble children. As he matured, he became increasingly prudent, earning praise from many elders, which filled Dou Zhao with quiet pride. Was it really her composed and reserved eldest son acting so surprised? Dou Zhao found herself engaging in an act she had always scorned. She donned her robe and rose from bed, peering through the window to observe Zhu and her son. To avoid disturbing her, Zhu spoke in hushed tones. "I heard the madam was ill, and I wished to see her." "Do not worry, I will check on her and leave." She then inquired, "Have you been well these days? I heard from the second master that you went hunting with the sons of the Duke of Jinghua and caught several pheasants." Wei Ge, feeling embarrassed, retorted, "Cousin caught several rabbits." Zhu chuckled, "What is so impressive about catching rabbits?" She gently dusted off Wei Ge's pristine attire, remarking, "Our young master has grown. Just like the Marquis, learning to ride and hunt. This time, he caught pheasants. I am certain that next time, he will return with a roe deer. Just like his father." With a slight lift of her chin, pride radiated from her expression. Wei Ge paused, then, feeling bashful yet delighted, replied, "Nurse, are you comfortable at the estate? How is brother Yu? Would you like me to speak with the steward about transferring him to the capital shop? I have begun assisting mother with household matters. Brother Yu's arithmetic skills surpassed mine, he would make an excellent shopkeeper." "What nonsense!" Zhu, with a smile, gently admonished Wei, yet her eyes betrayed an irrepressible solace. The affairs of the household adhered to established customs and protocols. Although he was your wet nurse's son, he was also in your service. Wherever your wet nurse's son serves, the lady of the house holds authority. You are the heir of the Jining Marquis, not a mere child of an ordinary family. Thus, you must exercise prudence in your actions and not disrupt the established order for the sake of personal whims." "I understand. I understand." Wei replied impatiently, yet affectionately linked her arm with Zhu's. "It took me so long to find you, can't you refrain from lecturing me a bit? By the way, after my second brother visited you, he returned to tell me that your hand was frostbitten." "Let me see. I went to the Imperial Medical Institute the day before yesterday to procure a bottle of frostbite ointment for you, a remedy reportedly used by the late emperor, which is said to be quite effective. I intended to deliver it to you, but unexpectedly, you entered the manor." Dou Zhao could no longer endure the conversation. She merely had a frostbitten hand, yet Wei rushed to the Imperial Medical Institute to fetch her a royal remedy, when I was gravely ill. "Did you ever brew me a bowl of medicine?" A sharp pang spread through her chest. Dou Zhao stumbled back to her chamber, oblivious to how she climbed onto the bed, only aware that when she regained her senses, her back was drenched in sweat. She called loudly for Chuilin to come in, let Zhu and the young master enter. Seeing Dou Zhao's pallor, Chuilin cast a worried glance at her before relaying the message. Soon, Wei and Zhu entered, standing before her with a semblance of decorum. One with lowered eyelids addressing her as mother, the other bowing respectfully and addressing her as madam. Dou Zhao felt a chill in her heart. even too weary to engage in pretense, and directly informed her son of the impending union with the Gua family, regardless of her attempts to evade Zhu. Either her eldest or second son would inevitably relay the news to her. Perhaps taken aback, Wei appeared somewhat bewildered, while Zhu's countenance shifted from shock to delight. Almost in tears. The son remained oblivious to the underlying implications, yet Zhu quickly grasped the situation. Dou Zhao felt a wave of despondency wash over her, and resolutely spoke to her son, "Your wet nurse has cared for you. Her efforts, though lacking in merit, are not without toil. Relay my words. Let Zhu return to your quarters to attend to you, while your wet nurse serves alongside the chief steward." "Mother!" Wei exclaimed, both startled and elated, without a moment's hesitation. He knelt by Dou Zhao's bedside, bowing deeply several times. "I thank you on behalf of my wet nurse and brother." His face radiated excitement. Zhu grew anxious and hurried to pull Wei back. "Young master, this is inappropriate, entirely inappropriate. Even a wet nurse knows better. Does my meticulously raised son not comprehend?" It was merely an uncontrollable surge of emotions. Chapter 4, Rebirth. Dou Zhao found herself unable to distinguish between jealousy and envy. A tumult of emotions surged within her, overwhelming her with discomfort. She feared that if she cast even a single glance at her son, she might act in a manner that would lead to her own regret. She instructed Cui Lin to relay her words, asserting that not only should matters concerning the heir and his quarters be managed by Zhu Shi, but also those pertaining to the second master and Miss Yin. "Mother!" Wei Ge raised his head, sensing an unusual tension in the air. "Madam, this cannot be." Zhu Shi's voice was piercing, her complexion paling instantly. After all, she was the one who had made her choice, keenly aware of the implications. With her presence, she could shield the children from deceitful schemes. Dou Zhao closed her eyes, waving her hand dismissively. "I am weary, I wish to rest. You all may leave." "Madam." Zhu Shi, tears brimming in her eyes, bowed deeply before Dou Zhao. Wei Ge looked at Zhu Shi in confusion. Dou Zhao again waved her hand and turned away. "Rest assured, I shall devote my life to safeguarding the young master and young lady," Zhu Shi murmured, bowing once more before retreating with Wei Ge. The room fell into an eerie silence, a stark contrast that echoed the absence of its inhabitants. A wave of sorrow washed over Dou Zhao. If only Wei Tingyu were more capable, willing to shoulder the responsibilities of a man, she, a mere woman of the inner quarters, would not have to step forward to manage the affairs of the Wei household, nor neglect the peculiarities of her two children. If her mother-in-law had shown a bit more concern for her grandsons, rather than being preoccupied with prayers and offerings, the children would not have regarded Zhu Shi as their own kin despite lacking any blood ties. Or perhaps she had simply chosen the wrong person? If Zhu Shi had been greedy, arrogant, crude, and fond of gossip, her sons would not have clung to her memory so dearly. Yet, how could she allow such a person to remain by her sons' sides, guiding them? She was at a loss as to whom she should direct her resentment towards. In these moments, Dou Zhao often thought of her deceased mother. How could her mother have left her so young? Had her birth mother been alive, teaching her the ways of a wife and mother, would she have endured so much suffering and taken so many misguided paths, leading her children astray? It was a question without resolution. Dou Zhao felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping her. She buried her head under the quilt, immersing herself in a shroud of silence. In a hazy state, she heard the sound of intermittent crying and wished to open her eyes, but her eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Wei Tingyu's voice floated to her ears, weeping softly, "You're gone, what am I to do?" Moments later, the voice transformed into that of Madame Guas, reassuring. "Do not worry, Wei Ge is my son-in-law, I will ensure his safety." "Am I dead?" Dou Zhao struggled to open her eyes, discovering herself seated on a heated kong. Sunlight illuminating the snow in the courtyard, filtering through the papered windows and filling the room with a bright glow. A charming young woman, with a beauty mark on her cheek, sat across from her, engaging in a game of string with her. Several young maids, aged between 10 to 15, surrounded the kong, diligently working on their needlework. They wore cotton jackets made of fine cloth and coarse skirts, adorned with delicate silver hairpins or hair sticks, exuding an innocent charm that evoked a smile. Though Dou Zhao did not recognize any of them, she felt an inexplicable warmth. It reminded her of the servants at her family home in Zhending County during winter. realizing she had once again entered a dream. Dou giggled and slid off the Kong, eager to see what the maids were sewing, only to find her feet dangling above the ground. The young maids suppressed their laughter. The lovely woman hurried to assist her down from the Kong, chattering, "What does the fourth miss desire? The wet nurse has gone to fetch it for you." So, this was her wet nurse. Dou could not suppress her laughter. The wet nurse of her past was a plump, round figure, while this one was delicate and sprightly. She wondered what her next wet nurse would be like. She dashed towards the maids, only to notice that she had shrunk considerably. The furniture she once found commonplace now loomed over her, towering like giants. How vividly intricate this dream was. The maids looked up, smiling kindly at her. The older ones were making shoe soles, while the younger ones were weaving nets. Each skilled in their craft. A biting cold wind swept in. Dou looked up to see the curtain lifted, revealing a woman surrounded by several maids entering the room. Everyone stood to greet her, addressing her as seventh lady. Dou stared, astonished. At merely 18 or 19 years old, she was of average height, slender. With a long face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and a cherry-like mouth, dressed in a peach-red patterned gown that accentuated her snowy complexion, making her more beautiful than any flower. This was her mother. Dou realized she bore no resemblance to her mother at all. Her mother was tall and graceful, with an oval face. Long brows that framed her sharp eyes, full lips, and skin as white as snow, exuding an air of confidence that mirrored her father. When she first arrived at the Jining Marquisate, Dou had tried to soften her features by trimming her brows into a willow shape and lowering her gaze while speaking, in a vain attempt to emulate a fraction of her mother's beauty. Her mother approached with a radiant smile. Dou could see her mother more clearly now. Her face was flawless, resembling the purest jade, utterly captivating. She bent down to gently poke Dou's nose, teasing, "Shogu, what's wrong? Don't you recognize your mother? Shogu? Was that her childhood name?" She had never known she had such a name. Tears sprang forth unbidden. And she threw her arms around her mother's leg, crying out, "Mother, mother!" like a helpless child. "Oh dear." Her mother seemed oblivious to her sorrow. Smiling and inquiring with the wet nurse, "What is the matter with Shogu? Why is she crying for no reason?" Her tone held no doubt or reproach towards the wet nurse, clearly indicating her trust. "Perhaps it's because she saw you?" The wet nurse replied, bewildered. "It is natural for a daughter to cry upon seeing her mother." "Is that so?" Her mother lifted Dou onto the warm Kong. "You've soaked my skirt with your tears." Dou was momentarily stunned. Shouldn't a mother be concerned about why her child was crying? Why was her mother more worried about her skirt? Was she really her mother? Her eyes widened, her cheeks still glistening with tears. Her mother laughed heartily, pulling out a handkerchief to dry her tears and turning to the wet nurse, "This child is so foolish." Then, she gently hugged Dou and kissed her cheek, asking, "Is your father coming home soon? Are you happy?" Her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. Dou gasped, nearly leaping up. How could she have forgotten such an important matter? The details of what transpired between her parents back then were unclear to her. However, according to the wet nurse, her father had met her stepmother while traveling to the capital for the provincial exam. Her poor mother, unaware of the truth, anxiously awaited his return, worrying about whether her father had enough money, even contemplating sending her own maid, Yu Daqing, to discreetly deliver some funds. This plan was thwarted when her grandfather discovered it, resulting in a reprimand that put an end to her mother's intentions. The provincial exams were held in August, and now, as snow fell outside, winter had set in. Her father had yet to return, but her grandfather was still alive. He could not possibly spend the new year away from home. This indicated that there was still time to inform her mother. Yet, the mother held Dou tightly, and despite her struggles, Dou was unable to rise. Anxiously calling out for her mother. What was the matter with Shogu today? The mother, perplexed by her daughter's unusual commotion, cast a stern glance at the wet nurse. The wet nurse appeared somewhat anxious. "I stayed with the fourth young lady until the hour of Chen and then rose, having consumed a bowl of millet porridge, a meat bun, and a flour roll. Did I not say that each morning she should first have a cup of warm water?" The mother interrupted the wet nurse's words with a serious tone. Did you give her water this morning? Yes, yes. The wet nurse hurriedly replied, her earlier ease vanishing. As you instructed, I first covered her with a quilt, dressed her in a snug little coat, and then served her warm water. Oh dear. What am I saying now? She recalled how the young lady had grown up in the countryside, spending summers with the farmers' children catching fish, drinking from the river when thirsty, and winters hunting sparrows, roasting them when hungry, yet she had thrived into adulthood. Dou Zhao shook her mother. She wanted to convey that her father was bringing a woman home, but as the words emerged, her throat felt constricted, and the coherent phrase transformed into the indistinct father. Woman. Upon hearing Dou Zhao speak, the mother turned around, smiling at her and patiently inquiring, what do you wish to say, Shogu? Mother. Dou Zhao stammered, father, woman. This time her words were somewhat clearer, yet still not articulated fully. She was so anxious that beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The mother, beaming with joy, entirely disregarded the term woman, exclaiming. So our Shogu misses her father too. Daoxing has returned with news that your father will arrive in a few days, bringing a plethora of festive fireworks, lanterns, and incense. They are from the capital, capable of bursting into a myriad of colors, nothing like what can be found even in Jinding Prefecture. At that moment, what did it matter about fireworks? Dou Zhao, in a fit of urgency, repeated father, woman. The mother's expression grew serious as she said, Shogu. What are you trying to say? Dou Zhao, feeling a weight lift from her chest, took a deep breath and pronounced each word distinctly, father, brought, a, woman, back. Her voice, though youthful, rang clear and strong. The mother's face revealed shock, doubt, and bewilderment, as though she had been slapped. The wet nurse and maids exchanged alarmed glances, the room fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, the warm curtain was swept aside. And a small maid with her hair styled in 3 buns rushed in, breathless, 7th madam, the 7th master has returned, he is back from the capital. Really? The mother's face lit up with joy as she lifted her skirts and dashed outside. After taking a few steps, she paused to think, turned back, and embraced Dou Zhao, exclaiming, let us go together to welcome your father. It seemed the mother had grown suspicious. Dou Zhao exhaled in relief, wrapping her arms around her mother's neck and responding loudly, all right. Chapter 5, Homecoming. The carriage of her father halted at the secondary entrance, where several young servants busily unloaded goods. Clad in a deep azure silk robe adorned with iris patterns, draped in a grey fur cloak, her father stood beside the carriage, exuding an air of elegance as he conversed with Gao Sheng. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned, offering a gentle smile that radiated charm, resembling a refreshing breeze under a bright moon. Dou Zhao felt a momentary stillness in her heart. She was aware of her father's good looks, yet she had never witnessed him in such a light. In her memory, he always bore a slight frown, even in laughter, his brows shadowed with an indelible melancholy. Especially when gazing at her in silence, his eyes were as still as an ancient well, chilling her heart. Unlike now, he appeared youthful, handsome, and radiant, like a carefree youth, bringing warmth to her heart. Shogu, her father's smiling visage filled her mind. Father has returned without a word. He reached out to pinch Dou Zhao's nose. Instinctively, she turned away to evade his hand. Her father paused, then laughed it off, retrieving a pinwheel from the carriage and blowing it to life, presenting it before her. This is a gift from Kyoto. Isn't it delightful? Had she been a mere child, she might have been thrilled by the windmill's charm, but she was now a mother of 3, the one who had once bought such trinkets to amuse her children. It held no allure for her. Dou Zhao craned her neck to peer inside the carriage. Her mother, however, blushing, gazed at her father with affection and playful reproach, saying, it's enough that you returned safely, why bring us gifts? We have everything at home. That's different. Her father replied, taking Dou Zhao into his arms. I brought this back especially for you. Her mother's cheeks flushed deeper, akin to having consumed aged wine, her eyes becoming slightly misty. Dou Zhao angled her body, attempting to draw back the carriage curtain, but her small stature rendered her arms too short to reach it. Noticing her struggle, her father lightly patted her behind, lifting her onto the carriage. What are you looking for? Ignoring him, Dou Xiao dove into the carriage. Inside, thick quilts covered the floor, and several books, including interpretations of the 4 books, lay scattered atop them. In one corner rested a tea barrel, its lid revealing a purple clay teapot. Beyond that, there was naught else. Standing bewildered within the carriage, Dou Xiao pondered if she had misremembered, or perhaps what Tuan Yang had said was entirely untrue. Upon his return from a long journey, the first order of business for her father was to pay respects to her grandfather. Her mother excused herself to arrange a family banquet, returning to the main residence and summoning all the servants on duty there to the hall. Which scoundrel dared to feed my daughter such vile words? Step forward. She pounded the table in a fit of rage, declaring that should her daughter name someone, it wouldn't merely lead to a few months' punishment in the outer yard. I shall report to the old master and summon the enforcers to sell her off to the most desolate place, where she will never taste a plain bun again. Silence enveloped the room. The teacups clattered as her mother slammed her hands down. How could it be that not one of you stands up? Do you think I cannot uncover the truth? My daughter is still so young and barely speaks clearly, yet you incite her to speak nonsense before me. If she were older, how would you corrupt her? Accompanied by a young maid, Dou Xiao sat on the heated kong in the inner quarters, sighing intermittently. It was her own idea, who would dare confess? Yet Dou Xiao did not defend the servants. To her mother, she was merely a child who struggled to articulate her thoughts. If she defended the servants, her mother would only grow more suspicious of ulterior motives. And the servants would find themselves in even deeper trouble. She asked the maid beside her, "What is your name?" Her throat felt constricted, preventing her from forming complete sentences. The maid, taken aback by her attentiveness, replied eagerly, replying to the 4th miss, "I am called Xiang Chao." Dou Xiao said, "I want Tuan Yang." The maid's eyes widened in curiosity. "Who is Tuan Yang?" Dou Xiao stared blankly. A voice called out loudly from outside, "7th madam, 7th master has returned." A commotion ensued. Her mother, with a hint of tension, instructed, "You mama, please take the 4th miss's attendance back. She will stay with me tonight. Everyone else, return to your duties." An elderly voice respectfully acknowledged. Soon, her mother entered, beaming as she accompanied her father. Spotting Dou Xiao sitting vacantly on the kong, her father affectionately ruffled her hair. "What is the matter with this child today?" Her mother, reluctant to reveal that Dou Xiao had been influenced by others, evasively smiled. "Perhaps she is just tired from play, she will be fine soon." Her father did not press further. The maids brought water and fragrant towels, while her mother attended to her father's cleansing and changing of attire. Dou Xiao was also carried off by a maid for freshening up before they all proceeded to visit her grandfather. Her grandfather resided on the western side of the estate, where a plaque inscribed with Crane Longevity hung in the main hall, earning it the name Crane Longevity Hall. In front of the hall lay a pond with an artificial mountain, and behind it were wisteria trees, rendering it the most picturesque spot in the estate. In Dou Xiao's memory, she had visited Crane Longevity Hall twice. Once was at the age of 9 when her grandfather passed away, and according to his wishes, the mourning hall was set up there. She returned to pay her respects. The other time was to participate in the ceremony marking the end of mourning. Both occasions were tumultuous, leaving her little time to truly observe Crane Longevity Hall. Now, in this dreamlike return, she leaned against her mother's shoulder, gazing around. The pond was frozen, the artificial mountain blanketed in snow, the trees bare, and the wisteria reduced to withered stems. Though the scene was desolate, its elegant layout could not be concealed. She nodded inwardly, realizing why the old scholars from Kyoto praised her grandfather's talents. Yet, it was unfortunate that her grandfather, disenchanted with the political arena, had resigned from his official post before reaching 30 to return to a rustic life. Lost in her thoughts, they arrived at the entrance of the Crane Ming Hall, where a graceful middle-aged woman welcomed them with a bright smile. Dou Xiao gazed at the woman, her eyes wide with surprise. How could she have dreamt of Aunt Ding? If anything, it should have been her grandmother she dreamed of, for she had grown up alongside her. While pondering this, Aunt Ding approached and playfully pinched Dou Xiao's small hand. Addressing her mother, "What is the matter with Shogu today? She seems downcast and hasn't he called for anyone?" Her mother exchanged a knowing glance with Aunt Ding, whispering, "I will explain later." Aunt Ding understood. Smiling as she embraced Dou Zhao and accompanied her mother into her grandfather's study. Dou Zhao felt a sense of unease creeping in. As if something were amiss while she remained in the dark. She discreetly observed the people and events around her. During the evening repast, Dou Zhao observed that the dishes were adorned with the exquisite Qinghua porcelain known as Yutong Chuansu, complete with bowls, plates, cups, and spoons. While her grandfather engaged in conversation with her father, Dou Zhao was left to play on the warm Kong in the study. Her gaze fell upon the pair of Zetonwood paperweights, symbolizing success, resting on her grandfather's desk. Contemplating for a moment, she rose on tiptoe to count the glazed beads adorning the tassel of the Longquan sword hanging on the wall. These artifacts were familiar to her. They had once been cherished possessions of her grandfather, interred with him as grave goods. She recalled that only 4 bowls, 2 plates, 1 cup, and 5 spoons of the Yutong Chuansu porcelain remained, along with a solitary Zeton paperweight and 5 glazed beads on the sword's tassel. It felt as though time had reversed, erasing the years etched upon those objects. Listening to her grandfather's words. This excerpt is derived from the Analects, Gong Ji Chang. You have adeptly introduced the theme with the minister's heart is generous and impartial, loyal in counsel, and concluded with generosity leads to a shared understanding of gains and losses. Impartiality ensures a balance between self and others. And thus you regard loyalty as virtuous while kindness remains unknown to me, which is splendid. It is evident that you have deeply grasped the essence of the transformation technique. Dou Zhao felt a chill sweep over her limbs. Although she recognized the characters, she had never delved into the 4 books and 5 classics. How could she conjure such profound phrases from thin air? Mother, mother! Panic-stricken, Dou Zhao cried out for her mother, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her grandfather, who had been animatedly conversing with her father, grew somber. Her mother hurriedly rushed into the study, exclaiming, "Father-in-law, I shall take Shogu to play nearby." Her face was a portrait of concern as she cradled Dou Zhao and exited the study. Auntie Ding approached. Since her mother was dining at the same table as her grandfather and father, and the wet nurse had not accompanied them today, Auntie Ding had initially fed Dou Zhao. Once Dou Zhao was satisfied, the others had dispersed, leaving behind remnants of the meal, which she had been carelessly consuming. What was amiss? She felt Dou Zhao's forehead, noting that she was usually well. Could it be that she had encountered something unclean? Dou Zhao clung tightly to her mother's neck, seeking the warmth of her embrace. As if that would affirm that she had not encountered a horde of spirits. Surely not? Her mother shuddered slightly, hesitating. Could it be that someone had incited Shogu to meddle? It is nothing, Auntie Ding replied reassuringly, even if someone has indeed tampered with things, we need not fear. We are a benevolent household, and the great deity will bless us with safety and tranquility. In a moment, I shall beseech the deity for a couple of talismans for Shogu, simply wave them over her a few times and then burn them, and she will be fine. Her mother nodded repeatedly, gritting her teeth. If I find out who harbors ill intentions, I shall flay her alive. Thankfully, it was said in your presence. Had it been before the 7th master, that would have posed a problem, Auntie Ding lamented. Just then, a young servant rushed in, reporting, Old master, 7th madam. Auntie Ding, the 3rd master from the east courtyard has arrived. Chapter 6, The Dou family. The ancestors of Dou Zhao were itinerant merchants without a stable source of income. By a twist of fate, he married a maid from a local merchant family. With the 10 taels of silver from his wife's dowry, he purchased a piece of land in Beilu village, thus establishing his family there and ensuring its continuation. This marks the origin of the renowned Dou family of Beilu. Dou Zhao's great-grandfather began his career as an apprentice in a silk shop at the tender age of 10. By 14, he had completed his training, and by 20, he had risen to the position of the shop's second manager. When the owner proposed to marry him to his daughter's maid, he declined, wishing instead to wed the daughter of a poor scholar from the west of town, Ms. Hao. At 21, he used his frugal savings of 8 taels as a bride price to marry Ms. Hao, relinquishing his managerial position. He returned to Beilu village with her, taking over the burden of his father's trade and managing 30 acres of fertile land acquired through his father's hard work. During farming seasons, he cultivated the land, and in the off-seasons, he traversed the countryside. The following summer, Ms. Hao bore him a robust son. While at the village entrance, he encountered a cotton merchant seeking a local familiar with the farmers to assist in cotton collection. Taking the initiative, Dou Zhao's great-grandfather offered his services. His expertise from the silk shop allowed him to expertly assess the quality and weight of the cotton, and he was adept at accounting. As summer drew to a close, apart from the agreed compensation, the cotton merchant generously rewarded Dou Zhao's great-grandfather with an additional 10 taels of silver, promising to seek his assistance again the following year. Come winter, he traveled through various towns in Jianding County. By the next summer, he possessed thorough knowledge of local cotton production, quality, and the reliability of the farmers. The merchant merely had to relax in the shade while Dou Zhao's great-grandfather managed the entire process with precision. Thus, the Dou family prospered through the cotton trade. By the time it reached Dou Zhao's great-grandfather, the family had expanded its operations, trading cotton from Jianding, Hualu, Yuanji, Pingshan, and Xingtang to Jiangnan, exchanging it for silk to sell in Sichuan, and transporting medicinal herbs back to the capital for profit. Dou Zhao's great-grandfather focused solely on his studies, aspiring for scholarly distinction. Yet he only managed to attain the status of a shouzai, a successful candidate in the imperial examinations. This did not hinder him from marrying the daughter of Mr. Zhao, a local scholar from Anxiang village in the neighboring Xingtang County. The Zhao family had a well-documented lineage, tracing their ancestry back to the time of King Mu of Zhou. Despite owning only 120 acres of land, their heritage was illustrious, having relocated from the ancient capital during a dynastic change. The Zhao family of Anxiang was also related to Dou Zhao. After marrying into the Zhao family, Dou Zhao's great-grandfather had two sons, Dou Huanqing and Dou Yaoqing. The brothers were exceptionally bright and studied under their maternal grandfather, Mr. Zhao. As they matured, they were sent to the National Academy in the capital for further education. In the 13th year of the Zhide reign, both brothers excelled in the imperial examinations. The elder ranked third in the second tier, while the younger placed 37th. Thus, the Dou family attained true wealth and status. The elder brother became a Shu Jisher, a scholar of the highest rank, and remained in the Hanlin Academy, while the younger was appointed as a county official in Nanchang. However, Dou Zhao's great-grandfather's fortunes were short-lived. He passed away a few years later, with both sons absent at the time of his death. Upon returning home to observe the mourning period, the brothers resumed their lives in the capital after the required mourning. The elder brother, having served in the Hanlin Academy, soon secured a position as a censor in the Court of Censors. The younger brother, after a lengthy wait, eventually secured a post in Yunnan with the assistance of his elder sibling. In the younger brother's mind, Yunnan was an inhospitable place, fraught with dangers, where officials often fell ill on their way to assume office. He felt that remaining in the capital would not guarantee a desirable position, and fearing that his brother would advance in rank, he chose to return to Jianding County. The Zhao family lived a dignified and comfortable life. However, the mother feared that, like her late husband, she would pass away without her sons by her side. Therefore, she welcomed Dou Yaoqing's return, believing that with her elder son thriving in his career, the younger's presence would bring filial piety and assistance in household affairs. As Dou Yaoqing engaged in trade, he found success unlike that of his ancestors. No longer merely selling jewelry, he began to lend money to impoverished scholars, newly appointed officials needing funds for their official attire, and those returning to the capital to fulfill their duties. As these officials rose and fell in rank, the Dou family expanded their ventures into stone materials and grain supply, their wealth flowing in like a river, leaving Zhao and Dou Huanqing feeling both exhilarated and apprehensive. Dou Huanqing, now a right assistant at the Court of Censors, cautioned his brother against excess, warning that abundance often leads to loss. Dou Yaoqing dismissed his brother's concerns, believing that fortune favored the bold. This led to a rift between the brothers, with Dou Huanqing expressing his disapproval of their dealings, accusing Dou Yaoqing of colluding with officials for profit. The mother, feeling disheartened by the conflict, urged Dou Yaoqing to heed his elder brother's wisdom, believing he had more experience in the world of officials. Dou Yaoqing, unwilling to worry his mother or bow to his brother, argued that those in power often seek to ingratiate themselves, while he struggled to earn a living. Zhao, perceiving the disparity between her sons' lives, began to lean towards the younger, who showed her kindness daily. Meanwhile, Dou Yaoqing, having relinquished his official aspirations, flourished in trade with capable assistants, leading to further prosperity. Initially, he enjoyed gatherings with friends, but soon his pursuits grew extravagant, frequenting theaters and lavish entertainments. Upon learning of this, Zhao advised her son against mingling with commoners, reminding him of his status. Instead of merely purchasing a few clever and sprightly maidens and inviting renowned talents from Zhending to train them, why not establish a theatrical troupe of one's own? Not only would this bring prestige, but it would also provide amusement, adding vibrancy to festive occasions. With such encouragement from his mother, Dou Yaoqing found himself devoid of any reservations and indulged even further in his extravagant pursuits. The rift between the two brothers deepened significantly. Observing the situation, Zhao Shi sought counsel from her elder brother. Zhao's uncle pondered for a moment before suggesting, between brothers, it is best to settle accounts clearly. Why not divide the household while you are still here? Each can live their own life, and there will be no further disputes. After a long period of contemplation, Zhao Shi resolutely decided, it is far better than causing a scandal over unequal inheritance after my demise. I shall bear the stigma of dividing the family, after all. I am already half buried in the earth. She then called her eldest son back, exclaiming, let us cease these trivial quarrels. Mother, this is not a trivial matter. Dou Huanqing disagreed with the division of the household. Attempting to persuade his mother that transient success in the civil service and literary pursuits were not the sole foundations of a family's standing. Maintaining a noble family tradition is essential. Without a proper family ethos, even if one achieves success, succumbing to the temptations of wealth can lead to ruin. Far worse than that of an ordinary family. Conversely, a family with strong values, regardless of their achievements, would live honorably, free from corrupt influences, and would naturally enjoy prosperity. His uncle's family exemplified this. I understand, Zhao Shi replied dismissively. It is I who wish to divide the family. I can no longer bear to witness your incessant bickering, especially concerning your brother, who has endured a decade of hardship only to end up in this situation. You are brothers, if you do not care for him, who will? Yet, like a marriage, sibling relationships can become strained over time, even the strongest bonds can fray. Consider it an act of filial piety, partition the family. Dou Huanqing swore before his mother, I will take good care of my brother. There is no need for a division. Zhao Shi shook her head. Listen to me. Although your father left behind substantial wealth, it is but a third of what the Dou family currently possesses. I intend to divide our assets into 3 parts, one for me, one for you, and one for your brother. I will live with your brother, and when I am gone, my share will be left to him. Is this truly a division of the family or merely of the assets? Is this the will of the mother or the brother? Dou Huanqing dared not dwell on such thoughts and nodded in agreement. Zhao Shi invited her brother, who was then the magistrate of Zhending County, along with both daughters' families, to mediate the division. As their mother chose to reside with the younger son, Dou Huanqing relinquished the grand residence in Zhending County and constructed a 5-courtyard brick house on the eastern side of the town. From that moment, the Dou family was split into 2 factions. The branch residing in the east became known as the Eastern Dou, while Dou Yaoqing's branch in the west was referred to as the Western Dou. Dou Yaoqing was the great-grandfather of Dou Zhao, as Dou Huanqing had forewarned. Within a few years, Dou Yaoqing's wives vied for his affection, leading to tragic results and revealing numerous scandals within the household. Though the situation was suppressed, the Western Dou suffered grievously, and Dou Yaoqing passed away before reaching his 40s, with his progeny dwindling, leaving only Dou Zhao's grandfather, Dou Duo, alive. Conversely, the Eastern Dou thrived. Dou Huanqing had 2 sons and 3 daughters, 9 grandsons, 3 granddaughters, 11 grandsons-in-law, and 9 granddaughters-in-law, of whom 2 sons and 1 son-in-law successively achieved the status of Jinshi. He never forgot his promise to his mother and consistently provided care for the Western Dou. After Dou Yaoqing's death, Dou Huanqing took the young Dou Duo under his wing, assisting him in managing the family estate, personally educating him, and eventually entrusting the entirety of the family wealth to Dou Duo upon his marriage. Even in death, he left a testament stating, the Eastern and Western Dou are one family, though separated, we remain united in lineage. Dou Duo held a deeper respect for his uncle than for his own father. regarding Do Huanqing as a father figure and bonding with his cousins as though they were brothers. When Do Shiying was born, he was placed in the familial hierarchy alongside the brothers of the Eastern Do, signifying their unity as one family, never to be divided. Thus, although Do Zhao was an only son, he was affectionately referred to as seventh master, while third master referred to Do Shiying's cousin, Do Shibang, the eldest son of Do Zhao's second uncle. Chapter 7, Confusion. Upon hearing that Do Shibang had arrived, my father personally went to welcome him. He carried a basket of oranges. Since we were all family, my mother and Aunt Ding did not shy away. After exchanging pleasantries, Do Shibang gestured towards the oranges and smiled at my grandfather, saying, "These are sent back by my elder brother, I brought a few for you to taste." He then pulled an orange from the small basket and handed it to Do Zhao, saying, "Shogu, have an orange." Do Zhao appeared somewhat dazed. My mother prodded her, and she mumbled a thank you. Do Shibang affectionately ruffled Do Zhao's hair. My grandfather then said, "Come, sit on the Kong. I have some of Xinxing's de Hong Pao." Aunt Ding promptly turned to the small tea room beside us to brew tea. Do Shibang, feeling at home, sat cross-legged opposite my grandfather on the Kong. Do Zhao clutched the orange, quietly snuggling into her mother's embrace, her gaze fixed unblinkingly on Do Shibang. The uncle who had passed away a decade ago now stood vividly before her, urging her to eat an orange. She recalled how, when she lived in the countryside, her uncle would visit her grandmother regularly, always bringing small trinkets, whether it was a fashionable handkerchief, a lovely hairpin, or rare treats. Once, he even gifted her a pair of clay dolls from Wuxi, with large eyes, round faces, dressed in red embroidered jackets, bowing with smiles that made the village children envious. She placed those dolls on the windowsill, and they remained there until she left the countryside at 12, eventually following her to the Duke's mansion in Jining. During those days, every visit from her uncle felt like a ray of sunshine illuminating her life, making her radiate with joy. She had never forgotten. Do Zhao's vision blurred slightly as she heard Do Shibang chuckle. Elder brother's health declines day by day. Lan Gur wrote recently, saying that since autumn began, elder brother has suffered 3 episodes of angina. He dares not slack off due to the ongoing river works. In his letter, he mentioned that once this period passes, he plans to resign and return home to delve into the I Ching with my younger uncle. My grandfather laughed heartily, remarking, "Though the official path is prestigious, the paperwork is burdensome. Who compelled him to be an official?" His laughter faded as he grew serious, asking, "Has he sought medical help for this angina?" "The renowned doctors of Jiangnan have been consulted," Do Xingbang replied, "yet none have offered any effective remedies, only advising him to rest." Is elder brother the type to rest? Listening from the side, Do Zhao's thoughts drifted far away. Her uncle, Do Shiying, was the eldest son of her paternal grandfather, 39 years older than her father and 4 years younger than her grandfather. Like her grandfather, he had studied under their great-uncle from a young age. And though they referred to each other as uncle and nephew, their bond resembled that of brothers. By the time Do Zhao had memories, he had already passed away. It was said he perished while serving as governor in Yangzhou, succumbing to exhaustion from river construction duties. And his achievements were inscribed on the blue stone tablet in the ancestral hall. In the 4th year of Jianwu, a great flood struck Jiangnan, devastating many riverbanks. Yet the section repaired by her uncle remained intact. His political accomplishments were revisited, earning him special commendation from the emperor. Lan Gur was Do Shiying's only son, born when he was 43, who passed the provincial examination at 21 but faced repeated failures thereafter. The emperor, acknowledging Do Shiying's merits, bestowed upon him the position of deputy magistrate in Zhejiang County. When he came to the capital to express gratitude, the Do clan in the capital warmly welcomed him. Due to her stepmother, Do Zhao was distant from the Do family, sending only a gift of congratulations. Should she remind her uncle of something? Yet would he heed her words? Do Zhao hesitated. Aunt Ding entered with 2 maidservants, carrying tea and snacks. My mother set Do Zhao down and assisted Aunt Ding in serving tea and arranging pastries. Do Shibang lifted his teacup, took a sip, praised the tea, and remarked, "This truly embodies the saying, rely on the mountains for sustenance, and on the rivers for abundance." Xinxing was Do Zhao's second uncle, Do Shiqi's courtesy name. the younger brother of Dou Shiyang, 8 years younger than Dou Shiyang and 4 years older than Dou Shibang. He had passed the imperial examination at 26 and had since served in various official capacities, ultimately attaining a position in Jiangxi. Dou Zhao had only heard of him and had never met him. During her time in Jinding, he had been away in service, and by the time he returned, she had already married and moved to the capital. De Hongpao originates from Wui, and from Dou Shibang's tone, it seemed he was currently serving in Fujian. Hearing this, my grandfather laughed jovially, saying, relying on mountains for sustenance and rivers for abundance, the key is in the rely. Who can compare with you? We all depend on you for our livelihood. The Dou family had many members in official positions, but even more devoted themselves solely to the Confucian classics, shutting themselves away from worldly matters. Dou Shibang managed the affairs of both the eastern and western branches of the Dou family. He chuckled awkwardly at the remark. Dou Zhao recalled that not only had her uncle participated in the provincial examination alongside her second, fourth, and fifth uncles, but he had also competed with her sixth uncle, father, and various cousins, yet it seemed he had never succeeded. Noticing this, her father raised his teacup, reiterating, drink tea, drink tea. He then called out to her mother, it's rare for Sangha to visit. Please tell the kitchen staff to prepare some small dishes for drinking. I wish to have a couple of drinks with father and Sangha. No need, no need, Dou Shibang interjected, glancing at her father with a smile. Elder brother asked me to convey a few words to my younger uncle. It's getting late, I must return after delivering the message. Besides, with the new year approaching, there's a mountain of matters awaiting me at home. That won't take much time, my grandfather chuckled, but her father pulled her mother aside. Since Sangha has matters to discuss with father, we shall take our leave for now. Without regard for her mother's surprise, he urged her out of Heishou Tang, sensing that Sanji's visit at this hour must bear significance. Her mother, relieved, had not seen her father in quite some time. She gazed at him with a softness akin to climbing vines. Very well then, I shall return to attend to my husband and let him rest early. Good, good, good. Her father replied, glancing back at Heishou Tang, appearing somewhat distracted. Dou Zhao followed her father's gaze. The surroundings were silent, the snow glimmering coldly under the moonlight, while the orange glow from her grandfather's study radiated warmth. Doubt crept into Dou Zhao's mind. Meanwhile, her mother remained oblivious, chatting and laughing with her father as they returned to the main residence. A gray-haired maid approached, bowing and greeting, "Seventh Master, Seventh Madam." Her demeanor was serious, yet her gaze was gentle. Dou Zhao immediately felt a sense of fondness. Her mother entrusted her to the woman, "Aunt Yu, please take Shogu to rest in the warm pavilion today." Aunt Yu smiled in response. Her father inquired, "Where is Shogu's wet nurse?" "She caught a chill." Her mother replied, proceeding into the room. "I fear she may pass her illness to Shogu." Her father had no choice but to follow. As they entered the hall, her father and mother headed towards the inner chamber, while Aunt Yu carried Dou Zhao towards the warm pavilion at the back of the inner chamber. She had not even reached the woman, how could she leave her mother like this? "Mother, mother." She squirmed in Aunt Yu's embrace. "Fourth miss, do not cry. Do not cry." Aunt Yu comforted her, quickening her pace. "Aunt Yu will play string games with you, shall we?" Her father hesitated, saying, "Why not let Shogu sleep with us tonight?" This. Her mother gazed at her father with a look of longing. It seemed her father did not notice, as he instructed Aunt Yu, "Bring Shogu over." Aunt Yu hesitated, glancing at her mother, who bit her lip in silence. With a smile, she said, "Seventh Master has had a taxing journey. If I ask you to bring her, just bring her." Her father replied, displeased. Aunt Yu no longer hesitated and handed Dou Zhao back to her mother. However, her father took Dou Zhao and carried her into the inner chamber. The maidservants brought in warm water and cloths to assist with washing and grooming. The mother attended to the father, while he playfully teased Dou Zhao, who clung tightly to her. The scene was chaotic yet exuded an unusual warmth and liveliness, filling Dou Zhao's heart with contentment and joy. After a while, tranquility descended, and Dou Zhao pulled at her mother's garment, lying between her parents. With her elbow resting on her cheek, the mother spoke softly to the father. inquiring if he still resided in the alley beside Jing'an Temple and whether Baoshan was with him. Her hand, brushing past Dou Zhao, gently caressed the father's arm. The vibrant red bellyband embroidered with intertwined lotuses glimmered under the light, while the snow-white fabric couldn't fully conceal the ample contours of her form, causing Dou Zhao to blush profusely, hastily closing her eyes and silently reflecting, "Mother, I understand that a brief separation can be more thrilling than a new marriage. I should not disrupt your happiness, yet I find myself compelled to do so. Once I help you send that woman away, I shall depart." The father, with eyes closed, grunted softly, saying, "Hurry and sleep. Tomorrow morning, I still have to be tested by you." With that, he turned over. The mother's hand fell empty. She pouted slightly. The father began to snore gently, enveloping the room in deeper silence. The mother lay down, lightly pinching Dou Zhao's little nose, whispering, "You little rascal." This mother, so genuine yet infused with innocent exuberance, almost made Dou Zhao burst into laughter. Just then, a maid rushed in with hurried steps, announcing from behind the curtain, "Seventh Master, Seventh Madam, Aunt Ding is here. She says the old master is looking for you urgently and wants you to come at once." The mother was taken aback. The sleeping father sprang up, asking, "What did you say? The old master wants me to go now?" His voice was tense. The maid confirmed. After a moment of hesitation, the mother urged, "You should go quickly. It might be related to what uncle has asked third uncle to convey." As she spoke, she sat up. "Yes, yes." The father murmured, tossing aside the covers, donning his clothes, and hastily leaving for Heshutang without heeding the mother's call for him to put on an additional layer. Mama Yu approached quietly, softly suggesting, "Seventh Madam, should we send someone to check?" The mother, filled with uncertainty, replied, "Perhaps we should refrain. What if it concerns matters of the court? But Aunt Ding will be there, I can inquire with her later." Dou Zhao's heart was laden with doubt. Aunt Ding had entered and exited the room with her head bowed, never once meeting the mother's gaze. Chapter 8, the incident. Dou Zhao intended to subtly hint to her mother, but the thought of the room still filled with unaddressed maidservants gave her a headache. She hastily climbed out of bed and called for her father loudly. If her mother were wise enough, she would have had the presence of mind to take her to her father. If grandfather were to scold them, they could easily shift the blame onto her. After all, would he truly chastise a child who knew no better? However, she clearly overestimated her mother's intelligence and her own influence. Upon witnessing her commotion, her mother frowned in displeasure, exclaiming, "It's so late, why isn't this child asleep?" She then instructed "You mama, take the young lady away, her noise is giving me a headache." You mama smiled apologetically at her mother, swiftly helping her dress, saying, "Fourth miss, be good, you mama will carry you to find the wet nurse. Please don't cry." Dou Zhao longed to roll her eyes in disdain, like the village women from the estates. How could her mother be so naive? If she were like her mother, she would have likely been devoured without a trace long ago. Dou Zhao clutched the curtains hanging by the bed, crying out for her father, but ultimately, she was forcibly taken to the warm chamber in the inner room by Yumama. With her mother gone, Dou Zhao quieted down, lying listlessly on the Kong as Yumama gently rearranged her disheveled hair. Noticing Dou Zhao's dazed expression, she softly remarked, "Do you also feel that today's events are somewhat unusual? I'll go take a discreet look, you stay here and behave, alright?" Dou Zhao instantly perked up. Indeed. One would not have expected Yumama to possess such acumen. Her eyes widened, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Yumama was momentarily taken aback, then smiled warmly, expressing her admiration. "Our fourth miss is indeed clever. At such a young age, you are already quite perceptive. Unlike seventh madam." She abruptly halted, muttering to herself, "What am I even discussing with a child?" before calling in a maidservant, Huan Xiao. "Stay here with the fourth miss while I check on the Heishou Hall." Huan Xiao, around 17 or 18, was fair and possessed a gentle, composed demeanor. Surprised by Yumama's command, she quickly responded affirmatively, articulating, "If anything arises, I shall immediately summon Shuangji to fetch you." Yumama nodded in satisfaction and hurried out of the warm chamber. Huanxiao joined Dou Zhao on the heated Kong, and seeing Dou Zhao was no longer crying or causing a fuss, but rather calm like an adult, she smiled gently and asked, "Fourth miss, would you like me to sing you to sleep?" Dou Zhao shook her head. Huan Zhao's smile broadened as she continued, then shall I accompany you in playing string games? Did she have a particular fondness for string games? Dou Zhao shook her head again. What would you like to do then? Huan Zhao inquired. Wait, for Mama. Dou Zhao replied. Huan Zhao regarded Dou Zhao with surprise. Ignoring her, Dou Zhao pulled over a large cushion and leaned against it, lost in thought. Huan Zhao chuckled, draping a thin blanket over Dou Zhao. She sensed something amiss from the way her father treated her mother. What had Mama perceived that felt out of place? What else was she unaware of? As Dou Zhao pondered, her eyelids grew heavier. No, she had to wait for Mama to return. She needed to know what had transpired. And what of Tuan Yang? Who exactly was she? Dou Zhao shook her head, forcing her eyelids apart. Yet, moments later, they drooped again of their own accord. She must not sleep. If she did, she might return to the dream with the wisteria flowers. Huan Zhao, stay awake. Dou Zhao urged, straining to keep her eyes open. Huan Zhao gently waved her hand, I will stay here with you. I will be obedient. Dou Zhao insisted. Huan Zhao pondered for a moment, seeing Dou Zhao's increasingly resolute expression, and hesitantly said, very well, I shall go check on what Mama is doing. She then summoned Shuangji to come in. Shuangji, a round-faced little girl, silently accompanied Dou Zhao. Before long, Huan Zhao returned, fourth miss. Mama and the mistress have gone to visit grandfather. Oh. Dou Zhao urged Huan Zhao to find Mama. However, Huan Zhao firmly refused, if I am discovered, I may not live to tell the tale. This was indeed true. Dou Zhao, having managed a household before, understood the severity of the matter. She could only wait for Mama and her mother to return, lamenting her own helplessness and yearning for the freedom she experienced in the dream with the wisteria flowers, where she could do as she pleased. Time passed slowly, and still, there was no sign of her mother or Mama. Dou Zhao's eyelids finally succumbed to fatigue. Sealing shut, she drifted into a sweet slumber. It felt like merely a moment, yet also an eternity, until Dou Zhao awoke with a start. Someone was calling for the fourth miss nearby. Dou Zhao opened her eyes to see the round faces of Shuangji and Huan Zhao. She released a long sigh of relief, still in the dream. Suddenly reassured, she queried Shuangji, Huan Zhao? Mama? Mother? Huan Zhao was called away by Mama. Shuangji replied, smiling as she helped Dou Zhao get dressed while a little maidservant poured hot water. The warm chamber buzzed with activity. Dou Zhao then realized that daylight had already broken. Squinting, she asked Shuangji, where is Huan Zhao? Shuangji replied, she is with grandfather. As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the warm curtain being lifted slightly, and someone peering in. Her expression darkening, she whispered sharply, who is lurking outside the curtain? Immediately, a little maidservant went to lift the curtain. The person behind it had nowhere to hide, nervously twisting her fingers. I was looking for the fourth Mississippi. Then, with false bravado, she loudly declared, the fourth miss asked me to inquire about someone. Dou Zhao turned her gaze towards the voice. Recognizing Xiang Chao, her heart stirred, and she called out to Xiang Chao. Shuangji and the little maidservant exchanged puzzled looks but allowed Xiang Chao to enter. Xiang Chao, with a smug expression, raised her chin towards Shuangji and the little maidservant, then scampered to Dou Zhao's side, lowering her voice submissively, fourth miss, I found Tuan Yang. As you requested. After a brief pause, her eyes gleamed with a certain hopeful anticipation as she looked at Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao smiled faintly. She had encountered many such maidservants in the Jining Marquis residence. They would go to great lengths to seize any glimmer of hope to elevate their status. She harbored no disdain for such individuals or their methods. If everyone were content with the status quo, what hope would life hold? However, Xiang Chao's approach was too hasty. Placing her hopes on a child who had yet to comprehend the complexities of the world, lacking foresight and prudence. Nevertheless, Dou Zhao felt grateful to Xiang Chao, otherwise, how would she have come upon any news about Tuan Yang? Dou Zhao addressed Shuangji, reward Xiang Chao. Shuangji hesitated. As a mistress, the fourth miss was still rather young. Should they consult seventh madam first? She pondered, noticing Xiang Chao's eyes light up as she bowed to Dou in gratitude. Then leaned closer to Dou Zhao, chattering excitedly. Tuan Yang is a little maidservant from the laundry room in the back courtyard. Taken in by 7th Madam when she went to Decipher Temple to pay respects. I asked everyone in the residence before I found her. What do you need her for? Would you like me to call her here? She is quite agreeable. In the laundry room. She eagerly takes on the dirty and laborious tasks, and the older women there all like her. Once I inquired, they brought me to Tuan Yang. Dou Zhao suddenly understood. Those who served her mother or herself were all esteemed servants of the Dou residence. How could they possibly know a lowly maid from the laundry? Conversely, as a mere maidservant in the laundry, Tuan Yang had not participated in whatever had transpired in the past, she had only heard about it later from others. This elucidates why Mother Tuo's words are at odds with reality. Her eyelids fluttered. Reality? Could it be that, deep within her heart, she perceives everything unfolding before her as genuine? Where, then, is she? Thoughts that she had previously dismissed now swirled chaotically in her mind, sending shivers through her spine. A young maid rushed in. Sister Shuangji, a grave situation has arisen. Her expression was frantic, as if facing a formidable adversary. At Heshitang, chaos has erupted. Dou Zhao's heart sank. What has happened? Shuangji hurriedly replied, the 7th Master has become infatuated with a woman while in the capital. He is pale, insisting on marrying her, and has even summoned the 3rd Master from the Eastern Manor to plead his case. The old master is furious, brandishing his sword as if to slay the 7th Master. Ah! The room descended into turmoil. What happened next? Fortunately, the 3rd Master did not depart and intervene to stop the old master. But the 7th Master is resolute about bringing that woman into the family, kneeling in the snow to implore the old master for his consent. In the end, the 7th Madam sought him out, and the 7th Master pleaded with her, infuriating her to the brink of madness. Not only did she refuse, but she also scolded the 7th Lord for his ingratitude, leaving even the old master speechless. The 3rd Master, seeing this, had Dafu discreetly summon the 3rd Madam. It is no wonder Sister Huanxiao vanished after being called away by Nurse Yu. Is that woman truly more beautiful than the 7th Madam? Did the old master ultimately consent to her entrance into the family? Would that not mean another mistress in the household? The maids buzzed with speculation, their chatter drowning out Dou Zhao's presence. Dou Zhao sat there, as if carved from clay, utterly astonished. Ever since she had taken charge of the household affairs of the Jining Marquisate, she had been perplexed as to why her 3rd uncle, a respected elder in the Dou family for his adept management of domestic affairs, frequently visited a concubine who bore no relation to the Dou family. It turned out he was visiting her. Mother Tua had claimed that her mother was compelled to hang herself. As the 3rd aunt who supported her father, he must have been filled with an ineffable guilt towards her, which might explain his actions. Dou Zhao recalled the way her 3rd uncle looked at her, always with a blend of affection and pity. Furthermore, the will he left behind after his passing stipulated that several esteemed works of calligraphy and painting from the previous dynasty would be bequeathed to her. At that time, the Dou family had not yet divided, and her 3rd uncle possessed no private estate, leaving only a few inkstones and jade to his biological sons, Dou Fanchong and Dou Huachong. She had always believed this was due to her 3rd uncle's particular fondness for her. It is evident that what one sees is not necessarily the truth, what one hears may not be the truth, and even what one feels may not be the truth. Dou Zhao spoke in a hushed voice, I want Mother Tua. Chapter 9. For over a year, Aunt Ding had not stirred upon entering the household. And Dou Zhao's paternal grandmother grew increasingly anxious. Occasionally, whispers reached her ears about a family named Shui in the Dou family's estate, who had borne 8 sons and 2 daughters, all of whom had survived. Faced with the burden of so many children, they offered 2 sons as bridegrooms to other families and now sought to exchange their 14-year-old eldest daughter for their 3rd son. Dou Zhao's paternal grandmother perceived this as fate. Although the eldest daughter of the Chui family was tall and robust, her features remained pleasing. Without consulting Dou Zhao's grandfather, she spent 200 taels of silver to bring the girl into their home. 10 months later, Dou Zhao's father was born. Just after the 100-day celebration of the child, Dou Zhao's grandfather summoned his wife, pointing to the swaddled Dou Shuriying, and insisted, "You must personally care for this child. Do not allow that illiterate Chui woman to ruin him." Thus, the Chui woman was sent to the modest estate in Dongji village, where they owned just over 100 acres, and she remained there until her passing. Hence, in essence, the Chui woman was always a village woman. During the years Dou Zhao lived with her, the Chui woman not only tended to the backyard vegetable garden, watering, catching pests, and weeding, but also imparted knowledge on managing crops and raising chickens and pigs. In her words, "Once you learn to tend to the fields, you will never go hungry wherever you roam." Growing up in such an environment, Dou Zhao became attuned to the seasons, when to sow in spring, reap in autumn, plant vegetables, and hatch chicks. She could even predict next year's weather based on winter's climate, resembling more the daughter of a country gentleman than that of a family of officials. The first time she met Tuanyang, she had just celebrated her 10th birthday, while the adults busied themselves with spring plowing. Her grandmother and the steward had gone to the fields, leaving Dou Zhao and several maidservants beneath the elm tree to watch village children collect elm sprouts. A caterpillar fell onto Dou Zhao's shoulder, startling her, and she seized it to frighten the maidservants, leading to a flurry of shrieks and chaos. Tuanyang suddenly appeared, rushing over to chase the maidservants while shouting, "She is a young lady, a daughter of the Dou family. How dare you disrespect her? I will beat you to death." Reflecting on these memories stirred a wave of emotion within Dou Zhao. After her stepmother's arrival, the servants who had cared for her mother were either sold due to insufficient seniority, released by the stepmother on the pretext of their past service, or sent back to their maternal homes. None informed her about her mother's affairs. Even her beloved grandmother had repeatedly advised her, "One must look forward. Dwelling on the past serves no purpose. You should contemplate how to navigate your future, how to win your mother-in-law's favor upon marrying into the Jining-ho family." No one comprehended the fear that gnawed at her heart. How had her mother died? Why was everyone so reticent? Her stepmother Wang's close maid, who claimed that her mother had perished due to giving birth to a daughter. Did that mean she was the cause of her mother's demise? Was this the reason she had been sent to her rural grandmother? Had her mother ever harbored resentment towards her while alive? Had she ever regretted giving her life? As she matured, her hesitation to inquire only deepened. Her mother's death became an indelible wound within Dou Zhao's heart. It was Tuanyang who revealed the truth to her, boldly retorting in the face of her grandmother's inquiries, "I know nothing of those lofty principles. I only know that Wang is responsible for the death of 7th Madam. Wang is the enemy of the 4th Miss. The 4th Miss cannot recognize a thief as her mother. What you are doing is not aiding the 4th Miss, but harming her, entangling her in filial disgrace." To this day, Dou Zhao vividly recalls the shock etched on her grandmother's face. Afterward, her grandmother said nothing further and kept Tuanyang at the estate, despite the numerous attendants who had served her mother. It was Tuanyang who spent 8 years searching for her, the only one to stand up for her. Dou Zhao's current circumstances left her feeling trapped, in dire need of someone obedient to her. No one was more suitable than Tuanyang. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chao disregarded Shuangji's objections and took the initiative to summon Tuanyang. Tuanyang gazed at Dou Zhao, her expression a mix of confusion and nervousness, softly addressing her as 4th Mississippi. At that moment, Tuanyang appeared youthful and radiant, her gaze gentle and shy. A stark contrast to the haggard and disheveled woman Dou Zhao remembered. A pang of sorrow struck Dou Zhao's heart. She asked Tuanyang, "Do you know me?" "Yes." Tuanyang replied softly, "Xiang Chao informed me on the way here. You are the daughter of 7th Madam, the 4th Miss of the Dou family. Knowing that you recognize me as 7th Madam's daughter is enough." Dou Zhao smiled and nodded, extending her arms for Tuanyang to embrace her. "Let us go to the Crane Longevity Hall. Shuangji, lead the way." Without hesitation, Tuanyang embraced Dou Zhao, while Shuangji hesitated, saying, "What if I must go?" Dou Zhao glared at Shuangji. Shuangji laughed awkwardly. Xiang Chao chimed in eagerly, "What about me? 4th Miss, what about me?" One cannot be surrounded by only one type of person. Sometimes, strengths can become weaknesses, and weaknesses can turn into strengths. "Come along," Dou Zhao said with a smile. Joyfully, Xiang Chao led the way, leaving Shuangji with no choice but to follow. The group made their way to the Crane Longevity Hall. A servant blocked their entrance, stating, "The old master has decreed that no one is to enter." Tuanyang looked anxiously at Do Zhao. Shuangji was at a loss, barely stopping herself from saying, "I told you so." Xiang Chao, however, stepped forward playfully, calling out, "Brother, we have come on 7th Madam's orders to escort the 4th Miss inside." He winked at the Crane Longevity Hall, which was in an uproar. "If you don't believe us, why not go in and announce our arrival?" The servant relented and allowed them to enter the courtyard. Shuangji whispered, "You are too bold. What if he really goes to summon 7th Madam?" "He won't." Xiang Chao replied confidently. "We would never dare approach the Crane Longevity Hall, why would they?" Do Zhao silently nodded. Inside the Crane Longevity Hall, her mother's voice, slightly hoarse yet sharp, rang out. "It is too late for you to say anything now. If you wish to take a concubine, why not speak directly to me? You had to ask third uncle to approach father on your behalf because you know that your actions betray me. Lacking the virtue of a gentleman, and your mind is clouded by lust for women. You seek to ensure your safety by using elders to pressure me. If that is the case, let us invite the elders from both families to discuss this matter properly." Seventh younger sister, third uncle pleaded. "Whether you take a concubine or not, it's a trivial matter. If you disagree, then so be it. Why must we disturb the peace of both families? Causing the whole city to gossip and ridicule us? Wan Yuan, quickly apologize to your sister-in-law. Let this matter rest. All the blame lies with me. I implore you, sister-in-law, for the sake of my face, to be more forgiving." Wan Yuan was the courtesy name of Do Zhao's father. Her mother fell silent, while her father muttered softly, his words indistinct. Do Zhao urged, "We must go in." At this moment, Xiang Chao and Shuangji began to feel apprehensive, while Tuanyang, with determination on her face, held Do Zhao tightly as they entered the hall. The occupants of the Crane Longevity Hall dared not obstruct Do Zhao. "Who is it?" Aunt Ding, standing at the entrance, barked authoritatively, her expression stern, an entirely new sight for Do Zhao. Tuanyang shrank her shoulders but quickly stood tall, her voice trembling yet respectful. "It is the 4th Miss. She asked me to carry her inside." Hearing the commotion, her mother, seated in a grand chair with a frosty expression, and third uncle, fidgeting anxiously, looked over in astonishment, while her father, kneeling in the middle of the hall, leapt to his feet, furious and humiliated, shouting at them, "What is going on?" Her grandfather was not present in the hall. Before Do Zhao could speak, her mother coldly laughed and rose. "Why unleash your anger upon a child for your own misdeeds?" As she spoke, she approached and embraced Do Zhao, inquiring in a gentle voice about the matter at hand while casting a sharp gaze upon Tuanyang. Do Zhao interjected before Tuanyang could respond, exclaiming, "Mother, I want Tuanyang, I want Tuanyang." The mother frowned, recalling the maids confined within the side room. She did not recognize Tuanyang. Providing Tuanyang with a menial position within the household was a trivial matter, hardly worthy of remembrance. A young maid entered timidly, announcing, "The third mistress has arrived." The third uncle, invigorated by the news, eagerly sought to dismiss Do Zhao and her entourage to attend to more pressing matters. "She's merely a servant girl," he declared. "If Shogu desires her, then grant her wish." He then exchanged a meaningful glance with the father, who promptly added, "This Tuanyang shall be bestowed upon Shogu." The third aunt possessed a cheerful disposition, a witty tongue, and a warm demeanor. Despite not being the matriarch, she was well liked by all within the Do household, who often sought her assistance as an intermediary in various matters. The mother suspected the reason for the third aunt's sudden arrival. She also wished to dissuade the father from taking a concubine. After all, Tuanyang was a servant within their own household, surely she would not abscond. The mother decided that Tuanyang could temporarily care for Shogu, whose maids had been imprisoned, until she had dealt with the matter at hand and thoroughly investigated Tuanyang's background. The mother summoned Yu, instructing her to settle Tuanyang in Shogu's chambers. Yu, bewildered, glanced at Tuanyang before respectfully acquiescing. With so many people present, including Yu, someone would surely intervene should the mother contemplate suicide. Do Zhao was not concerned. She tugged at Tuanyang's sleeve, signaling her to return. Tuanyang remained immersed in a state of bewildered disbelief, having abruptly transitioned from a laundress to a personal maid. She failed to express her gratitude as she followed Do Zhao out of Crane Longevity Hall, her footsteps unsteady. Fragrant Grass and Twin Branches had already received word. Twin Branches congratulated Tuanyang, exchanging polite greetings. From now on, we shall serve together. Fragrant Grass lowered her head in frustration. Her expression a mixture of regret and disappointment. Do Zhao smiled faintly and pointed at Fragrant Grass, telling you I want Fragrant Grass. Fragrant Grass was both surprised and delighted. You shared the seventh mistress's sentiments. Moreover, Fragrant Grass was already serving in the seventh mistress's chambers, making her familiar and trustworthy. She cautioned Fragrant Grass. Since the fourth miss favors you, then follow the fourth miss. Remember to serve diligently and not to anger the fourth Mississippi. Fragrant Grass was overjoyed. The servants in the fourth miss's chambers had been imprisoned for their transgressions, and the seventh mistress would undoubtedly dismiss them. Having gained the fourth miss's favor, she might even ascend to the rank of a first-class maid. The more she considered it, the brighter her future appeared. As you turned away, she hastily thanked Do Zhao. Fourth miss, I will certainly serve you well. Do Zhao waved her hand to silence the effusive Fragrant Grass, then gestured towards Crane Longevity Hall. Listen. And tell me. Chapter 10, Mother. Upon hearing Do Zhao's words, Shuangji gazed at him with a hint of trepidation. Do Zhao remained indifferent. Convinced that as long as her mother and elders harbored no suspicion, the gossip of the servants was merely idle chatter. Do Zhao directed Tuanyang to carry her back to the room. The affairs of the Western Do family were straightforward. Although the tense atmosphere at Heishou Tang agitated the servants, it had not yet escalated to a state of panic. When Shuangji relayed the news of Tuanyang and Xiang Chao's assignment to serve in Do Zhao's quarters, the focus of the group swiftly shifted to the two of them. Some jested, that little mink Xiang Chao has finally succeeded, one wonders whose favor she curries? Many others, however, greeted Tuanyang with courtesy, introducing themselves. I am Ginkgo, I am Lilac, while another asked, Sister, which household did you serve before? How is it you have suddenly been assigned to the fourth Miss's quarters? Tuanyang, and used to such enthusiasm, mumbled her responses. Upon learning she was a course made from the laundry, the others exchanged glances, somewhat at a loss. Seeing their bewilderment, Tuanyang felt more constrained. Enough. Shuangji interjected with a smile, let us allow Tuanyang to settle in first, we can converse later. She pondered that there were 2 beds in her and Han Zhao's room, and since no one knew when the 7th madam and the others would return, it was essential not to leave the 4th miss unattended. I suggest Tuanyang rest in our room for now, and we shall see what the 7th madam decides later. Tuanyang sighed in relief. The group regained their composure, with some volunteering to assist Tuanyang in tidying up her belongings, while others offered to help make the bed. Tuanyang, however, refused to leave Do Zhao's side, insisting, who will serve the miss? I will wait for Xiang Chao to arrive. Do Zhao smiled faintly. Tuanyang was stubborn. When she married into the Jining Marquis' household, her future was uncertain, and she had not dared to bring Tuanyang along. By the time she had established herself and wished to bring Tuanyang over, it was too late. Tuanyang had passed away. Remembering this, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gently clasped Tuanyang's hand. Tuanyang looked at her earnestly and declared, Fourth miss, rest assured. I shall remain steadfast by your side. The sentiment implied that everyone else was untrustworthy, and the atmosphere in the room darkened as the others regarded Tuanyang with disapproval. Unperturbed, Tuanyang stood resolutely by Do Zhao's side. Shuangji, feeling somewhat disgruntled, instructed a maid to inform the laundry room to prepare a space for Tuanyang to rest. Everyone dispersed, no longer engaging Tuanyang in conversation. Do Zhao and Tuanyang exchanged glances, each lost in thought. Moments later, Xiang Chao rushed in, exclaiming, Fourth miss, the 7th madam and granny, you have returned. She did not mention their father. A wave of unease washed over Do Zhao as she inquired, Father? Wiping the sweat from her brow, Xiang Chao replied, the 7th master. The old master, the 3rd master, and the 3rd madam are still at Heishou Tang. Were they deliberating on taking a concubine or on persuading their mother to relent? Dou Zhao felt a surge of anxiety and, with Tuan Yang's assistance, hurriedly descended from the Kong and dashed outside, with Tuan Yang and Xiang Chao closely trailing behind her. Her mother, assisted by Granny Yu, entered with a grave expression. "Mother, mother!" Dou Zhao cried, rushing towards her. Her mother's demeanor softened momentarily. She bent down to embrace Dou Zhao, kissing her cheek before handing her over to Han Xiao. "Play rope skipping with the fourth miss," she instructed. Han Xiao quickly took Dou Zhao into her arms, but Dou Zhao clung to her mother's garment, unwilling to let go. Her mother, suddenly irritated, exclaimed, "You naughty child. Why won't you listen? I have matters to attend to, go play with Han Xiao." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Tuan Yang and Xiang Chao, gesturing for Dou Zhao to join them instead. Understanding that her mother was preoccupied, Dou Zhao complied, allowing Han Xiao to carry her. Once her mother and Granny Yu retreated into the inner chamber, Dou Zhao slipped from Han Xiao's grasp and scurried towards them. The maid on duty did not dare to stop her, and she entered the inner room effortlessly. Her mother was bent over the Kong table, weeping. "You saw it for yourself." Before he even stepped inside, he was so protective, fearful that even a slight grievance might befall him. What more can I say? I acquiesced to his wishes and allow as my mother spoke, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She did not lament her plight but rather expressed her remorse to Aunt San, saying, "Please convey a few words to Uncle San on my behalf. It was out of sheer anger that I spoke to him in such a manner. I beseech Uncle San to overlook my youth and inexperience and not hold my words against me. By saying this, you create a rift between me and your brother." Aunt San also shed tears, reiterating, "Ultimately, it is your brother's fault. If he had not acted so recklessly, Uncle Chi would not have caused such a commotion." "But what does this have to do with Uncle San?" my mother interrupted, sobbing. "Though we are brothers, Uncle San regards Wan Yuan as his own son. If Wan Yuan has a matter to discuss, can Uncle San truly remain indifferent? In the end, it is still Wan Yuan's fault. He has been misled. My resentment runs deep. We grew up together, and in terms of affection, our bond should surpass that of other couples. If he wishes to take a concubine, why did he not consult me first? When I disagreed, he knelt in the snow and refused to rise. My father-in-law had to wait until he was 42 to have this only child. How does he regard me? What place does he assign me? The very thought sends a chill through my heart." She collapsed onto the table, weeping once more. "Do not cry, do not cry." Aunt San embraced my mother, saying, "Life is full of ups and downs. Uncle Chi is still young, it is only natural for him to be foolish at times. I am not afraid of your laughter. Your uncle should be more composed and reserved, right? When he first became a scholar, did he not also indulge in the folly of publishing books and taking concubines? Your elder sister-in-law wept in anger at that time. But look at the years that have passed. After that period of youthful exuberance, he realized that home is where one truly belongs and devoted himself to living with your elder sister-in-law. Remarkably, your elder sister-in-law, nearing 40, has given birth to Langur. This shows that sometimes, one must overcome rigidity with gentleness, one cannot always confront force with force. I understand all that you say, Sister San." My mother, upon hearing this, sat up straight and wiped her tears, declaring, "I have a request to make of you." She did not continue the previous topic with Aunt San. Aunt San, somewhat taken aback, quickly replied, "Speak, speak. I will help in any way I can. Since that woman wishes to enter our household, I must at least have a look at her." My mother said, "I would like to ask you and sister-in-law to accompany me when the time comes." This was a customary practice among families of status. Even if one agreed to a husband taking a concubine, the wife would first have to assess the woman. If she were a woman of dubious character, the wife would not be seen as jealous for rejecting her husband's wishes. This is not like those newly rich merchants who have no standards and simply bring home whoever they fancy. Aunt San suddenly understood. Good, good, good. I shall speak with sister-in-law right away. My gratitude to you, Sister San, my mother replied, rising to her feet. I will tell Wan Yuan to bring her from the capital to Zhending. Aunt San did not respond but smiled warmly as she patted my mother's hand, saying, Sister Chi has grown up. Her tone was a blend of nostalgia and delight. Chapter 11, Stepmother Dou Zhao's emotions were complex. If this suddenly appearing woman were indeed her stepmother, her mother would likely be gravely disappointed in her. Her stepmother was surnamed Wang, with the given naming Xue. The daughter of Wang Xingyi. Wang Xingyi, styled Yuxing, hailed from Nanhua Township in Lingshu County, North Zhili. He was a successful candidate in the imperial examination of the 36th year of the Zhidai era. Initially appointed as an official in the Ministry of Personnel, he later ascended to the position of undersecretary in the Ministry of War. During this time, the Mongolian leader Altan Khan invaded the northern borders multiple times, and the general stationed in Datong, Duke Shaduanlin, requested permission to open a horse market for peace. Wang Xingyi submitted a petition opposing this, strongly arguing against Duke Shaduanlin's proposals. The Grand Eunuch Qindong, who oversaw the imperial ceremonies, protected Duke Shaduanlin, leading Wang Xingyi to impeach Qindong for 15 crimes of treachery. In the 4th year of the Yongming era, Wang Xingyi was sentenced to 100 strokes of the rod and imprisoned in a death cell. His refusal to write a letter of repentance while in prison earned him a reputation among scholars. After Qindong's death, with the help of his mentor, the Grand Secretary Xing Yifan and others, Wang Xingyi's sentence was commuted to exile in Xiningwei in the 6th year of the Yongming era. In the subsequent years, the Mongolians continued to disturb the borders, and the horse market was destroyed. In the 4th year of the Qingping era, which was the 3rd year after the stepmother married into the family, Wang Xingzu was recommended by Xing Yifan and appointed. Initially, he was transferred to serve as the magistrate of Xintai County in Shandong, then promoted to official in the Ministry of Justice, followed by the Ministry of Rights, and finally to the Ministry of War's Wuxianzi, advancing 4 positions within 6 months. At this time, 10 years had passed since his exile, spanning 2 dynasties. Subsequently, Wang Xingyi's fortunes rose steadily, and by the time Dou Zhao fell ill, he had ascended to the esteemed position of Grand Secretary in the Eastern Pavilion and Minister of Rights. The Wang family, originally a minor clan in Nanhua, had been engaged in agriculture and scholarship for generations. After Wang Xingyi's troubles, his wife, Su, sold off their family assets to save her husband. Following his commuted sentence to exile, Wang Xingyi's eldest son, Wang Zhibing, accompanied their ailing father to Xiningwei, while his wife took care of their recently married daughter-in-law, Gao, along with their second son, Wang Zhibao, and daughter, Yingxiwei. With no stable income, Gao took the initiative to sell her dowry, acquiring 300 taels of silver, of which 30 taels were used to buy 4 acres of arable land for sustenance, while the remainder was sent to support Wang Xingyi and Wang Zhibing in Xiningwei, making their lives exceedingly difficult. There were families like Gao's, who understood righteousness, and others like the Leis, who pursued profit above all. In the 8th year of the Yongming era, seeing that Xing Yifan had been forced into retirement and that Wang Xingyi had no chance of reinstatement, the Leis annulled the engagement of 14-year-old Wang Yingxiwei. Determined, Wang Yingxiwei sold the betrothal gifts from the Lei family and, with the help of a maid from Gao's household, began purchasing cotton to sustain the family, allowing Wang Xingyi to survive until his reinstatement. Thus, when the 3rd aunt informed Dou Zhao that her father had sent someone to bring that woman to Zhending, and after consulting with her aunt, they decided to meet the woman at the estate accompanying her aunt's dowry, Dou Zhao cried and clung to her mother's skirt, refusing to let go. Her mother, suppressing her anger, tried to soothe her. The 3rd aunt, observing the situation, suddenly had an idea and smiled, saying, "This is also fine. If anyone inquires, we can simply say that we brought Shogu to the elder sister's estate for leisure." Only then did her mother relent, distractedly following the 3rd aunt to her elder sister's estate. The elder aunt was already waiting at the 2nd gate. She took Dou Zhao's mother by the hand and scrutinized her, nodding in approval and saying, "I was worried you might not handle it. But it seems I was overly concerned." Dou Zhao's mother, adorned in a bright red robe with a bottle gourd pattern, her ebony hair styled in a loose bun with a pearl flower shaped like a peony pinned beside it, and a jade bracelet contrasting beautifully against her fair wrist and crimson sleeves, exuded both elegance and grace. The 3rd aunt complimented, "7th sister-in-law has always been skilled in dressing. You look particularly lovely today." A faint smile of bitterness flickered across her mother's lips before quickly disappearing. She bowed to her elder and 3rd aunts, saying, "I hope you can assist me with today's matters." Of course, the elder and 3rd aunts replied in unison, gently pushing her forward. Their gazes filled with the same love a mother would have, assuring her that they would not allow seventh uncle to act recklessly. With her expression steadying, Do Zhao's mother smiled as the elder aunt embraced Do Zhao, saying, "Shogu, the camellias behind my house have bloomed. Would you like to take a few branches to put in a vase?" Her gaze, however, fell directly on the maid Tua and Xiangxiao who accompanied her. Do Zhao clung tightly to her elder aunt's neck, exclaiming, "I want them, mother, I want them, elder aunt, I want them, third aunt," her cries echoing loudly, startling the elder aunt. Embarrassed and exasperated, Do Zhao's mother quickly took her back, blushing as she explained, "This child doesn't know what's wrong with her. She's been following me closely these past few days. If I step away, she cries so loudly that it's unbearable." The elder aunt sighed, stroking Do Zhao's hair. "The old adage says that mothers and daughters share a heart. This child is perceptive, she knows you are troubled, and she fears for you." This remark brought tears to Do Zhao's mother, tightening her embrace around her daughter. "Let her follow you," the third aunt remarked, "after all, she is still young." Do Zhao's mother agreed with a nod. The group turned from the hall into the flower hall in the backyard. Snow fell heavily, and the plum blossoms were in full bloom. A graceful woman stood by the window in a rose-red jacket, her posture straight, harmonizing beautifully with the cold plum blossoms outside. Do Zhao's heart tightened. It was her stepmother. That silhouette was one she would never forget. When her grandfather and grandmother passed away, and her third uncle sent her to the capital to reunite with her father, she had stood by the window like that, scrutinizing her with sharp eyes. On the night the Jining Marquis' residence formally proposed marriage to the Do family, she had stood by the window, her expression as cold as water, gazing at her. When she sent her maid to be received by Wei Tingyu, only to have her sent away after, she had stood silently by the window, hands tightly clenched, staring at her. When she sought to arrange a marriage for her brother Do Xiao with Zhang Yifan's granddaughter and was rejected, she had called her back home. Standing so fiercely by the window, Do Xiao gazed intently at that figure. From trepidation to unrestrained laughter, she felt as if she had traversed through hell barefoot. Who had ever shown compassion for her pain and lament? Her mother's steps slowed. The falling snow resembled drifting willow fluff. That figure turned around. A smooth forehead, a prominent nose, clear eyes, exquisitely beautiful like a picturesque landscape. Do Zhao's mother jumped up as if her tail had been stepped on. "How can it be you? Wang Yingxue. How can it be you?" She swayed unsteadily, her arms around Do Zhao growing weak, but Do Zhao caught her waist to prevent her from falling. The elder and third aunts exchanged glances, and the third aunt cleverly caught Do Zhao in her embrace. Wang Yingxue stepped forward with grace. She knelt under the eaves, bowing to Do Zhao's mother, softly calling her sister. "In our Zhao family, I have only one daughter. I do not know when I gained a sister." Do Zhao's mother retorted with a cold laugh, struggling to maintain the calm elegance she had just displayed, though she could not hide the turmoil in her brows. "You must be mistaken." Wang Yingxue lowered her gaze, kneeling on the cold stone bricks of the eaves, her expression humble and submissive. Just as she had shown respect before the elders of the Do family, "Sister, our families live next door to each other. I have no sisters. And you have only one brother. We grew up like siblings, and you know my temperament well. Though my family has fallen on hard times, I am not so shameless. The Gao family knew of my family's misfortunes yet still married their daughter to us. Just a month after my sister-in-law and brother married. They suggested that my brother serve our father in Xiningwei. Now, with nephew Nan seriously ill, we cannot even gather enough money for his medical treatment. Having sold our 4 acres of arable land, which was our means of survival, I had thought that as long as someone was willing, I would accept any role, be it as a servant or maid, but unexpectedly, I encountered my brother-in-law. As she spoke, she bowed deeply 3 times to Do Zhao's mother. And with the grave error already committed, she felt she had no words left to say. "I can only implore you, young master. If your esteemed sister consents to my entry into this household, I shall relinquish all past entanglements and dedicate myself to serving her with utmost sincerity." "Sister." Her eyes glistened with a poignant glimmer. Blame fate for this cruel twist. She kowtowed once more. "I will endeavor to attend to her needs diligently." "Huh?" Mother scoffed, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Wang Yingxue. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, "And what if I withhold my consent?" Wang Yingxue faltered momentarily, then offered a self-deprecating smile. Then I would beseech your esteemed sister to grant me a silken cord. Mother remained silent, snatching the scarlet sash from her waist and casting it upon the ground. With a mirthless smile, she questioned Wang Yingxue, is this length sufficient? Wang Yingxue, with unwavering resolve, slowly rose to her feet, a faint smile gracing her lips. She approached Mother, gracefully bent her knee, retrieved the crimson sash, and softly murmured, I thank you, esteemed sister. Then, she turned and proceeded towards the flower hall. Snowflakes cascaded upon her raven tresses, vanishing swiftly from sight. This estate was part of the dowry of the eldest aunt. Should a death occur here, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. The eldest aunt was seized by apprehension. Seventh sister-in-law, who is this woman? How do you know her? Mother. Her gaze fixed upon the flower hall doors that had slammed shut, murmured in a disconsolate tone, she is the daughter of Wang Yoxing, residing in Nanhua. He was once a fellow scholar with my father, and our families occasionally exchanged visits. She is 2 years my junior. When I married, she gifted me 2 handkerchiefs, personally embroidered with paired lotus blossoms. I never anticipated. I never dreamt. No wonder Wan Yuan refused to reveal her identity. They crafted a scheme to deceive me. The eldest aunt and third aunt were aghast. Wang Yoxing? Is that the Wang Yiheng who was exiled for offending Chendong? Mother nodded gently, 2 streams of tears coursing down her cheeks. Seventh uncle is utterly muddled. Her father was a Jinshi graduate of the Jichou year, and he was in the same cohort as your 5th uncle. The eldest aunt paced anxiously. I must inform my youngest uncle. She then instructed the third aunt, quickly restrain Miss Wang. I shall summon assistance. As the matter of a young master taking a concubine was not something to be celebrated. The servants attending within and around the flower hall had been dismissed by the eldest aunt. The third aunt also recognized the gravity of the situation. The Dou family was not afraid of offending dignitaries, but it feared being branded with the crime of coercing the daughter of a fallen peer to her death. She responded with a cry of assent, lifted her skirt, and hastened towards the flower hall. Mother stood silently on the flagstone bridge, allowing the snowflakes to gently accumulate upon her, transforming her into a snow-clad figure. Her sole companion was the diminutive Dou Zhao. Chapter 12, The Visitor to her astonishment. Dou Zhao discovered that her mother and Wang Yingxue were old acquaintances. For a long time, she had pondered why some women would forsake their families and reputations for the sake of love with a man. Was romantic affection truly of such paramount importance? Once love fades and a man returns to his family, he is often seen as a wayward son returning home. But what of the woman? How does she continue to find her footing in the world? She and her mother sat in the small hall behind the main chamber, listening to her grandfather reprimanding her father. Experience had taught Dou Zhao not to overestimate or underestimate her adversaries. Truth be told, Wang Yingxue was not only astute and capable but also adept at assessing situations. She was always pragmatic, prioritizing her interests, and was decisively resolute in her decisions. Such a person had been promised by her grandfather to be adopted as a daughter and given a splendid marriage arranged by the Dou family. Why then did she insist on following her father? The Dou family was not a shallow household of newly risen officials, given her status. They would never agree to let her become a concubine. Her mother was the legitimate wife of the Zhao family, and even if she had heired, the Dou family would not easily cast her aside for the sake of their reputation. Had Wang Yingxue not considered this upon arriving in Jinding? It seemed out of character for her. As her thoughts raced, Dou Zhao suddenly had a revelation. Her younger sister, Dou Ming, was born on the 3rd day of the 7th month in the Dingwei year. There is a saying that one lives through 7 but not 8. Implying that if Dou Ming was born prematurely, Wang Yingxue must have entered the family by the latest in the 1st month of the year. According to custom, when a wife passed away, her husband was to observe a year of mourning. Exceptions existed, however, such as when a husband went to war and his wife passed, allowing him to remarry within 100 days if there were no one to care for his parents or raise his children. Although her father was not a soldier, her paternal grandmother had passed away early, and if her mother, there was no one to manage the household, this could justifiably apply. This meant that her mother had died before the year ended. But what if Dou Ming was not born prematurely? Dou Zhao could not help but laugh. Wang Yingxue would certainly strive to maintain her position in the Dou family. She would never admit to having an affair with her father. Her father, wanting Wang Yingxue to enter the household, would never reveal her pregnancy to anyone. This situation was akin to gambling, where one suddenly discovers a mirror behind their opponent, revealing every card they held. She felt an exhilarating rush. As long as her mother was alive, the longer this situation persisted, the more favorable it would be for them. But the crux of the matter lay in her mother's survival. In a buoyant mood, she picked a golden orange from the fruit bowl and handed it to her mother. "Mother, eat this orange." Her mother managed a faint smile, accepting the orange but merely staring blankly at it. Dou Zhao cheerfully fed her mother orange segments and offered them to her aunt and third aunt, who were sitting with them in the small hall. They laughed and teased her in an attempt to lighten the atmosphere, and she giggled in response. Gradually, a smile returned to her mother's face. That night, she fell asleep holding her mother's garment. The next day, her third uncle, sixth uncle, her eldest aunt as the matriarch, and her third aunt, who assisted in managing the household, all accompanied the second madam of the East House, her grandfather's second sister-in-law. Her grandfather's eldest cousin-in-law, and second brother had all passed away. "I have heard about the situation from your nephew and niece," the second madam stated. She was petite, yet her gaze was strikingly bright, lending her an air of authority. "Has the young lady from the Wang family sent someone to Southwa to convey a message?" "I have sent Ding to accompany her," her grandfather replied bitterly. "A messenger was dispatched to Southwa last night." He then shamefully added, "Second sister-in-law, this matter is a result of my failure in raising my children." "We will discuss that later," the second madam interrupted, asserting that the pressing issue was to ascertain their current standing. Her words struck the core of the matter, and Dou Zhao felt a deep admiration. Her grandfather was taken aback, opening his mouth, possibly recalling her father's folly in this affair, and fell into silence. The second madam instructed her third uncle, Wang Yuan, "And you share a father-son bond. Go and inquire about him." Then she turned to the eldest aunt, "And you? Go and inquire about Miss Wang." Both responded in unison and set off to act. The second madam then beckoned for Dou Zhao's mother to sit beside her. Without the Zhao family, there would be no Dou family. The Zhao family's lord and lady passed away early, and your uncle is young and timid, making it difficult for him to handle these matters, but the elders of the Dou family are still present. Rest assured, you will not suffer any injustice. Dou Zhao had only one uncle, her mother's elder brother. Her mother was a posthumous child, her grandmother had passed away when her mother was 10, leaving her to grow up with her elder brother and sister-in-law. When her grandmother was alive, though they did not worry for food and clothing, they were always concerned about trouble from Ding Fu and ruffians. By then, the Dou family had become affluent, and her grandmother frequently brought the two children to visit, further solidifying their kinship. Her uncle, Zhao Si, had studied at the Dou family academy since childhood and maintained a close relationship with Dou Shiying, Dou Wenchang, Dou Yuchang, and Dou Huachang. Thus, her parents' marriage was settled without any turbulence. When the second madam mentioned her deceased parents, Dou Zhao's mother burst into tears in her embrace. The sixth uncle was 4 years older than her father. They had studied together since childhood, both passing the scholars' examination and failing the provincial examination, and were now at home studying behind closed doors. Seeing her mother so heartbroken made him feel awkward, and he softly suggested, "Shall we move to the study of the second uncle? Some matters may not be appropriate for us to listen to as uncles." The second madam shot him a glare, firmly stating, "You went to the capital with Wang Yuan, do you know anything about this matter?" The sixth uncle flinched and hurriedly denied. "It has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with me. If it weren't for you urging me to return early, how could Wang Yuan have gotten into such trouble?" He mumbled, his tone laced with disbelief. The second madam was momentarily rendered speechless by anger. The sixth uncle, Dou Shiying, was the second madam's youngest son. When he was born, his elder brothers had all already achieved success, thus she treated him with more leniency than her other sons. Meanwhile, since her father was an only child, her grandfather, though stern in appearance, actually doted on him, making the bond between the two of them particularly close. Dou Zhao recalled that after her father moved to the capital, he even reserved a small courtyard for the sixth uncle, who would stay with him whenever he visited the capital. The two later served together in the Hanlin Academy, with her father excelling in the I Ching and the sixth uncle in the Zhuozhuan, earning them the playful title of the Dou Brothers of Excellence. Her mother was taken aback, realizing that the second madam intended to help the sixth uncle clear any suspicion. She politely remarked, "If it is destined to rain, a daughter must marry. If Wang Yuan has taken the initiative, what use is it if the sixth uncle is always by his side?" The second madam's expression softened, and she scolded the sixth uncle, "You should thank your sister-in-law." The sixth uncle bowed to her mother, who hurriedly returned the gesture. Dou Zhao's eyes sparkled. The sixth uncle's lack of an apology or comforting words indicated his alignment with her father. The second madam likely sensed this as well, rising to address everyone. "Let us move to the small hall in the back. We shall leave the main hall for the men of the family." Naturally, there was no dissent. Her mother and third uncle assisted the second madam to rise, just as a servant rushed in. "Old master, the steward of the Duke of Jining has sent a greeting card, saying that the Duchess is kin to our seventh lady and has come to pay her respects during her visit home." Everyone was taken aback, and Dou Zhao was particularly astonished. The Duchess of Jining was none other than her grandmother. Why had her grandmother come to join the commotion? "It is Miss Tian from Shiliu Township," her mother joyfully explained to everyone. "Their family and ours were old acquaintances from Bianjing, and our ancestors had once been related by marriage. It was only due to Uncle Tian's auspicious career that Aunt Tian had married into the esteemed Jining Marquis household, which subsequently diminished our interactions. I never anticipated her visit." With that thought, I glanced at my grandfather. Since we had a distinguished guest, my son's matters would have to be set aside for the moment. After a brief contemplation, my grandfather instructed the young servant to invite the steward of the Jining Marquis residence inside. The steward presented a formal greeting box and exchanged polite words, acknowledging the tight schedule of the Marquise, who had arranged to visit tomorrow morning at the hour of the snake. My mother, undeterred by the affairs in the hall, directed Aunt Yu to dust and arrange the room, as well as prepare the menu. Dou Zhao sat alone on the Kong, counting on her fingers. Would Wei Tingyu accompany her? Her mother had mentioned they had met in their childhood. Could this be the occasion? Lost in thought, she noticed her third aunt hurriedly entering the room. She called out to Maid Tua, "Hold me, take me to mother." Maid Tua, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Miss Four, you can speak now." Dou Zhao was momentarily taken aback, eventually responding with an instruction, "Quickly, go in ahead of third aunt." "All right," Maid Tua cheerfully replied, carrying her to her mother, who was overjoyed to hear that Miss Four could speak. "Oh." Mother laughed, teasing Dou Zhao, "Say a few words for me to hear?" Dou Zhao replied candidly, "I want to go to uncle's house to play." Mother chuckled, and Dou Zhao joined in the laughter. After all, they were not blood relatives. Although the second matron aided her mother, she was more eager for her son to distance himself. What kind of uncle was this? It was necessary to ascertain that. Just then, the third aunt entered, prompting Maid Tua to discreetly step out, while Dou Zhao remained seated on the Kong. The third aunt took Dou Zhao's small hand and whispered to her mother, "I have inquired thoroughly, they all say born of emotion, constrained by reason." Mother scoffed at that. The third aunt playfully chided, "Does it matter whether they are genuine or not? They have said so, and thus we shall believe it. Since both parties are clear of any suspicion, when the Wang family's representatives arrive, we shall hand her over to them." Mother nodded in understanding. Outside, a flustered voice echoed, "Seventh master, seventh madam is conversing with third madam." Before the words could fully escape, the warm curtain was abruptly lifted, revealing my father. His expression as dark as thunder. "Uncle Seven has returned." The third aunt smiled, pulling my mother behind her. "Where are your brothers?" "Third sister-in-law." Father hastily saluted the third aunt, his forehead lined with veins. "Aunt Ding has set a family banquet in the small floral hall. Guqiu is assisting me with a change of clothes before joining." The third aunt hesitated slightly. My mother's hand rested gently on her shoulder. "Third sister-in-law, you should go ahead. They must be waiting anxiously. Wan Yuan and I will join you shortly." The third aunt exchanged a knowing glance with Aunt Yu and left the inner chamber with a smile. Chapter 13, Quarrel. Once Aunt San departed, Mother cast a piercing glare at Father, her eyes as cold as the edge of a knife. Father, undeterred, shot back an equally fierce look. His agitation akin to a cornered beast. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, charged with tension. Little Dou Zhao shrank within the curtains, listening to the mutual accusations of her parents. Zhao Guqiu, what exactly do you intend to do? Is my embarrassment not sufficient for you? What do you mean? What do I intend to do? I wish to ask you the same. To take the daughter of a traitor as a concubine, where have your learned principles gone? Do you wish to tarnish the century-old reputation of the Dou family, the legacy of generations, with your own hands? You care not for shame, but I still value mine. Father, flushed with anger, retorted, we grew up together, you know my character. At such a time, instead of supporting me, you hinder my efforts, inviting Aunt Heir to witness my disgrace. What sort of wife are you? Once my reputation is ruined, do you believe yours will fare any better? Do not forget. We are one as husband and wife. You still call yourself a virtuous wife. Fortunately, your mother left early. Had she seen you like this today? I cannot fathom her sorrow. Duo Shuriying, why bring up my mother? Mother cried, tears streaming down her face. You remember our shared childhood. Yet do you recall how my mother treated you? Do you remember what you promised before our marriage? You have no shame. Expect me to cover for you? Not a chance. Father, suddenly deflated like a frostbitten eggplant, displayed a flicker of unease. I did not mean to mention your mother. Must you be so relentless in your reproach? My actions are a response to your provocations. He recalled past grievances, his anger reigniting. Baoshan merely invited me for a drink, and you reacted with hostility. When he visited our home, you could not even offer him a cup of tea, subjecting me to ridicule from my peers. You only blame me. Have you considered your own faults? If you were a bit more agreeable, would I need to consult third brother? Mother trembled with rage, wiping her tears haphazardly. You wronged me, yet you dare to accuse me. What good is Feng Baoshan? Besides indulging in debauchery, what else does he do? If it were not for your uncle's influence, he would have lost his title long ago. Yet you choose to associate with him, you are hardly a paragon yourself. Father was rendered speechless, finally muttering, well, you cannot expect me to accept this. What do you wish from me? Mother demanded harshly. Should I welcome Wang Yingxue into our home? Do I possess such magnanimity? Does she have the fortune for that? With a bitter laugh, she declared, Duo Shuriying, let me make myself clear, any woman you desire can enter at your whim. But Wang Yingxue shall do so only over my dead body. You. I. Father stammered, pointing at her, his arm trembling, unable to articulate a complete thought. Mother scoffed, straightening her posture. So this is how a couple argues. This was her father, who always wore a facade of propriety. He seemed more like a child. Dou Zhao watched in astonishment. She had never quarreled with Wei Tingyu, initially out of fear, later from disdain. Father lowered his head, speaking softly. Guqiu, shall we cease our quarrel? This matter is entirely my fault. Yingxue has suffered due to my actions. Otherwise, why would a virtuous daughter from a reputable family endure such humiliation? Besides, Yingxue and I have already agreed that she will move to the fields. He raised his head, his gaze holding a glimmer of hope. We can return to how we once were, cannot we? I will heed your wishes and no longer associate with Baoshan. Very well. Dou Zhaoani the mother crouched down, grasping her daughter's arms, sobbing as she asked, did you not say you wanted to visit your uncle's house? Shall I accompany you? No. Dou Zhao shook her head, her large eyes sparkling like the morning stars. This is my home, I wish to stay here. During the new year, I will go to my uncle's house. The mother was taken aback, her tears flowing more swiftly. That evening, Mama advised the mother. At this moment, to be at odds with Seventh Master is to bring joy to the enemies and pain to oneself. The mother sat before the vanity, staring blankly at the woman in the mirror, resembling tranquil water reflecting flowers, and replied absently. When I was young, every time I visited the Dou family, My mother would admonish me not to be mischievous, lest I upset the Doe family matron and her daughters. Once, Patsy took me to pick magnolia flowers. I was terrified and dared not climb the tree. However, recalling my mother's words, I trembled and ascended. Patsy swiftly jumped down, while I squatted on the tree, too frightened to descend. As noon approached, Patsy grew anxious and ran to the outer courtyard to seek help. Alone on the tree, surrounded by fuzzy leaves and plump insects crawling about. I wanted to cry but feared drawing attention, causing Patsy to get reprimanded. I contemplated jumping down, preferring to risk injury or worse rather than endure the insects crawling on me. I closed my eyes when someone below called out, "Why are you squatting in the tree?" The voice was like the water of a brook, clear and melodious. I opened my eyes to see a young boy standing beneath, looking up at me. His hair shimmered like fine satin, dark and lustrous, his face glowed like beautiful jade, and his eyes were gentle and bright. I was entranced. He then smiled, more radiant than the flowers in the garden. I told him I was stuck in the tree. He instructed me to wait, turned around, and fetched a ladder, carefully rescuing me from the branches. From that day forth, every time I visited the Doe residence, he awaited me beneath the magnolia tree, offering me sweet pea cakes, tart plums, and dark olives. One time, he gifted me a flower made of pearls. I tucked it into my pouch, unwilling to part with it. She turned to you, Mama. Her eyes swollen from crying, asking, "Mama, where has that person who waited for me beneath the magnolia tree gone? Why can I no longer find him?" "Miss." You Mama covered her mouth, weeping. Dou Zhao's vision blurred, rendering everything indistinct. Chapter 14, The grandmother. Throughout the night, Mother remained restless, and so did Dou Zhao. What occupied her thoughts, Dou Zhao could not discern, her mind was consumed by Wei Tingyu. Daytime musings often manifest in dreams. It was entirely reasonable for her to dream of her grandmother, yet why did she find herself dreaming of Wei Tingyu? Where could he possibly be? Dou Zhao recalled the faint echoes of Wei Tingyu's cries and Madame Guo's assurances, sending a shiver down her spine as she nestled closer to her mother. The following morning, Mother appeared as though nothing had transpired, meticulously dressing herself before heading to the hall. Dou Zhao, lips pursed, followed her closely. Grandmother Tian, adorned in elegant yet exquisite attire, radiated a gentle smile and exuded a serene demeanor, reminiscent of a magnolia blossoming in spring, exuding a subtle brilliance amidst her tranquility. Dou Zhao's heart sank. Grandmother appeared to have rejuvenated by 30 years. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was her intimate understanding of grandmother's character. When grandfather was alive, he treated grandmother like a treasured jewel, and her greatest lament was that spring arrived too tardily. The peonies she planted by the pavilion only began to bud in April. Thus, with grandfather's departure, she lost her sense of purpose, withering like those flowers, devoid of vitality. How could she possibly flourish in such a state? Dou Zhao glanced behind her grandmother and spotted a boy who looked to be around 5 or 6 years old, Wei Tingyu. His fair face retained traces of baby fat, and his onyx-like, lustrous eyes widened with innocent curiosity as he surveyed the world around him. Sensing a gaze upon him, he turned to look back, only to find Dou Zhao staring at him in a daze. He lifted his small face, snorted through his nostrils, and turned away. Grandmother embraced Dou Zhao, exclaiming, "Is this your little girl? She is truly beautiful." Her warm and kind smile accompanied a gift of a necklace adorned with red gold and precious stones, along with a pair of red gold bracelets as a token of their meeting. "However, your little girl bears no resemblance to you, she must certainly take after my brother-in-law." As she spoke, a glimmer of playful teasing flashed in her eyes as she smiled at Mother. Mother smiled back, her expression charming and imbued with a sense of pride, as if her daughter's resemblance to her husband filled her with joy, devoid of any trace of their past quarrels. Grandmother summoned Wei Tingyu to greet Mother. He performed a respectful bow, his demeanor poised and graceful, indicative of careful upbringing. Mother was delighted and gifted him 2 rare ancient texts and a pair of antique inkstones. Before inquiring about his age, whether he had begun his studies, and what he typically engaged in, Wei Tingyu answered each question with clarity and composure. Mother expressed envy. Our shogu is still struggling with her speech. Grandmother gently reassured her, a girl must be nurtured delicately for her future marriage. while a boy must be groomed to inherit the family legacy. Besides, our Uyghur is the eldest son and will inherit the title. So we cannot afford to be lenient. Her gaze upon Wei Tingyu held a hint of sorrow. Mother nodded, curious, why didn't you bring Jinjia back with you? Grandmother chuckled, she shares a close friendship with the young lady of the Jingwu Duke's residence. I have been keeping her at home to learn embroidery. Besides, I had not planned to bring Uyghur along, but grandfather insisted on seeing him, so I brought him with me. This visit to her hometown was prompted by her ailing grandfather, who had surpassed 80 years. The elderly gentleman, mindful of his descendants, had been worried. Mother smiled. It is fortunate that he is blessed with longevity and has pulled through. She continued, with Jinjia engaged, my sister has her own matters to contemplate. Congratulations are in order. Don't forget to send me an invitation for Jinjia's wedding, or I shall hold a grievance against you. That is a certainty. Grandmother replied with a smile, our families have shared ties for generations, unlike others. Mother's eyes sparkled with mischief, and what of Uyghur? Has he been betrothed? He's still quite young, grandmother's eyes softened as she spoke of her son. Both the Marquis and I have been preoccupied with Jinjia. So we haven't given his future much thought. Mother laughed, our Shogu hasn't been engaged either. I wonder when Uyghur's birthday is? Grandmother paused, taken aback. Dozhao felt a surge of warmth flood her cheeks. Wei Tingyu often boasted, with my esteemed lineage as the Jining Marquis. What illustrious young lady from the capital could I not wed? If not for the enduring friendship between our families, would I have considered marrying you? She had initially thought this merely a facade for Wei Tingyu's pride, wanting her to coddle him somewhat. Dozhao held no particular regard for his words. Yet, the fact that they lingered in her dreams indicated that it was a matter of significance to her. Mother chuckled, as we grown-ups converse, they stand idly like wooden posts. Let us send them to the study to play. It is warm there with the heated Kong. Grandmother nodded and called Wei Tingyu over to impart a few instructions. He obediently nodded and followed Dozhao to the study alongside Nurse Yu. Dozhao abandoned Wei Tingyu and peeked through a gap in the warm curtain. Mother smiled as she lifted her teacup, signaling grandmother to partake in tea. I hold great admiration for Uyghur at such a young age, possessing such refinement. I truly cherish him. If my sister is unwilling, consider my words unspoken. Her expression inevitably revealed a tinge of melancholy. Not at all. I apologize, grandmother replied earnestly. As the eldest son, this matter must be discussed with the Marquis. Please, sister. Mother's eyes sparkled with excitement, I simply fear Uyghur may be wronged. Mother's unabashed joy uplifted grandmother's spirits, and she laughed heartily, the Dou family has a long-standing literary tradition, my concern is truly for Shogu. Not at all. Mother exclaimed. Turning to retrieve a jade pendant from her room, sister, this is an heirloom of our Zhao family, which you are familiar with. I bestow it upon Uyghur. Grandmother hesitated, unsure whether to accept or decline. Mother smiled, should the two children be fated, we shall all rejoice, if not, I shall remain Uyghur's aunt. Grandmother smiled gently and, after thoughtful consideration, removed a sheep-fat jade bracelet from her wrist, saying, this was a gift from my father upon my marriage. I shall give it to Shogu. She accepted the jade pendant in return. Mother's joy was palpable as she carefully placed the jade bracelet in her bosom. Dozhao felt a pang of emotion, sensing a tug on her garment. What are they doing? Wei Tingyu's voice came from behind. Dozhao snatched back her garment from his grasp, replying, I do not know. She left him and headed towards the warm Kong. Wei Tingyu stood agape for a moment before regaining his composure and hurriedly ran after her, reaching the Kong ahead of Dozhao. Dozhao cast a fleeting glance at him, leaning against the grand pillow, distractedly nibbling on sweet winter melon strips. Has it already been 4 days and 3 nights? Every detail lingered vividly in her mind, almost lifelike. Is this a dream? If it is not a dream, then where could she possibly be? Dozhao detested this feeling of losing control, it was bothersome, yet she was reluctant to depart from this dreamlike state. Regardless, even if it were merely a dream, assisting her mother in overcoming Wang Yingxue could, in some way, provide her with solace. Wei Tingyu had been staring at Dozhao intently. Dozhao did not spare him a glance. His face flushed crimson as he exclaimed, is this your home? Dou Xiao merely responded with an continuing to dwell on her own thoughts. In the Jining Marquis' residence, Wei Tingyu was the center of everything. Feeling neglected for the first time, he expressed his indignation loudly, proclaiming, "Your tea is truly dreadful." Granny Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Dou Xiao lifted her gaze and cast a gentle sidelong glance at him, retorting, "You need not drink it." You. Wei Tingyu's small face oscillated between red and white as he shouted, "Your family's food is equally unpalatable." Dou Xiao, disinterested, called out to her maid. "Carry me to the writing desk." If she were to leave now, given her mother's regard for Wei Tingyu, it would surely appear as though she was neglecting him. Yet, she was unwilling to endure his unreasonable tantrums, so she resolved to separate from him, waiting for the adults to conclude their discussions. At which point they would naturally come to find them. After all, with lunch approaching, Wei Tingyu would hardly sulk for an extended period. Indeed. Before the tea had fully steeped, as Wei Tingyu glared at her with a look akin to a cockeyed chicken, a maid named Han Xiao entered to invite them to the flower hall for lunch. Dou Xiao quickly slipped away with Han Xiao. Perhaps her grandfather and father had already received word, for Wei Tingyu was carried off by a young servant to the main hall. Dou Xiao enjoyed her lunch with ease. Her cultivated habits rendered her movements as fluid and natural as flowing clouds. Her grandmother nodded approvingly, remarking, "Truly, she is the daughter of the Dou family." Her mother, somewhat puzzled, found her spirits lifted by her mother-in-law's praise, casting her uncertainties aside. After the meal, Wei Tingyu was brought back by the young servant, clutching a large assortment of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Yet, Dou Xiao pondered in her heart, why had they not yet taken their leave? No matter what, she must find a way to persuade Wang Yingxue to sign the bond of servitude. Should her father resolutely decide to keep Wang Yingxue outside, 3 years later, when Wang Xini was reinstated, it would be all the more troublesome. But how could she convince her mother? She furrowed her brow, contemplating, yet could not devise a better plan. Chapter 15, The Attempted If Only My Mother Were Not So Deeply Sentimental. Her demeanor truly complicates matters for me. Dou Xiao let out a profound sigh, experiencing a sudden surge of unusual emotions toward her mother. It felt as if her heart ached, mingled with a sense of pity and, surprisingly, envy. This thought startled her. It is natural to feel heartache for her mother's plight and to pity her struggles, yet why was she feeling envy? Envying what her mother possessed? Was it the deep affection she once had? Or perhaps her mother's candidness before her father? Dou Xiao found herself perplexed and adrift. After bidding farewell to the Wei mother and son, she sat on the heated Kong, observing Han Xiao and Shuangji assisting her mother in removing the hairpins. Her father entered, his countenance somewhat grim. "Guqiu, I have something urgent to discuss with you." Her mother turned, her slender fingers, adorned with a golden tassel, resting gently on the mirror's edge, her gaze deep and quietly fixed on her father. The maids and daughters-in-law in the room discreetly withdrew. Her father knelt beside her mother, Guqiu. Yingxue Shi is with child. The movement of her mother's fingers around the tassel abruptly halted. Her father bowed his head. "I can only come to you for advice. I know I have wronged you, but I simply cannot pretend as if nothing has happened. How did you come to know her?" Her mother inquired softly, her tone calm as her fingers resumed their gentle play with the tassel. Her father's spirits lifted as he recounted, "Upon my arrival in the capital, I naturally sought to pay a visit to Mr. Guanlan. Coincidentally, Yingxue was there to borrow ginseng. I must clarify, I did not meet her. Mr. Guan treated me like a nephew and his household did not intentionally avoid me. I overheard the servants mention that Wang Xingyi's daughter came to visit the lady, claiming her cousin was ill and needed to drink ginseng soup, seeking the lady's assistance in procuring 2 roots of ginseng aged over 100 years. Yet she had no extra silver to offer. You know how rare ginseng of such quality is. The lady went to great lengths and even contributed some of her own money, managing to acquire only a root aged 50 years. Thinking of Wang Xingyi being of the same generation as my elder brother and his noble character, I could not help but feel sympathy. So I instructed Gao Xing to procure 2 roots of 50-year ginseng for her. As she received the ginseng, she came specifically to thank me." Her father's face gradually flushed as he continued, "I knew she earned her living through cotton trade. So I agreed to introduce her to our steward and assisted her in obtaining some other medicinal herbs. She asked if I was married. I, in a moment of candor, made a jest. Her mother closed her eyes, taking a deep breath before opening them again to ask, "Did she never inquire who you are?" "No." Her father replied softly. "How could I have known it would lead to this?" With a sharp clap, her mother struck the dressing table, the sound of her jade bracelet clashing echoing in the room. "Pa, I refuse to believe she did not know who you are. In this region, who does not rely on the Doe family? If she truly did not recognize you, how could she not deduce it from your offer to introduce her to the steward? She has been around our family. Does she not know whom I married? She knows nothing of you, yet dares to share a bed with you based solely on 2 roots of ginseng and a promise? Does she not fear being with a scoundrel?" Guqiu. Her father, feeling ashamed, interrupted. She truly did not know. It was only afterward she realized, had she not been with child, she would not have returned with me to Zhending. Do you expect me to believe that? Her mother's expression darkened ominously. I believe. Her father insisted fervently. Regardless, she is but a woman, encountering such circumstances. Ultimately, this is entirely my fault. Please assist me. You. Her mother bit her lip. The tassel that had been coiled around her fingers now pulled taut. Guqiu, do not be angry. Her father pleaded anxiously. If this matter gets out, I will have no face to show anyone. For the sake of our marriage, please help me through this ordeal. Guqiu. He gazed at her with pleading eyes. Very well, her mother responded, though her smile bore a tragic undertone. If you make Wang Yingshui sign a contract of servitude, I shall allow her to enter our home. How can that be? Her father exclaimed in distress. What will the Wang family think? This is too much. Absolutely not. Then what do you propose? Her mother replied coolly, her demeanor tinged with fatigue. Her father hesitated. We shall offer a more generous betrothal gift, foregoing the Wang family's dowry. I saw how Feng Baoshan took a concubine. He claimed it was akin to purchasing one. Merely dressed up as a betrothal gift for the sake of appearances. Should regret arise, the betrothal gift must be returned in full. Is that not akin to how merchant families marry their concubines? Her mother's brow furrowed, and after a long pause, she mused, this is not the same. Those living together know well who holds the authority within the Doe family, yet you seem to have considered everything. Her mother replied, her smile lacking warmth. Did not your father forbid you from returning? You should make your way home now. I shall discuss this matter with my sisters-in-law. Her father, elated, sprang to his feet, grasping her hand. Guqiu, so you agree? He resembled a child who had finally received a coveted treat. I do agree. Her mother's lips curled upward, her hand clasping his in return as she lowered her head to place a gentle kiss upon it. Now go back. Be cautious that your father does not summon you for another lecture. Her father beamed at her, tenderly brushing her hair aside. Guqiu, you are truly wonderful to me. Her mother laughed heartily, tears streaming from her eyes. Her father left in high spirits, while her mother remained, her laughter gradually fading, yet her tears flowed ever more freely. Mother! Dozhao cried, collapsing into her embrace. Her mother gently stroked her head, murmuring, Wang Yingshui is sincere. Perhaps she was not initially, but at least later. She was earnest. Shogu, your father does not believe me. Do you trust your mother? I do. Dozhao nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening. But what use is your belief? Her mother smiled, tears glistening like morning dew on her flawless cheek. You little rascal, you understand nothing. She affectionately pinched Dozhao's nose. I know. I understand everything. Dozhao could no longer contain her tears, streaming down her face. She was not truly a mere child of 2. Since her father had revealed Wang Yingshui's pregnancy, it indicated he was cornered, prepared to risk it all. The West Doe lineage is thin, and this could tarnish Wang Yingshui's reputation. Yet, if her mother insisted on barring Wang Yingshui from entering the family, it would draw criticism from the elders of the Doe family and could even stain her own reputation. Moreover, this ill reputation would only linger in the hearts of a few elders in the Doe family, who would never speak of it publicly. Not only would they remain silent, but they would also fervently defend Wang Yingshui if any rumor circulated. What harm could such a notoriety inflict upon Wang Yingshui? Wang Yingshui had cunningly ensnared her father, such blatant manipulation, and yet her father, being astute, feigned ignorance, indicating his heart had already swayed. Wang Yingxing possesses such remarkable abilities. Upon entering the door, one can only wonder what events may unfold. If each incident necessitates such elaborate explanations from her mother, what meaning can life hold? In his desperation to welcome Wang Yingxing, the father first threatened to divorce the mother, then, in a posture of half-kneeling, pleaded for mercy beside her. How much more humiliation awaits her in the future? Beneath the magnolia tree, the youth embodies the dreams harbored by her mother. When these dreams shatter, does one awaken or succumb to despair? Dou Zhao's heart trembled. Thus, the mother chose death. She lifted her gaze in shock towards her mother, who smiled through her tears, her eyes gazing beyond the void into an unknown realm. "Shogu, my dear, I am weary and need to rest. You may go and play with you mama," she murmured softly. "Mother! Mother!" Dou Zhao clung to her mother's leg, weeping uncontrollably. She vowed never to leave her mother's side again. "Good child." The mother kissed her cheek, tears as cold as ice cascading down her neck, causing shivers to run through her. "No wonder the eldest sister remarked on your intelligence. Truly, the bond between mother and child is profound. Only you comprehend the depths of my suffering. Yet, I find myself utterly exhausted. If blame is to be placed, let it rest upon me for my inadequacy, my weakness. If I depart, you still have your uncle," she trembled. "Perhaps this is for the best. What they owe me will be repaid to you, to spare us both the daily torment, extinguishing every trace of kindness, transforming us into figures of loathing. No, no." Dou Zhao cried out incoherently, "As long as we live. There is hope, as long as we live." The mother held her tightly, as if wishing to meld her into her embrace. After a long moment, she gradually released her, calling out, "For you mama." Dou Zhao wailed, her voice piercing as she screamed for her mother not to die, not to die. "You mama." Taken aback, then knelt beside the mother in tears. "Perhaps you should grant me the mercy of a clean end." "Mama, mama." The mother wrapped her arms around you mama's shoulders. "I truly cannot endure this any longer. I feign affection before Sister Tian. My heart feels as though it is bleeding. A child without a mother is like a blade of grass." You mama encircled Dou Zhao. "What will become of the fourth miss if you leave? No one else can be as close as a mother." The old lady departed early. "Do you wish for the fourth miss to share your fate?" "Mother, please don't go. I will be obedient." Dou Zhao cried, her breaths coming in gasps. "Please don't go. Shogu, Shogu." The mother's heart ached deeply. The three of them wept like sorrowful souls. The lights of the Dou household flickered to life, stirring both grandfather and father from their slumber. Chapter 16, A Prayer. The family of Wang Yingxing arrived just as the Dou family was discussing the matter of her entering the household. Feeling that her involvement was no longer necessary, Dou Zhao squatted in the back garden, overlooking the entire Yujiding of Shido, and earnestly advised Tuanyang, "I must return. Do you remember everything I told you?" Tuanyang, perplexed, asked, "Where is the fourth miss going?" "Do not concern yourself with that," Dou Zhao replied wistfully. "My long-cherished wish is fulfilled, even if it were but a dream. It brings solace to my life. I still have my responsibilities and obligations. To be able to take this journey is already a stroke of fortune. You must remember, never leave my mother's side, and prevent her from doing anything foolish. Living is far better than dying." Tuanyang nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, fourth miss, I will remember. I shall keep a close watch on seventh madam, ensuring she never finds herself alone." Dou Zhao nodded in agreement, reaching out to touch Tuanyang's hair, only to realize that they were squatting side by side, with Tuanyang towering a shoulder above her. Embarrassed, she laughed and returned to her room to sleep. As the sun set and the moon rose, Dou Zhao opened her eyes to the sight of heavy black furniture and the warm, smiling faces of spring grass. How could this be? How could this be? Beads of sweat broke out on her forehead as she pulled the quilt over her head, murmuring, I need to sleep if I fall asleep. I can go back. Yet, sleep eluded her. After what felt like an eternity, she finally drifted off, only to awaken once more in the same room, lying on the same warm Kong. Tuanyang called to her, "Fourth miss, what troubles you? Come, it's time for dinner." "No, no, no," Dozhao exclaimed, panic-stricken. "I must return. I have yet to see Wei Ge marry. I have not arranged for Heiress marriage. I must go back. I must go back." The maids exchanged worried glances, and Xiangxiao shrieked as she dashed out, "The fourth miss is possessed. The fourth miss is possessed." Both parents were alarmed, and even her grandfather, supported by Aunt Ding, appeared in her room with a solemn expression. "Perhaps we should invite Daoist Su from Sanqing Temple to take a look," Aunt Ding suggested quietly. But before she could finish, her grandfather shot her a fierce glare. Just as he was about to reprimand her, he caught sight of his daughter-in-law, Zhao whose eyes lit up with hope. He swallowed the words he had intended to say. Dou Shiying understood that his father loathed anything related to the supernatural. Noticing his father's silence, he sensed his tacit approval and exchanged a glance with his wife, whispering, "Shall we invite Daoist Su from Sanqing Temple to take a look?" Zhao Guqiu cradled her daughter, who appeared dazed and bewildered, filled with regret. In recent days, she had been preoccupied with quarrels with Dou Shiying, neglecting her daughter's daily care. If anything were to happen to her daughter, she couldn't bear to think of it. "Time is of the essence," her mother declared. "Let us send someone immediately to fetch Daoist Su from Sanqing Temple." Grandfather remained silent. Father promptly summoned Gao Sheng, giving him instructions. Mother stayed behind to accompany Dou Zhao. Unable to sleep, Dou Zhao repeatedly caressed her mother's hand. Warm, soft, delicate, with a certain resilience. Such sensations could not be conjured from thin air. She recalled the sweetness of sugar melting in her mouth, the crumbs of flaky pastries that had fallen on the Kong. Could it be that she had truly returned to the past? To her childhood? What then of her previous experiences? What of the pain endured during childbirth? Dou Zhao felt utterly lost and bewildered. Daoist Su had captured a fox spirit in the Dou household. The abbot of Faiwanzi claimed she was plagued by vengeful spirits and needed to perform a ritual for 49 days. Meanwhile, the abbot of Nyangnyang Temple stated she was cursed by petty people and required the lighting of 81 eternal lamps to avert disaster. Her mother and Aunt Ding even secretly invited the shaman Peng Xiangu to their home to perform rituals, and gradually, Dou Zhao's condition began to improve. The family breathed a sigh of relief. Her mother set aside household matters, keeping vigil over her day and night, fearing she might feel lonely. She summoned 4 young maids of similar age to keep her company, and arranged for a goldsmith to craft jewelry and a tailor to make clothes for her. Dou Zhao's room was more vibrant than the New Year celebrations. For the first time, Dou Zhao reveled in such indulgent affection, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Her mother held her close, gently patting her back. "Shogu, dear, what ails you? Do you wish for Xiangxiao to play with you?" Since the recent disturbances in Dou Zhao's room, everyone had changed except for Tuanyang, who tirelessly cared for Dou Zhao without disdain. Dou Zhao shook her head. After a moment's thought, her mother poured a box of pearls onto the warm Kong. "Do you like them? Shall we make you a pearl dress?" The lustrous pearls rolled and sparkled on the Kong. Dou Zhao scooped them up, letting them slip through her fingers like raindrops. She had never experienced such extravagance in her 15 years as a marquise. Her mother smiled, taking her to Faiwanzi to make a vow. The abbot, seeing Dou Zhao's bright eyes, advised her mother to donate to the temple to print 1,000 copies of the Lotus Sutra as a blessing for her recovery. Without hesitation, her mother agreed, stating, "Then let it be 2,000 copies." The abbot's joy was evident as he clasped his hands in gratitude. Inviting her mother to select a blessed talisman from the meditation room, Dou Zhao chose a hidden white silk agate pendant. Her mother delightedly accompanied her to view the newly constructed Yen Pagoda at Faiwanzi, asking, "If I fully fund the construction, will the Bodhisattva ensure Shogu's safety, peace, and long life?" "Yes, yes, yes," the abbot replied, grinning broadly. "This pagoda is indeed meant to bless virtuous individuals like 7th Madam." Her mother was led to a side room for tea, discussing the pagoda's construction. Dou Zhao stood beneath the eaves, gazing at the resplendent Shakyamuni Buddha enshrined in the grand hall, a surge of inexplicable excitement swelling within her. She hurried into the main hall, kneeling softly on the prayer mat. "Bodhisattva, if this is but a fleeting dream, I beseech you, allow me to remain in this dream forever." If this is a matter of past and present, I implore you, grant me the peace to care for my mother until her last days. The Bodhisattva gazed down upon all beings with a serene, tranquil, compassionate, and empathetic smile. Upon returning home, the maid Yuzan entered with news. The matriarch of the Nanhua Wang family has come to visit the fourth Miss. Do Zhao, cradled in her mother's embrace, paused in surprise. The matriarch of the Nanhua Wang family must refer to Wang Yingxing's sister-in-law. In truth, she was not unfamiliar with Wang Yingxing's two sisters-in-law, Gaoshi and Pangshi. Gaoshi's father, Gao Yuanjing, was skilled in calligraphy and had been a colleague of Wang Xingyi. He later worked alongside Do Shiring and Do Xing in the Hanlin Academy. Gaoshi came from a scholarly family, excelling not only in calligraphy but also in the 4 books and 5 classics. During the 10 years her husband Wang Zhibing was exiled with Wang Xingyi to Xining, she managed the household with grace, caring for her mother-in-law and teaching her eldest son, Wang Nan, to read. Wang Nan became a Xiaocai at 15, a Jiren at 19, and a Jinshi at 21. The wives of officials often praised Wang Yingxing's virtuous sister-in-law with admiration. Pangshi, whose maiden name was Yulo, was the daughter of a local merchant, renowned for her striking beauty, needlework, and household management skills. Pang's father was reluctant to marry her off hastily, and upon seeing that Wang Zhibing was already over 20 without a wife, he admired Wang Xingyi's noble character and envied the Wang family's scholarly background. He prepared a dowry of 500 taels of silver and took the initiative to propose a match with the Wang family. Pang Yulo had previously held a dismissive view of Wang Zhihao, whose handsome appearance was overshadowed by his clumsy demeanor. However, when Wang Xingyi was reinstated, she finally resolved to share her life with Wang Zhihao, skillfully leading him in circles, compelling him to follow her every whim, while her father and brother's words fell behind her. In the past, it was thanks to her that Do Zhao learned of Wang Yingxu's intentions, which ultimately led to the disruption of her brother Do Zhao's marriage plans. Calculating the time, it was evident that Pang should have already wed Wang Zhihao. Yet, it remained uncertain whether it was the Gao family or the Pang family that had arrived this time. Do Zhao suddenly found herself yearning for Pang. If it were her who came, her greed might very well orchestrate a splendid performance for Wang Yingxu to witness. Do Zhao smiled slyly, only to see Yuzan leading the dignified and graceful Gao into the room. Her amusement swiftly dissipated. Gao had already knelt to offer a respectful greeting to Zhao Guqiu. 7th Madam, how is the 4th Miss faring? She inquired with genuine concern, glancing toward Do Zhao. Do Zhao lowered her eyes. Her mother replied coolly, thank you for your concern, Madam Wang. Shogu is already well. And then instructed a maid to bring an embroidered stool for Gao. Gao expressed her gratitude and sat upright on the stool, softly continuing. I have been out for some time now, and as the new year approaches, there is much to attend to at home, with both the elderly and the young. And my sister-in-law has just arrived as well. I am considering returning in a few days. Regarding Yingxue, I maintain my previous stance. Since our family does not require a dowry, there is no need for yours to prepare a bride price. Once the date is set, please do inform us, and despite the long journey, we, as her elder siblings, will certainly come to see her off. At that time, I kindly ask you to prepare a few more tables of wine. Her words rang clear and resolute. Do Zhao was taken aback. How could Gao, who was so virtuous, speak with such unwavering righteousness regarding Wang Yingxu's matter? Her mother smiled faintly, non-committal, merely stating, then I shall not see Madame Wang off, her dismissive tone unmistakable. Gao's expression shifted slightly, her chest rising and falling, and after a moment, she regained her composure, pointedly remarking, 7th Madam, why must women make things difficult for one another? I know my sister-in-law well, she is certainly not one to disregard propriety and honor. If you harbor resentment, perhaps you should consult Do Wanyuan. My sister-in-law acted out of necessity. With that, she turned and left, her countenance dimmed. Once the room was devoid of others, Do Zhao's mother immediately reverted to her true nature, seething with indignation. What does she mean by that? Is it truly Do Wanyuan's fault that Wang Yingxu finds herself in this predicament? Do Zhao stifled a laugh, nearly bursting forth. What do you truly understand? If you truly comprehended, why did you not agree to allow Do Ming to become your daughter-in-law 15 years ago? Had it not been for the sudden collapse of Dou Ming's marriage, would Wang Yingxue ever have set her sights on Wei Tingyu? One wonders what Wang Yingxue must have said in front of Gao to warrant such a staunch defense on her behalf. Dou Zhao pondered her younger brother, Dou Xiao, who was 5 years her junior and 2 years younger than Dou Ming. Clearly, her understanding of the stepmother was still lacking. With a slight smirk, Dou Zhao reflected on how, in her ignorance, she had once rendered Wang Yingxue utterly humiliated. Now armed with knowledge of what was to come, she felt empowered and unafraid. With these thoughts swirling in her heart, Dou Zhao felt a surge of warmth. Chapter 17, Autumn Fan Mother is a proud woman. Having promised to allow Wang Yingxue to enter, she would not trouble her over trivial matters such as the timing of her arrival. As Dou Zhao's health improved, she invited her elder and third aunts to discuss Wang Yingxue's entry. Dou Zhao was sent outside to play jump rope with the young maids. The 4 maids were named Xian Chao, Emily, Qiu Kuwei, and Hai Tang. Mother favored Tuan Yang for her kindness and named her Su Xian, a name that resonated with Dou Zhao, who had previously known her when she served beside Mother and had now been assigned to Dou Zhao's chamber as the head maid. Tuan Yang cherished this name. Yet it held special significance for Dou Zhao, who preferred to call her Tuan Yang, leading to amusing confusions among the maids who alternately referred to her as Su Xian or Tuan Yang. Fortunately, Tuan Yang was unfazed, responding cheerfully regardless of the name used. Dou Zhao was not truly a mere 2-year-old child and had little interest in games such as jump rope. Instead, she yearned to explore her grandfather's study for books depicting the strange and supernatural, longing to uncover the wonders of the world. This desire transported her back to her childhood. A sensation akin to rebirth, as she believed there were others like her, eager to glean fragments of knowledge from those historical accounts. Dou Zhao requested Tuan Yang to carry her to her grandfather's study, and without hesitation, Tuan Yang set aside the jump rope and took her to Heishou Tang. As they passed the lotus pond, Dou Zhao noticed Yu Mama conversing with a middle-aged man in an official green silk robe beside the Taihu Stone Hill. Their furtive behavior aroused her suspicion. After a moment's contemplation, she pointed to the lotus pond and instructed Tuan Yang, "Let us go that way." Trusting her instinct, Tuan Yang led her through the winding stone bridge to the Taihu Stone Hill. However, by the time they arrived, Yu Mama and the man had vanished. Leaving the pond with lingering curiosity, Dou Zhao unexpectedly encountered her elder and third aunts. She respectfully greeted them. Her elder aunt exclaimed, "Dou Zhao is becoming increasingly endearing." To which the third aunt fondly remarked, "She resembles her younger sister in her childhood." As their conversation continued, their smiles gradually faded. Alas! The elder aunt sighed, lamenting Wang Yingxue's background, contemplating that if she were to bear a son, even the most virtuous younger sister would likely have to retreat. It appeared they were both aware of Wang Yingxue's pregnancy. Dou Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. Such is fate. The third aunt also wore a pensive expression. Perhaps feeling that it was inappropriate to express such sentiments in front of a child, the elder aunt forced a smile, saying, "We are merely shedding tears for ancient figures, expressing concern for their plight. Your younger sister is usually untroubled, but when faced with challenges, she inevitably gains wisdom. Look at her now. Hasn't she handled matters quite well?" The third aunt nodded and kindly inquired about Tuan Yang, warning her to be cautious and not to slip as they made their way outside with the elder aunt. Suddenly, Dou Zhao lost interest in visiting Heishou Tang. She instructed Tuan Yang, "Let us return to the main house." Without a word, Tuan Yang complied, and they soon arrived back at the main courtyard. Dou Zhao dashed into the inner chamber, where Mother sat on the warm kong by the window, conversing with Yu Mama. Cui Yinyang is the biological mother of 7th Master. The betrothal gift of 200 taels of silver is not a disgrace to her. As for the Wang family's intentions, that is their affair. Whether or not to present a gift is a matter for our household. Having wealth or not, it is better to have a wife for the new year. Though she may be a concubine, she is still a new bride. Entering on the 22nd day of the 12th month coincides perfectly with the minor new year, and by the time of the spring festival, she can visit each household and get acquainted with relatives. As she spoke, Mother lifted her teacup for a sip and continued. "The new residence should be set up in Chisha Courtyard 7th Madam." Yu Mama interjected, startled, interrupting Mother's thought, "This cannot be allowed." Chisha courtyard is right behind 7th Master's study. Mother gestured for silence, stating, they can meddle from afar. Do you think placing it beneath my very nose will keep it pure? Umama fell silent. Moreover, I find their display of affection utterly distasteful, Mother murmured. I release Wang Yingxue, but I also release myself. Dou Zhao almost applauded her mother. Indeed, no matter how vast the world, it cannot surpass oneself. If one does not cherish oneself, why should others? If she disdains Wang Yingxue, why should she feign virtue? It was only after turning 30 that she comprehended this truth. Dou Zhao whispered to Tuanyang, you wait and follow Umama to see where she goes and whom she meets. Tuanyang nodded. Dou Zhao joyfully leaped into her mother's embrace, declaring, Mother, the wintersweet in the back courtyard has bloomed, let us go admire the blossoms. Mother chuckled. Kissing Dou Zhao's little face, I have matters to attend to, let Tuanyang accompany you to play. Dou Zhao wished only to remain by her mother's side. Mother did not mind the inconvenience, tending to household affairs while playfully engaging with her. Suddenly, father entered, disregarding the servants present. Proudly producing a golden hairpin inlaid with jade from his bosom. Isn't it beautiful? He asked, gazing at mother with anticipation. I had it made in Jinding Prefecture. The pin shone brightly, the jade glistening like a teardrop upon a fair maiden's cheek. Lovely. Mother smiled. Playing with the jade pin for a time before instructing Umama to put it away as a betrothal gift for Shogu. Father looked somewhat embarrassed, saying, This is for you, for Shogu. I shall buy her another later. Mother smirked, your future gifts are your sentiment, this is my intention. Whatever I possess is still yours. Father muttered under his breath, hesitating to speak further. Mother laughed, you came to discuss Wang Yingshue's entry, didn't you? I have already given instructions, and she recounted her earlier conversation with Umama to father. Father responded with a noncommittal "oh," appearing disinterested. Yet it seemed he had much to say but was at a loss for words. A moment of silence ensued. Eventually, father uneasily rose, murmuring, Since you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. Mother stood with a smile, then I shall not see you off. She then called for Han Xiao to send 7th Master off, resuming her calculations with the abacus. Father lingered for a moment, observing that mother did not raise her head. His expression dimming as he left quietly. Umama called out, 7th Madam. Yet mother remained unmoved, stating, as the new year approaches, it may be challenging to invite others. You must pay close attention to the arrangements in the new residence and urge the managers in the outer courtyard. Yes. Umama replied reluctantly before departing. Mother set aside the abacus, embracing Dou Zhao with a smile, let us go admire the blossoms. Dou Zhao beamed, for time is the greatest balm. No matter how painful a wound, it will gradually heal with the passage of time. Mother, I will always be by your side, alleviating your loneliness and comforting your wounds. Dou Zhao silently bowed as she gazed at her mother's alabaster face, gleefully holding her hand as they skipped joyfully to the back courtyard. That evening, Tuanyang informed Dou Zhao, Umama did not go anywhere, she only met with the household managers and their wives. Who was that man? Dou Zhao pondered, biting her finger. The next morning, her aunt arrived with her cousin Zhao Bairu to deliver New Year's gifts to the Dou family. Despite the frigid weather, mother hurriedly welcomed her aunt and cousin into the inner chamber, personally assisting her aunt to sit on the kong, and respectfully offering her the warm tea from the maid. You needn't have come yourself, a simple errand would suffice. Her aunt, appearing to be in her early 30s, was attired in a resplendent sapphire blue silk jacket embroidered with golden floral patterns. Adorning her hair were ornate hairpins featuring jade gourds set in pure gold. Of middling stature and possessing a slightly plump figure, her fair complexion and the gentle curve of her eyes when she smiled conveyed an amiable nature. She clapped her hands towards Dou Zhao, who was nestled in Tuanyang's arms, beckoning, come, sit here with your aunt. Dou Zhao was then placed on the heated brick bed by her mother, while Zhao Bairu gracefully performed a curtsy to her mother. Embracing Zhao Bairu, her mother remarked, My dear niece, you've grown taller again, you'll soon surpass me. The aunt playfully chided, of what use is mere height without sense? Zhao Bairu responded with a bashful smile. At merely 11 years of age, Zhao Bairu's long limbs and snow-white skin hinted at the captivating beauty she would possess in adulthood. Her mother led her onto the brick bed, and the group gathered around a low table, partaking in refreshments and engaging in conversation. Your elder brother has twice failed the imperial examinations. This time, he's determined to succeed, to the point of ignoring me when I speak to him, the aunt chuckled, adding. Being bored at home, I brought Byru along to visit. Then, she inquired, how have you been of late? Her mother, attempting to present a cheerful facade, replied. The same as always. Constantly busy, though I'm never quite sure with what. The aunt offered a knowing smile, took a sip of tea, and then addressed Zhao Byru. Now that you're here, go and play with your cousin. Zhao Byru softly assented and obediently stepped off the bed. Her mother appeared momentarily taken aback. The aunt continued. I have something to discuss with you, her face now bearing a grave expression. Her mother acknowledged with a soft yes, her eyes already beginning to glisten with tears. Do Zhao recalled the image of Granny Yu near the lotus pond and the man clad in an official's green silk robe. Upon exiting the inner chamber, she broke free from Zhao Byru's grasp and dashed towards the main gate. Outside, the man in the green silk robe was conversing with a steward of the Do family. Behind him stood a flatbed cart laden with goods, which servants were busily unloading and carrying into the house. It became clear that the man was a steward from the Zhao family. Do Zhao hurried back to the second gate, where she encountered Zhao Byru, who was panting from chasing after her. What are you doing? She gasped, clutching her stomach, how can you run faster than a rabbit? Do Zhao reflected upon their first encounter. She had elegantly held a teacup, offering a gentle yet dignified smile as she recounted, after your aunt's passing. Father and mother initially intended to bring you to our home to be companions to us sisters. However, you refused. Even biting mother in front of the Do family and exclaiming, I won't go to your house. Mother had no choice but to return dejectedly. At the time, she had found Zhao Byru's words as unwelcome and out of place as an autumn fan. But now, she was no longer so certain. Chapter 18, The Warmth of Spring. Zhao Byru gently held Do Zhao's hand as they strolled back. Do Zhao inquired, what is my favorite food? Zhao Byru, taken aback yet composed, replied, you enjoy anything that is sweet and crunchy. Do Zhao further questioned, when was the last time you visited our home? Zhao Byru gazed at him with increased astonishment, the day before the onset of winter. My father sent my sister and me to inquire whether aunt and uncle had returned. We also brought a pair of ornamental hairpins for aunt as a gift. She continued, my sister even helped you with rope games for quite a while. Is something amiss? Do Zhao shook his head. Their families were so closely knit, why would his aunt want to take her away to play with her cousins? Only for her to bite her? Upon returning to the main courtyard, the maids in attendance stood respectfully under the corridor. Upon seeing Do Zhao and Zhao Byru, they smiled and courteously approached, saying, cousin, please do come sit in the side room for a moment, aunt is currently in conversation with grandmother. Zhao Byru looked quizzically at the window of the main room but obediently followed the smiling maids to the side room. Do Zhao, however, swiftly dashed into the inner chamber, just in time to overhear his aunt exclaiming indignantly, this is utterly outrageous. If the Wang family dares to send someone, do not say a word. It would only diminish our stature. I shall handle the matter with that Gao family myself. His mother's voice quivered slightly, sister-in-law, why must you? This uproar only gives the Wang family a reason to speak. Regardless, it is a matter of thousands of taels. His aunt sighed heavily, sister, you are simply too soft-hearted. His mother laughed lightly, a couple is one entity, if he loses face, I too shall appear foolish. I appreciate your concern. But please do not mention that it is merely to take a concubine, lest we disturb my family members to give the Do family an inflated reputation. I understand. His aunt replied, I shall come quietly by myself when the time comes. Thank you, sister-in-law, his mother said. I believe the quieter this matter remains, the better. His aunt nodded in agreement. By the 22nd day of the 12th month, indeed, she came alone. When the elder aunt inquired, his aunt simply stated that the uncle was busy studying in seclusion, and the elder aunt did not press further. Hand in hand with his aunt, she visited the flower hall, greeting the 3rd, 4th, and 6th aunts, and they gathered around several tables to play cards, gambling happily. The women of the Do family joined the tables, while others watched, laughter and joy filling the air. Outside, only a few of his father's brothers were invited. Engaging in conversation and sipping tea. The Wang family did not send anyone. The sedan chair carrying Wang Yingxue came directly to the flower hall. Dressed in a pink, rose-patterned gown, she was assisted down by a maid. In the flower hall, she respectfully offered tea to his mother, completing the formalities. Granny Yu led Wang Yingxue to Qixia courtyard, while those in the flower hall continued their games, talking and laughing. Until the early hours of the morning when they gradually dispersed. Wang Yingxue sighed in relief. The maid assisting her pouted, discontented, "Miss, you should have advised the elder lady. Look at this, it hardly resembles a joyous occasion." "Do not speak foolishly," Wang Yingxue scolded, frowning. "Becoming a concubine is hardly a matter of pride. When the elder lady arrives, it is merely a source of humiliation. Speak carefully in the future, should I hear such overstepping remarks again. I will send you back to Nanhua." The maid, upon hearing this, immediately reddened and knelt. "I shall not dare again." Wang Yingxue remained slightly uneasy and repeatedly reminded her maid, when under another's roof, one must lower their head. Remain discreet and avoid causing trouble. The young maid nodded obediently. Someone announced, "Seventh master has arrived." Wang Yingxue's eyes brightened. Dou Shiying entered briskly. Wang Yingxue hurried to greet him, bending her knee in salutation. "Seventh lady. Do you know?" "Indeed." Dou Shiying smiled. "She urged me to come." Wang Yingxue felt a surge of excitement. "Thank you, seventh lady, for preserving my dignity. I shall treat her as my own sister from now on." "Have you not treated Guqiu as your own sister before?" Dou Shiying jested. "I have long told you. Guqiu is a woman of great virtue." Wang Yingxue's smile faltered momentarily. "This matter is my fault. I owe much to Sister Guqiu. I fear she may find me bothersome. Although I regard her as my own sister, I cannot be certain she sees me as her true sister. It appears I have been overly concerned. I am simply not as magnanimous as she is." Dou Shiying chuckled, beaming with pride. Wang Yingxue's gaze grew contemplative. But she quickly returned to her cheerful demeanor. After paying homage to the kitchen god and sweeping away dust, the eve of the new year arrived. The eastern and western Dou families gathered to pay respects to their ancestors in Beilu village. Wang Yingxue followed Zhao Guqiu with a humble demeanor. When others cast their eyes upon her, Dou Zhao would sweetly call out, "Aunt Wang," causing everyone to exclaim in admiration of Wang Yingxue's beauty. Granny Yu stood nearby, explaining. She is from the Nanhua Wang family, which made Wang Yingxue's face flush with embarrassment. Their mother reprimanded Granny Yu lightly, and when relatives inquired about Wang Yingxue, she refrained from further comment. Dou Zhao lamented his youth. Wang Yingxue cast a grateful glance at her mother, who feigned ignorance, continuing her jovial conversation with family members. However, Wang Yingxue's status soon spread. During the spring festival, Wang Yingxue chose to stay home, reluctant to visit relatives for New Year greetings, thinking, "They are all proper matriarchs. It is not appropriate for me to accompany them." Granny Yu laughed and encouraged her. "What is inappropriate about it?" "With Aunt Wang by grandmother's side. She will have company and someone to serve her tea." Feeling quite embarrassed, Wang Yingxue glanced at her father, who frowned and looked at her mother. "Is this truly your intention?" Her mother sipped her tea, replying nonchalantly, "In that case, Aunt Wang should remain at home to avoid any distress." Her father hesitated to speak. Her mother embraced Dou Zhao and exited the door. Her father immediately followed, whispering, "This will only provide amusement for the relatives." "I understand." Her mother replied with a blank expression. "Once the child is born, should I inform the relatives it was a premature birth?" "You." Her father glared at her. Her mother had already hastened to the carriage. He stomped his foot and reluctantly climbed into the carriage after a long pause. Dou Zhao buried himself among the cushions, letting out a deep sigh. His mother's concerns were indeed valid. Such trivial matters, while seemingly insignificant, could be quite vexing. Much like a flea that lands on one's skin, if ignored, it causes incessant itching, yet addressing it feels awkward. Hadn't his father mentioned sending Wang Yingxue to the countryside? Once the new year had passed, he needed to remind his father about it. Dou Zhao pondered as he welcomed his third birthday. His father, mother, Wang Yingxue, grandfather, grandmother, Aunt Ding, his aunt, and several others presented him with gifts. His mother reciprocated with longevity noodles, the household servants offered him birthday greetings in the courtyard, and his mother rewarded each with 5 coins. They rejoiced. Even more than during the New Year festivities. As the Lantern Festival drew to a close, the wind caressed their faces without a chill. It was time for spring plowing. Dou Zhao thought, eagerly urging his mother to visit his grandmother. His mother was surprised. Did you not see her during the New Year? I scarcely spoke, Dou Zhao replied. During the ancestral rites, grandmother stood at a distance. At the New Year's Eve dinner, she did not utter a word. And my father had me keep vigil with my grandfather. On the first day of the New Year, when I went to offer New Year greetings, she had already returned to the fields. Did she not leave you with a red envelope? His mother smiled as she picked a peach blossom from the crystal plate and placed it in Dou Zhao's hair. What scheme are you plotting now? I am not scheming, he replied. Dou Zhao murmured to herself, reflecting on the fact that after her grandmother's passing, the estate had been entrusted to her. She had diligently appointed capable individuals to manage the land, investing considerable effort to ensure it thrived despite the challenges of drought and flood. This achievement stood as one of the few sources of pride in her life. Although she had never been sent to the estate, her feelings for her grandmother and the land were profoundly deep. In a few days, I will take you there, her mother noted, sensing Dou Zhao's discontent. Once the spring plowing at all the estates is complete, your father will accompany the steward on an inspection, and we can join him then. It was no secret that her grandfather held little affection for her grandmother. To avoid offending him, her mother, like others in the Dou family, chose to ignore her late mother-in-law. The thought of that kind and gentle woman brought a wave of sadness to Dou Zhao's heart. Shall I take you to your uncle's house for a visit? It's been some time since we returned to Anxiong, her mother suggested with a smile. Dou Zhao noticed that her mother always referred to her natal family as returning, as if the Dou clan were not her true home. This seemed to be a common sentiment among many women, however, Dou Zhao felt differently. After marrying into the Wei family, she felt a sense of relief wash over her, invigorating her spirit and granting her a sense of pride. Perhaps it was because she had never regarded the Dou family as her true home? As Dou Zhao pondered this, she accompanied her mother to Anxiong. In the countryside, there were fewer constraints. Upon receiving word of their arrival, her aunt awaited them at the entrance with her 2 cousins. The eldest cousin, Zhao Bairu, was already acquainted with Dou Zhao, while the second cousin, Zhao Shouru, was 9 years old, and the third cousin, Zhao Zhongru, was 5. The sisters bore a striking resemblance to one another. However, Zhao Shouru was shy, whereas Zhao Zhongru was lively and immediately took Dou Zhao's hand, pulling her towards the house. Aunt Peng has fried sweet chestnuts. Mother said to wait for you to enjoy them together. Dou Zhao stumbled slightly as she was tugged along, but she followed eagerly. Her mother quickly followed behind. Laughter erupted as they entered the house. The Zhao family resided at the village's edge. Upon entering through the black lacquered copper ring door, to the left was a horse stable, and to the right was a straw shed filled with carts and furniture. The 2 side rooms housed several farm workers. Upon passing through the second gate, 5 spacious brick and tile rooms greeted them, flanked by 3 additional side rooms. The windows were adorned with white Korean paper. And beside the steps stood an ancient locust tree, robust and majestic, creating a clean and spacious atmosphere. As her mother and aunt settled inside, Zhao Zhongru dashed in, holding a plate of sweet chestnuts, urging Dou Zhao, hurry. The chestnuts will cool and lose their flavor. This elicited another round of laughter. Once they finally settled, Zhao Bairu and Zhao Shouru took on the role of elder sisters, peeling chestnuts for Dou Zhao and Zhao Zhongru. Meanwhile, their mothers sat on the warm kong, conversing. By my calculations, your elder brother should have entered the market by now, right? Indeed. Her aunt replied, a hint of concern in her voice. If he doesn't succeed this time, we may have to wait another 3 years. Dou Zhao's mother reflected for a moment and said, I heard from Yu Daqing that your sister-in-law sold 10 acres of good land recently. Her aunt's face flushed, and she spoke in a hushed tone. That was borrowed before the New Year. I didn't dare mention it to your brother. He sold the land in Kyoto to cover previous losses and quickly added, Sister, there is no need for concern. I still have some of my dowry, though it is all recorded, and I fear your brother would be displeased if he found out. So I haven't touched it. Chapter 19. The marriage mother was deeply concerned about the financial situation of her natal family, yet Dou Zhao nonchalantly munched on candied chestnuts. In her previous life, even after her mother's tragic demise, her uncle managed to secure the title of Jinshi. In this life, with everything concealed from him, he approached matters with a light heart. How could he possibly fail? As long as his uncle succeeded, all past expenditures would surely be recouped. These chestnuts, presumably stored in the cellar over the winter, had lost their moisture, and being candied, were rather dry. Nevertheless, having any was better than having none. She was merely a 3-year-old child. What could a child of that age accomplish? She found herself with ample leisure. Dou Zhao nibbled thoughtfully on the chestnuts, scattering bits across the floor. Her aunt broached the subject of her marriage. After all, it was merely a verbal agreement. I suggest you discuss this with your father-in-law and have him negotiate with the Wei family to finalize the matter. Dou Zhao paused in her chewing, only resuming her slow nibbling after a moment's reflection. Her aunt's concerns were not without merit. In her previous life, after her mother's sudden passing, her father remarried Wang Yingxue within 100 days, while her uncle's family hurriedly departed for their posts. Her father devoted himself to study. And once her mother's mourning period concluded, he promptly participated in the provincial examination, achieving the rank of Jinshi, and subsequently, he became a scholar, observing governance in the Ministry of Personnel. By then, the Wang family had already relocated to the capital, and Mrs. Su, Wang Yingxue's mother, longed for her daughter and grandchildren, pleading with her father to bring them to the capital for a reunion. After obtaining her grandfather's consent, her father took Wang Yingxue, Dou Ming, and Dou Xiao to the capital, who then remembered her engagement with the Wei family? It was not until her grandfather and grandmother passed that she was sent to the capital. Only then did her father realize she had grown into a young woman of an age suitable for marriage, and he recalled the arrangement with the Wei family, dispatching someone to discuss matters with them. However, the Wei family hesitated, offering no clear response. Dou Zhao still vividly recalled the anxiety that consumed her at that time. With her father alive, the uncles from the eastern Dou family would not take her in, and her uncle was far away in the northwest. Her stepmother had never deprived her of her basic needs, yet whenever she caught a glimpse of her, there was an unmistakable malice in her gaze, akin to a predatory wolf, as if she yearned to devour her whole. Yet, upon closer inspection, her stepmother would revert to her usual calm and dignified demeanor. As the saying goes, the unusual is often sinister. She was uncertain of Wang Yingxue's true intentions. Each day was fraught with trepidation, fearing that a momentary lapse could lead to her undoing. Ironically, her grandmother had warned her before her passing that a woman without her natal family would find it difficult to stand firm in her husband's household. Thus she must maintain outward respect for her stepmother, though she harbored resentment towards Wang Yingxue for her mother's demise. The whispers among the servants about her mother's jealousy and childlessness left her feeling bereft of the standing to despise Wang Yingxue. Moreover, Wang Yingxue was adept at maintaining appearances. Even if she spoke out, no one would believe that Wang Yingxue bore her any ill will. Conflicted and sorrowful, she found herself in a tormenting dilemma, her days resembling a frying pan, imbued with the sense that the world was vast yet offered no refuge for her. Thus, upon learning that her mother had arranged a marriage for her while she was still alive, she felt an overwhelming surge of relief, nearly yearning to wed immediately. This is why, when she discovered that Dou Ming's marriage had fallen through, and Dou Ming vowed to marry into a prestigious family in the capital to redeem her honor, the intertwining of old grievances and new animosities solidified her irreconcilable stance against Wang Yingxue. Had she not devised a way to learn of her mother-in-law's whereabouts, leading to an encounter that stirred her mother-in-law's old affections, it was uncertain whether the Wei family would even acknowledge the engagement. Had she not rekindled those feelings? It was likely that Dou Ming would have been the one to marry into the Wei family instead of her. Dou Zhao's chewing slowed once more. In her previous life, she had been compelled by circumstance. Could she continue to be entangled with Wei Tingyu in this life? She recalled her arrival at the Wei household coinciding with the 12th month, as the new year approached. To please her mother-in-law and silence Wei Tingzhen, she proactively assisted her mother-in-law with the New Year preparations. Lacking experience, and with maidservants and brides assigned by Wang Yingxue, she found no assistance. And even the bonds of intimacy were absent. Unbeknownst to her, her exhaustive efforts led to a miscarriage. That was her first child. Wang Yingxue sent Dou Ming to visit her. Dou Ming encountered Wei Tingyu. That day was bright and sunny, the green curtains at the bed blocked the light. And she lay despondently on the intricately carved wooden bed, her complexion pale and devoid of vitality, akin to a cloison vase gathering dust on a shelf, dull and lifeless. Standing beside the curtains was Dou Ming, clad in a pale pink silk jacket adorned with auspicious motifs, the light illuminating the pearls and jade flowers in her dark hair, casting a lustrous glow that accentuated her picturesque features, resembling a captivating autumn blossom, leaving Wei Tingyu utterly entranced. That scene pierced Dou Zhao deeply. Though Dou Ming was petite and graceful, she was far from gentle. On the contrary, due to Mrs. Su's indulgence, she was not only proud but also had a fiery temper, her emotions plainly visible. Which was precisely why Wang Yingxue was intent on marrying Dou Ming to her own nephew. Dou Ming's visit had been deliberate. Intended to showcase to Wei Tingyu what he had missed by not accepting her into the Wei family. Wei Tingyu, true to Dou Ming's expectations, praised her for her docility and charm in front of Dou Zhao. During that time, Dou Zhao's heart raced at the sight of Wei Tingyu. A sentiment she could not tolerate. Dou Zhao bit into the chestnut, eliciting a startled exclamation from Zhao Shouru, "Spit it out. That's a bad chestnut." This startled both mother and her aunt. This child, how gluttonous. Mother hurriedly discarded the chestnut from Dou Zhao's hand, offering her tea to rinse her mouth. As if she had never tasted chestnuts before. Children understand little of such matters. Her aunt apologized, attributing the oversight to Bai Ru and the others for not taking care of Shogu. She then chastised her daughters briefly. Naturally, mother intervened. The two women exchanged polite remarks for a while, but mother soon decided against letting Dou Zhao accompany Zhao Bairu and the others. Instead bringing her and Zhao Zhongru to the con to play, personally helping them peel chestnuts while continuing their earlier discussion. Wei Tingyu is the son of a marquis. I fear for Sister Tian's difficulties, so I plan to send someone to the capital to inquire further before discussing this matter with your father-in-law. That seems wise. It's a more prudent approach. Her aunt nodded in agreement, and their conversation gradually shifted back to her uncle, expressing concern for his safe arrival in the capital. Whether he was well rested, and if he would achieve success in the examinations. It was not until the afternoon, as the hour grew late, that the guards accompanying them urged their departure, lest they be delayed in returning, prompting mother to reluctantly bid farewell to her aunt. Perhaps due to her deep dissatisfaction with her father's failure, throughout the spring plowing season, her father practiced his crafts under her grandfather's guidance. Neither mother nor Wang Yingxue dared to interrupt him, leading to the neglect of visiting her grandmother. As a concubine, devoid of relatives calling, friends visiting, or sisters-in-law to engage with, the life in the rear courtyard was solitary. After Wang Yingxue paid her respects to mother, she often lingered under various pretenses in mother's room. Mother remained indifferent toward her, often dismissing her with a few curt words. Dou Zhao sensed that mother still held some regard for Wang Yingxue. Were it her, she would have kept the concubine around for amusement, to lighten the mood, otherwise. What a waste to maintain someone without purpose. However, some matters require time. Dou Zhao's thoughts were consumed with her impending marriage to Wei Tingyu. Just as her arrival had seemingly revitalized her mother, transforming Wang Yingxue into a mere concubine, might her engagement to Wei Tingyu also be subject to change? If she were not to marry Wei Tingyu, whom else could she wed? Dou Zhao longed for her 3 children. The gentle spring breeze caresses the verdant foliage, heralding delightful news from Kyoto. Her uncle, Zhao Si, has achieved the remarkable honor of placing 5th in the imperial examination, thus becoming a successful scholar. Both her grandfather and father are overjoyed, yet it is her mother who radiates the greatest delight. When the Dou family delivers congratulatory gifts to the Zhao household, she, accompanied by Dou Zhao, returns briefly to her maternal home. This visit is markedly different from the last. The Zhao family is adorned in festive red, as if celebrating a grand festival, with joy illuminating every face. Zhao Zhongru eagerly pulls Dou Zhao into his chamber, retrieving a rose-flavored pastry wrapped in oiled paper, a gift from the esteemed Qin family of the town. "Enjoy it, it's truly sweet," he exclaims. Aunt Ping says I'll have as many as I desire in the future. Come visit us whenever you wish for more. As Dozhao gazes at the half-crushed pastry in her hand, warmth envelopes her heart, and tears well up in her eyes. In her previous life, she had been oblivious to Zhao Zhongru's name. For the sake of this pastry alone, she resolves to foster a genuine bond with her uncle's family. Having indulged in a bit of wine, her mother decides to spend the night at her brother's house, and they set off for home early the next morning. Along the way, her mother wears a smile, relishing the thought that they now have a scholar uncle. Her expression is serene, radiating contentment. Dou Zhao, pleased for her mother, inquires, when will uncle return? He still has the next examination for the Shijishi, the earliest will be after May, her mother replies with a smile. So, shall we visit uncle's house again? Indeed. I adore my cousin, she responds. Her mother, joyfully cradling her face, gently kisses her and softly admonishes, family ties run deep. They connect us through generations. You and your cousins are the closest of kin, understand? Dou Zhao nods, closer than the third cousins. Her mother nods approvingly, praising her intelligence. And, upon arriving home, carries her across the threshold. In the courtyard, lilacs, magnolias, peonies, passion flowers, and purple orchids bloom in a riot of colors, vibrant and lively. As they stroll amidst this floral tapestry, bees buzz and butterflies dance, perfuming the air with their subtle fragrance. Her mother halts, inhaling deeply. This year's blossoms are particularly resplendent compared to previous years. Indeed, responds Yu Mama with a knowing smile. Yet, her mother's countenance suddenly turns cold. Dou Zhao instinctively follows her mother's gaze. By the lotus pond, in a pavilion, sits a young man and woman. The woman, clad in a delicate canary yellow spring gown, beams with joy, gracefully holding a round fan as she languidly reclines against the pavilion's elegant support. Her beauty accentuated by a hint of playful charm. The man, strikingly handsome, sits at a stone table in the center of the pavilion, engrossed in painting her portrait. His expression unmistakably filled with joy and contentment. A sudden tightness grips Dou Zhao's heart. Her mother, with a composed demeanor, strides forward without a sideways glance, prompting Yu Mama to hastily follow. Behind them, a cascade of laughter, like the sound of silver bells, rings out. Chapter 20, The Flowing Water. After that day, mother fell ill. Dou Zhao was deeply worried and stayed by her side every day. Mother smiled as she stroked her head, saying, "Don't worry, dear. I will soon be well again. You should go and play." Yet her complexion grew paler with each passing day. Father came to visit her, and mother took the initiative to grasp his hand. His fingers were long and fair, distinct at the joints, as upright as jade bamboo. "I adore your smile," she said, pressing his hand against her cheek. "Every time you look at me and smile, I wonder how someone can laugh so joyfully and carefree. It's like the warmth of spring sunlight, warming the heart." The doctor assured them that her pulse was steady and that with proper rest, she would recover soon. Father's eyes turned red as he replied, "Once you are well, I will make you smile every day." "Silly." Mother smirked, her eyes sparkling with a mix of playfulness and affection. "People laugh together because they are happy. If you are not happy, you cannot force a smile." Father paused for a moment, and then mother continued with a laugh, "I just wanted you to apologize for leaving me and saying you have not fared well without me." Father was taken aback, then awkwardly laughed, "I am not used to you ignoring me. You are merely unaccustomed to my absence." Mother teased, her gaze warm and forgiving, although her voice gradually softened. "I thought only I could make you laugh so joyfully. It turns out others can bring you the same delight." Father did not quite catch her words, leaning closer to her bedside, softly asking, "What did you say?" "Nothing." Mother replied with a smile, "Just a bit tired." "Then you should speak less," he suggested, holding her hand. "I will stay here with you until you fall asleep." Mother nodded and soon closed her eyes, drifting into slumber. Dou Zhao, eavesdropping from the corner, suddenly emerged and hurled a small sandbag from the warm Kong onto the ground in frustration. "What is this? Reconciliation?" A fleeting thought crossed her mind, leaving her feeling deflated. What if it was bad? She still wanted a younger brother. Yet, why did it feel as if her heart was being gripped tightly, leaving her breathless? Do Zhao sat dazed at the edge of the Kong. Father emerged from the inner room and, upon seeing Do Zhao, paused for a moment before sitting beside her. Shogu, everyone praises your intelligence, saying you can now speak long sentences. Can you say one for me? Do Zhao glanced at him, then lowered her head to play with the sandbag. Father, in high spirits, remarked, this sandbag is exquisitely made. Who helped you craft it? Do Zhao still ignored him. Unperturbed. Father chuckled and hugged her, saying, come, let me teach you how to write. I do not like writing, Do Zhao defiantly replied, I want to swing on the swings. Very well. Father laughed, let's go swing. The back garden was still vibrant with flourishing greenery. Do Zhao and her father swung for a while, and her mood gradually brightened. Perhaps mother was right. It was better to lower one's head and draw father into her room than to continue this cold war without a way out. She found father more agreeable. Father, swing me higher. All right. He pushed her into the air. She soared, feeling as if she were gliding on the wind, with the landscape of Do residence expanding and contracting beneath her feet. She saw someone washing clothes by the well in the side courtyard. Aunt Ding scolding a young maid under the eaves, and the silence of her mother's courtyard. Devoid of life, it felt as if everything around her was within her gaze, an exhilarating sensation. Do Zhao's laughter cascaded like pearls on a jade plate, crisp and delightful. Father smiled broadly. Only Tuan Yang foolishly jumped out, standing in front of Do Shiying, exclaiming, Seventh Master, it's too high. The fourth miss might fall. Please put her down. Do Shiying recognized Tuan Yang and laughed, I did not expect you to be so loyal. He did not scold her but instead bypassed her and gave Do Zhao another strong push on the swing. Tuan Yang grew frantic, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Do Zhao reveled in Tuan Yang's concern, laughing heartily. She noticed Mama hurriedly rushing out from Mother's room, shouting from the steps. And the previously absent maidservants surged in like a tide, only to scatter again, creating a chaotic scene. What had happened? As the swing rose again, Do Zhao craned her neck to look towards the main courtyard. The young maids remained in disarray, but Mama was nowhere to be seen. A feeling of unease crept into Do Zhao's heart, and she commanded her father, stop, stop. Father pulled the swing back, laughing, so our Shogu is a coward. Do Zhao did not argue, but as soon as her feet touched the ground, Mama rushed over, pale and breathless. Seventh Master, she choked. Eyes red and brimming with tears, Seventh Madam, she hanged herself. What did you say? Father's eyes widened, his smile freezing on his face. Who? Who hanged herself? Seventh Madam, Mama sobbed, her legs buckling as she knelt. Seventh Madam hanged herself. Do Shiying glanced around in confusion. He finally felt a semblance of reality upon seeing his daughter, standing frozen beside him as if petrified. How could this be? Just moments ago, everything was fine, he murmured. His tall frame suddenly seeming diminished, his face pale as paper, lips white and trembling. Do Zhao had lost her ability to speak, her mind racing with tumultuous thoughts. Why did mother have to die? Hadn't Wang Yingxue become a concubine? Even if she bore a son, he would be a mere illegitimate child. Why did mother still choose to leave this world? What was the purpose of her return? Do Zhao pressed her lips tightly together. Her small hands clenched into fists. The gentle warmth of the spring sun bathed the two figures, one large and one small, resembling clay statues. While the swing continued to sway, attracting colorful butterflies that danced around it, competing in beauty. Do Zhao, clad in a coarse mourning robe, knelt in front of the spirit tablet, numbly bowing in response to the chants. Mother had taken her own life, which could not be deemed a blessing or longevity. And with elders present, the most they could do was the mourning rites for 5, 7, or 35 days. With no one to take charge, grandfather enlisted the help of third uncle and third aunt to handle mother's funeral arrangements, even repurposing the Nama coffin he had prepared for himself for her use. Those who came to pay their respects offered incense, inevitably inquiring about the cause of death. The Do family uniformly claimed she had succumbed to a sudden illness, prompting tears from all who heard. She was not yet 20. Do Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears. Yes, how could she forget? Though mother was her mother, she was still so young, not yet 20. The truth she had only grasped at 30, how could she expect a 20-year-old mother to comprehend? Some wounds, buried deep within, though they bled profusely, left no outward trace. Mother, you never truly let go, did you? Dou Zhao gazed across the room. Her father, clad in pure white, appeared ashen, his eyes sunken, looking utterly haggard. He knelt before the mourning basin, solemnly burning paper money for mother, his expression earnest and devout, as though each piece was a talisman. Red-eyed Wang Yingshui approached, kneeling beside father, silently picking up a stack of paper money, tearing them one by one, and tossing them into the basin alongside him. Seventh Master. Her voice was hoarse, tinged with sobs. You have been kneeling here for a day and a night. If this continues, your health will suffer. We are counting on you to manage sister's funeral. The father remained silent, gently extracting the paper money from Wang Yingshui's grasp and continuing to burn it. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Wang Yingshui's face as she knelt there for an extended period, yet her father did not cast a glance in her direction. Her eyes dimmed slightly as she quietly withdrew. Uncle Lu approached and took hold of the father's arm, saying, Wan Yuan, do not be this way. The deceased has departed. It is the living who must take care of themselves. The father refused to rise. In front of his friends and cousins, he began to weep softly, lamenting. I had promised Guqiu that we would have 5 sons and 3 daughters. Now she is gone, and there is no one to perform her rites. Please allow me to burn a few more sheets of paper money for her. My heart is truly heavy. Uncle Lu stamped his foot, his eyes glistening with tears. Though you are grieving, this is not the time. His voice grew somber. Rui Fu has returned. He did not participate in the selection for the scholar's position. Dou Zhao lifted her head. Rui Fu was her uncle Zhao Xi's given name. Considering the time, he should be arriving shortly. Uncle Lu's voice turned bitter. When you see Rui Fu, have you thought about what to say? Third brother and the others are in the study of the younger uncle. We must discuss how to approach this matter beforehand. What discussion? The father muttered, his mind evidently still adrift in the void. It is all my fault. When your mama said she wanted to hang herself, I thought she was trying to coerce me. I never realized she was genuinely heartbroken and despairing. I was blissfully unaware, mistakenly believing I had triumphed. She said she would wait for me to apologize, claiming I should acknowledge that my departure had left her utterly miserable. He fell to his knees before his wife's spirit, weeping. I never anticipated it would come to this. Truly, I did not foresee it. I promised my brother-in-law that I would take good care of Guqiu and cherish her for life. I have broken my word. She said I was despicable. She was not wrong in the slightest. Wan Yuan, Wan Yuan. Uncle Lu wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and forcefully pulled the father to his feet. We will address these matters later. The immediate priority is to provide Rui Fu with an explanation. You cannot act out of impulse. The father shook his head, his heart heavy with despair. I have wronged Guqiu. Once I have completed her funeral arrangements, let him deal with me as he sees fit. Uncle Lu, beside himself with anger, summoned 2 attendants to escort the father to the Crane Longevity Hall. Dou Zhao rushed outside. Wang Yingshui stood under the magnolia tree outside the mourning hall, gazing blankly at the retreating figures of her father and Uncle Lu. Dou Zhao called to her, Wang Auntie. Wang Yingshui turned her head, casting a sidelong glance at the servant women outside the hall, and approached with a graceful smile. Shogu, what is the matter? Her tone was gentle. You are quite eager to bear a son, aren't you? Dou Zhao looked up, her dark eyes fixed intently on Wang Yingshui's, and spoke in a voice only they could hear. Unfortunately, it seems you are carrying a daughter this time. Once the mourning period is over and the new mistress enters the household, I wonder if she will be as easy to deal with as my mother. You. Wang Yingshui gasped, retreating in terror, her gaze fixed on Dou Zhao as if she had encountered a monster. Dou Zhao was quite pleased. With a cold smirk, she elegantly brushed past her. Chapter 21, The Dispute Inside the Crane Longevity Hall. A heated debate ensued. As Dou Zhao rushed over, he overheard his third uncle proclaiming. This matter arose from the 7th brother taking a concubine. It can certainly be deemed as jealousy. Consequently, the Zhao family cannot voice any objections, as it preserves the dignity of both families. At this, she trembled with indignation. The deceased must be honored. Even so, You should not allow our mother to bear such a vile reputation in her death merely to evade responsibility. Do you not comprehend what jealousy signifies for a woman? For someone as proud as our mother, if she were to learn of her disgrace and death, would she still have resolutely taken her own life? It is no wonder that the servants in the past spoke of her with disdain. It is evident that one must always find a way to survive. For only in survival is there hope and a future. Dou Zhao lifted the curtain and entered. Unfortunately, the hall was spacious and empty, with the adults burdened by heavy hearts. With guards stationed outside, no one anticipated the silent entrance of another. The arrival of the small Dou Zhao was like a leaf drifting down by the river, creating not a single ripple. She clenched her fists, about to speak, when her father, who sat alone at a distance, suddenly stood up with fervor. No. No. He exclaimed, his expression agitated. Guqiu was not such a person. You cannot speak of her this way. We must not let her die bearing such a reputation. His voice faltered, and he lowered his gaze, adding, I was the one who caused her death. Dou Zhao sighed deeply, observing the second madam's face grow somber. She scolded sharply, this is nonsense. What time is it? How can you say such things? How old are you this year? Shouldn't you think carefully before you speak? Do you wish to see the Zhao and Dou families at odds with one another? You claim Guqiu's death is your fault? Tell me, did you strike her? Insult her? Or humiliate her before others? Is her demise truly unrelated to your taking a concubine? Her father fell silent. I. After a long pause, he could not articulate a coherent response. Dou Zhao began to comprehend. If not for her father's taking a concubine, the discord between him and her mother would not have escalated to such an extent. Ultimately, the Dou family still believed that this situation stemmed from Wang Yingshu's actions. If her father denied it, his argument would lack merit. If he admitted it, it would only solidify her third uncle's accusation of jealousy. Could it be that her uncle felt cornered by this logic, suffering in silence, ultimately forced to swallow this bitter pill? Dou Zhao's expression became distant. Meanwhile, the second madam's demeanor gradually softened. She sighed, Guqiu grew up under my watch, her untimely departure pains me, does it not? Yet, feeling sorrow for her does not allow me to indulge in familial sentiment. But one cannot speak ill of Guqiu. The second madam had always been strict. The family feared her. Seeing her show weakness, her father dared not retort, yet he could not help but express, if this word spreads, how will others regard Guqiu? This will not be known. The second madam's piercing gaze swept across the assembly, declaring decisively, the law does not reach 6 ears. As long as we remain silent, will the Zhao family dare to proclaim otherwise? Zhao Ruifu has 3 daughters. Indeed. The third uncle chimed in to counsel her father, if this were to leak, it would bring shame upon us as well. You know Zhao Ruifu's temperament, he is sincere and earnest. Should he raise a ruckus, your taking a concubine would be exposed. And the seventh sister-in-law would equally bear the label of jealousy. It is wiser to appease Ruifu first and, after the mourning period for the seventh sister-in-law, you and the uncles can discuss this matter thoroughly, rather than act impulsively and utter hurtful words. After speaking, he exchanged a glance with the sixth uncle, signaling him to persuade her father. Unexpectedly, the sixth uncle stood up and declared, Third brother, do not look at me, I do not support this matter. The room fell into stunned silence, Dou Zhao included. The sixth uncle boldly continued, Initially, I held a low opinion of the seventh sister-in-law, thinking her overly sensitive. Whenever the seventh brother overlooked her, she would sulk, leading him to grovel for forgiveness. This is hardly the behavior of a virtuous wife. Yet, she has passed. To speak of her thus is ungracious. A gentleman acts with integrity. We have shared bonds with the Zhao family for generations, let us clarify the circumstances to Ruifu. And he can decide how to proceed. I believe the seventh brother is not a coward. He nodded towards her father, conveying his support. As long as we have clear consciences, that is sufficient. This elicited a grateful expression from her father. Dou Zhao sighed. It was no wonder her father and the sixth uncle were so close. The sixth uncle's demeanor was open and forthright, reminiscent of the esteemed scholars of the Wei and Jin dynasties. Her father, too, held a similar reputation. Perhaps he was not as terrible as she had imagined. Her gaze rested on her father, prompting her to re-evaluate him, someone she had never truly regarded in her past life. Zhongji. The third uncle called out to the sixth uncle, awkwardly retorting, "This is merely a temporary measure. People are stratified, actions also bear rank. This should not tarnish another's reputation," the sixth uncle countered dismissively. The two brothers began to argue. Enough. Their grandfather finally interjected, "Do not quarrel any further. The details must be communicated to Ruifu, yet jealousy remains a fact." Thus, this matter was settled. Ultimately, it was to silence her uncle with the accusation of her mother's jealousy. Dozhao raised an eyebrow. After all, facing the partition, the sixth uncle could say no more. The third uncle was aware that this was not an honorable course of action, and his expression reflected no joy. "Father," her father anxiously called to their grandfather. The grandfather coldly snorted in response. Outside, hurried footsteps approached, and Gaoxing announced from behind the curtain, "The Zhao family uncle has arrived." The grandfather exchanged a glance with the second madam, who instructed the third uncle, "You and Zhongji accompany Wan Yuan to welcome the Zhao family uncle." With a resigned sigh, the third uncle, along with the sixth uncle, escorted her father out of the hall. Dozhao contemplated following but was intercepted by the second madam. "Shogu. What are you doing here?" She urgently commanded the maid who had earlier been sent to the courtyard, "Bring the fourth young lady to me." Dozhao was seized and lifted. "Let me go. Let me go." She quickly wriggled free from the hesitant maid's grasp and dashed away. The doors of the Dou residence swung wide open, and Dozhao beheld her aunt, who had been resting in the side room, accompanied by her three cousins, leading a man clad in mourning attire. He was of medium height, with features even more delicate than those of the women. Though over a decade had passed, Dozhao instantly recognized her uncle, Zhao Si. Her eyes misted with tears. If only she had not been so obstinate and had listened to her elder cousin's advice. Reflecting more carefully, she and her uncle's family would not have remained estranged all this time. Dozhao hastened towards him, only to witness her uncle stride forward, delivering a punch to her father's face. Her father, taken aback, stumbled and fell to the ground, momentarily dazed, his pallid complexion swelling instantly. "You scoundrel!" her uncle growled, seizing her father's collar and striking him again. "You took a concubine just 3 years into marriage, do you not care for Guqiao? For Shogu? You scoundrel!" Another blow landed on her father's face. Dozhao gasped in horror. Uncle San, Uncle Lu, aunt, and 3 cousins all rushed over, some calling out to Ruifu, others addressing father or uncle. Uncle San simply positioned himself between uncle and father, proclaiming loudly that a gentleman speaks but does not resort to violence. Uncle scoffed, pointing at father, "What sort of gentleman is he? Can he even comprehend our words?" He advanced, intent on striking father. Father pushed aside Uncle San, kneeling before uncle, "Brother. It is all my fault, I have wronged Guqiao. Please, strike me. I would rather endure your blows." Uncle Lu's face darkened, "Doshuring. Rise at once. A man kneels only before heaven, earth, and his parents and teachers. What is this disgraceful display?" He then barked at the servants, "Close the door." The servants hurriedly moved to shut the door, not daring to glance this way. Uncle, however, disdainfully remarked, "Do you think that enduring a beating absolves you of your sins? Doshuring, let me be clear, there will be no mercy." He delivered a kick to father, who remained kneeling, enduring the blow. Ruifu, Ruifu. Do not act this way." Uncle San urgently restrained uncle, with the grief of seventh sister still fresh. "Is it not a laughingstock for you to engage in violence?" He continued, "Let us speak calmly, there is no need for this." Uncle ignored him and inquired of aunt, "Where is Shogu? Who is watching over her?" Aunt quickly replied, "Shogu is in the morning hall, attended by her maid." Uncle strode towards the morning hall. Dozhao could not contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. She stepped forward and called out to uncle. Jiaoxi approached, his eyes immediately reddening. "Shogu." He embraced Dozhao tightly. "Let us go see your mother." "All right." Do Zhao nodded, wrapping her arms around Uncle's neck, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. They offered incense, performed their rites, and expressed their gratitude. Uncle and niece solemnly completed the memorial service. Jiaoxi entrusted Do Zhao to Aunt, saying, "Watch over her. During such times, everyone is busy, and accidents are most likely to occur. I must speak with the family elder." Father, with bruises marring his face, stared vacantly at Mother's coffin, while Uncle San and Uncle Lu appeared somewhat uneasy. "I will take care of it," Aunt said, embracing Do Zhao. She nodded knowingly. "You go attend to your matters. I will watch over Shogu." Uncle affectionately patted Do Zhao's head before exiting the morning hall. Aunt consoled Do Zhao, "Come, let us go enjoy some osmanthus cake." Chapter 22. Uncle and grandfather exchanged words that Do Zhao could not discern, yet upon his return, Uncle's demeanor was markedly grim. Rui Fu, Aunt approached him anxiously. What did the old man say? What good words could he possibly utter? Uncle scoffed, his gaze briefly landing on the warm Kong, where Do Zhao sat at the end, clutching a fluffy ball and gazing up at him with wide, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity. A pang of sorrow struck his heart as he recalled that Do Duo was his niece's grandfather, and Do Shirring her father. Though resentment lingered on his tongue, he swallowed it down, fearing that his countenance might frighten Do Zhao. He forced a smile and gently inquired of his wife, "Have the children had their lunch?" "Yes. They have," Aunt replied, her eyes following Uncle's gaze to Do Zhao, immediately brimming with tears. "This child seems to know her mother is no longer with her. She neither cries nor fusses. Whatever I offer her, she eats. She used to be so particular about her food. I dread to think of the trials she will face in the future." Uncle lowered his head in sorrow, murmuring, "I wanted to discuss this matter with you." "Go ahead," Aunt urged as she dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. "When I married in, Guqiu was merely 5 years old. On our wedding night, she insisted on sleeping with me, claiming she adored her sister. I raised her to 16, personally sending her off to marry into the Do family. She is my sister-in-law, yet she feels more like my daughter. As for her affairs, you need not consult me. Whatever you decide, I shall not utter a word." "Xiaoyi." Uncle grasped Aunt's hand gratefully, "You have endured so much all these years." "We are husband and wife," Aunt replied, her ears flushing with embarrassment. "What need is there for such words?" She shyly settled on the Kong, cradling Do Zhao in her lap, coaxing her gently. "All your cousins have gone for their afternoon naps. Would you like to take a nap as well? After a good nap, you will have the energy to play with your cousins. Do you wish to play with them?" Do Zhao had been waiting for Uncle's return. Now that he had matters to discuss with Aunt, she thought that if she pretended to sleep, they would converse more freely. Do Zhao nodded softly, stifling a yawn. Aunt helped her out of her outer jacket, wrapped her in a blanket, and cradled her gently, before summoning her personal maid to pour Uncle some hot tea, instructing her. "I have something to discuss with my husband, please keep watch outside." The maid complied and departed. Uncle and Aunt sat side by side on the Kong, Uncle stating, "I wish to bring Shogu to live with us." Do Zhao, her eyes closed, perked up her ears. Aunt expressed no dissent, replying, "If Shogu comes, she will have a companion in Zhangru." A flicker of relief crossed Uncle's eyes as he pondered. "Last time you mentioned that Shogu is betrothed to the son of the Tian family, is there a token?" "There is," Aunt replied, gently patting Do Zhao. "It is a jade bracelet that accompanied Sister Tian's dowry. Guqiu has just departed, the Do family likely hasn't had the chance to gather her belongings." Uncle whispered. "Guqiu's belongings have always been managed by Yuma. Please send a trusted maid to discreetly fetch Shogu's betrothal token from Yuma." Although Aunt was momentarily taken aback, she asked no questions and called for a maid to relay the instructions. Uncle explained, "Now that Guqiu is gone, and Shogu's engagement to the Wei family has not been formally announced, there may be complications. That Do Shirring is rather simple-minded. He loses his bearings if a woman merely gazes at him." Speaking of father, Uncle grew agitated. He doesn't even know his own worth. Relying on him to advocate for Shogu is no better than wishing for his early demise. Once he passes, we can intervene in Shogu's affairs without reservation. "Lower your voice," Aunt urged urgently, "you might wake the child." Uncle leaned over to glance at Do Zhao, relieved to find her eyes closed. And softened his tone, if Shogu can find a suitable match in the future, we need not dwell on this matter. But if no fitting suitor appears, possessing this token will make it difficult for the Wei family to back out. Dou felt a tightness in her chest. With her mother's passing, she had become a mournful daughter, devoid of guidance. No respectable family would wish to take such a girl as their bride. Uncle had considered everything for her. Suddenly, a memory struck her. When her mother exchanged tokens with her mother-in-law, she had thought it a dream and paid little heed. In reality, she had never seen any tokens prior to her wedding. On their wedding night, Wei Tingyu presented her with a jade pendant and a pair of bracelets, claiming they were the betrothal tokens from their families. She had assumed they were handed over by her father to the Wei family. Could it be that in her previous life, these jade bracelets were in Uncle's possession? Her heart raced uncontrollably. Uncle's voice, tinged with regret, reached her ears. Xiaoyi, I wish to sell the ancestral property, aside from the 30 acres of sacrificial land. What? Aunt gasped, why must we sell the ancestral estate? Dou was equally taken aback, squinting at Uncle. He lowered his gaze, speaking softly. Xiaoyi, you were once a delicate young lady untouched by hardship, yet since marrying me, you have not only cared for your paralyzed mother-in-law, nurtured your younger sister-in-law, borne children, and managed the household, but also toiled in the fields during busy seasons. Everything relies on you. I have kept this in mind. I had hoped to study diligently and earn a degree to provide you with fine garments, allowing you to bask in glory. But with Guchio's situation, I cannot forsake my only sister for my own future. Without a Jinsher, one cannot enter the Hanlin Academy. Without the Hanlin, one cannot reach the cabinet. I am sorry for failing you. No, Aunt interjected hastily. Her eyes reddening, you have treated me well, I know this. After I bore Zhongru, my mother feared you would resent me and specifically arranged for a beautiful girl from Jiangnan for you to take as a maid. You refused, claiming you could not afford to care for her. Uncle displayed a sense of discomfort as if his deception had been exposed, insisting it was indeed a matter of not being able to afford it. Aunt laughed heartily, gently affirming, yes. It was indeed a matter of not being able to afford it. Yet, tears streamed down her cheeks. Dou felt her own tears on the verge of spilling. The elegant and handsome uncle stood beside the matronly aunt, resembling siblings rather than a married couple, with at least a 5-year age difference between them. Nevertheless, Uncle never forgot his roots, always remembering Aunt's kindness and never wishing to cause her sorrow. What need is there for such words? Regardless of what happens, Bairu and the others are still my flesh and blood, Uncle said awkwardly, tossing a handkerchief to Aunt. Quickly wipe your tears. Aunt laughed as she wiped her tears. Uncle continued, I wish to go to the capital to arrange matters, seeking a stable position. When the time comes, we will take Shogu along. At this point, a hint of bitterness crept into Uncle's tone. However, I have calculated that even selling the ancestral land may not suffice. Can you? His voice trailed off, his face revealing a mix of embarrassment and shame, unable to meet Aunt's gaze. Could I borrow your dowry? I promise to return it to you as soon as I have the means. What are you saying? Aunt reproached gently, what is mine is yours. When my parents provided me with such a generous dowry, it was to ensure our well-being. As long as we live well, that dowry has served its purpose. What is there that cannot be spent? If you encounter such a significant matter and do not confide in me, I would feel that our hearts are not aligned. Dou burst into tears. Shogu, what is the matter? Aunt exclaimed in panic, scooping her up, what is it? What is it? Dou wept uncontrollably on Aunt's shoulder, releasing her pent-up sorrow. In her previous life, upon the demise of her mother, her uncle, unable to contend with the Dou family, endured his sorrow to partake in the imperial examination. Subsequently, he secured a tangible position using his late wife's dowry, intending to bring her along to his post. Yet, in the presence of the Dou family, she audaciously bit her aunt and cried out that she would not accompany her. Her uncle, having already wronged his deceased wife for the sake of his sister, faced the dire consequence of losing his official position if he obtained the position yet failed to take it, further betraying the sacrifices made by his late wife on his behalf. Moreover, with the Zhao family's assets liquidated, remaining was not an option. Who was it that instigated her to bite her aunt? Although she was motherless, both her father and grandfather were alive. Should she vehemently express her unwillingness to stay with her uncle, he would be powerless to compel her. In such circumstances, her defiance was akin to delivering a stinging slap to both her uncle and aunt. Dou Zhao straightened herself, ceasing her tear-streaked visage now marked by determination. She vowed to uncover the instigator. Without a doubt, her uncle obtained the jade bracelet, which he entrusted to her aunt for safekeeping, after the 7th day of Guqiu. I shall set forth. Please manage the affairs at home. Once I receive news from my side, you may feign an invitation to bring Shogu to stay with us for a few days, and then take her along to the post. Once she reaches maturity, we shall return her to the Dou family for her marriage. He continued, as for my mother-in-law and brother-in-law, do not speak of this yet. Before departing, pay them a visit, and once we are settled, we shall send a letter to the elder to express our apologies. Without hesitation, her aunt replied. I shall begin arranging the household matters in the next few days. A maid stationed outside coughed heavily, announcing, 3rd master, 6th master. Her aunt softly urged. You may attend to your tasks, I will look after Shogu. Her uncle nodded slightly, lifting the curtain to exit. Her aunt styled Dou Zhao's hair, smiling, Shogu. Would you like to stay with your aunt from now on? Her expression was radiant, her tone imbued with joy, revealing her contentment with her uncle's plans. Aunt is a wonderful woman. Dou Zhao's eyes twinkled with delight, her smile as sweet as honey. Her aunt kissed her gently. Zhao Zhongru burst in excitedly, exclaiming, Shogu. Shogu, I found an ant nest under your family's osmanthus tree, let us go see the ants move their things. Zhao Bairu entered with a composed demeanor. Intercepting her sister, Aunt is no longer with us, do not run about. Shogu must go to the morning hall to pay her respects. Zhao Zhongru, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, blinked her large eyes and asked her mother, where has Aunt gone? Her aunt tenderly patted her daughter's head, sorrowfully responding. Aunt has gone to the South Sea. Oh. Zhao Zhongru understood, realizing that Aunt had gone to visit the Bodhisattva. Zhao Bairu turned her face away. Her aunt gently placed Dou Zhao on the ground, softly advising, go play with your sisters in the courtyard for a while. Hurry, hurry. Zhao Zhongru took Dou Zhao's hand and dashed outside. Chapter 23, Sister. A line of tiny ants marched in meticulous order, diligently transporting morsels of food into their burrow. Zhao Zhongru, her face alight with excitement, waved energetically at Dou Zhao, urging, hurry, hurry. She lowered her head, crushed the white steamed bun in her hand, and tossed it onto the ground. The ants immediately swarmed around, working together to carry the crumbs beneath the old locust tree. Dou Zhao slowly approached, squatting beside Zhao Zhongru. Gazing at her cherubic face, momentarily lost in thought, she recalled her daughter, Yinjia. After her first child had been lost, both her mother-in-law and Wei Tingyu had been quite critical of her, with Wei Tingzhen bluntly stating, your Dou family has been in high office for generations. How is it that none of you understands decorum? They ought to send a knowledgeable nurse from the Duke Jing's household to care for her in confinement. How humiliating that would be, to lose face before the Duke Jing's household. Dou Zhao could only swallow her grievances and smile, attributing the mishap to her own carelessness, while casting hopeful glances at Wei Tingyu, wishing he would intervene on her behalf. To her dismay, Wei Tingyu, oblivious to her plight, nodded vigorously, agreeing, sister. This is for your own good. She was left speechless, her anger simmering for 2 days before it faded. In an effort to make amends for her mother-in-law's disappointment, she soon became pregnant again and gave birth to her eldest son, Wei Gu, the following January. 13 months later, she welcomed her second son, Rui Gu. However, after Rui Gu's birth, she suffered another miscarriage, which left her physically weakened. The mere sight of Wei Tingyu filled her with trepidation, leading her to elevate Hushir to the status of concubine. As time passed, Dou Zhao found her footing within the Wei household. Yet, a veil of distance seemed to separate her from her 2 sons, rendering their bond less intimate. A profound loneliness enveloped her, prompting her to take the risk of giving birth to Yinjia. Perhaps having learned from her experiences with her sons, She devoted herself wholeheartedly to nurturing and educating Yinjia, fostering an exceptional closeness between them. The child would call out for her mother at the slightest absence, melting Dou Zhao's heart, as she eagerly sought to provide Yinjia with delicious treats and delightful toys. Now, devoid of her own protection, she couldn't help but worry about her daughter's well-being. A fleeting thought stirred her emotions, causing her eyes to sting. Then, she was struck by a realization: she had returned to the past, where there was no Wei Gu, Rui Gu, or Yinjia. It felt as if a substantial part of her heart had been hollowed out. Raising her gaze, she peered through the partially opened window and observed her uncle engaged in a heated debate with her third uncle, their expressions intense. The Dou family wielded considerable influence. What would it matter if her uncle triumphed in this argument? After all, when Song Yamo committed patricide and fratricide, despite a chorus of denouncements from the court, he remained unscathed under the emperor's protection. Song Yamo had a paternal cousin and two paternal uncles who, by law, could inherit the title of Duke of England. Yet, with a single edict, Song Yamo had the emperor strip them of their title. In their fury, his cousins had sworn to kill him, but when faced with him, they dared not utter a word. Perhaps it would be better for her uncle to seek a nominal position in the northwest. The south was prosperous, attracting many with connections. Making the political landscape perilous, a misstep could lead to downfall. Conversely, the northwest, though barren, boasted simpler folk with more straightforward morals, which might not be such a bad thing. Dou Zhao sighed softly at these thoughts. Days later, her uncle and aunt returned to Anxiang with 3 cousins. Aside from visiting her mother's shrine on the 7th day, they refrained from associating with the Dou family. When the ritual was performed on the 5th and 7th days, her mother's coffin was transported to the ancestral grave for burial. Her memorial tablet would be honored in the Western Dou small Buddhist hall for 3 years before being placed in the Dou family's ancestral hall in the northern building. Outwardly calm, there was no word of criticism regarding her mother, rather. News of her uncle selling land to gather funds for a petition to the capital reached even Dou Zhao's ears. She couldn't help but smile wryly. Living close to them had its drawbacks. Any whisper of discontent reached her quickly, explaining why her uncle had faced a setback in the previous life. The Dou family had dispatched 2,000 taels of silver to assist, but her uncle returned it without touching a single coin. Her third uncle expressed concern. Rui Fu has harbored a grudge against our family. Generations of goodwill have come to this. His tone was laden with regret. Yet, her grandfather dismissed his concerns, stating, "The ebb and flow of the world is inevitable, unity will fracture, and fragmentation will unite. There is no need for lamentation." Still, her third uncle sought to mend things. Attempting to purchase the 100 acres of mountain forest that had been her aunt's dowry at a price 2 taels above market value, only to be rejected. Dou Zhao privately lamented to Tuan Yang, "Your uncle and aunt are far too naive. If it were me, I would sell the land and harbor resentment." Tuan Yang, knitting socks under the light, widened her eyes in surprise. "Isn't that rather rogue?" Dou Zhao was taken aback, then laughed. "I suppose it shows I am still a true Dou." Tuan Yang did not comprehend. Dou Zhao refrained from explaining further and asked, "What has Aunt Wang been up to these days?" Utilizing her mother's retainers, she navigated matters with ease, just as before. Tuan Yang replied, "She confines herself to her room, retiring early, requiring that everything, from food to drink, is tasted by her maid Qiongfang before it reaches her lips." Dou Zhao responded with an "oh." Just then, Xian Chao rushed in, exclaiming, Su Xin, there's trouble over at Qixia courtyard." Dou Zhao, still a child, found that the maid spoke freely in her presence. Tuan Yang feigned indifference, asking, "What sort of trouble?" Rumor had it that someone had placed a piece of musk in Aunt Wang's flower vase. Had it not been for the vigilant Humama, a disaster might have ensued. Tuan Yang glanced at Dou Zhao, who listened with wide-eyed interest. Tuan Yang had no choice but to add, "What disaster could arise?" "I've heard musk is the finest fragrance." "Humama claims musk can cause miscarriages," Xian Chao whispered. "Aunt Wang forbids us from discussing it, but Humama's voice is so loud that we all heard." "Oh." Tuan Yang, typically taciturn, found herself at a loss for words. Xian Chao leaned against the warm Kong, adding, Su Xin, do you think someone is truly trying to harm Aunt Wang? Just days ago, Hu Mama was shouting that someone had poisoned Aunt Wang's food, but the eldest and third madams investigated and found nothing but yellowing powder. Now, with musk turning up, who would wish her harm? Why would they? How should I know? Tuan Yang replied disinterestedly. Xian Chao, feeling disheartened, left to gossip with Chiao Kuei and the others. Tuan Yang turned her gaze toward Dou Zhao, who remarked, there is far too much strife surrounding Aunt Wang, you should inform Ding Xiang's mother. Ding Xiang is of age and has been betrothed, it would be prudent to arrange for her departure soon. Tuan Yang agreed. Yet her eyes reflected a hint of skepticism toward Dou Zhao. Sighing internally, Dou Zhao thought, being young has its advantages and disadvantages. Fortunately, her companion was Tuan Yang. Had it been anyone else, they might have fled in fear by now. However, Wang Yingxue remained remarkably composed, managing to endure such turmoil. Should she frighten her further? Contemplating this, Dou Zhao awoke the next morning to the news that Wang Yingxue had given birth to a daughter. She gazed at the vibrant pomegranate flowers blooming outside her window, nodding in satisfaction as she asked Tuan Yang, what date is today? May 12th. In her previous life, Dou Ming's birthday had been on the 3rd day of the 7th month. It seemed Dou Ming would celebrate his birthday on May 12th this time. In her past life, Dou Ming had been born prematurely. How would Wang Yingxue explain Dou Ming's birth this time? Dou Zhao felt a wave of anticipation. She instructed Tuan Yang. Help me change into a beautiful outfit, I wish to visit my sister. Tuan Yang summoned Yuzan to assist Dou Zhao in donning a summer gown of pale moon white with silver stripes, accompanying her to Wang Yingxue's quarters. Her third aunt and Aunt Ding had already arrived, along with a throng of attendants bustling to serve Wang Yingxue, filling the room to capacity. Dou Shiying was holding the child and, upon seeing Dou Zhao, a rare smile broke through the faint gloom on his face. Shogu, this is your little sister. He crouched down to show her the infant in his arms. Wrinkled and resembling a monkey, what is there to admire? Dou Zhao silently scoffed in her heart. Yet she approached with a beaming smile. She is so tiny. As she spoke, she glanced at Wang Yingxue. Wang Yingxue leaned against the large pillow. Her complexion pale from childbirth, yet possessing a delicate and fragile beauty. Noticing Dou Zhao's gaze, she instinctively clutched the blanket tighter. Ever since that day Dou Zhao had spoken to her, she had been avoiding her. Dou Zhao smiled gently and asked her father, may I hold my sister? Of course. Dou Shiying replied, affectionately ruffling his eldest daughter's hair. No. Wang Yingxue interjected, anxiety evident as she straightened up. All eyes turned to her. I mean, Shogu is still too young, she hastily explained, concerned that the little girl might not be able to hold her securely. Then, can I come to see my sister every day? Dou Zhao interrupted, tilting her head and blinking her large eyes at Wang Yingxue. Doesn't Shogu play jump rope with Xian Chao and the others? Wang Yingxue replied with a forced smile. If you come to see your sister, you can't play. My sister is far more interesting than jump rope. Dou Zhao declared without hesitation, then looked up at her father. Father, can I come to see my sister? Absolutely. You can visit her whenever you wish. Dou Shiying thought his daughter was exceptionally well-behaved and pure-hearted. He handed the child to the wet nurse and embraced Dou Zhao. You are now a big sister, and you must take good care of her, understood? Understood. Dou Zhao exclaimed, her eyes crescent-shaped with a sweet smile. Dou Shiying couldn't help but praise his daughter, Shogu is truly well-behaved. Dou Zhao beamed at Wang Yingxue. However, Wang Yingxue, gazing at the innocent and cheerful Dou Zhao, felt her heart sink. The expression and demeanor Dou Zhao exhibited when they spoke that day were not those of a mere 3-year-old. And indeed she had given birth to a daughter. This was all too shocking and bizarre. Dou Zhao seemed as though she were a creature disguised in a child's skin. If one were to peel away that layer, something monstrous would emerge, yet everyone remained oblivious. Wang Yingxue felt a chill run through her fingers as she saw Dou Zhao wriggle free from Dou Shiying's arms. Darting to the wet nurse and swiftly tugging at her sister's fine, soft hair. Father, look. My sister has less hair than I do. The wet nurse, caught off guard, was frantic and urgently pleaded with Dou Zhao, fourth miss, please let go. Dou Zhao ignored her, smiling at her father. Dou Shiying approached, scrutinizing his second daughter before turning to Dou Zhao, stating seriously, "Indeed, she has less than you." Dou Zhao beamed widely. The wet nurse had no choice but to seek help from Wang Yingshu. Wang Yingshu, terrified and stiff, managed to force a smile after a while and gently said to Dou Zhao, "Your sister is still small, you mustn't pull her hair." Dou Zhao scoffed inwardly. She was fully aware that the child was too young to have her hair pulled. At this moment, Dou Ming was defenseless, she wouldn't truly harm her sister. It was merely a display of bravado to instill fear in Wang Yingshu. In the past, Wang Yingshu had caused her untold grievances. And now she intended to let Wang Yingshu experience that same bitterness. Chapter 24, Thoughts. Dou Zhao, with a playful grin, released Dou Ming's hair and playfully poked her face. Wang Yingshu's heart raced, and she hurriedly interjected, "Sister is still very young, you mustn't poke her face." Her voice inadvertently took on a sharp tone. Dou Zhao then turned her attention to her sister's tiny hands. Surely, she was doing this on purpose. Wang Yingshu was infuriated. Rather than injuring the child in secret and facing the adult scolding for her mischief, it would be easier to act out in front of everyone, where a mere comment about being thoughtless could absolve her of all responsibility. Zhao Guqiu was no mere child, she was a little imp. As this thought crossed her mind, Wang Yingshu struggled to maintain her composure, though a hint of rigidity crept into her demeanor. "Shogu, you mustn't play with your sister's hands." Dou Shiying felt a twinge of displeasure. Shogu merely wished to bond with her sister. And if her actions were a bit too rough due to her youthful exuberance, the child would naturally express her discomfort with cries. At that moment, however, the child lay comfortably in the nurse's embrace, indicating that Shogu was being quite gentle. He thought Wang Yingshu was being overly protective of her own child and too harsh on Shogu. Aunt San and Aunt Ding shared similar sentiments. However, neither felt it appropriate to voice their opinions. The former was merely fulfilling Dou Duo's request to oversee household matters, while the latter's status prevented her from speaking out. Nonetheless, this did not imply that they were devoid of opinions or stances. Particularly Aunt San, as the principal wife, felt obliged to support the Dou family when dealing with the Zhao family. Yet, behind closed doors, she held a deep disdain for Wang Yingshu, who had entered the family through underhanded means. With a silent scoff, she approached Dou Zhao with a smile, discreetly lifting her away from Dou Ming. "Silly child. You mustn't be mischievous, be careful not to hurt your sister." Wang Yingshu was already on edge that day. After all, she was merely a 3-year-old child. And if pushed too far, she might retaliate in a way that would not be advantageous for anyone. Dou Zhao, beaming, wrapped her arms around Aunt San's neck. "You're such a good girl," Aunt San praised, turning to Dou Shiying. "I've settled things here with Wang Yinyang. I shall take my leave now. If you need anything, just send someone to let me know." Wang Yingshu had been in labor since midnight, and Aunt San and Aunt Ding had been busy ever since. Dou Shiying expressed his gratitude repeatedly and accompanied Aunt Ding to the door. Wang Yingshu instructed her trusted maid, "Mama, in the future, Shogu must not get too close to my daughter, nor should they be left alone together." Mama appeared taken aback and hesitated. "Isn't that rather inappropriate? After all, the fourth miss is the legitimate daughter of the Dou household. It would be ideal if they could play together." "You don't understand," Wang Yingshu replied, her heart filled with trepidation. "That child, there is something uncanny about her. You must be cautious when you encounter her." Noticing Mama's dismissive attitude, she recalled how Mama had assisted her in managing her household matters. After a moment's contemplation, she revealed Dou Zhao's earlier words to Mama. How could a 3-year-old child know such things? Mama pondered, perhaps someone has informed her. "Impossible," Wang Yingshu declared. "Zhao Guqiu is no longer around. Who in the household would indulge in such trivialities?" Her thoughts drifted back to the past. She had been jilted, while Zhao Guqiu was preparing for marriage. The family could no longer afford the Zhao family's gifts. Her mother, embarrassed, sent her with 10 taels of silver as a congratulatory gift. Feeling it was too meager, she rummaged through the wedding gifts from the Lei family and found 2 fine pieces of patterned silk, one red and one yellow. which she hastily embroidered into handkerchiefs to present. Zhao Guqiu's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, devoid of any hint of anxiety or reluctance at her impending marriage. The crowd teased Zhao Guqiu, who unabashedly replied, "I have been yearning to marry him every day. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I truly cannot feel sad." This elicited hearty laughter from everyone, leaving her with a blend of envy and curiosity. When the Dou family arrived to escort the bride, she quietly slipped away to witness the ceremony. A tall, chestnut-brown horse carried the groom, resplendent in red attire. With a visage as fair as jade and eyes sparkling like stars, his joy radiating unmistakably and etching itself deeply in her heart. Later, life at home grew increasingly difficult. Her brother's marriage prospects remained bleak, and suitors who approached her were either widowers, aimless rogues, or ill-fated men. Reflecting on Zhao Guqiu's wedding day only deepened her sense of inadequacy and sorrow. Until one day, a certain He Juren, seeking a match for his over 20-year-old son who still wet the bed, approached her family with the county magistrate as a matchmaker. It was then that she encountered Dou Shiying. He was precisely as she had envisioned, cultured, refined, and considerate. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Rather than marrying someone who made her stomach churn, it would be better to be with Dou Shiying. At least he was handsome and kind-hearted. With him, she would not have to fear abandonment. Zhao Guqiu, having been pampered by her brother and sister-in-law, was naive and far from treacherous. Moreover, with the Dou family's lineage being thin, and lacking an experienced matron to oversee the inner courtyard, as long as she could bear a son and raise him well, she could secure a place alongside Zhao Guqiu. Given her upbringing and education, she could stand shoulder to shoulder with the legitimate wife. She had planned everything meticulously. Yet she never anticipated Zhao Guqiu's fierceness. Even more unexpected was that after Zhao Guqiu's death, she found herself beset by strange occurrences, leaving her in a state of perpetual anxiety and unease, culminating in a premature birth, with her relationship with Dou Shiying becoming an open secret. What would happen next? As these thoughts consumed her, Wang Yingxue felt as though 1,000 needles were piercing her temples. Who was that person? Suddenly, Dou Zhao's bright yet mocking eyes flashed through her mind. Could it be Shogu? No, that couldn't be possible. Wang Yingxue shook her head. She was merely a 3-year-old child. Or perhaps, Zhao Guqiu had instructed her to act? Impossible, impossible. Wang Yingxue murmured to herself. Her father had once said that strange forces and supernatural occurrences were merely the result of an unsettled mind. Mama observed Wang Yingxue's distressed expression and, concerned, said, "Madam, have you recalled something? Do you know who wishes to harm you?" Wang Yingxue's expression hardened. Zhao Guqiu was already dead, why would she frighten herself? Recollecting these thoughts, she quickly gathered her composure and stated, "Do not speak of such things lightly. Just remember what I instructed you, never allow Shogu and my daughter to be entangled together." Mama nodded, albeit with confusion. Dou Shiying returned. Wang Yingxue donned a gentle smile. "Has Aunt San and Aunt Ding departed?" Dou Shiying affirmed, "Shogu is still young. She only knows to touch and hug when she likes someone. You needn't be so alarmed in the future." Wang Yingxue hesitated. Dou Shiying had never faced significant setbacks in his life. Such individuals could only be handled with gentle coaxing. It was indeed her own anxiety that had escalated the situation. She gracefully admitted her fault and had the nurse bring their daughter over. "Seventh Master, do you think our daughter resembles you with her eyebrows?" Dou Shiying examined her closely and smiled. "There is indeed a slight resemblance." Wang Yingxue sighed, gently stroking her daughter's sparse hair, her eyes reddening. "You have no idea how perilous it was just now. Our daughter nearly didn't make it. Thankfully, Aunt San was here." "Seventh Master, perhaps you could ask the old master to bestow a nickname upon her, so she may share in the old master's blessings?" Dou Shiying nodded, his tone gentle. "I understand. You need not worry about these matters, focus on recuperating, your health is paramount. Our daughter is well cared for, with Aunt San's people and Aunt Ding present. So there will be no issues." Wang Yingxue nodded obediently. Dou Shiying stood up. "You must be tired as well, take a rest. I have returned to my study." Wang Yingxue was momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you going to stay here a while longer?" I still have some homework left to finish, I will come to see you later. Reluctantly, Wang Yingxue allowed Granny Hu to escort Dou Shiying out. Standing at the entrance of Qixia courtyard, Dou Shiying felt lost, unsure of where to go. The sight of Wang Yingxue reminded him of the tragic fate of Gu Qiu, making it impossible for him to engage in light-hearted banter with her. Thus, he resolved to visit his father to choose a nursing name for his second daughter. Dou Shiying made his way to Heshitang. Dou Duo was reclining in a drunken recliner in his study, absently holding a scroll. Upon learning the purpose of Dou Shiying's visit, he dipped his brush and inscribed 2 large characters, Zhao for the elder daughter and Ming for the younger. With a heavy sigh, he uttered these names. Dou Shiying remained silent, sending the paper inscribed with Ming to Qixia courtyard, while he took the paper with Zhao to the main house. Dou Zhao was absent. Yuzan informed him. The 4th young lady has gone to the small Buddha hall. Fearing Dou Shiying would blame her for not attending to Dou Zhao, she hastily explained. Mao Nyang is with the 4th young lady. Dou Shiying proceeded to the small Buddha hall. Dou Zhao sat alone on the high threshold, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at her mother's memorial tablet. The evening sun cast her shadow long and slender within the room. Dou Shiying's eyes grew heavy, and his chest felt as if struck by a fist, a painful oppression settling within. Shogu, he called softly, sitting beside his daughter. Why are you sitting here? His voice was gentle as the spring breeze in March. Dou Zhao turned to face him, her gaze steady. I miss mother. She once failed to comprehend her mother's choice to take her own life. Surely, her mother's feelings upon seeing her father and Wang Yingxue in harmony mirrored her own when she heard Wei Tingyu praise Dou Ming? The clarity of her daughter's eyes reflected his own shadow. Suddenly, Dou Shiying felt a surge of shame, unable to meet her gaze directly. In the absence of words from her father, Dou Zhao lost all interest in entertaining him. A deep melancholy enveloped her. Glancing at the newborn Dou Ming, her thoughts drifted to Dou Xiao, who would soon come into the world. Despite her efforts to save her mother, the inevitable had still transpired. Was it true that the fates of this world were predetermined and immutable? In a past life, her mother had passed away, and her father had swiftly remarried, subsequently fathering children with Wang Yingxue. What, then, did her mother's death signify to him? A gentle breeze caressed the small Buddha hall. The copper bells hanging in the eaves chimed softly, resonating with a serene tranquility. Dou Zhao reflected on the actions of the man beside her, yet found herself unable to remain there any longer. Restlessly, she rose to her feet. Yet, her father's low voice reached her ears, Shogu. I miss your mother too, so much, so much. Then she saw her father burying his face in his knees, silently weeping. Chapter 25, Incitement. Upon returning to the main house, father instructed Dou Zhao to write her name. In her previous life, Dou Zhao had studied for several years under an elderly Confucian invited by her grandfather, delving into texts such as the biographies of heroic women and the lessons for women. Although she managed the accounts reasonably well, her scholarly pursuits were rather modest. Observing her father's elegant and meticulous small script filled her with envy. Father chuckled and bent down to retrieve several sheets of red-stamped paper from the lower shelf of the Duobao pavilion, laying them upon the writing desk. He took Dou Zhao's hand and guided her on how to wield the brush. With a smile, Huan Xiao entered to announce that Qiongfeng had come from Wang Yinyang's side, inquiring when the 7th master would join for dinner. Father glanced at the fading rays of the setting sun outside and replied with a smile, Wang Yinyang is in confinement, and the 5th miss requires rest. If I go, I will have to rearrange the table, which is quite troublesome. I shall not attend. Dinner will be taken here with the 4th miss instead. Huan Xiao smiled and retreated. Dou Zhao was somewhat surprised but did not dwell on it. After dining with her father, Huan Xiao brought in a lamp, and they continued writing for a while before father retired to the inner chamber of the main house. A couple of days later, Feng Baoshan came to visit father. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes. His dark hair was elegantly tied with a jade hairpin, and he wore a deep green silk robe adorned with an elegant pattern, exuding an air of noble refinement. Was this the Feng Baoshan her mother had described? A man of indulgence and vice? Seated beside the large desk where Dou Zhao was practicing her brushwork, she gaped in astonishment, closing her mouth only after a moment. Feng Baoshan was there to invite father out. The lotus flowers in Yingqing have all bloomed. Since you are in mourning, we shall not disturb anyone else, just you, me, and Yingqing. We can admire the flowers and have a chat. You need to get some fresh air and clear your mind. Father shook his head. The weather is too hot, I do not wish to go out. I appreciate your kind intentions. But with June not yet upon them, what heat was he referring to? It seemed as if Feng Baoshan suddenly remembered something, his tone faltering as he looked at father with confusion. You cannot be planning to observe mourning for the Zhao family for an entire year, can you? Father remained silent, lowering his eyes. So it was true. Feng Baoshan abruptly leaped up, his eyes wide with disbelief. After pacing the room in agitation for a while, he exclaimed, "Forget it. I cannot be bothered with you any longer. I shall go find Zhongji to entertain myself," and with a sharp motion, he flung the bamboo curtain aside and exited. Father displayed neither anger nor annoyance, maintaining his usual calm demeanor as he called out to Shogu, advising her not to gaze around but to practice her writing. Dou Zhao hurriedly lowered her head, carefully tracing the red characters. For an entire month, father did not step foot outside, remaining at home to read and write, while instructing Dou Zhao in her penmanship. Due to mother's mourning period, Dou Ming's full moon celebration was held with just 2 tables set at home. The Wang family sent some children's clothing as a gift, but no one came to congratulate them. As for the Zhao family, they neither attended the celebration nor sent gifts. The Dou family felt somewhat awkward, while Wang Yingxue was filled with anger and resentment. When the cicadas began to sing, news arrived from the capital that Uncle Zhao Si had secured the position of magistrate in Gongquan County, Yan'an Prefecture. In her previous life, he had risen to the role of prefect of Qingyang Prefecture, a 4th-rank official. In this life, he had still managed to secure a position in the northwest. Dou Zhao felt a mix of happiness for her uncle and a tinge of disappointment within her heart. Grandfather remarked on uncle's abilities, who would have thought he had such talents? Although Gongquan County was impoverished, attaining the role of chief magistrate was commendable. Third uncle was more anxious, saying, Yuanji said the same. Yuanji was Dou Zhao's 5th uncle, Dou Shu, and this news had reached him from the capital. Just as the 3rd generation scrutinizes the 4th, and the 5th evaluates the literary prowess of the previous generations, the painstaking efforts of the Dou family over several generations now seemed to coalesce around Dou Shu. He entered school at 13, became a provincial scholar at 16. And at 22, he achieved the status of a jinshi. Prior to Dou Zhao's illness, he had risen to the distinguished position of Grand Secretary of the Wuying Hall, serving concurrently as the Minister of Personnel. He was the first in the Dou family to enter the cabinet. Moreover, because he was associated with Wang Xingyi, the Grand Secretary of the Eastern Pavilion, and Chen Rong, the Grand Secretary of the Wenyuan Pavilion, both from the North Zhili region. He was humorously referred to as part of the northern half. Grandfather smiled faintly, a hint of pride in his expression. Only jinshi may enter the Hanlin Academy. And only those from the Hanlin may enter the cabinet. Yuanji is your blood brother, what is there to fear? Third uncle wiped the sweat from his brow and chuckled ruefully. It is only because I have read so little that I feel somewhat intimidated in front of the jinshi. Grandfather laughed heartily. Dou Zhao then instructed Tuan Yang to organize her belongings. It appeared that her aunt would soon come to take her away. Based on her previous life's experience, matters would soon come to light, and there would undoubtedly be complications. It was wise to prepare in advance. Father teased her, saying, Shogu is quite the little hoarder at such a young age. Seizing the opportunity, Dou Zhao cradled the jade brush holder from her father's desk in her arms, declaring, This is mine too. After all, when her new stepmother entered the household, all communal possessions would be recatalogued to distinguish them from her mother's dowry. It would be wiser to collect and conceal her favorite items now, blending them into her own collection. Father chuckled heartily and gestured to 2 pieces of jade from his duobao pavilion, asking, Do you like these? Indeed. Dou Zhao nodded vigorously. Father waved his hand grandly. Then let us move them for you to hide. Dou Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight as she pointed to a brocade box atop the Kong table, exclaiming, I also want that red stone. Inside lay two exquisite pieces of bloodstone, vibrant in hue, resembling mountains shrouded in mist, a sight Dou Zhao adored. Contemplating finding a renowned craftsman to carve a seal for her. Father playfully pinched Dou Zhao's nose and teased, "You little clever one, those are my private treasures. What need have you for them? When you marry, I shall personally carve a seal for your husband as part of your dowry. I have several fine inkstones, which I shall also give to you then." Dou Zhao laughed, but her heart raced with apprehension. Am I to marry Wei Tingyu? He is not a scholar. Those fine inkstones may simply end up in storage. While lost in thought, a commotion erupted outside. Father paid no mind. Placing Dou Zhao before the writing desk and instructing her to practice her calligraphy. I have already given instructions for a set of rosewood writing desk and chair to be made for you, in accordance with your size, to be placed beside me. Soon, you will be able to sit comfortably and practice. Before he could finish, Huanqiao rushed in, her expression flustered. "Seventh Master, Auntie is here." Father was taken aback. Why should Auntie's arrival cause such alarm? Yet Dou Zhao sensed an underlying tension, realizing that the truth had ultimately been revealed. Who had leaked the information? And who had informed the Dou family? Auntie expressed her desire to take the fourth miss for a few days, but father did not consent, instructing Ding Yinyang to speak on his behalf. After exchanging a few words, third aunt hurried in, preventing Auntie from taking the fourth miss, insisting that she was a daughter of the Dou family, and without a mother. She still had her father and grandfather, there was no reason for her to be raised by her uncle. Huanqiao's expression turned anxious. The Dou and Zhao families were at odds, and the most unfortunate ones were those accompanying the dowry. According to the law, Zhao Guqiu's dowry rightfully belonged to Dou Zhao, as she was a daughter of the Dou family and thus should be raised by them. Dou Zhao was too young to manage affairs or make decisions. If they remained with the Dou family, they would not receive any favorable treatment. Should they wish to return to the Zhao family, it would depend on the Dou family's approval. Third aunt further argued that the fourth miss would marry one day. Was it more honorable to be a cousin of the Zhao family or a legitimate daughter of the Dou family? If the Zhao family truly cared for the fourth miss, they would not have proposed such an unwise idea. Auntie could not disregard the dignity of her niece simply because of the rift between the Zhao and Dou families. Nor could she act to humiliate the Dou family. She paused before adding, "The first mistress has already received word that the Zhao family is preparing to depart for their new post, with all their belongings packed and only awaiting the fourth miss to set off." Auntie, however, vehemently denied this. "The master has decreed that the fourth miss must not accompany the aunt to Anxiang under any circumstances." Dou Shiying, with a furrowed brow, interrupted Hanxiao's words and instructed Tuanyang, "You stay here and watch over the fourth Mississippi." He then turned to Hanxiao, saying, "Show me the way." Hanxiao replied in a flustered manner and accompanied Dou Shiying out the door. Dou Zhao sat quietly in an armchair, awaiting visitors. Sunlight streamed through the window panes, illuminating the floating dust particles in the air. The soft whispers of the women were as gentle as the breeze. The footsteps approached gradually. The bamboo curtain was lifted, and a woman clad in a light green robe entered with graceful steps. She softly called out to Dou Zhao, "Shogu, your aunt has arrived. Let me help you tidy up, we shall go meet her, shall we?" Dou Zhao gazed at her intently, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips as she called out, "Aunt Ding." "Oh." She replied cheerfully, summoning Yuzan and Tuanyang, instructing the young maid to fetch water so that she could assist the fourth miss in her grooming and attire, preparing her to receive guests. Yuzan promptly relayed Aunt Ding's orders. Aunt Ding helped Dou Zhao wash her face, directing Tuanyang to pass this and that, while Yuzan scurried about, both maids bustling with activity. She gently inquired, "Shogu, do you miss your mother?" Dou Zhao smiled, "Yes." "Then would you like to see her?" Aunt Ding asked. "Yes." Dou Zhao exclaimed loudly. "Our Shogu is truly obedient." Aunt Ding kissed Dou Zhao's cheek and embraced her, leading her toward the hall. The maids clustered around them, keeping Yuzan and Tuanyang at a distance. Upon turning past the towering locust tree, they arrived at the hall. Aunt Ding softly said, "Shogu, your aunt is here to take you. Remember, do not go with her, otherwise, she might sell you to the desolate mountains, and you will never see your mother again." You won't be able to enjoy osmanthus pastries, nor will you see Tuanyang, Yuzan, your grandfather, or your father. Do Zhao nodded. Aunt Ding was somewhat taken aback, surprised by how easily Shogu could be persuaded. She smiled and gently stroked Do Zhao's hair. Good, after you meet your aunt. Aunt Ding will take you to find your mother, alright? Alright. Do Zhao replied. Aunt Ding turned around the grand locust tree and entered the hall. Like two armies facing each other, the aunt and Peng Mama stood at the center of the hall, while the third aunt and several unfamiliar women occupied the area below. Hearing the commotion, both parties turned their gazes. The third aunt waved at Do Zhao with a beaming smile. Come here, Shogu, to your third aunt. The aunt's smile appeared somewhat forced as she softly called out to Do Zhao, Shogu, let your aunt hold you. Aunt Ding placed Do Zhao on the ground and whispered in her ear, if you go to the desolate mountains, you will be beaten every day. Hurry now to your third aunt. Chapter 26 Departure. Do Zhao evaded her aunt and hurried towards her third aunt, her footsteps echoing with urgency. The aunt was taken aback. With a beaming smile, the third aunt embraced Do Zhao, saying, Aunt, the child is still too young to understand anything. She cannot be separated from the maids and nannies who always attend to her. It would be troublesome if she were frightened. I believe it is best for her to remain in a familiar place, what do you think? Her tone betrayed a hint of sarcasm. The aunt's face flushed with alternating shades of red and white, inwardly cursing the young maid in her household. The true reason for her husband's departure for his official post was something she had not even disclosed to her own mother. Yet, somehow, this little maid, Zhang Ru, had parroted it to the other young maids who played with her, and the news had spread to her cousin. Before she knew it, someone had tipped off the Do family, and by the time she arrived, they were already prepared. They had no intention of taking Shogu away. And now that the Do family had summoned the matriarchs of several prominent families in Jianding County as witnesses, Shogu seemed to have heard something that made her avoid her. This time, it was likely that her wishes would not come to fruition. Her eyes reddened, and her voice grew choked as she said, Shogu, your aunt has come to take you home to play. She made one last effort. Do you still remember cousin Zhang Ru? They are all waiting for you at home to play. Do Zhao nodded but hid further into her third aunt's embrace, her large, expressive eyes gazing fearfully at her aunt. She stammered, I want to play with cousin, but Aunt Ding said that if I go with you, you would sell me to the old mountain gorge. A gasp rippled through the room. Aunt Ding, flustered, protested, when did I ever say such a thing? Children should not speak carelessly. The third aunt's expression darkened, yet she managed to force a smile. Shogu, you mustn't speak so freely. Children speak the truth. The aunt interjected. I wonder why Shogu, who is usually so close to me, wants to hide today. The aunt was incensed, her face flushed with rage. You are mistreating an innocent child, beware of retribution. A woman laughed nervously, it's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Let us clarify things, shall we? Mrs. Zhao. You've traveled from afar, please come inside and rest with a cup of tea. What misunderstanding? The aunt retorted sharply, is there even such a misunderstanding? Our dear girl has just lost her mother, and you are already trying to sow discord between Shogu and her uncle. Are you eyeing some wealthy family's daughter to marry into our family as a second wife, fearing that the Zhao family might spoil your plans? Her words struck a nerve. The matriarchs recoiled, too apprehensive to respond. Sensing her advantage, the aunt's demeanor grew even more formidable as she declared, I know the Do family is prominent. But that does not grant you the right to bully us. To think you could quietly take Shogu away is impossible now that the Do family is on high alert. Even if you could sneak her out of Jianding County, if you were caught en route, you would have to return her to the Do family. Given this, it would be better to create a ruckus to show the Do family that the Zhao family is not to be trifled with. Resolute, the aunt's words became sharper. I wonder where you heard that we wish to take Shogu away. Her father and grandfather are still alive, even if she has lost her mother. There is no reason for her to be sent to her uncle's house. The Do family, being a family of officials, should know this well. If you are attempting to frame us, at least come up with a more plausible excuse. Do Zhao listened in admiration. What a brilliant counterattack. It was no wonder her uncle valued her aunt so highly. The third aunt's face turned purple from embarrassment, yet she could not afford to yield at this point. Representing the Dou family, she could not concede without admitting to Mrs. Zhao's accusations. A fleeting thought crossed her mind as she glanced at Aunt Ding, whose face had turned pale. The only solution was to make her the scapegoat. After all, she was merely a concubine, and such behavior was to be expected. Dear in-law. The third aunt handed Dou Zhao to a maid behind her and bowed, apologizing, "It's all my fault for listening to rumors. Please forgive me, as a relative. Just this once." With that, her expression hardened, ordering Aunt Ding, "Why haven't you apologized to our dear in-law yet?" Aunt Ding's face paled further. They had incited Shogu, and now they were placing the blame on her. What could she possibly say? Unless she wished to leave the Dou family altogether. Mrs. Zhao, she suppressed her humiliation, thought for a moment, and then knelt before the aunt, tears in her eyes. "It's all my fault." She bowed her head repeatedly. The aunt sighed deeply. She knew that Aunt Ding was merely following orders. What could she say? Shogu was too young to protect herself. And with the Zhao and Dou families at odds, it was only Shogu who would suffer the consequences. She could only seek to defuse the situation. Nevertheless, she warned the third aunt, "This woman is a troublemaker. Shogu is still too naive. Keeping such a person around is indeed worrisome. I fear this matter must be reported to our families. Only by placing a sensible person around Shogu can we ensure her safety." This indicated that the Dou family intended to punish Aunt Ding. The third aunt could only stiffly agree, "You are right, dear in-law," and attempted to smooth things over. "We have been too focused on our words. Dear in-law will be accompanying the lord to his post. She likely won't return to Inseong for 3 to 5 years. Since several ladies are visiting today, I shall seize this opportunity to host a farewell banquet for dear in-law in the flower hall." As she spoke, she took the aunt's arm and instructed the maid beside her to inform the eldest lady that she would be hosting Mrs. Zhao's farewell and requested her presence. The maid hurried off. The aunt did not refuse, smiling, "Having come so early, I would love a cup of tea." Immediately, one of the matriarchs chimed in. "When does Mrs. Zhao depart? We should gather to send you off." "In a couple of days," the aunt replied. "I wouldn't want to trouble Mrs. Zheng with a long journey." The group chatted amiably as they moved to the flower hall, neglecting to mention the earlier incident. Dou Zhao gazed over the empty, spacious hall, which felt cold and desolate. Aunt Ding hunched on the floor, resembling a wilted autumn leaf, as if a gust of wind could carry her away. Dou Zhao turned away, her gaze steady and calm. If one dares to be used as a pawn by others, one must be prepared for the consequences. That evening, the aunt stayed at the Dou residence. She summoned Granny Yu to speak with her. Dou Zhao could easily guess what the aunt would discuss, most likely entrusting her to Granny Yu. Regrettably, although her mother had brought half of the Zhao family's wealth upon her marriage, it paled in comparison to the Dou family's fortunes. The allure of riches can easily cloud judgment. It may suffice to win someone over with a few kind words initially, but over time, when faced with the grandeur of the Dou family, one cannot help but be swayed. The events of her previous life served as the best testament to this. She had no interest in knowing more. Finding Granny Tua was already a stroke of luck. Dou Zhao slept soundly, rising early the next day. Before dawn, she had Granny Tua carry her to the guest room where her aunt was resting. The aunt, surprised to learn Dou Zhao had arrived, was still in bed. Dou Zhao rushed in, scrambling onto the Kong, exclaiming, Aunt, I want to sleep with you." Aunt chuckled softly, lifting her onto the bed and enveloping her in a warm quilt within her embrace. The delightful fragrance of magnolia wafted from Aunt. She turned to her and said, "Aunt, may I write to you in the future?" Aunt was taken aback. Dou Zhao smiled and explained, "I know how to write letters. It's simply putting my thoughts onto paper, so you will know what I have been up to." Aunt held her tightly, exclaiming, "You are such a good child. If only your mother were alive, she would be overjoyed." A profound melancholy lingered in the air. Then, Peng Mama advised Aunt, "You must refrain from speaking such words in front of the child." No more, Aunt replied with a smile, instructing Peng Mama to summon Yuzan. Dou Zhao's eyes sparkled with understanding. Yuzan was absent. With a cheerful demeanor, she remarked, "Aunt Ding intends to arrange a marriage for her." Aunt's expression grew serious as she gently inquired, "To whom does Aunt Ding wish to betroth her?" "I do not know." Dou Zhao shook her head innocently. After pondering, Aunt said to Peng Mama, "Then let it be Tuan Yang." Peng Mama obliged and called Tuan Yang into the room. Aunt instructed Peng Mama to reward her with 20 taels of silver, saying, "If the fourth miss has any matters, you must inform you Mama. Should you Mama be unable to resolve them, please write me a letter." Peng Mama handed Tuan Yang a small note, saying, "This is the address of the master and mistress. I will teach you how to read it shortly, memorize it well." Tuan Yang nodded repeatedly, carefully tucking the note away. Yet she declined the 20 taels. "You should keep it," Aunt insisted. "I have instructed you Mama to provide you with 5 taels of silver monthly for the fourth miss's expenses. I understand the Dou family will also give her a monthly allowance, but having some silver in hand will bring you peace of mind. Moreover, in case of urgent matters, silver is necessary to send someone to notify us." Tuan Yang nodded, tucking the 2 silver ingots into her bosom. Dou Zhao nestled in Aunt's arms, conversing with her. "I wish to play with my cousin, yet I do not want to go to Anxiang, she appears quite troubled. My mother has gone to the South Sea to pray to the Bodhisattva. What if she returns and cannot find Aunt? I must wait at home for her. What if father forgets about mother? What if you Mama gifts mother's beautiful garments to someone else? When mother returns, there will be no one to play with her. And she will have no clothes to wear." Aunt was momentarily stunned, then became agitated. "Here I am, having lived all these years. Yet I am not as wise as a 3-year-old child." Aunt exclaimed, cupping Dou Zhao's face and planting a kiss on her cheek. "You are right, this is your home. And the Dou family should care for you well. Why should we sneak away to the northwest and allow others to thrive in this place? Good child. We shall not go to the northwest. In a couple of years, I will return to see you. Should the Dou family dare treat you poorly, I will not let them off easily." Dou Zhao beamed and nodded vigorously. She had never considered accompanying her uncle's family to their post. This was her home. Why should she concede what rightfully belonged to her? She would not leave. If she were to depart, it would be from the weariness of staying in the Dou family. Seeking a change of scenery, not out of necessity to abandon her rightful place. Emerging from the guest room, Dou Zhao beheld the dawn sky, ablaze with hues of red against the azure expanse. "The immortal caresses my crown, granting me eternal life." She stood quietly beneath the eaves, gazing serenely into the heavens. If rebirth could occur in her life, then what could possibly be beyond her reach? She would choose her own life, refusing to be chosen by it any longer. Chapter 27, Unexpected events. Not long after my aunt departed, news arrived from Jiangnan that my uncle, Dou Shiyang, had passed away. The household was immediately thrown into disarray. My aunt, unable to cope with the grief, fell ill, while my third aunt took charge of the Eastern Dou family's affairs. My third uncle accompanied my second cousin, Dou Yuchang, to Yangzhou to handle my uncle's funeral arrangements, and my fourth cousin, Dou Rongchang, assisted my sixth uncle in managing domestic matters. My grandfather appeared to have aged a decade, spending his days lost in thought in the drunken old man's chair in his study. The atmosphere in both the Eastern and Western Dou families was somber. However, this did not dampen Dou Zhao's spirits. She continued to drag anything she fancied into her room each day. Dou Shiyang teased her, asking, "Aren't you going to visit your sister?" "My stepmother does not approve of my visiting her," Dou Zhao pouted, her face displaying indifference, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of sadness. Dou Shiyang's heart skipped a beat. He said nothing but gently stroked Dou Zhao's dark hair and whispered, "It's best you practice your writing, as father advised." Dou Zhao inquired, "When will grandmother come?" With the Mid-Autumn festival approaching, she hoped to converse with her grandmother during the festivities. Dou Shiyang furrowed his brow, replying, "Who told you to call Aunt Shui grandmother?" Dou Zhao silently lamented. Grandmother should have only been referred to as such after Dou Zhao's birth, yet she had always called her grandmother as long as she could remember. She hesitantly asked, "What should I call her then?" "You should call her Aunt Shui," Dou Shiyang patiently instructed. "Your uncle has passed away, and everyone is feeling down. This year's Mid-Autumn festival will likely be a subdued affair. Aunt Shui may choose to spend the holiday at the farm." He then asked, "Why do you wish to see Aunt Shui?" Dou Zhao responded, "They say Aunt Shui is skilled at farming." Dou Shering laughed heartily, indeed. Your Aunt Cui is quite adept at tending to crops, her farm consistently yields the best harvest among our estates. As he spoke, his gaze grew distant. Perhaps this was the lament of a concubine's offspring. Dou Zhao ceased discussing these matters with her father and instead pulled him into the study to practice writing. That year's Mid-Autumn Festival was merely marked by sharing mooncakes, a stark contrast to the vibrant celebrations of previous years, which included moongazing and lantern viewing. The maids whispered among themselves, this mourning period seems to have no end in sight. By the end of September, my uncle's coffin was transported back to Zhending County. The Dou family donned mourning attire, and the entire county was shrouded in white. The county magistrate and the father's attitude was unwaveringly resolute. Father, if you are unafraid of severing ties with the Zhu family, then you may proceed to set the date. Regardless, on that day, I shall not make an appearance at the hall. Even if Miss Zhu comes to our home, I shall pay her no heed. You dare defy me? Grandfather's face flushed a deep crimson as he forcefully smashed the teacup onto the floor. You may choose not to show up. But let us see if Miss Zhu can cross our threshold. Father. The son suddenly knelt before grandfather, choking back tears as he implored. I promise to heed your every wish from now on. Please grant me this one request. I understand that I am your only son. Born to you after 4 decades of longing, and you have hoped to enjoy my future progeny and the continuation of our family legacy. Allow me this final act of defiance. From this day forth, I shall abide by the rules, diligently pursue my studies, strive for distinction, and bring honor to the Dou family, ensuring our lineage continues. Father, I beseech you, grant me this one request. The sound of his head striking the floor echoed like a drumbeat against Dou Zhao's heart, causing her to momentarily falter, overwhelmed by a wave of emotion. Why now? Not earlier to guard mother, nor later, but precisely at the moment when Wang Xingyi was about to be reinstated. In her previous life, was he not eager to marry Wang Yingxue before mother even reached 100 days? Why this insistence on being virtuous in this life? Had she known it would come to this, she would have acted differently. Now, everything was meticulously arranged, yet her father had intervened. What was this madness? Dou Zhao felt a tumult of anxiety and anger. In her ears, grandfather's voice, tinged with hesitation, reached her, you have waited for her for a year. That can be considered a display of compassion and righteousness. Father, father. The son continued to knock his head against the ground, his voice growing more fervent. I ask of you but this one thing, I implore you. Dou Duo gazed at his son's bruised forehead and let out a long sigh. If you wish to wait, then wait. However, you must pass the provincial examination next year. Thank you, father. Thank you. The son beamed with joy. Dou Zhao's expression remained icy. Her hands damp with emotion. Within a few days, the Zhu family sent a message to the third aunt, stating that the 5th young lady of the Zhu family believed the father to be a man of deep loyalty and affection, willing to wait for him for 3 years. Grandfather was overjoyed and personally selected several sheets of jade paper, 2 inkstones, and a box of brushes to be sent to the Zhu scholar, praising the third aunt for her discernment in choosing people. The third aunt smiled slightly, asking the father, is this fortune-telling accurate? The father remained silent. Yet the tension in his demeanor began to ease. The third aunt took the fortune slip, inscribed with the father's birth date and time, to the Zhu family. Chapter 28, New Year. If things continued in this manner, the marriage between father and the 5th miss of the Zhu family would undoubtedly be delayed until 2 years later, by which time it would be too late to discuss anything. Dou Zhao felt compelled to take action to expedite the union of the 2 families. However, before she could solidify her resolve, the spring festival arrived. As per tradition, on the morning of New Year's Eve, the Dou family from the east and west proceeded to the ancestral hall located in Beilu Township to pay their respects to their ancestors. They would then enjoy a reunion dinner in the backyard of the hall before returning home to celebrate the new year and keep vigil. Although the concubines were not qualified to participate in the ancestral rites, they were still invited to the reunion meal. Dou Ming, having been born prematurely, had always been frail and seldom ventured outside. Fearing for her health, grandfather instructed Wang Yingxue and Aunt Ding to remain at home to care for her. Early in the morning, Yu Mama roused Dou Zhao from her warm bed. As she helped Dou Zhao dress, She cautioned Yuzan and Tuanyang, there will be many people today, so be sure not to lose track of the fourth miss in the excitement. Yumama had to prepare their family's reunion dinner and could not accompany Dozhao to Beilu. Both girls nodded in agreement. Dozhao couldn't help but glance at Tuanyang. Today, both Yuzan and Tuanyang were dressed splendidly in straight-cut, blue-green silk robes, adorned with crimson velvet flowers in their hair, making them appear particularly vibrant. Yuzan had always been influenced by her mother, who was fond of adornment herself, instilling in Yuzan a habit of presenting herself neatly and appropriately. It was common to don new clothes for the new year, while Tuanyang, having lost her parents at a young age and raised by her uncle, had only ever sought basic necessities. Today marked her first experience of being so meticulously dressed. Feeling a bit awkward, Tuanyang tugged at the hem of her robe and murmured, "Yuzan helped me with my hair," she said, "since it's New Year's Eve. Everyone wears red and green, but I am dressed in plain colors. Seventh Master is already betrothed to the fifth miss of the Zhu family. If others see me, they might think it's deliberate and cause trouble for the fourth Mississippi." This reasoning held merit. She wore mourning attire in observance of tradition. Yet, her maidservants also donned similar garments, which might lead others to speculate. Dozhao smiled and nodded, complimenting their beauty. She then selected 2 simple pearl flowers from her jewelry box, gifting one to Yuzan and the other to Tuanyang. Both girls were taken aback, hesitating to accept. Yumama chimed in, "Since it is a gift from the fourth miss, you should graciously accept it. When others inquire, it will be recognized as the fourth miss's favor." No longer refusing, the girls smiled as they adorned themselves with the pearl flowers, and after Dozhao finished her breakfast, they carried her, resembling a delicate dumpling, to the Crane Longevity Hall. Grandfather and father were seated on the heated bed, engaged in conversation. Dozhao approached and performed her greetings. Do Shuriying lifted Dozhao onto his lap, inquiring gently, "Are you cold?" "I am not cold." Dozhao shook her head, then asked Grandfather, "Grandfather, is it true what they say that my father is to marry the fifth miss of the Zhu family?" Do Shuriying's face flushed, and he hastily admonished Dozhao, "Do not speak foolishly." "I am not speaking foolishly." Dozhao widened her eyes, peering discontentedly at her father. "They say the Miss Zhu is a good person and that she is not afraid of concubine one giving birth to a firstborn son." "Ah." Do Shuriying's mouth fell open. However, a glimmer of shrewdness flickered in Do Duo's eyes. He then retrieved a piece of sesame cake from the box on the Kong table and gently offered it to Dozhao, asking softly, "Who told you such things?" Dozhao tilted her head, nibbling on the sesame cake. "Many people, Aunt's maid, San Aunt's old nanny, and the servant of ninth cousin." Grandfather did not pursue the conversation further but exchanged a knowing glance with father, who appeared quite embarrassed. Fortunately, at that moment, a young servant entered to announce, "Young Master Huanjiu has arrived." Grandfather chuckled, "Quickly, let him in." The tall and slender Do Huanchang entered briskly. He respectfully greeted both grandfather and father, then smiled at Dozhao. Grandfather nodded and stood, "Let us go." Do Huanchang complied, moving to support grandfather as they leisurely exited the Crane Longevity Hall. He had come to invite grandfather and father to return to Beilu together. Father, cradling Dozhao, followed slowly behind. Once a sufficient distance had been created, father gently pinched Dozhao's little face, teasing her, "You little one, are you here to collect debts?" His affectionate demeanor was laced with helplessness. Dozhao giggled, inquiring, "What does it mean to collect debts?" Father could no longer suppress his laughter. As the group exited the main gate, San Uncle and San Aunt had already gone to Beilu the previous day to prepare for the ancestral rites. Accompanying them were not only Aunt and Do Huanchang but also Heir Tai Fu Ren, the family of Lu Bo Fu, and the families of Heir, San, and Wu cousins. Upon seeing grandfather, everyone except Heir Tai Fu Ren dismounted to pay their respects. The narrow lane, momentarily constricted by the halted carriages, became quite crowded. Grandfather halted Wu cousin's 3-year-old son, preventing him from bowing. "In this frigid weather, with no one around, there is no need for such formalities. We can discuss matters when we reach the ancestral hall." The ancestral hall had over 10 side rooms, each corner warmed by large fire basins filled with smokeless charcoal, creating a spring-like warmth. "Ah, how considerate of the little uncle." chuckled Heir cousin. Heir Tai Fu Ren poked her head out from the carriage, Shogu. Come here to see your great-aunt. Do Zhao felt averse to this cold and unfeeling great-aunt, tightening her grip on her father's sleeve. Father hesitated slightly, then approached with a smile, holding Do Zhao. She is quite mischievous, you are old now, how can you endure her antics? I believe it is best for her to stay with me. Heir Tai Fu Ren was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Do Zhao, who quietly nestled against Do Shiying's embrace. Before smiling and nodding, that is fine. She has lost her mother, it is all the better if you can be closer to her. Saying this, she lowered the carriage curtain. Father appeared somewhat surprised. Meanwhile, San cousin called out to father, seventh uncle, do you have room for another 2 maidservants on your side? San cousin had the most offspring, with 3 sons and 1 daughter, thus he was always the most anxious about shared family resources. Yes, father replied. Carrying Do Zhao over, if it gets crowded, let Ji Guer join us. Ji Guer, San cousin's eldest son, was 11 years old this year, known formally as Do Qijuan. This lad would later become an imperial censor, renowned for his boldness in confronting the Marquis of Chongqing, Shi Duanlan. At this moment, he was merely a lanky youth with a voice reminiscent of a duck's quack. Upon realizing he would not have to squeeze into a carriage with his mother and sister, he promptly leaped down from his own carriage and approached with a beaming smile. Seventh uncle. Do Qijuan bowed to father, then reached to pat Do Zhao's head, fourth aunt. Do Zhao, feeling as though an adult spirit resided within her, could bear it when grandfather or father touched her head, but when her 11-year-old nephew, Do Qijuan, attempted to do so, she tilted her head to evade his hand. Eh? Do Qijuan was momentarily puzzled. Do Shiying had already lifted Do Zhao towards their carriage. And while walking, he asked Do Qijuan, I heard you recently quoted texts at the clan school, leaving old Master Du in awe. Do Qijuan chuckled awkwardly, dismissing Do Zhao's odd behavior from his mind as he followed Do Shiying into the carriage, sitting next to him with a playful grin, seventh uncle. I would like to discuss something with you? His demeanor carried a hint of mischief. The father raised an eyebrow. Do Qijuan chuckled and said, I have made plans with my classmates to go to Zhendingfu to admire the lanterns during the Lantern Festival. Could you possibly lend me a few coins for travel expenses? The father replied with a smile, does your father know about this? Of course, he knows. Do Qijuan exclaimed with delight, his spirits soaring. He agreed, but he only offered me 3 or 2 taels of silver, which is hardly enough to purchase a decent lantern. Uncle, we all know you are the most generous of them all, please lend me 20 taels, and when you go to Fufeng Studio to purchase antiques, I shall assist you. I have my own servants, what need have I for your assistance? Besides, you might not even have a servant who can do it well. Then, I shall copy scriptures for you. Do Qijuan, undeterred, swiftly countered, I know you wish to have 1,000 copies of the Lotus Sutra transcribed for the late aunt, to be burnt for her during her grand send-off. Do Zhao gazed at her father in astonishment. The father, oblivious to her gaze, chuckled and said, the essence of copying scriptures lies in sincere intent, your helping me with this would simply not suffice. Alright, while 20 taels are out of the question, I might consider 10. Uncle, 10 taels is rather too little. Do Qijuan gritted his teeth, fearing that such a sum would tarnish the reputation of his uncle. Am I not known as the generous child? Your youth and reliance on the household's provisions, what need have you for such a sum? It is merely 10 taels. Do you want it or not? Yes. Do Qijuan, apprehensive that further discussion might lead to losing even that modest amount, readily agreed. The father laughed, however. I shall inform your 3rd and 6th uncles to prevent you from obtaining 10 taels from me only to seek more elsewhere. Uncle. Do Qijuan lamented, collapsing onto the grand pillow. Do Shiying roared with laughter, feeling that the heavy gloom that had weighed upon him recently had suddenly dissipated. Do Zhao observed her father's jovial demeanor, her heart a mix of emotions. In her past life, she had harbored resentment towards her father, never once looking him in the eye. She had always felt that he cared for nothing beyond his studies of the I Ching, allowing Do Ming to act arrogantly and Do Xiao to stir trouble, leaving them to their own devices. Little did she know, he possessed such a side. The sound of the cartwheels rattling, accompanied by Do Qijuan's playful banter, soon brought them to the north building. In front of the Do family ancestral hall, 7 or 8 carriages were already scattered about. The steward and servants bustled in and out, and upon hearing the commotion, some hurried to report to the third uncle, while others gathered around, either steadying the carriages or arranging footstools. In no time, the entrance to the Do family ancestral hall was alive with voices and bustling activity. Chapter 29. Speaking as Do Zhao alighted from the carriage, she immediately spotted her grandmother standing outside the crowd. The grandmother appeared just as Do Zhao remembered. Clad in a lilac silk jacket, her raven hair neatly arranged in a bun, adorned with a lantern-shaped silver hairpin and wearing silver bangles. With an air of tranquility, she circled the thick, waxy plum tree at the foot of the ancestral hall steps, reminiscent of many years ago when Do Zhao, upon waking from a bewildered slumber, had looked up to find her grandmother leisurely squatting in the fields, observing the growth of the vegetables. In that moment, her heart had settled into peace. "Grandmother!" Do Zhao's eyes glistened with tears, and she struggled to refrain from calling out loudly. Her grandfather and father had been welcomed into the ancestral hall by her third uncle, while she was entrusted to the care of Tuanyang and Yuzhan. A 6-year-old daughter of her third cousin ran over, tugging at Tuanyang's trousers. Fourth aunt, shall we play with the string game?" In her previous life, Do Zhao had had little interaction with this niece, even unaware of her name. She responded vaguely. Tuanyang set her down, and the girl dashed to her grandmother's side. Should she call her Aunt Shui or grandmother? Do Zhao hesitated for a moment. She wished to call her grandmother but feared that others might overhear and cause trouble for her. The 5-year-old daughter of her 5th cousin chased after them, calling out, Fourth aunt, fourth aunt." Upon hearing the commotion, the grandmother turned and caught sight of Do Zhao, her curious gaze meeting Do Zhao's. With a warm smile, she half-squatted and affectionately asked, Are you Shogu?" Do Zhao nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. The grandmother was momentarily taken aback, then hurried forward to embrace her. Don't cry, don't cry." She wiped Do Zhao's tears with her fingers, their calluses causing a slight sting, yet her heart felt immensely reassured. Yuzhan rushed over, her expression uneasy as she called out Aunt Shui, almost forcibly snatching Do Zhao away, murmuring, "Seventh Master instructed us to take good care of the 4th Mississippi." Do Zhao felt a surge of displeasure. A flicker of bitter amusement crossed her grandmother's lips. Yet she said nothing, instead pulling out a large red pouch embroidered with a yellow aureole and handing it to Do Zhao. "Here, have this as a treat." With that, she quickly turned and left. "Grandmother!" Do Zhao called out anxiously. The grandmother's tall figure paused momentarily before she resolutely entered a side alley, heading toward the back courtyard of the ancestral hall. Yuzhan quickly advised, "Fourth Miss, please lower your voice. The old master disapproves of Aunt Shui speaking too much with 7th Master or you." Do Zhao's cold smile concealed a deep sense of humiliation. If they disapproved, why had they allowed her grandmother to bear her father? She wanted to pursue her grandmother, but her second cousin's daughter held her back, inquiring eagerly, "Did you receive something good?" Her curiosity was palpable, nearly causing her to drool. The attending maid, feeling embarrassed, grasped her waist and led her toward the third cousin's wife. As they walked, she blushed and apologized to Do Zhao, "Fourth Miss, our little lady is simply curious." Do Zhao chuckled, her frustration diminishing significantly. She opened the pouch to find a small bag of longan. Her grandmother had once mentioned that the first time she tasted a treat was on the night she was brought into the Do family. With her grandfather and legitimate grandmother occupied with guests, the household servants had mysteriously vanished. Alone and fearfully anticipating the need to relieve herself, she had remained motionless on the bed, hungry and thirsty, until she stumbled upon 2 longans. Without knowing their significance, she hastily bit into one and devoured it. Thus, her grandmother had always believed that longan was the most delicious food in the world. Whenever Do Zhao fell ill or had a mishap, her grandmother would coax her with longans or dried longans. The pouch still retained a trace of her grandmother's warmth. Had her grandmother prepared this pouch in advance, waiting for the perfect opportunity to gift it to her? Do Zhao slowly peeled a longan, placing it gently in her mouth. The sweet and refreshing taste slid down her throat and warmed her heart, She wriggled out of Yu Zhan's embrace and darted toward the flower hall in the back courtyard. The women of the Dou family were gathered around the second matriarch, chatting. Dou Zhao quickly spotted her grandmother, who was alone, warming herself by the fire in a corner of the hall. She tossed a longan seed into the fire, which erupted with a burst of flame, startling her grandmother, who turned to investigate the source of the commotion. Dou Zhao waved her hand at her, then swiftly hid beneath a holly tree behind the flower hall. Before long, her grandmother emerged, standing on the steps and scanning the surroundings. Dou Zhao stood up. Her grandmother gazed at her with a fond smile, shaking her head in mild exasperation as she hurried over. Dou Zhao asked, "Are you my grandmother?" The grandmother squatted down, gently stroking her head. "No. I am your Aunt Shui." Dou Zhao's heart ached, and she fought to keep her tears at bay. "Then, can I come visit you in the fields sometime?" The grandmother's hand faltered slightly, and after a long pause, she replied, "The fields are dusty, they are not fun." "Can I visit you?" Dou Zhao persisted. "I need to work in the fields. If you come to see me, I won't have time to entertain you," her grandmother again declined. Dou Zhao threw herself into her grandmother's arms, clinging tightly to her neck. Was this the price she had to pay to alter her fate? In her previous life, the warmth they shared would now only remain as her solitary memory. Hot tears streamed silently onto her grandmother's shoulder. Perhaps she could actively choose to live in the fields? However, before she did, she must resolve the matter concerning Wang Yingxue. Dou Zhao pondered to herself. The spring festival soon passed. Her grandmother sent a sack of elm sprouts to Dou Zhao, claiming they could be stir-fried with eggs to alleviate heat and nourish the lungs. This marked the first time her grandmother had sent something to the city for the Dou family. Upon learning of this, her grandfather was furious, demanding, "Who allowed her to send those? Throw them all away, throw them away." Dou Zhao, having received the news, rushed over just as the steward was carrying the sack of elm sprouts out the second gate. She ran up and clutched the sack, exclaiming, "I want to eat stir-fried eggs. I want to eat stir-fried eggs." The steward, caught in a dilemma, dared not disregard her cries, nor could he forcibly remove Dou Zhao. She caused an uproar, drawing the attention of Dou Shiying. After a lengthy contemplation, Dou Shiying instructed the steward, "Take this sack of elm sprouts to the kitchen." The steward breathed a sigh of relief. Dou Shiying then carried Dou Zhao back to the study. Dou Zhao assumed her father would discuss something with her, but he spent the entire day practicing calligraphy at his desk, neglecting even lunch. Wang Yingxue brought Doming over. Doming giggled, reaching for Dou Shiying's brush. Dou Shiying chuckled, holding Doming in his arms. Wang Yingxue softly inquired, "Seventh Master, do you have something on your mind? Would you like to share it with me?" After a moment of silence, Dou Shiying murmured, "It's nothing." Wang Yingxue pressed no further, cheerfully suggesting, "I recall you enjoy the oil-splashed noodles I make. Shall I cook you a bowl?" "No need." Dou Shiying replied sullenly, "Dinner will be ready soon. It won't take long." Wang Yingxue insisted, refusing to accept his refusal. With a bright smile, she instructed the wet nurse to keep an eye on Dou Ming and hurried off to the small kitchen. Dou Zhao, practicing calligraphy in the study, couldn't help but smirk. Her father held Dou Ming close to her, asking, "Shogu, do you think your sister is pretty?" "Not pretty," Dou Zhao replied flatly. Her father was taken aback. Dou Zhao, maintaining a serious expression, challenged him, "Is my sister prettier than me?" Her father was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, declaring, "No. No. Our Shogu is the most beautiful." He then handed Dou Ming to the nearby wet nurse, pinching her cheek and adding, "Your temperament resembles your mother's." Upon uttering these words, as if recollecting something, his expression darkened, and he sighed deeply, "Practice your calligraphy, I need to step out for a while." When Wang Yingxue returned with a steaming bowl of noodles, she found Dou Ming fast asleep in the wet nurse's arms. Wang Yingxue's expression darkened. Dou Zhao felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Wang Yingxue had far too many opportunities. Both her father and Wei Tingyu were rather unreliable in such matters. If at this moment, Wang Yingxue were to concede Dou Zhao, the notion of her observing mourning rites for 3 years would become a mere jest, and the marriage prospects with various families would undoubtedly collapse. By the time news of Wang Xingyi's reinstatement arrived, with the backing of the Wang family, the Dou family would have to weigh their options. The Dou family had already developed a rift with the Zhao family, and her uncle was merely a 7th-rank county magistrate. Even if the Dou family did not acknowledge Wang Yingxue, her uncle would not express gratitude towards them. Conversely, the Wang family was different. Should the Dou family acquiesce to Wang Yingxue's legitimacy, they would be met with profound gratitude from the Wang family, thereby securing a formidable ally in the court for the Dou family. The choice of the Dou family was evidently clear, unless Wang Xingyi failed to be reinstated, or, upon his reinstatement, he was not favored. Dou Zhao endeavored to recall events from her previous life. Wang Xingyi's reinstatement relied on the recommendation of Master Zheng Yifan. If Zheng Yifan did not endorse Wang Xingyi, he would naturally have no chance. But how could one impede Zheng Yifan? Dou Zhao bit her nails. Realizing that even if she were not merely a child, but the former lady of the Jining Marquisate, she would still find herself powerless. Dou Zhao was in great distress. She inquired of Dou Huanchang, "Are you acquainted with Zheng Yifan?" After a moment of contemplation, Dou Huanchang shook his head apologetically, perplexed. "Why do you ask about this person?" "I heard father say he is quite formidable, so I wish to know who he is." "Perhaps we could ask Zhigu? He knows many people and might have heard of him." Dou Zhao followed Dou Huanchang to the East Dou. The adults merely assumed she was visiting. The second matriarch and her aunts generously bestowed upon her numerous delicacies. Dou Huanchang led her to the study, asking a servant to summon Dou Qijuan. Dou Qijuan rushed in, clad in a coarse short robe, drenched in sweat. Dou Huanchang exclaimed, "What have you been up to again?" Dou Qijuan chuckled, poured himself a glass of cool water from the jug by the table, downed it in one go, and then replied, "Ninth uncle. Don't concern yourself with what I've been doing, just tell me what you need." Dou Huanchang asked him, "Do you know of Zheng Yifan?" Dou Qijuan's eyes lit up as he responded, "You know Zheng Yifan? He is the mentor of our 5th uncle, a remarkable figure who has survived 4 dynasties, experiencing 3 rises and falls without faltering. Recently, he was summoned into the palace by the emperor and is now the prime minister. With a new emperor comes new officials. It seems our 5th uncle will need to make a move." Dou Zhao could only manage a bitter smile. Wang Xingyi, it seemed, would also need to find a new position. Chapter 30, Choices. Despite having been reborn, Dou Zhao could only influence the people and events around her. What was destined to occur would still unfold. In mid-April, Dou Wenchang, who had been studying in the capital under Dou Shishu, returned with a letter from him. In the letter, Dou Shishu not only mentioned his forthcoming promotion to Deputy Minister of Personnel but also referenced the reinstatement of Wang Xingyi. He delicately inquired about Dou Shiying's marriage, stating that he and Wang Xingyi were from the same examination class. And given the recent forced retirement of Yan Fan and the exile of Wang Xingyi, his own years in the capital had been quite difficult. If Dou Shiying's marriage was not yet settled, it would be prudent to decide soon. The emperor was aging, his memory waning, and just recently, during a meeting with the cabinet, he had unexpectedly summoned the late chief eunuch Chen Dong, who had passed away 5 or 6 years prior, to attend to matters. The youngest cabinet minister was Chen Jizhou from Songjiang, and if he presided over the imperial examination next year, Dou Duo and Dou Shiqi should discuss early on whether any of the Dou family's eligible sons should participate. Upon receiving this letter, Dou Duo's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately penned a response to Dou Shiqi, instructing Dou Wenchang to hasten to Fuzhou, while he took Dou Shiying to East Dou. Although Dou Zhao was unaware of the letter's contents, her mind lingered on the matter of Wang Xingyi's reinstatement. And the strange demeanor of her grandfather and father made her alert. She sent her maid away to rest, leaving only Tuan Yang with her. "Please inform the matron at the 2nd gate that if grandfather and father return, she should notify us at once." Tuan Yang conveyed Dou Zhao's message to the 2nd gate and resumed her needlework by the bedside. At the hour of the pig, news arrived from the 2nd gate. Tuan Yang called Dou Zhao to rise. Dou Zhao dressed and proceeded to Heishou Tang. 2 attentive young servants stood watch at the door. Upon seeing Dou Zhao, they exclaimed in unison, "Fourth miss." Her father, hearing the commotion, stepped out in astonishment. "Shogu, why are you still awake at this late hour?" His gaze, however, bore a stern look directed at Tuan Yang. Tuan Yang trembled, unsure of how to respond. Dou Zhao, with a smile, rushed into her father's embrace. Why didn't you take me with you when you visited grandfather? Her father chuckled softly, carrying Dou Zhao into the room. Grandfather sat gravely at the head of the Kong, his brow tightly knit as they entered, saying, if you could marry sooner, Shogu would have someone to look after her. Look at how chaotic the household has become. At this hour, Shogu is still wandering about the yard. Acting so impulsively, what good does it do you except to soothe your own heart? You say you've matured and understand your responsibilities. Yet you still engage in such irresponsible behavior. Her father, feeling at a loss for words, merely nodded. From grandfather's words and her father's demeanor, Dou Zhao sensed a glimmer of hope. Her spirits lifted. She decided to tease her grandfather. Grandfather, I have someone to look after me. Aunt Cui is my grandmother. Grandfather's face turned ashen, his gaze slicing through Dou Zhao like a blade, yet she blinked innocently, munching on her fingers as if oblivious to the world. He trembled with rage, admonishing her father, you have no say in this matter. Tomorrow, your third sister-in-law will personally discuss the marriage date with the Zhu family. You should focus on your studies, and let the Zhu family manage the household affairs. He added, who is attending to Shogu? Send them all away. Her father replied. It is Granny Yu who cares for Shogu. I promised my uncle. His tone was somewhat stubborn. Grandfather fell silent, fuming as he swept away. Dou Zhao longed to remind him, this is your study. If anyone should be dismissed, it should be us, yet you storm out first? Her father sighed. Carrying Dou Zhao out of Yishou Tang. The April night air still held a hint of chill, and the silvery moonlight bathed the pavilions and towers, creating a serene tableau. Her father's steps slowed, finally halting by the lotus pond. Shogu, do you know? Your fifth uncle has sent a letter, he murmured. Your fifth uncle has written to the family. Wang Xingyi, your Wang Anyang's father, is to be reinstated. Dou Zhao's heart raced. Now understanding the contents of Dou Shishu's letter. Truly, as a future cabinet minister, his heart was indeed cold. She gasped in shock. All along, she had assumed that her fifth uncle and Wang Xingyi shared a close bond due to their shared examination ties and mutual interests. Believing Wang Yingshua's strongest ally in the Dou family was Dou Shishu, yet she had forgotten that Dou Shishu was ultimately a member of the Dou family. Oblivious to the capricious nature of politics. The lotus pond was adorned with pure white hostas, shimmering in the moonlight, exuding a sweet fragrance. Her father and she sat side by side on a stone bench by the pond. Shogu, what do you think is happening? He pondered, gazing vacantly at the lotus leaves just beginning to peek above the water. I study diligently to achieve success and bring honor to the family. To ensure that the Dou family thrives, so that we live better than others. But now, your mother has hanged herself, I have fallen out with your uncle. I cannot even observe mourning for your mother for 3 years, and I risk dragging the fifth miss of the Zhu family into this turmoil. Potentially leaving your sister without a mother. I have not provided comfort and security for those around me, instead, I have made their situations all the more difficult. What have I accomplished? I have already wronged your mother, I cannot further wrong the fifth miss of the Zhu family or Wang Yingxue. His melancholic gaze mirrored the gentle moonlight, seeming both near and far, stirring a bittersweet feeling within Dou Zhao. Her father felt so solitary. His thoughts only shared with his oblivious daughter in the stillness of the night. She suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for him. Her father returned to the main room and penned a letter, summoning Gaoxing before dawn. Ensure it reaches the Zhu family in the eastern part of the city before the third madam departs. Gaoxing was taken aback but complied with her father's instructions. By noon, the third aunt returned from the Zhu family, her countenance troubled. Uncle, the Zhu family said that marrying before the Dragon Boat Festival is too rushed. Others might think their fifth miss is merely seeking to ward off misfortune. Grandfather scowled. Only those who do not value their wives would resort to such measures. The Zhu family's comments were quite ungracious. The third aunt shared her sentiments but sighed, it is no wonder the Zhu family is upset, we proposed waiting 3 years. And now we are rushing to marry before the Dragon Boat Festival. The Zhu family is also a prominent household. Not only is preparing the dowry in such haste a challenge, but notifying relatives and friends may also prove too late. I understand. However, given the urgency, we must act accordingly, grandfather replied. I recall the Zhu Juren has a sister who married into the Chen family in the neighboring Xingla County. Perhaps we could ask the Zhu family's elder to intervene? Then I shall have lunch and set off for Xingla, the third aunt responded without hesitation. Grandfather expressed his gratitude, inviting her to stay for lunch. The East and West Does were originally one family, and the affairs of the seventh uncle were as significant as his own. The third aunt, after some polite exchanges, remarked, "I fear I will have to spend the night in Xingla tonight. I must arrange matters at home. There's no need to stand on ceremony. What matters most is resolving this issue," her uncle insisted. Grandfather did not keep her any longer, allowing Qiufan to see the third aunt out through the second gate. Regardless of who the third aunt sent to negotiate with the Zhu family, they remained adamant in their refusal. The third aunt, exasperated and with blisters forming on her lips, deeply regretted, "Had I known this would be the outcome, I should have arranged for my cousin from my sister-in-law's side to marry instead. Now, even if I wished to change partners, I would need the Zhu family's letter of withdrawal, and time is still against us." Grandfather, in a fit of anger, took it out on her father, forcing him to kneel in the sun-drenched front courtyard for an entire afternoon, leaving his knees red and swollen, making it painful for him to walk, and necessitating a doctor's visit. At that moment, Wang Yingshua's elder brother, Wang Jibing, unexpectedly paid a visit. Wang Jibing, barely in his 30s, appeared to be as aged as a man of 40, likely due to the hardships he had endured over the years. He stood upright in the grand hall of the Wang family, exuding a resolute stature akin to a lofty pine tree. "My younger sister had been compelled to venture into the world of commerce, burdened by the weight of my responsibilities as her elder brother. Unbeknownst to me until now, I have come to retrieve her." His tone was firm as he declared, "We shall not accept your family's betrothal gifts, nor shall we be entangled in any material affairs. You shall write a document releasing your claims, and our two families shall part ways amicably, each taking their own path." After a prolonged silence, our grandfather summoned Wang Yingxue. Upon seeing her brother, Wang Yingshue's expression shifted from surprise to joy. "Elder brother, you have returned," she exclaimed, instinctively grasping Wang Jibing's arm. But her countenance quickly shifted as she scrutinized him from head to toe. "Is something wrong with father?" Before she could finish her sentence, tears began to fall. "No, no." Wang Jibing's eyes glistened with emotion as he hurriedly reassured her. "Father has been appointed as the magistrate of Xingtai County in Shandong. He rode home and learned of your situation. He is filled with regret and sorrow, having struck himself 3 times in anguish, blaming our family for your predicament. He urged me to return and bring you home." "What did you say?" Wang Yingxue gazed at Wang Jibing in disbelief. "Father has been reinstated?" "Yes." Wang Jibing nodded earnestly. "Father has indeed been reinstated. Soon, he will come to fetch mother and you need no longer worry about daily sustenance for our family. From now on, I shall shoulder these responsibilities." "Elder brother." Wang Yingxue clutched at his sleeve, overcome with emotion and weeping profusely. Turning away, Wang Jibing could not bear to witness his sister's distress, only finding solace as her tears soaked his garment. "Do not cry, we shall discuss everything once we return home," he said, glancing at their grandfather. "Unless there are any further instructions from Lord Dou, we shall take our leave." They had no intention of taking even a change of clothes for Wang Yingxue. Naturally, their grandfather would not allow Wang Yingxue to depart empty-handed. With a smile, he remarked, "Your esteemed father and our Yuanji are of the same examination class, he is not a stranger to us. Since you are here, why not stay for a cup of tea? We have made arrangements for a nurse and maid to attend to your sister, and we have prepared some items for you. I shall have them packed, so you may take everything with you." He continued, given the serendipitous connection between the Wang and Dou families, it would be unseemly for her to leave empty-handed. "That is unnecessary," Wang Jibing responded, but was immediately interrupted by his sister's sharp voice, laden with urgency. "What did you say? You want me to accompany you home, but what about Ming Jia? She is only 3 years old." Chapter 31, Eavesdropping Naturally. "She must remain in the Dou family." Both Wang Jibing and Dou Duo expressed in unison. "No, no." Wang Yingxue shook her head, her expression fraught with anxiety. "She is still so young, I cannot leave her with the Dou family. Should I take her back to the Wang family? Even if the Wang family were to agree, it is hardly feasible. Wang Jibing gazed at his sister, who appeared to be fiercely protective, feeling quite troubled. With the recent events in their family, the neighbors had already begun to gossip behind their backs. Now that their father was reinstated, their family's notoriety would only grow. And it wouldn't be merely the small village of Nanhua, the entire Jingding prefecture would likely cast judgment upon them. Not only would it bring shame upon their father, but it would also hinder the children's ability to hold their heads high in Nanhua in the future. Thus, when they arrived, their father had conferred with him, planning to quietly return his sister home and, once settled, relocate the entire family with their father to his official post, never to return to Nanhua again. He had even thought of arranging a suitable marriage for his sister after a few years of tranquility. What was he to do with this child in the meantime? Would his sister ever marry? To take a step back, even if the Dou family were willing to let his sister care for the child, and their father agreed to raise her, how would they explain the child's origins to relatives and friends? They had left Nanhua precisely to avoid such rumors. If they claimed the child was born to his sister, her past would become an open secret, making their relocation meaningless. To distance themselves from the scandal, they could only claim the child as his own or as the child of his younger brother, Wang Zipio. Yet the timing of the child's arrival was unfortunate. If claimed as his, he had been absent from home for several years. If said to belong to his brother, his sister-in-law had just delivered a healthy boy, who had barely reached a month old. Were they to say she was adopted? These thoughts flitted momentarily through his mind, but it was ultimately a family matter, unsuitable for discussion in front of Dou Duo. Wang Jibing could only whisper to Wang Yingxue, some matters are best discussed at home. Wang Yingxue did not dare to return with her brother. Given her circumstances, she would likely be sent to a convent or married off to a distant land, fearing she would never see her daughter again. Dou Zhao still had an uncle, and the stewardess left by her mother would look after her. But her daughter was utterly alone. She could not entrust her daughter's future to the fifth miss of the Zhu family, whom she had never met and with whom she had no dealings. Where was Dou Shiying? Wang Yingxue looked around. Why was he not present? He had always been kind-hearted and would never allow them to be separated. No. She took 2 steps back, distancing herself from her brother, her gaze reflecting a hint of wariness. Until we have reached an agreement regarding Ming Jia, I will not return home with you, brother. As she spoke, she signaled to Qiong Fong, who stood at the entrance of the hall, and then pleaded with Dou Duo through her tears, Old master. Ming Jia was born weak and lacks the strength to nurse. The doctor and the experienced old nurse have both said that she may not live long. It has been I, through toil and care, who has nurtured her to this point. How can I casually hand her over to someone else? I implore you. For Ming Jia's sake, allow me to take her with me. I named her Ming Jia. Dou Duo replied with a gentle smile, a child is a piece of flesh from a mother's body. We understand your concern for Ming Jia, but she is a child of the Dou family. It cannot be that she follows you to the Wang family without clarity. You know well the situation of our family. Upon your arrival, you were attended by a seasoned nurse, 2 maidservants, and several rough servants. Once she gave birth to Ming Jia. Aside from her wet nurse and those who serve her, we arranged for 2 more maidservants. You need not worry. The 5th miss of the Zhu family, raised under strict familial tutelage, possesses a gentle disposition and will care for Ming Jia well. No one, no matter how kind, can compare to a mother's love. Wang Yingxue watched as Qiong Fong hurriedly left Heshou Hall, feeling a flicker of relief in her heart, yet continuously beseeching Dou Duo, Old master, please grant us this favor. Dou Duo chuckled. Wan Yuan was also raised before his biological mother, so you need not worry about Ming Jia. The 2 engaged in a back and forth, neither willing to yield. Soon, Dou Zhao received word. After some thought, she said to Tuan Yang, let us go see father. Dou Zhao wished to understand her father's thoughts and intentions regarding this matter. Tuan Yang complied, setting aside her needlework to accompany Dou Zhao to Dou Shiying's study. However, Dou Shiring was not in his study. After contemplating, Dou Zhao headed to the flower hall behind the main hall. Her grandfather and Wang Jibing were enjoying tea there, while her father conversed with Wang Yingxue beside a bamboo grove at the rear of the flower hall. Dou Zhao gestured for Tuanyang to halt, then, taking advantage of her small stature, she quietly maneuvered around the flower hall, hiding behind the bamboo to eavesdrop. No matter what, I owe you an apology. Her father's voice carried a hint of sorrow. I am older than you and have been married before, even if you are fond of me. I ought to have resolutely rejected you. Rather than allowing things to unfold in a manner that it seems that it is not only she who is concerned about the marriage between the Dou and Zhu families. Dou Zhao strained to listen. Do you know I had Gaosheng deliver a message to the Zhu family? Her father expressed his surprise. Wang Yingxue, realizing she had let something slip, nervously replied, that night, Mingjia was restless, I kept soothing her until dawn. Just as I was about to sleep, I overheard the maid saying that Gaosheng was sent by you to deliver a message to the Zhu family. Utter nonsense. Dou Zhao scoffed. Gaosheng is a trusted confidant of my father. If he were indiscreet, my father would have replaced him long ago. Clearly, it was she who had found a way to uncover this information. However, her father did not dwell on this matter for long and candidly stated. I sent a letter to Zhu Juren, informing him of our family's affairs, asking him to wait until I have sorted out our matters before discussing the proposal of marriage. Why? Wang Yingxue fixed her piercing gaze upon her father. Why would you do such a thing? Did she think her father acted out of concern for her? Dou Zhao let out a cold laugh. Her father remained silent for a long while, then quietly said, Yingxue, I have my responsibilities. The West Dou family requires an heir. And I am expected to present a legitimate grandson. I do not wish to involve the fifth miss of the Zhu family in this. She should not bear the burden of my mistakes, nor should she be obligated to confront these disputes upon entering our home. Am I then merely a mistake to you? Wang Yingxue's face turned as pale as snow as she asked sharply. Do not misconstrue my words. Her father replied gently. I merely hope that my actions do not cause further harm to others. And what about me? What am I to you? Wang Yingxue questioned her father. You do not wish to hurt the fifth miss of the Zhu family, yet you would allow Mingjia and me to be separated forever? You would permit Mingjia to grow up without a mother? Yingxue, it is not that I lack compassion. Her father sighed deeply. Mingjia's status in the Wang family is ambiguous, however, in the Dou family, she is still recognized as the fifth miss of the Dou family. She is still young and remembers nothing. Wherever she is raised, she will naturally grow close to those around her, thereby sparing her from excessive sorrow. She is my daughter, my daughter. Wang Yingxue exclaimed softly, indignantly throwing her purse at her father. I do not want your silver notes, I want my daughter. With that, she held her head high and turned, entering the flower hall. Her father could only smile bitterly, shaking his head as he followed her into the hall. Dou Zhao gazed at the purse on the ground, pondering whether claiming the 3,000 taels of silver for herself would inadvertently implicate the maids and servants on duty in the flower hall. Chapter 32, Unusual. Dou Zhao ultimately decided to pick up the purse. After all, it contained 3,000 taels of silver. Enough to purchase over 1,000 acres of land or a grand four-courtyard residence. If someone else found it, it would vanish in the blink of an eye. Along with the person who had it. It was better for her to keep it than to let it fall into someone else's hands. She opened the purse and discovered it was filled with notes of 100, 200, and even several tens of taels, all ready for immediate exchange. Her father had indeed thought this through. Dou Zhao placed the notes back into the purse, only to hear a commotion from the flower hall. Brother, your coercion leaves me no choice but to beg for 3 feet of white silk to end my life, for the torment I endure makes living feel worse than death. Dou Zhao scoffed inwardly, thinking, then let her have the 3 feet of white silk. Wasn't it her mother who had granted her a handkerchief when she wished for it? Yet, wasn't she still alive and well? How could Wang Xingyi have produced such an unashamed creature? It was truly a disgrace to his lifelong reputation. From the flower hall came the muffled voice of Wang Zhibing. Unclear and indistinct. Dou Zhao pondered whether to eavesdrop further when she noticed the door of the flower hall move, revealing her father accompanying Wang Zhibing as they exited. She quickly concealed herself behind a Taihu stone. Her father was reassuring Wang Zhibing. There's no need to be anxious. The situation has come upon us suddenly, she may not be able to accept it at once. This back and forth will lead nowhere. You should return home for now and let her sisters visit to see how she feels. We can discuss it further later. Whatever the Dou family can do, we will strive to accommodate her. Wang Jibing's face darkened, and as he heard this, veins appeared on his forehead. He replied in a low voice. What does Lord Dou mean by this? Do you think my sister is trying to extort money from your family? Please, do not misunderstand, her father said gently. I merely wish to suggest that although you are her brother, there is a difference between genders, and after so many years apart, she may find it difficult to share her thoughts with you. Perhaps it would be best to wait a couple of days until her emotions settle before making plans. If she wishes to visit Mingjia at any time, she is welcome. However, since Mingjia is still young, we fear that any words reaching her ears may distress the child. If she agrees, Mingjia could call her godmother or aunt. When Mingjia is older and understands, it would not be too late to tell her of the past. Yet, the specifics of how to convey this must be decided with your family's assistance. I shall follow your lead. His words were both appropriate and sincere, causing Wang Jibing's expression to lighten. He scrutinized her father closely and remarked. I did not expect you to be so steady and principled in your dealings. I had underestimated you. Her father, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stammered, the day is getting late. I shall not keep you any longer. Next time you visit, I will treat you to tea. I have some Dahong Pao sent from Fujian that is quite worth tasting. Wang Jibing left, satisfied. Her father wiped the sweat from his brow and turned towards the Taihu stone where Dou Zhao was hiding, calling out, Aren't you coming out? The sun is quite strong. Be careful not to get burned. Dou Zhao emerged with a grin, asking, How did you find me, father? Her father pointed at the gold ring atop her head. Had she known, she should have tied her hair back. Dou Zhao mumbled to herself, thinking of the 3,000 taels, and cheerfully revealed the purse she held, saying, Father, I found a purse. At her tender age of 5, even at 15, it would not be easy to secretly stash away 3,000 taels without leaving a trace. The best approach was to lay it all out openly and claim it as her own. Her father chuckled, So it was you who found it. As he spoke, he reached for the purse. Dou Zhao swiftly concealed it behind her back, declaring, I found it, it is mine. Her father paused, laughing, But this purse belongs to me. What will you do when the owner comes looking for it? Then you must thank me, Dou Zhao replied, and share half with me. Her father chuckled, scratching her nose. Who have you learned this from? He then opened the purse and selected a 10-tael note to give her as a token of gratitude. No, Dou Zhao protested. Mixing with him, her eyes gleaming as she grabbed the 100 and 200 taels. These are all mine. Just then, her grandfather emerged. Her father hurriedly stuffed all the notes back into the purse. Her grandfather frowned and asked coldly, What is going on here? Nothing, her father quickly replied. I was simply helping to fasten Shogu's purse. Ah. Dou Zhao couldn't help but grin. This silver was her father's personal stash. Hence the need for secrecy even from her grandfather. Her grandfather, displeased, remarked, What business is it of yours, mixing in with what the maids and servants do? Now come with me, I have something to discuss. Her father complied, signaling to Tuanyang to come over, and whispered a few words about Dou Zhao before departing with her grandfather to the Heishou Hall. Dou Zhao, beaming, made her way to the main house. Tuanyang kept her eyes on the purse at Dou Zhao's waist, her expression tightening every time they crossed a bridge or alley, constantly murmuring, Miss, be careful, as if she wished to cradle the purse in her hands. Dou Zhao inquired, Do you know what is inside? Tuanyang nodded vigorously. Dou Zhao pulled out a 10-tael note from the purse, This is for you. I don't want it, Tuanyang's face turned pale. Miss. Quickly put it away. If someone sees and takes it, I could never repay the debt even if I died 100 times. She was nearly in tears. Dou Zhao sighed and handed the purse to Tuanyang, Let us keep it safe together. Tuanyang acquiesced, cautiously tucking the purse into her bosom, continuously shielding it until they returned to the main house. That evening, when her father returned, he asked, Where is the purse? Dou Zhao retrieved a box from beside her bed, saying, It's right here. Her father laughed heartily. Seizing the opportunity, Dou Zhao returned the box to its place. Her father summoned Umama, instructing, "The fourth miss has an additional 3,000 taels in her room, please record it." Umama's expression changed dramatically as she uneasily responded. "So much silver in the fourth miss's room, is that appropriate?" Her father, accustomed to being extravagant, nonchalantly replied, "It's nothing, just 3,000 taels." Umama could say no more, while Dozhao's eyes sparkled with delight. She had grand plans for this silver. The following evening, Wang Yingshua's sisters-in-law arrived. The three women shut themselves in a room to converse. Gaoshi was a stern woman and spoke rather brusquely, "There are no outsiders here, speak plainly about your intentions." Pangshi sat leisurely on a lacquered, gilded stool, sipping tea while her keen eyes scanned the decor of Wang Yingshua's room. The rose-red bedding, the cloisonne flower vase, the lilac velvet mat, the dark green silk curtains, and the fine porcelain teacup in her hand, none of it could have been arranged without at least 10,000 taels. It was no wonder she was reluctant to leave. Peng Yulo smirked slightly, hearing her sister-in-law choke back tears. "If I take Mingjia back, will father agree?" "If you find it agreeable, I shall speak on father's behalf," Gaoshi said decisively. Years of hardship had transformed her from a submissive girl into a woman of resolve. "If anyone inquires, just say she is a relative's orphan child, taken in by me as a daughter. Your elder brother will handle all the official matters. You need not worry. Our immediate concern is to bring Wang Yingxue back." Wang Yingxue had not anticipated such a turn of events. She instinctively bit her lip, saying, "But if that is the case, she will be considered an adopted daughter." Gaoshi's heart twisted painfully at those words. Where had the innocent, kind-hearted, and noble Wang Yingxue gone? Is life in poverty truly so terrifying? As a daughter of nobility, she presides over the household after marrying into the royal family, attending to her mother-in-law, caring for her sister-in-law, and nurturing her children. Whenever she recalls her father's teachings of contentment and the virtue of simplicity before her marriage, she finds solace in fulfilling her duties. But what of Wang Yingshuo? When did she begin to change? Was it during the withdrawal of the Lei family's proposal? Was it when she started to support her family? Or was it when she, out of pity, sheltered her from the consequences of a momentary lapse in judgment? Gaoshi found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the pragmatic Pang family, with their entrepreneurial background, quickly grasped the underlying message of Wang Yingshuo's words. Having grown up amidst the sounds of an abacus, how could she not understand? Furthermore, she often felt irritated by her sister-in-law's disdain for her humble origins, constantly comparing her to Gaoshi. Thus, with a hint of mockery, she remarked, "There is some truth in what my sister-in-law says. However, our family is no longer what it used to be, taking a concubine is out of the question. Why not let our father speak to the Dou family? Withdraw the marriage proposals and elevate your status instead. Do not speak so carelessly, be cautious not to let the Dou family overhear such foolishness," Gaoshi admonished, secretly regretting not having resisted her mother-in-law's insistence on bringing Pang to the Dou family. "My sister-in-law, your words are rather displeasing," Peng Yulo replied languidly. "So, just because you are a daughter-in-law of the Wang family, I am not. You hail from a prestigious family, which I cannot compare to. Yet, I married into the Wang family during their decline. Poverty does not preclude one from being respectable." Gaoshi, from a distinguished family, felt as though she were a scholar confronted by soldiers when facing Peng Yulo, and thus, unless it was a matter of principle, she usually yielded to her. However, Wang Yingshuo's reluctance to leave the Dou family was indeed a matter of principle. Gaoshi patiently explained, "You are not someone who has never seen the world. Which family would casually elevate a concubine to the status of a wife?" Of course, Peng Yulo was aware of this. But she did not wish to be overshadowed by Gaoshi. She retorted, "Did not Master Tao from our town elevate his concubine? That was because Master Tao's legitimate wife passed away, and the concubine bore him his only son. The Tao family's brothers wrote a letter of consent, acknowledging her as a sister." Gaoshi replied with a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. "Is that the same? It was merely a matter of a son." Peng Yulo winked at Wang Yingshuo, causing her complexion to fluctuate between red and pale. Observing something amiss, Peng Yulo whispered, "What is it?" "Little Ming is already over a year old and is being cared for by a wet nurse. Have you not yet taken any action? What nonsense are you spouting?" second sister? Wang Yingsno retorted, her embarrassment evident. Seventh master has stated that he will observe 3 years of mourning for Zhao Guqiu. Ah. Pang Yulo gasped, staring at Wang Yingsno's twitching lips, yet ultimately said nothing. Gao Shi, meanwhile, sighed inwardly, lamenting the unfortunate timing for such a fine individual. Chapter 33, unaware of course. Dou Zhao was oblivious to the conversation between her father, Dou Shiying, and Wang Yingshua's sisters-in-law inside the house. She was taken by her father to go fishing. In June. The weather in Zhending was still quite warm, but as the carriage rolled along, the breeze that flowed through the bamboo curtains made for a comfortable experience. This time, her father's attendant, Gao Sheng, was acting as the coachman. As he drove the carriage, he chatted with her father. It's just like 2 years ago when I went fishing with you. The wild kudzu on the mountain was so sweet and tender. I've never tasted anything quite like it since. However, it's not the right season for it now, so we might miss out this time. But there are wild mugworts on the hillside, her father smiled. We can pick some to take back for making mugwort tea or porridge. It clears heat and dispels fire. Which is quite nice. Dou Zhao looked at the carriage, which held only 3 people, and wondered aloud, Father, why didn't you bring a few servants or maidens? It would be nice to have some help with the tasks. Gao Xing chuckled, focused on guiding the horses. Her father merely ruffled her hair, remaining silent, as if she had uttered something amiss. Dou Zhao felt a flicker of doubt, and as she gazed out at the scenery along the road, it struck her as eerily familiar. She leaned against the carriage window, peering outside. The dense cornfield seemed to stretch into infinity, dotted with several quaint farmhouses, while the distant olive-green hills rose and fell, occasionally flanked by lush poplar trees. Isn't this the road to grandmother's estate? Dou Zhao exclaimed in astonishment, glancing back at her father. He, mistaking her surprise for wonder at the scenery, pointed to the cornfield with a smile. Do you see those yellow tassels? That's corn. I'll ask Gao Xing to stop and check if it's ripe. If it is, we can pick some to roast on the mountain. Gao Xing laughed once more. Dou Zhao remained noncommittal. The carriage soon veered onto a side path, traversing a stretch of cornfield toward a small hill. Strangely, Dou Zhao felt a sense of relief. This cornfield belonged to the Lang family, adjacent to her grandmother's estate, marked by a tall, blue stone bearing the character Dou. Before long, the carriage came to a halt, and they disembarked. Gao Xing secured the horses and followed behind, carrying the fishing gear. As they rounded an ancient pine tree, Dou Zhao heard the gentle sound of flowing water. Her expression grew peculiar. She was intimately familiar with this place. It was a small river located at the boundary between the Lang and Dou families, its crystal-clear waters revealing a shallow bed of pebbles. Every June, a type of silver fish resembling a shuttle would graze on the grass by the riverbank. She often waded into the water with the children from the farm to catch fish. Across the river was a slope, adorned with 3 wild peach trees growing in a triangular formation. When spring arrived, the peach blossoms would burst forth in delicate pinks, a sight to behold. By summer, the wild peach trees bore small, bitter green peaches, inedible in taste. During this time, they would run to the lowlands beside the trees to gather wild vegetables, pearl vegetables, okra, sour sorrel, and southern alfalfa. In spring, they would collect tender leaves for cooking, while in summer, they would harvest fruits to sell at the medicine shop in Zhending, exchanging them for a few coins to help the family, which would earn them praise from the elders and a couple of copper coins to buy snacks. While she had no need to gather snacks for herself, she was always accompanied by 2 maidens resembling little tails, and as they foraged for wild vegetables or fruits, she would share with her companions, fostering a fondness for her company over time. How did her father know this place? Dou Zhao's mind began to whirl. And by the time she regained her focus, she found herself standing by the small stream beneath a large locust tree with her father. Gao Xing had set up a stool beneath the tree and prepared some cool tea. Her father seated Dou Zhao on the stool under the locust tree. Gao Xing chose a spot rich in aquatic plants, took out a fishing rod, baited it, and began to fish. Was this what her father referred to as fishing? Dou Zhao felt somewhat at a loss for words. Yet her father calmly sipped his tea, cautioning her, "Don't wander into the sun, be careful not to get sunburned." Dou Zhao, feeling bored, gazed at the green peaches across the river. As the wind blew, the branches rustled, causing the green peaches to sway. Her father chuckled. Those peaches are bitter and astringent, they are inedible. When spring comes next year, I'll have someone bring back water peaches from the capital for you to enjoy. She widened her eyes in surprise. On the other side, Gao Xing had caught a small fish. He tossed it into a bucket, grinning, at this rate. Master and Miss Four will have fish for dinner tonight. Her father replied, today, we'll go to the Bao family for a meal. Gao Xing raised an eyebrow. Intrigued but silent. Dou Zhao, however, felt unrestrained and asked, why are we going to the Feng family for a meal? Her father hesitated for a moment before saying with a smile, Aunt Wang's sisters-in-law have come. Their family has changed significantly, and they have some connections with fifth brother. By rights, I should entertain them properly. However, Aunt Wang is, after all, a concubine, and it would be inappropriate for me to host them. We'll have dinner at your Uncle Feng's house and return afterward. They should also be heading back to Nanhua. No wonder they chose to fish in the sweltering heat. Dou Zhao realized. Her father then said with a smile, come, let us go check out the hillside. With that, he picked Dou Zhao up and climbed to the top of the slope. As they surveyed the landscape, her grandmother's residence came into view. And Dou Zhao could even see her grandmother conversing with a servant in the front yard. Dou Zhao was taken aback, perhaps it was her imagination. But it seemed as though her grandmother sensed their presence and was gazing in their direction. Dou Zhao turned back to look. Her father was intently observing her grandmother's estate, his expression serious. Dou Zhao's mind buzzed. It dawned on her that her father had always expressed his longing for her grandmother in this manner. She had never realized it before. Father. What other secrets do you hold? Dou Zhao pondered, as she heard her father muttering softly, when I was 9. I discovered that I was not my mother's biological child. I've always wanted to know what kind of person gave birth to me. I didn't want to make my mother sad, but thinking of her spending so many years alone in this estate makes my heart ache. She felt a tightness in her chest. Could it be that this was the reason she was sent to the estate in her previous life? That day, her father had told Wang Yingxue that he needed a legitimate son. Was that the reason for Dou Zhao's existence in her past life? In her previous life, her father had only 2 concubines, but rarely stayed overnight in their quarters. She had thought it was because he favored Wang Yingxue. But now it appeared that her father was in his prime, and yet he had only fathered Dou Ming and Dou Xiao with Wang Yingxue. She longed to ask her father about it. Yet, none of this had occurred in this life. Her heart was a whirlwind of confusion. Meanwhile, Gaoshi was also in turmoil. She understood that Pangshi was cunning and unruly in her words and actions, but she never expected her to speak so brazenly. Furthermore, she was taken aback that her sister-in-law appeared so swayed by it. Unable to contain her anger, Gaoshi sternly reprimanded Pangshi. Do not impose upon others what you would not wish for yourself. What you say is simply too. She wanted to say shameless. But considering they would have to share the same household in the future, she reluctantly altered her words to excessive. Pang Yulo, noticing Gaoshi's change in demeanor, felt a surge of satisfaction. She spoke with a sharp tongue, sister-in-law, unlike you, I have not read the classics and do not speak in lofty principles. I only know that if one does not act for oneself, the heavens will condemn them. Why has my sister-in-law ended up in such a plight? Is it not for our family's sake? Now that the family is slightly improving, why do you turn your back on her and act as if she were a disgrace? You may be capable of such actions, but I cannot. I know that one must recognize right from wrong. When my sister-in-law, a young woman, put herself forward for the family's livelihood, who did not point fingers at our family? Where were your morals then? Ultimately, it all boils down to relying on one's aunt for sustenance. Dao glanced at Wang Yingxue and noticed her slightly nodding in a barely perceptible manner. An icy chill enveloped her as a sense of coldness seeped into her heart. Silence! Dao exclaimed sharply, interrupting Pang Yulo's words. It is only just to earn a living through one's own labor, why fear the slanderous whispers of petty individuals? Duke Jia is already betrothed, yet you seek to sabotage the union between the Dou and Zhu families for your own selfish motives. Such despicable actions are universally condemned and cannot be equated. Pang Yulo retorted with a sneer, what constitutes selfishness? What defines selflessness? Desiring a comfortable life is selfish? Sacrificing everything for others is selfless? Is my aunt inferior in beauty or lineage to the fifth miss of the Zhu family? Moreover, it was Dou Shering who deceived her into believing he was unmarried, leading her to unwittingly fall into his trap. Why should she not be legitimized? Why should she not reclaim what rightfully belongs to her? Do not forget, sister-in-law, that you are of the Wang family. It was for your son that my aunt sought medicine, which led to her encounter with Dou Shering. Dao's complexion paled, her chest heaving violently, rendering her momentarily speechless. Aunt. I stand with you in this matter, Peng Yulo said as she settled at the head of the bed, adopting a gentle demeanor to console Wang Yingxue. Those who neither dined with you nor drank from your cup may criticize you, and that is to be expected. Yet those who have feasted upon your generosity and hypocritically cast aspersions upon you are far more malicious than outsiders. Second sister-in-law. Wang Yingxue wept, leaning against Peng Yulo's shoulder. Do not cry, do not cry. Peng Yulo produced a handkerchief to dry Wang Yingxue's tears, assuring her, trust me. I will ensure that the Zhu family withdraws from the engagement. Dao closed her eyes, and after a lengthy pause, opened them, her expression considerably calmer. Yingxue, she spoke softly. The grievances of the past were my fault, and I owe you an apology. For all these years in the Wang family, although I have managed the household, without you, this family could not possibly sustain itself. You are always astute, some truths need not be articulated for you to grasp. The legitimization of a concubine requires a letter of consent from the Zhao family. With the current stalemate between the Dou and Zhao families, how could the Zhao family possibly provide such a letter? Moreover, you have witnessed the Dou family's stance. If there was a genuine desire to legitimize you, they would have seized the opportunity to annul the engagement with the Zhu family when the latter opposed the marriage date. They would not have waited until now. Furthermore, the Zhu family is not a minor household, the Dou family cannot afford to offend them for our sake. Although my father has been reinstated, he is merely a lowly 7th-rank county magistrate. You must carefully consider what lies ahead. Wang Yingxue rested her head on Peng Yulo's shoulder and whispered, sister-in-law. Did you not always tell me that some matters must be tested to be understood? Gao, feeling cornered, could only respond, think it over carefully, before sweeping out in silence. Chapter 34, Turmoil. As Gao stepped outside, her wet nurse hurried to her side, noticing the pallor of her face. Alarmed, she whispered, what has happened? Madness, sheer madness. Gao exclaimed, trembling with fury. They have all gone insane. As she spoke, her gaze swept across the courtyard, which lay in eerie silence. The large crimson lanterns hung from the eaves cast a warm glow on the blooming hostess by the steps, enhancing their brightness. Though Gao hailed from a prominent family, the absence of visible people did not imply that the courtyard was devoid of life. Call for the carriage driver and reward him with a couple of silver coins. Gao instructed her wet nurse. We must depart immediately for Nanhua. The carriage and driver belonged to the family of Li, a local scholar, who had lent them the use of his carriage upon hearing of Wang Xingyi's reinstatement. They had originally planned to return the following evening, but now the driver had to make the journey through the night, and a reward was inevitable. The wet nurse, understanding the situation had shifted, refrained from questioning Gao, adhering to the propriety expected of her, and summoned the driver under the pretense of an urgent family matter to leave Dou's residence. On their way, they encountered Dou's carriage. The wet nurse gasped lightly and remarked, perhaps the 7th master of the Dou family has returned, implying the need for a greeting. However, Gao tugged at her wet nurse's sleeve, instructing the driver, do not stop. Her voice was tinged with urgency. As the two carriages passed, Gao exhaled deeply, murmuring, I cannot possibly face the Dou family now. The wet nurse, leaning closer, whispered, what has transpired? Having cared for Gao since her infancy and having endured years of hardship alongside her in the Wang household, the wet nurse felt akin to family and did not conceal her concern, recounting the events in detail. The wet nurse listened, wide-eyed with shock, exclaiming, what can we do? What can we do? She grasped Gao's hand, imploring her, you must remember, on the 19th day of your marriage, your husband departed for Xining Wei. Between you and him, there is only obligation, not affection. Do not be foolish, this is a matter between the siblings. Offer your counsel, but do not confront them alone. You know the matriarch's temperament. Without your support, how could the Wang family have prospered? And how could your aunt have succeeded in business? You have cared for the matriarch as if she were your own mother, yet when family matters arise, she always places your aunt before you. Pang reluctantly married into the family, but even when resources were scarce, she looked down upon you, relying on the second master's indulgence to compete with you. Now that the master has returned, who can say what schemes she has in mind? It would be disastrous if the entire family turned against you. Every mother feels for her daughter, just as my own mother cared for me, Gao weakly retorted. I intend to return to persuade my husband to seek the patriarch's intervention to forcibly bring my sister-in-law back. If we allow Pang to meddle, even if we do manage to bring her back, it will surely cause a scandal, and the shame would be unbearable. Her expression reflected her resignation. The wet nurse nodded repeatedly, assured by Gao's determination. Meanwhile, Dou Zhao noticed a carriage passing by and glanced back. This side of the street was dominated by the West Dou residences. Who could be traversing this way at such an hour? As the thought crossed his mind, he heard Gao Xing remark, "Seventh Master, it seems to be a carriage from the Wang family." Dou Shiying paused momentarily before understanding dawned upon him. Perhaps they have matters to discuss with Wang Jibing. We shall act as if we know nothing. Gao Xing responded with a chuckle. And the carriage continued until it reached the second gate before coming to a halt. The steward and servants rushed forward, and the head steward cheerfully exclaimed, "Seventh Master. The sixth master arrived at the hour of the rooster and has been waiting for you in the study." Dou Shiying embraced Dou Zhao and proceeded to the study. Dou Xing sat leisurely in a drunken recliner, engrossed in a book, with tea and fruits laid out on a small table beside him. Upon hearing their arrival, he lifted his head and greeted his father, "You're back. Have you been fishing again?" His tone was casual, making it seem as though he were the master of the study. His father smiled but remained silent. The sixth uncle appeared to hesitate, but their father softly remarked, "I am aware of what I am doing." "Just as long as you know," the sixth uncle replied. The two quickly shifted the subject. "What did you need to see me about?" their father inquired. "You've kept me waiting all this time without leaving a note?" "I merely wish to inquire whether you will be participating in this year's provincial examination." The sixth uncle poured a cup of tea for his father, adding that preparations for the journey needed to commence soon. He then playfully tugged at Dou Zhao's hair, asking, "Little tail, did you accompany your father to fish? Were the meals at Uncle Feng's to your liking?" He casually handed her a cup of tea. It seemed the sixth uncle was not only aware of the father's secret visits to their grandmother but also knew that after visiting her, he would seek counsel with Feng Baoshan. Dou Zhao politely called out to the sixth uncle, replying that the food was delicious, as she quietly sipped her tea. Their father hesitated. "If I go, what will happen to Shogu? There is no one to manage the inner court, and I'm a bit uneasy." The sixth uncle dismissed his concerns. "Send her to my place, let my wife assist you. We shall discuss it then." Their father remained uncertain, while the sixth uncle pointed to the piles of newly published essays on the desk. "These are the current articles, brought back by fifth brother. Each family member with a boy in school receives a copy," their father remarked. "So fifth brother has resolved to send all the males in our family to take the examinations?" The sixth uncle chuckled. "Zijuan claims he will not participate. He fears being outdone by a fellow scholar." Zijuan was the courtesy name of their second cousin, Dou Yucheng, who indeed later excelled in the examinations but, fearing ridicule, refused to pursue an official career, ultimately assisting their third uncle in managing the family's affairs. Their father laughed heartily, directing a maid to summon Tuan Yang to help Dou Zhao to bed, while he and the sixth uncle perused the essays. Dou Zhao endeavored to recall the events of her previous life. Her father and sixth uncle had journeyed to the capital for the provincial examinations, both achieving success and remaining there until June of the following year. Her father ranked 13th in the second class, while the sixth uncle fell short. She remembered her father's mentor, He Wenda, who served as a cabinet minister for 2 decades and presided over 2 examination sessions, renowned for his unyielding position in the official realm. In contrast, she had never heard of Chen Jizhou. However, as she was married into a noble family, her acquaintance with scholars was limited. It was entirely plausible that she had not heard of him. Reflecting on this, she abruptly sat upright. Dou Xiao was born in the year of Gingshu, specifically on March 16 of the following year, and coincidentally, the news of her father's success arrived just as he celebrated his full moon. Wang Yingxue often referenced this to illustrate how Dou Xiao brought fortune to the family. Calculating the timeline, it seemed Wang Yingxue must have conceived around this period. She felt a surge of restlessness yet did nothing. As the saying goes, if it rains, a mother must remarry. Even if she could prevent it once, could she stop it twice, or even thrice? Dou Xiao thought of her mother. Even if she had narrowly escaped death, witnessing Wang Yingshue's pregnancy and childbirth would likely lead her to commit foolish acts. Dou Xiao felt a mix of frustration and sorrow, lamenting her mother's infatuation. After tossing and turning in bed for what felt like an eternity, she finally drifted into a muddled sleep. The next morning, a light drizzle fell, washing the courtyard's leaves to a vibrant green, infused with a refreshing scent. Tuan Yang led Jasmine and Begonia to make winter socks for Dou Xiao when Yuzhan rushed in. The rain is pouring heavily outside, she explained, wringing her soaked skirt and addressing Tuan Yang. I need to deliver some silk thread to Sister Yu. Could you lend me the silk skirt that fourth miss gifted you? I'll return it as soon as I'm back. The term Yu family sister-in-law refers to the wife of Yu Daqing, who is the son of Yu Mama. Tuan Yang expressed her displeasure, stating, if Yu family sister-in-law requires silk thread, why does she not procure it herself? You are risking the wrath of seventh master by giving away items from the fourth miss's quarters. Yu Zhan, filled with indignation, retorted, as long as you remain silent, seventh master will remain unaware. Do you believe everyone is like you, carrying 10 taels of silver and considering themselves wealthy? Seventh master is from the Dou family, and 3,000 taels can easily be given to the fourth Mississippi. It's merely a few strands of silk thread, perhaps if you mentioned it, seventh master would see that I am merely fulfilling the late mistress's wishes to care for the fourth miss and reward me with a few boxes of silk thread. Speak your mind if you are unwilling to part with your skirt, there is no need to drag the fourth miss's name into this. Jasmine, terrified, cowered in the corner, while Haitang, undeterred, said defiantly, then let us present our case to seventh master and see whether he punishes you or rewards you with silk thread. You insolent wretch. How dare you defy me? Yu Zhan stepped forward and slapped 7-year-old Haitang. Just as she prepared to strike again, Tuan Yang rushed in, seizing her wrist and pulling it forcefully, causing Yu Zhan to stagger and nearly fall. Try to lay a hand on her again, and I will immediately inform seventh master, Tuan Yang warned, her eyes blazing with fury. Yu Zhan, aware that Tuan Yang hailed from the laundry room and fearing immediate repercussions, shot Tuan Yang a fierce glare before storming out, the curtains clattering behind her. Jasmine was on the verge of tears. Suxin, you must apologize to Yu Zhan. She will undoubtedly report you to Yu Mama. Tuan Yang, however, coldly scoffed, I stand justified and upright, it is she who has committed the offense of striking another. Why should I apologize? Yet, the elder Jasmine, concerned, replied, but the Yu family sister-in-law is Yu Mama's daughter-in-law. And what of it? Haitang countered defiantly. Being a daughter-in-law does not grant her the right to take things from the fourth miss's quarters. I support Tuan Yang. Suxin. When the second madam from the East Mansion returned from Fujian, she specifically sent local specialties for the fourth Mississippi. I saw Yu Zhan take 2 of each treat and deliver them to Yu family sister-in-law. If seventh master inquires, I will testify on your behalf. They regarded Dou Xiao as an oblivious child, with Yu Zhan's violence and Haitang's complaints not concealed from him. Dou Xiao sighed inwardly, recognizing the troubles of lacking a matriarch. Nevertheless, it was apparent that Yu Zhan could no longer remain in her quarters, as her behavior would corrupt the young maidens under her influence. As for Yu Mama, it was prudent to observe how she would handle this situation. Chapter 35, The Disposition. Madame Yu swiftly arrived, accompanied by several prominent housekeepers. Yu Zhan followed dejectedly behind them. In front of everyone, Madame Yu sternly reprimanded Yu Zhan and praised Tuanio, then inquired about what Tuanio had given to Daqing's wife. Tuanio, being straightforward, recounted every trivial item, while Haitang added details, causing Madame Yu's expression to darken with each revelation. By the time they finished, she was seething with anger and instructed a certain Mama Hua beside her, go fetch Daqing's wife. After a moment's hesitation, Mama Hua exited. Daqing's wife. dressed in a silk summer shirt and adorned with gilded earrings, exuded a vulgar demeanor. Upon observing the situation, she immediately shifted the blame onto Yuzan. She insisted on recognizing me as her godsister. It's customary for such sisters to exchange small gifts, so I thought little of it. Who would have known that Yuzan secretly took these items from fourth miss? As she spoke, she attempted to flee, saying she would return everything given to her. Stop right there. Madame Yu coldly admonished her. Seventh Master entrusted me with the affairs of the inner court. This is a matter of our dignity as servants. Do not presume that being my daughter-in-law gives you license to misbehave in this household. Dou Zhao had no desire to listen further. She merely needed to discern Madame Yu's disposition regarding the matter. Retiring to her inner chamber, she was promptly followed by Jasmine. Dou Zhao spread rice paper to practice her calligraphy, while Jasmine ground ink beside her. After a brief commotion outside, silence ensued. Tuanio and a fuming Haitang entered, exclaiming. Yuzan was only penalized with a 2-month stipend. According to the Dou family's rules, such a person should be publicly punished and expelled from the residence. Furthermore, Yu family's sister-in-law has long declared her desire to leave the Dou household, and now Madame Yu has relieved her of her duties, perhaps playing right into her hands. Tuanio remarked, why speak of such matters? Our primary concern is to care for 4th Mississippi. Be more astute in the future, so no one takes advantage of her again. Haitang nodded vigorously. However, Dou Zhao's pen paused mid-stroke. In her previous life, she had relied on the Tian and Chui families, who had accompanied her from Zhending to the Jiningho residence. Ultimately, those who stood by her were loyal and discerning individuals. In this lifetime, she intended to utilize her former acquaintances, but given her youth, hastily surrounding herself with them might lead to complications. It would be wiser to wait a few years. Any hints of precociousness could be dismissed with a mere word. She had never anticipated relying on her mother's acquaintances. In her past life, Wang Yingxue had been her stepmother. Cleaning up the backyard and consolidating power, actions typical of a stepmother. At that time, she had been naive and lacked the support of a brother. Over time, her mother's associates had lost hope and formed their own plans, which was understandable. Yet, understanding did not equate to forgiveness. Thus, Dou Zhao harbored a sense of resignation. If everyone could endure these 2 or 3 years until her own people took charge, she would gladly turn a blind eye, considering it a gesture of gratitude for their service to her mother. However, it appeared that she had miscalculated. Madame Yu and her family were mere servants. Why did Deqing's wife dare to claim she did not wish to serve in the Dou household? It was merely a pretext to enrich herself while looking down on the meager wages earned in service. A surge of indignation ignited within her. When her mother passed, Madame Yu had wept inconsolably, and while Dou Zhao had once believed in her feelings for her mother, the manner in which Madame Yu dealt with Yuzan and her daughter-in-law led her to trust her own judgment. Perhaps in her previous life, Wang Yingxue had been able to manipulate her mother's associates precisely because she held leverage over Deqing. Contemplating this, Dou Zhao set down her brush and instructed Tuanio. Bring me the box adorned with peonies. As Tuanio fetched the box, Dou Zhao inquired of Jasmine and Haitang, can you distinguish between wax and yellow jade? Both items are yellow. Jasmine and Haitang exchanged surprised glances. It was rare for 4th Miss to engage them in conversation. After a moment of silence, Jasmine shook her head. And after a brief hesitation, Haitang followed suit. I anticipated as much. Dou Zhao furrowed her brow. Following her mother's sudden demise, the household had descended into chaos. And these newly arrived maidservants had lacked sufficient guidance. Her youth was a significant barrier. Even if she wished to employ them, they were ill-equipped for the task. Besides Tuanio, she trusted no one in this house. Ironically, Tuanio had only begun to grasp a few characters after becoming her attendant, leaving Yuzan as the sole candidate capable of managing her household. Tuanio returned with the box, and Dou Zhao retrieved a stack of gift lists contained within. Her past experiences had nurtured a bold yet cautious approach. She had habitually collected these lists, which now proved useful. Should the servants harbor ulterior motives? The most direct and effective method was to feign compliance while keeping records hidden, thus allowing theft to go undetected. Her household's expenses were drawn from the public funds, with accounts managed by her third uncle. Her mother's belongings were accounted for under the supervision of her aunt, with one ledger held by her father, another by her aunt, and a third by Madame Yu. The only items Yuzan could manipulate were the recent rewards she had received. It seemed she would have to tally these rewards herself. A task she had not undertaken for over a decade. Dismiss yourselves. Dozhao instructed Tuenio and the others, just ensure Yuzan does not intrude. Tuenio complied and exited. However, as Jasmine and Haiteng approached the door, Haiteng hesitated and turned back. Fourth miss, do you require assistance in sorting through the items? My grandmother once served the old lady. And we have a few of her old gifts that she often polishes. Dozhao replied, then come and help. Haiteng, elated, settled beside Dozhao to assist in organizing the items. Dozhao pointed out various items, and Haiteng quickly learned to distinguish between agate and amber. With some practice, she might prove useful, Dozhao mused inwardly. During this time, a servant from Do Shuriying's side entered to report. Seventh Master mentioned he is occupied with matters alongside Sixth Master these days, instructing Fourth Miss to practice her calligraphy alone. Dozhao was glad to avoid an encounter with her father, nodding in agreement as Jasmine rewarded the servant with a few coins, while she continued to sort items with Tuenio. By afternoon, they discovered that a gilded pomegranate hairpin and a string of sandalwood prayer beads were missing. Dozhao instructed Tuenio. Go inform Madame Yu to retrieve these two items. Tuenio, infuriated, exclaimed, Yuzan is far too audacious. There are only thieves to catch, how can one continuously guard against theft? I believe we should inform Seventh Master. That's unnecessary, Dozhao replied. Once the items are recovered, all will be well. Tuenio, seeing Dozhao's resolve, begrudgingly let Yuzan off the hook and stormed off with the gift list to find Madame Yu. Dozhao had her own plans. Yuzan's audacity stemmed from underestimating her youth and from Madame Yu's management of the inner household. If this matter reached her father's ears, given his character, he would most likely merely punish Yuzan and send her away, without delving deeper. It seemed men were often blind to the intrigues of the inner court. It would be wiser for her to devise her own means. As Dozhao and Haiteng continued their sorting, Xianqiao burst in, her excitement palpable. Noticing only the three of them in the room, she exclaimed, I have news. A fight has broken out at Qixia courtyard. Dozhao was taken aback. Jasmine and Haiteng, unable to contain their curiosity, eagerly pressed, what happened? Xianqiao, do tell. Xianqiao relished the gossip and tales of others, and for this, her mother often chided her. Observing the eager expressions of those around her, she felt a surge of pride and recounted, just now, Aunt Wang's elder brother and sister-in-law came to fetch her. When she refused to return, her brother slapped her, leaving half of Aunt Wang's face swollen. Aunt Wang's second sister-in-law remarked that her elder sister-in-law was cruel-hearted, inciting her brother to strike Aunt Wang. This led to a quarrel between the two sisters-in-law, and Aunt Wang, holding on to Ming Jia, threatened to end her life. She clicked her tongue, adding that the scene was quite lively, and with the seventh master absent, the old master had to intervene to mediate the dispute. Is that so? Both Jasmine and Begonia exclaimed in unison, how do you know this? Xianqiao, brimming with self-satisfaction, replied, it's not just me, Wanner, who is close to Grandma Ding, and Qing Hai, who serves the seventh master, were also there, watching the commotion. Qing Hai was caught by the old master but cleverly claimed that the seventh master had instructed him to keep an eye on any happenings in Qixia courtyard. The old master, in a hurry to rush to Qixia, let him off the hook, sending him to the East Mansion to find the seventh master. Dozhao was left speechless. Aunt Wang argued with her own brother and sister-in-law in front of the old master? Xianqiao nodded vigorously. Dozhao snorted derisively. She had witnessed foolishness before, but nothing compared to Wang Yingshua's folly. How had she ever considered Wang Yingxua a rival in her previous life? She instructed Xianqiao. Go and see if there is any more excitement to behold. This request delighted Xianqiao, who quickly dashed off. The ruckus continued until the lanterns were lit. Xianqiao remarked, Aunt Wang, such a beautiful and gentle person, had endured so much suffering in the past. Jasmine and Begonia surrounded her, even Dozhao expressed interest, exclaiming, oh! As she listened intently. Xianqiao recounted how Wang Yingxua lamented the pain of being jilted by the Lei family. Her gratitude for her sister-in-law marrying into the Wang family, and her silent vow to ensure that her sister-in-law and nephew would never go hungry. Regardless of her own hardships in business over the years, leaving Wang Jibing and the Gao family speechless. Her second sister-in-law is quite formidable. Xian Chao said in awe. Not only did she defend Aunt Wang, but she also scolded the seventh master and the old master, threatening to take them to court. Claiming she would ruin the seventh master's career and bring shame to the old master. Dou Zhao burst into laughter. Peng Yulo, always so endearing. Chapter 36, Temporary residence. That evening, Wang Zipio and the Gao family took refuge at the Dou residence. Dou Zhao, however, remained indifferent to these developments. As she awaited the return of Tuan Yang. Yu Mama had informed her that the items would be delivered the following morning, yet Tuan Yang's return was delayed. Dou Zhao sighed with relief and instructed Tuan Yang to gather their usual belongings. For they might soon be residing for a few days at the home of their sixth uncle in the east. Why must we stay at sixth uncle's? Tuan Yang gasped. Is it because Wang Yinyang is causing a ruckus at home? The fact that even she was aware of the situation indicated that the news had spread throughout the Dou household. Dou Zhao chuckled. No. It is because my father intends to travel to the capital for the provincial examination. He worries for my well-being and may send us to stay with sixth uncle for a time. Regardless of the circumstances. My father's commitment to participating in the examination was unwavering. In her previous life, Aunt Ding had successfully sowed discord between Dou Zhao and her mother-in-law. Remaining unscathed in the Dou household, supported by Dou Shiying in her old age. This time, however, she had lost her authority over the inner quarters. And without the guidance of her elders, and given her grandfather's disregard for her grandmother, the proposal from sixth uncle conveniently alleviated her father's concerns. It was highly likely that she would be sent to reside temporarily with sixth uncle. Dou Zhao was amenable to this arrangement. Sixth aunt, surnamed Ji. Hailed from Yixing County in Changzhou Prefecture, South Shili. Her grandfather, Jin Yan, had achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations during the Jichou year. And her lineage boasted a renowned imperial tutor and a cabinet minister, making the Ji family one of the most distinguished clans in Jiangnan. The second matriarch had once been drawn to sixth aunt's prestigious background and, leveraging her own connections when her second uncle served as an inspector, shamelessly sought this marriage for sixth uncle. In comparison to the Ji family, the Dou family's reputation and wealth were considerably diminished at this time. Moreover, the Jiangnan family lived with a meticulousness that surpassed that of their northern counterparts. After marrying into the family, sixth aunt's presence made the second matriarch feel somewhat overshadowed, leading her to speak and act with a degree of caution around her. Fortunately, sixth aunt, being of noble birth, was gracious and composed, displaying no arrogance despite her lower status. She treated both her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law with utmost respect, and having borne 2 sons shortly after her marriage, she endeared herself to the second matriarch. In her previous life, Dou Zhao had limited interactions with sixth aunt. However, before her marriage, her father had asked sixth aunt to discuss matters of the boudoir with her. She vividly recalled how sixth aunt had grasped her hand before leaving, quietly advising her, "Remember, after you marry, your foremost duty is to bear sons. Next, you must flatter your mother-in-law. As for your husband, simply maintain your allure before him." This was the first time someone had so candidly unveiled the intricacies of a wife's responsibilities. Dou Zhao was taken aback. Yet, amidst her astonishment, she could not help but ponder sixth aunt's words, and the more she contemplated, the more they resonated with her, leading her to act accordingly. In her previous existence, she had been so preoccupied with her own affairs that she had little time to consider others. Now, reflecting on it, she found herself deeply curious about the relationship between sixth aunt and sixth uncle. Additionally, as she had matters to discuss with sixth aunt, her anticipation for the temporary stay at sixth uncle's grew. The following day at noon, a large group from the Pang family arrived in a bustling manner. Perhaps it had already been decided that the Ji family would care for Dou Zhao for a period, or perhaps they felt the atmosphere at home was unsatisfactory. In the afternoon, Dou Shiying personally took Dou Zhao to the East Mansion. The second aunt and the sixth aunt welcomed them at the second gate. Dou Zhao couldn't help but observe the sixth aunt. Ji, who was around 24 or 25 years of age, was fair-skinned and graceful. Her raven black hair elegantly styled and adorned with 2 golden hairpins. She wore a pale lotus-hued summer blouse and a white gauze skirt, lacking any additional embellishments, exuding a simplicity that was strikingly elegant. She approached Dou Xiao with a smile and embraced her, and Dou Xiao caught a faint whiff of rose fragrance. A scent she recognized. It was not the common incense but rather a rare rose essence from the West, worth 50 taels of silver for a small vial. More precious than gold, available only in the largest trading houses in the capital. The second aunt affectionately patted Dou Xiao's head and suggested to Dou Shiying, "You should join us to meet the matriarch." Dou Shiying expressed his gratitude repeatedly, and the group proceeded to visit the second matriarch. The second matriarch's room was simply arranged, yet each piece exuded an air of antiquity and elegance, subtly revealing opulence, reminiscent of a storeroom for antiques. It lacked vitality and radiated a chilling atmosphere, perfectly mirroring the second matriarch herself. Dou Xiao reflected on her mother's coldness and harshness, internally criticizing her. After paying their respects, the second matriarch offered Dou Xiao a handful of sweets and inquired of Dou Shiying, "I hear the Wang family has been causing quite a stir?" Her casual tone carried a hint of severity. Dou Shiying flushed, replying softly, "I will resolve it promptly." The second matriarch responded, "You are about to participate in the provincial examination, so let your second sister-in-law handle the negotiations with the Wang family." Her tone was commanding rather than questioning. Dou Shiying nodded, embarrassed. The second matriarch, satisfied, then turned to Dou Xiao with a tender smile, "Come here, Shogu. Let your second aunt see if you've grown taller." Dou Xiao felt as if the second matriarch were an ancient specter, having outlived her grandfather by a decade. She had no intention of getting close to her and, upon hearing the second matriarch's call, did not approach. Instead, she grasped the sixth aunt's hand and declared loudly, "I am 5 years old this year. Of course I have grown taller." Her bright and resonant voice rendered the onlookers momentarily stunned before erupting in laughter. The second aunt chimed in teasingly, "Second aunt, you miscalculated. You should have held the sweets before calling Shogu over. Now you have nothing in hand, how could she possibly come to you?" Laughter erupted once more. The second aunt stood up and, smiling at Dou Shiying, said, "You can rest assured, we will help look after Shogu." As time was pressing, she suggested they return. Dou Shiying affectionately patted his daughter's head, advising her to behave, and then he and the second aunt departed for the West Mansion. The second matriarch, meanwhile, inquired attentively about how the sixth aunt would arrange for Dou Xiao, before allowing them to leave. The sixth aunt took Dou Xiao to pay respects to the elder aunt. Like the second matriarch, the elder aunt was a widow and resided in the adjacent courtyard. The quiet residence, draped in blue curtains and furnished with black lacquered furniture, was shaded from the sunlight by pine trees, and the elder aunt's haggard face was as pale as snow. Dou Xiao recalled her once lively demeanor with a sense of melancholy. The elder aunt smiled as she embraced Dou Xiao, instructing the maid to bring fruits and sweets for her. "Come visit your elder aunt often." Dou Xiao responded cheerfully. After a brief chat between the sixth aunt and the elder aunt, they took their leave. Upon stepping outside into the sunlight and listening to the cacophony of cicadas, Dou Xiao inexplicably felt a sense of relief. The sixth aunt gently asked, "Are you tired?" Dou Xiao shook her head. The sixth aunt smiled, "That's good. Let us go pay respects to your third aunt. After that, we can return and enjoy some chilled watermelon, shall we?" Dou Xiao nodded with a smile. The third aunt lived next door to the sixth aunt, and upon entering, they found her chastising the recently turned 20-year-old Dou Fanchong. "How can you compare yourself to Qijuan? He can impress the teacher, while you are the one being questioned by the teacher." Dou Fanchong was the third aunt's eldest son, following her 3 daughters. Upon noticing Ji and Dou Xiao's entrance, her reprimand was naturally interrupted. Dou Fanchong awkwardly greeted Ji and Dou Xiao before leaving in disappointment. The third aunt, stroking her forehead, instructed a maid to serve tea and snacks. Then lamented to the sixth aunt, "I don't know which deity has offended us. After finally having 2 sons, the eldest, at 20, still knows nothing but play. While the younger is clever but detests studying, getting him to read feels like asking for his life." In Dou Xiao's recollection, the third aunt's 2 sons had indeed shown little promise in their studies. After Dou Fanchong passed the scholar's examination, he continued studying, but failed the imperial exams. While Dou Huachang, now in his 30s, turned to the antique business, with Dou Zhao having introduced several significant clients to him. The sixth aunt comforted the third aunt. He is still young, unformed, marrying him off will do him good. Dou Fanchong was engaged to his cousin, with the wedding set for next March. The third aunt sighed. Let us hope so. The sixth aunt took her leave with Dou Zhao. The third aunt accompanied them to the door, only to see the third uncle approaching in haste. Shogu has arrived. He called out cheerfully from a distance, bowing to the sixth aunt. I have urgent matters to discuss with your mother. Please come over for dinner tonight, consider it a welcome for Shogu. The third aunt promptly urged, yes, yes. Come to our place for dinner. The East Mansion was originally shared by the second branch, and besides festivals and sacrifices, each family typically dined separately. They invited Dou Zhao, and Ji graciously accepted. Smiling as she carried Dou Zhao back inside. Ji's wet nurse, Wang, had already settled Dou Zhao's belongings and maidservant. Upon noticing Dou Zhao's sun-kissed face, she called for another maid to assist Dou Zhao in taking a warm bath, then helped her apply a cooling powder. Changing her into a white gauze blouse and adorning her with a silver necklace and bracelet, before leading her to meet Ji. Ji had also bathed and changed, with two maidservants fanning her on either side. She took Dou Zhao's hand, appraising her from head to toe. Nodding with a beaming smile and lifting Dou Zhao onto the bed, saying, now you truly resemble a young lady. Grabbing a fan, she began to fan Dou Zhao while instructing Wang, today we will dine at the third uncle's. If the sixth master returns in time, let him join us, if not, prepare a separate meal for him. Dou Zhao surmised that the sixth uncle must be at her home with her father. Wang replied with a smile. A maid with peach-like eyes and almond-shaped face entered. Upon seeing her, Wang immediately dismissed the other maidservants. The maid took the fan from the sixth aunt's hand and began to fan Dou Zhao, quietly informing the sixth aunt. The third master has received a letter from the fifth master, stating that Qin Jizhou has been forced to resign. And that former minister He Wendao has been recommended by Minister Xing to oversee this round of examinations. The fifth master is highly regarded by former Minister Xing in his capacity as Deputy Minister of Personnel. The matriarch, upon hearing this, promptly sent word to the elder patriarch at the West Mansion. When I was on my way here, the messenger had just departed. The sixth aunt acknowledged with a sound. Wang and the other maidservants re-entered, resuming their tasks, and had it not been for that maid still fanning Dou Zhao, she might have thought she was dreaming. The sixth aunt truly was a master of subtlety. Dou Zhao felt a sense of embarrassment, unable to help but recall the conversation she had overheard earlier. Xing Yifan had driven away Qin Jizhou, while fifth uncle was held in high regard by Xing Yifan. This seemed to be a fortunate development. Yet, why did the second matriarch hastily summon grandfather upon hearing this? She found it utterly perplexing. Chapter 37, Nocturnal whispers. A solitary, radiant full moon hung in the sky. Its silvery light cascading down like liquid mercury, casting mottled shadows of trees across the courtyard. Ji sat by the window, gazing at the slumbering Dou Zhao, and let out a barely audible sigh. This child is truly beautiful. As she spoke, she gently tucked a few strands of hair that had fallen by Dou Zhao's cheek behind her ear. After leaving the residence of third master Dou Shibang, she had taken Dou Zhao to pay her respects to several of her nieces-in-law. By the time they returned, the night had deepened into silence. After washing up, Dou Zhao fell asleep almost immediately. Grandma Wang sat beside the bed, fanning Dou Zhao, and upon hearing Ji's words, she glanced over at Dou Zhao. The room was unlit, and under the moonlight, Dou Zhao appeared as if carved from jade, her rosy lips slightly curled, revealing a hint of a smile. As if she were dreaming a delightful dream, instantly softening hearts. Indeed. Grandma Wang couldn't help but exclaim. How could the seventh mistress bear to leave the fourth young lady like this? Ji remained silent. Grandma Wang continued, ultimately, it's all due to Wang Yinyang's fault. Despite being old acquaintances, she still entangled herself with seventh master. How could that not tarnish the seventh mistress's reputation? It's no wonder she chose this path. Listening to her, Ji sighed wistfully. She placed too much importance on seventh uncle. Even if it weren't Wang Yinyang, any other woman, even a lowly courtesan, would consider it catastrophic to lose seventh uncle's favor. She would rather die than witness such a fate. Yet, what will become of her child? What of the brothers from her maternal family who raised her? Her decision causes pain for those who love her and joy for her enemies. Alas! I hardly know what to say. If only she had a mother to guide her or a close friend to confide in. Perhaps things would not have escalated to this point. The saying a widow's daughter is not to be married is not without reason. It is only poor Shogu who will face a difficult future. Grandma Wang was unconvinced. Didn't they say that the fourth young lady is betrothed to the heir of the Jining Marquisate? But that is merely talk, Ji lamented. If the Wei family truly intended to recognize this engagement, they would not have sent only a steward upon Zhao's death. Grandma Wang expressed concern for Do Zhao. Perhaps we should refrain from discussing such matters behind their backs. Ji inquired, has the gathering at my mother-in-law's side dispersed? She had given orders that as soon as the second matriarch's gathering concluded, she should be informed immediately. Grandma Wang hurried to check. Ji nodded and took the fan from Grandma Wang to cool Do Zhao. When Grandma Wang returned with news, she said, they have not yet dispersed. Ji's brow furrowed, revealing her unease. Grandma Wang hesitated and asked, is something wrong? Ji replied softly. I fear that my mother-in-law is currently in a dispute with the elder of the West Mansion over seventh uncle's marriage. Grandma Wang was taken aback. Do Zhao stirred in her sleep. Ji gently patted her and, seeing her stillness, continued in a hushed tone, former Minister Xing has dismissed Qin Jizhou and recommended He Wenda. What does this signify? It indicates that former Minister Xing has firmly established his foothold in court. Her voice was calm and rational. Colder than the moonlight spilling onto the windowsill. Having reached an age of wisdom, former Minister Xing's health and vigor have waned significantly. He can endure for perhaps 5 or 6 more years. Who will take his hand then? She paused, if I am not mistaken. Wang Xingyi should have already been promoted to a position in the 6 ministries. After pondering for a moment, Grandma Wang's expression shifted dramatically. You mean? Wang Yinyang is to be legitimized? Her voice trembled. Ji nodded, her expression grave and severe, my mother-in-law is most perceptive. The elder of the West Mansion will have a headache over this. Grandma Wang remained stunned, her expression still showing shock. She murmured to herself. Once former Minister Xing is compelled to retire, his disciples will be neglected, save for fifth master who can still maintain his position. Before former Minister Xing's reinstatement, they all relied on fifth master. Now that Wang Xingyi has returned, if he were merely a county magistrate, it would be of little consequence. However, his promotion to a position in the 6 ministries within just 6 months indicates he is highly valued by former Minister Xing. Fifth master, no matter how capable, lacks the reputation of Lord Wang. If this continues, he is bound to suffer losses. If Wang Yinyang is legitimized, the Wang family will owe the Dou family a favor, and Lord Wang would surely feel reluctant to contend with fifth master for leadership of the faction. He might even assist fifth master in securing that position. But Wang Yinyang's character is so flawed, such a person, even if she bears a son, would likely raise him poorly. The West Mansion would be entirely ruined. The elder will never agree to this. She shook her head vigorously. No, even I can see this, so surely the matriarch and the elder are aware. What grounds does the matriarch have to convince the elder to legitimize Wang Yinyang? She was bewildered. And that is precisely why I am worried. Ji sighed deeply, her gaze falling upon Do Zhao. I fear that the 6th master, with good intentions, may inadvertently cause harm. Grandma Wang was perplexed. Indeed, there is a bit of chaos over at the West Mansion. Poor Shogu. Having lost her mother at such a tender age, pains my heart to witness. Ji spoke slowly, the 6th master asked me to look after Shogu. And I agreed without hesitation. It was a good deed, yet with the current situation in flux. If the matriarch uses this as a pretext to have me help raise the eldest grandson of the West Mansion. The Dou family's assets were once divided equally. Later, they were managed together. 7th uncle alone could claim half of the Dou family's fortune. Who could resist that temptation? Not just the Wang family. But even those from the Dou family might grow envious. In that case, we would find ourselves in a precarious position, with no peace at home. What should we do? Grandma Wang asked anxiously. If they truly allow you to raise the eldest son of the West Mansion, Wang Yinyang is his biological mother. Surely she cannot be denied access to him year-round? The mere thought of dealing with such a despicable person makes my stomach turn. Moreover, as the saying goes, dragons beget dragons. Phoenixes beget phoenixes. What kind of child could she possibly raise? Heaven forbid she leads our Huige and Jigu astray. Madame Lu, if the matriarch proposes this to you, you must not agree. Grandma Wang insisted. Do not speak of such things in the future. Ji responded, displeased. She is not a mere kitten or puppy to be taken in when one feels like it and discarded at will. She is a living child. Yet Grandma Wang hesitated. This is merely my conjecture, Ji interrupted. Even if I am correct, such matters are not resolved overnight. The Zhao family must provide a formal consent. And Wang Xingyi must be approached to express gratitude. Indeed. Grandma Wang gradually calmed down. Not to mention, the Zhu family is well regarded in Zhending County. The Dou family cannot simply disregard them without consequence. You are mistaken, Ji smiled. Of these three matters, the easiest and most straightforward is the engagement with the Zhu family. Think back, previously, the Zhu family heard rumors that there were unresolved issues between seventh uncle and the concubine. Third sister-in-law sought many to advocate for her. Yet the Zhu family still refused to allow the marriage in May, demonstrating their concern for their daughter. If they were to learn of the commotion caused by the Wang family, they would surely not want their cherished daughter to endure such suffering. Without the Dou family needing to intervene, the Zhu family would likely take the initiative to withdraw from the engagement. She took a sip of tea. The most challenging aspect will be persuading the Zhao family to agree to legitimizing Wang Yinyang. Her voice dropped, at this moment. The Zhao family likely harbors great resentment towards the Dou family. Were it not for Shougu, they might even contemplate extreme measures against Dou Shiying. If the Dou family does not seek the consent letter for the formal recognition, then it is one matter. However, should they pursue it, they are certain to be met with refusal. Not only will they fail to obtain it, but they may also inadvertently provoke circumstances that would bring embarrassment upon the Dou family. What troubles the old master? Wang Mama chuckled, stating that they could simply say that the Zhao family uncle does not consent to the formal recognition of concubine Wang and intends to marry again. Could the matriarch truly compel the Zhao family uncle to draft a consent letter? Perhaps this aligns perfectly with the matriarch's intentions. As Ji spoke, her gaze once again fell upon Dou Zhao, noting that while the matriarch cannot force the Zhao family uncle to write a consent letter, she can ensure that he remains permanently stationed in the northwest. The mountains are high and the waters long. Unless the Zhao family uncle resigns from his official duties and returns to litigate against the Dou family, with the Dou family's backing, concubine Wang could openly bear children under the title of a legitimate wife. However, should the Zhao family uncle resign and return to contend with the Dou family, a man stripped of his official status, how could he triumph over the Dou family? Not only would he likely fail, but he might also face financial ruin, leaving him destitute. Even if his descendants are astute, they would be unable to support his education and re-entry into the official sphere. Wang Mama shivered slightly. Matriarch. This seems rather too harsh. This may not solely be the matriarch's scheme, Ji remarked, revealing her frustration. Our esteemed fifth uncle tends to speak in half-truths, leaving much unsaid. Wang Mama felt sympathy for Dou Zhao. After all, both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Fortunately, the fourth young lady is innocent and does not find herself caught in the middle. Do you think Shougu has a good life? Ji affectionately ruffled Dou Zhao's hair. If you were Shougu and someone told you that concubine Wang was responsible for Zhao Shi's demise, what would you do? I would certainly seek justice for my birth mother, Wang Mama replied without hesitation. Exactly, Ji's voice was deep and resonant, reminiscent of an old Huqin, mournful and vast. As the Zhao family uncle stands firm against the Dou family without writing that consent letter. If Wang Xingyi were wholly devoted to the fifth uncle, it would be one thing, but if she were indecisive, then when Shougu matures, the Dou family can reveal the truth to her. If she marries a wealthy husband, persuading him to advocate for her, a formal complaint could be lodged with the authorities, and concubine Wang, without legitimate standing, would quickly find herself cast from grace. Should Shogu marry into a common family, surely among the numerous Do heirs, someone would stand by her side, allowing concubine Wang to transition from wife to concubine. If Shogu submits that complaint, the seventh uncle would inevitably face the charge of taking a concubine as a wife. If she refrains from submitting it, she may find herself deeply unsettled. Should that moment arise, the Wang family would suffer heartache, while the Do family would endure a mere annoyance. Others would merely say that the Do family is considerate of their colleagues, while the Wang family has failed in raising their adopted daughter. Moreover, the seventh master is not originally from the Eastern Do family. How could our old master marry you into such a family? Wang Mama's face turned pale. In the sweltering summer, she felt a chill run through her bones. Our Ji family has never entertained such matters. Which esteemed family does not appear splendid on the outside while harboring numerous afflictions within? Ji retorted, you simply remain unaware of the Ji family's affairs. Wang Mama fell silent. A young maid entered, reporting, the sixth master has returned. Ji exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Mama, make certain not to let anything slip before the sixth master. Allow him to joyfully attend the provincial examination first. The old servant will be cautious, Wang Mama replied solemnly, following Ji out. The inner chamber was silent and tranquil. Moonlight bathed Dozhao's face, the droplets at the corners of her eyes glistening like dew upon the petals of a night blooming serious, ethereal and dreamlike. Chapter 38, the Ji family duo Zhao rested her chin on the windowsill, observing the gradual lightening of the sky. The maids who entered to attend to Jishur were taken aback, whispering in astonishment, fourth miss, why are you awake so early? Jishur was roused from her slumber and quickly lifted the sheer white curtain, exclaiming, Shogu, you are awake. Why didn't you wake up sixth aunt? As she spoke, she could not suppress a yawn. The previous night, she had engaged in a lengthy conversation with Do Xiying, confirming Wang Xingyi's promotion. Do Xiying, still in a deep slumber, was startled awake, his bleary eyes asking, who was on night watch last night? How come Shogu is awake, yet no one noticed? He forced himself to sit up. Relieved that Shogu was obedient, had she wandered off, they would have much to explain to seventh brother. He chided Jishur gently. The night watch had been a maid named Kai Lan, who served as a chief maid to sixth aunt. She too was puzzled by Dozhao's sudden absence from the bed they shared. It was my duty, she stammered, standing nervously at Jishur's bedside. I must have slept too soundly to notice fourth miss was awake. Dozhao, smiling mischievously, replied, I quietly got out of bed, and sister Kai Lan didn't notice. Kai Lan breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze toward Dozhao softening considerably. Jishur reprimanded Kai Lan lightly and sent her away to rest. As the maids attended to Jishur, Do Xiying and Dozhao began their morning routines. Jishur remarked, why not sleep in the study for the next few days? It would make it easier for me to arrange Shogu's maid for the night watch. Sixth uncle appeared somewhat displeased, responding, I shall leave the day after tomorrow. Jishur's cheeks flushed slightly. Sixth uncle suggested, perhaps we could have Shogu share a room with Uyghur? Uyghur was sixth uncle's eldest son. That would not do. Jishur objected, Shogu has just arrived, moving her to another place would frighten her. Then what do you propose? Sixth uncle asked impatiently. Dozhao longed to express that she was unafraid and desired her own chamber, yet she could only feign ignorance as the maids dressed her. I will accompany you to the study, sixth aunt whispered, let Shogu rest in the main room for now. Sixth uncle called for a maid, instructing her to inquire when the elderly patriarch of the west courtyard would depart. Last night, even after they had settled, the second matriarch had not yet dispersed. The maid promptly went to fulfill the request, while another maid named Kai Zhu directed the preparation of breakfast. Two spirited children, with thick brows and bright eyes, entered amidst the maids and matrons. The elder was Uyghur, whose formal name was Do Jingchang, aged 9, and the younger was nicknamed Shi Gur, formerly Do Dekang, aged 7. Do Zhao cast a glance at Do Dekang, recalling that in her previous life, he was an anomaly within the Do family. While others were engrossed in their studies, he was causing mischief. As others settled into families, he had eloped with Ji family's cousin, and while others achieved success, he was busy raising crickets in the Hanlin Academy, notorious as a rogue in the capital. After paying respects to their parents, Do Dekang disregarded his elder brother standing nearby and affectionately leaped into his mother's embrace. Jisher laughed indulgently, pulling her youngest son away. You are already in school. You are not a child anymore. Be careful, or fourth sister will laugh at you. They had already met the previous day and dined at third uncle's house. During their journey, Do Dekhang had mischievously tugged at her braid, only ceasing when Do Jingcheng shot him a fierce glare. Unfazed, he called out cheerfully, "Fourth sister," and snuggled back into his mother's arms. Jisher found herself both amused and exasperated. Do Zhao turned her face away, remembering her own two sons. Meanwhile, sixth uncle inquired about Do Jingcheng's studies. What did the teacher discuss yesterday? Do Jingcheng replied respectfully. Confucius said, do not worry that others do not recognize you. Worry instead that you do not recognize others. What does that mean? Sixth uncle prompted. Do Jingcheng explained, if others do not know me, it does not harm me. But if I do not know others, I cannot discern the wise from the foolish, or good from evil, which could lead to disaster. Sixth uncle nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze toward Do Dekhang. Do Dekhang stood up straight, though sixth uncle's expression remained somewhat grim. He inquired sternly, what else did the teacher cover yesterday? Su Mingyun, 27, began to apply himself to his studies. Do Jingcheng quickly answered, revealing his familiarity with the material. What does that mean? We can start studying at 27. It is not too late. Sixth uncle slammed his hand on the table, his face darkening. Do Jingcheng lowered his head, shoulders trembling slightly. Seeking help. Do Dekhang looked towards Jisher, whose expression was even more severe than Do Shiheng's. Do Dekhang shrank back, obediently stating, Su Mingyun, real name Su Sun, courtesy name Laoquan. From Meizhou, Meishan. Sixth uncle's face lightened slightly. Just then, the maid he had sent earlier returned, reporting that the second matriarch had yet to disperse. Sixth uncle was taken aback, turning to sixth aunt, I must go and check. Have breakfast first and then go, she advised, but he waved her off and hurried out. The expressions of Do Jingcheng and Do Dekhang relaxed, with Do Dekhang quickly darting to a chair, calling out, fourth sister, come here. Today we have chive dumplings. Our cook makes the best chive dumplings, different from those made by grandmother and third aunt, you have surely never tasted them. Sixth aunt, being from the south, was unaccustomed to the heated con tables, and the sixth household used chairs and tables for meals. Why can't you sit still for a moment, like a monkey? Jisher scolded playfully, placing Do Zhao on a chair at the table, ensuring a maid was there to assist her. Do Dekhang made a face at his mother, causing Jisher and Do Jingcheng to burst into laughter. During breakfast, while they adhered to the etiquette of silence during meals, the atmosphere was filled with mirth and warmth. After finishing, the brothers respectfully bowed to their mother before departing for the clan school. Jisher then took Do Zhao to pay her respects to the second matriarch. Do Zhao gazed at the towering trees lining their path, reflecting on the conversations from the previous night. In 2 months, Wang Xingyi would be promoted to Deputy Minister of the Ministry of War, concurrently holding the position of Vice Governor of Gansu, tasked with overseeing the horse markets. A year later, when the Mongols invaded, he would repel the Mongol Khan Ludu, capturing 5,000 warhorses and defeating over 30,000 enemies, leading to his promotion in Shaanxi. Subsequently, Wang Xingyi would repeatedly fend off the Mongols, earning renown. While her fifth uncle would continue to struggle in his role as Deputy Minister of Personnel until 7 years later when he finally entered the cabinet with He Wenda's support. However, compared to Wang Xingyi, his reputation was notably inferior, despite his seniority and the more significant departments he controlled. Thus, he always ranked below Wang Xingyi. In this new life of hers, had her rebirth disrupted the established trajectory? With a smile, Do Zhao and sixth aunt paused before the second matriarch's residence. The most trusted maid, Granny Lu, signaled to sixth aunt that the second matriarch had matters to discuss with the elderly patriarch of the West Courtyard and would not receive visitors today. Sixth aunt and her family exchanged smiles as they exited the courtyard. The second aunt-in-law whispered to sixth aunt, do you know what has happened? Sixth aunt shook her head, replying, if you hear anything, do let me know. Of course, the second aunt-in-law nodded with a smile, extending her arms toward Do Zhao. Come, Shogu. Give your second aunt-in-law a hug. Do Zhao shifted from sixth aunt's embrace to that of the second aunt-in-law, and after exchanging a few words, Sixth aunt took Do Zhao's hand. We still need to visit eldest aunt to pay our respects. We will come to visit you later. With a smile. The second aunt-in-law bid farewell beneath the century-old osmanthus tree in the eastern courtyard. The sixth aunt, embracing her, slowly made her way back to her residence. Do Zhao felt a hint of curiosity. Suddenly, the sixth aunt halted her steps, causing the maidservants trailing behind them to stand still as well. The sixth aunt took Do Zhao to a nearby pavilion. "Shogu," she said, gently placing Do Zhao on the water-polished stone floor of the pavilion. Squatting down to look at her with a serious expression. "Do you wish to study?" Do Zhao was momentarily taken aback. The sixth aunt's grandfather was a celebrated scholar of the literary world. The sixth aunt's family was steeped in scholarship, proficient in music and possessing a remarkable hand at calligraphy. And it was said that she sometimes engaged in discussions on craftsmanship with her husband. In Jiangnan, the segregation of genders was more stringent than in the north. And the learned young ladies would study alongside their mothers, sisters-in-law, or aunts. Only newly affluent families would invite elderly scholars as tutors. Could it be that the sixth aunt desired to teach her? Previously, Do Zhao merely felt that her writing paled in comparison to that of the educated young ladies. But after hearing the sixth aunt's words yesterday, she realized how far she was from truly knowledgeable women. It would be nothing short of wonderful to study under the sixth aunt. She nodded vigorously in agreement. The sixth aunt smiled, her gaze softening as she gently spoke. "Good child, remember that wisdom comes from books." Was she perhaps lamenting her own fate of being treated as a mere pawn while still feeling gratitude towards those who manipulated her? A pang of bitterness stirred within Do Zhao. Upon returning to the house, several matrons awaited the sixth aunt's instructions, yet she paid them no heed. Instead, she scrutinized Do Zhao's calligraphy and instructed Kai Zhu, "Bring me the Maosong calligraphy manual from my study." Turning back, she noticed Do Zhao's wide-eyed gaze and added with a smile, "The Maosong manual was written by my aunt for me. And it is quite suitable for young ladies to practice. You may copy it for now, and in the afternoon, I will guide you further on how to wield the brush." This dismissal effectively negated her father's teachings. Do Zhao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Only then did the sixth aunt allow the waiting matrons in to report matters. Do Zhao was led by Kai Zhu to the sixth aunt's study. The study was lined with towering bookshelves brimming with poetry and literature, with a large painting table in the center accompanied by 2 round chairs. Beside the table stood a grand old ceramic jar filled with various scrolls, while an antiquated ceramic cylinder held a large collection of used brushes. A beautifully crafted, vividly colored enamel box with lotus patterns rested nearby, containing a significantly worn inkstone, with a small stick of ink lying across its surface. Seated before the painting table, Do Zhao had yet to grind ink, yet she could already detect the faint fragrance of jasmine. She could not help but silently commend the Yixingji family. A venerable lineage of agricultural scholars, even this arrangement surpassed that of the second matriarch by several degrees. It was no wonder the second matriarch felt somewhat insecure in the presence of the sixth aunt. Chapter 39, The Chain of Events. Kai Zhu smiled as she helped Do Zhao place the red-stamped paper onto the talisman. Then gently fanned her with a hand fan from the side. "Sister Kai Zhu," Do Zhao chuckled, "it's so hot today, you should go rest. With Tuan Yang here to assist me, that will suffice. If you stay, I find it hard to write." Kai Zhu pressed her lips together in amusement and replied, "Very well, I shall wait outside. Should you need anything, just call for me." Do Zhao nodded cheerfully and softly instructed Tuan Yang, "Please keep an eye at the door. Cough if someone arrives." Tuan Yang nodded and quietly moved to the study door, straining to hear any commotion outside. Do Zhao pulled out a sheet of paper and penned a letter to her uncle. "The second madam has said that if we elevate Aunt Wang's status, her father will no longer contend with fifth uncle for the party leader position. If you do not write a letter of consent, I shall take matters into my own hands and sue Aunt Wang when I grow up." It was only a few words, and with her feeble strength, it took her nearly the time of 2 incense sticks to finish, yet her handwriting remained relatively neat. After absorbing the ink with fine sand, Do Zhao folded the paper into a small note and beckoned Tuan Yang, whispering, "Do you still remember the address that Granny Ping asked you to memorize?" Of course, Tuan Yang softly recited it. Do Zhao felt a wave of relief and handed the note to Tuan Yang, saying, "Later, you shall ask sixth aunt for leave." She divulged her plan to Tuan Yang. Tuanyang nodded incessantly, assuring her, "Do not worry, I will certainly make a fuss." Then, pointing to the small note, she reminded her, "Fourth miss. Sending a letter costs 10 taels of silver. They will count your small note as a letter, so if you write 10 sheets, it will still count as one. It would be wiser to write a few more words, it would save some expense." Dozhao could not help but chuckle, then mused. If my uncle still does not understand what to do and only knows how to spar with the Dou family and the Wang family, regardless of how much I write, it would be futile. It would be better to extract him from this predicament to prevent those self-righteous and cunning individuals from reveling in their triumph. Tuanyang was bewildered. "Just follow my instructions," Dozhao laughed, "there is no need to concern yourself with anything else." Tuanyang carefully tucked the note close to her, assisted Dozhao with her lunch, and, following Dozhao's instructions, asked Lady Ji for leave, stating, "The young lady has asked me to fetch her usual orchid pillow." Lady Ji instructed Kaiju to summon a carriage to accompany her. No need, Tuanyang hurriedly replied, "It's just a short walk. I can manage it myself." She persistently declined. However, Lady Ji grew suspicious. Yet, as she was not one to meddle, she smiled and nodded, only to glance up and see Dozhao, who was sweating profusely while writing. Her small face flushed crimson, yet she remained seated upright as instructed, diligently focused, showing no signs of fatigue. In that moment, her heart softened. If it were Zhige, she would have surely rushed into her embrace to seek comfort. An orphan child is like a blade of grass, no matter how arduous or exhausting, they must endure, mustn't they? She altered her usual temperament and, as soon as Tuanyang turned away, immediately summoned a maid named Kai Wei, whispering, "Go and see what Su Xian is up to." Kai Wei complied and departed. Lady Ji sat beside Dozhao, observing her as she practiced her calligraphy, occasionally reminding her of what to pay attention to. After Dozhao completed 2 large characters, Lady Ji instructed Kaiju to bring in some mung bean soup. "Shogu, take a break and cool off." Dozhao, feeling somewhat fatigued, was sipping the soup when Sixth Uncle returned. Before Sixth Aunt could even greet him, Sixth Uncle spoke in a deep tone, "All attendants inside, step out to the courtyard." A flurry of movement ensued, and soon only Doshirheng, Lady Ji, and Dozhao remained. At this moment, the benefit of being a child became evident. Sixth Uncle, indifferent, ruffled Dozhao's hair and directly addressed Sixth Aunt, "The various families have invited Zhou Xuejing to intervene and withdraw seventh brother's engagement. Mother and my younger uncle are still in a deadlock inside. Third brother asked me to assess the situation first, so do not wait for me for dinner." "So soon?" Dozhao exclaimed, astonished. Sixth Aunt was equally surprised, inquiring, "What sudden change prompts these families to withdraw the engagement?" "The second madam of the Wang family, Mrs. Peng, has rallied her brothers to create a disturbance at the various families. Zhu Jiren cannot afford to lose face and has shut himself indoors. Once the Peng family leaves, he hurriedly went to the prefecture to invite Zhou Xuejing," Sixth Uncle explained with a sigh. "It seems Zhu Jiren is determined to retract the engagement." "Then you should go quickly." Sixth Aunt frowned. "If it can be avoided, it is best not to withdraw the engagement. Otherwise, the Wang family will create even more chaos." "I think the same," Sixth Uncle replied. "I have already sent the steward to find old Master Peng. If he continues to act recklessly, he can forget about doing business in North Zhili in the future." Sixth Aunt clearly supported Sixth Uncle's stance, advising, "Be cautious. Do not let them find any weaknesses to exploit." After giving him a few more words of caution, she sent Sixth Uncle on his way. Dozhao slowly sipped her mung bean soup, observing as Sixth Aunt lingered in the courtyard for a while after sending Sixth Uncle off before returning indoors. "Shogu, would you like to accompany me to visit?" Sixth Aunt asked her, just as Kaiwei returned. "Sixth Madam," she whispered. "Su Xian has returned to the west courtyard and had a spat with another maid, Yu Zhan, beside 4th Mississippi. From what I gathered, it seems she intends to inventory all of 4th Miss' belongings. Yu Zhan accused her of meddling, and she retorted that Yu Zhan was a thief. They ended up fighting. I did not dare linger and hurried back. Lady Ji merely suggested letting them create a ruckus, taking the opportunity to inform her of Yu Zhan's thievery, but she did not expect such a fierce reaction from Yu Zhan. However, Tuan Yang was strong. And Yuzhan was no match for her. Moreover, since Tuan Yang accompanied her to the east courtyard, even if Granny Yu learned of it, she would not dare keep Tuan Yang in the west courtyard, let alone punish her. Otherwise, Yuzhan's theft of items from her own quarters to curry favor with the Deqing daughter-in-law would be exposed. When a servant girl bullies the master's family, the ladies of the east courtyard, being of the same household, cannot let such behavior go unpunished. Otherwise, it would not merely be a matter of a few lashes and expulsion from the estate. Dou Xiao remained unperturbed. Lady Ji grasped the situation immediately. Her expression changed dramatically as she stated, "Do not speak of this matter. As soon as Su Xian returns, you must inform me immediately." Kai Wei complied and exited. Lady Ji, as if nothing had happened, took out a copy of the three-character classic and began instructing Dou Xiao on her recitation. As the sun set, Tuan Yang returned, feigning to carry an orchid pillow. Lady Ji directly inquired, "What did you and Yuzhan argue about? What did Granny Yu say?" Tuan Yang mumbled for a while, appearing unsure of how to respond. Lady Ji did not press further but contemplated, "I cannot intervene in this matter, however. You may write a letter to Shogu's maternal uncle, requesting assistance from any lady in our household. I believe none of us would stand idly by while Shogu is bullied like this. As for Yuzhan, you should tell Granny Yu first thing tomorrow that 4th Miss is accustomed to her own maid. These days I need help packing for 6th Master. So let her come assist. I have my own plans." Tuan Yang was genuinely elated, realizing that events unfolded just as Dou Xiao had anticipated. And she could not help but break into a broad smile. Lady Ji smiled back and said, "You are honest and straightforward, I quite like you. As long as you continue to serve Shogu well, your days will improve." Tuan Yang felt satisfied with her current life. But receiving Lady Ji's praise was a source of joy. She nodded repeatedly, her smile growing even brighter. Seeing the sun setting, Lady Ji thought about how Dou Xiao had been cooped up all day and took her hand for a stroll in the courtyard, casually pointing out the flowers and plants, explaining their names to Dou Xiao. Dou Xiao's second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, and fifth sister-in-law arrived to visit her. Ji instructed the maid to arrange the fruits, while Dou Jingchang and Dou Dekang returned from school, accompanied by the slender and fair Dou Huanchang and the radiant Dou Qijuan. "We have come to visit fourth sister," they announced. Ji offered them sincere compliments, causing San Tang's wife to beam with pride as she held her son, unable to contain her joy. Dou Huanchang greeted Dou Xiao with a gentle smile, inquiring, "Fourth sister, are you comfortable here? Is the East Mansion entertaining?" Dou Xiao, disinterested in forging connections with them, feigned shyness and merely smiled. The younger generation of the East Mansion were dining at the 6th room. That evening, while the 6th uncle was absent, the grandfather returned home. The following afternoon, news arrived that the marriage engagement between the Zhu family and the Dou family had been dissolved. Dou Xiao felt no sense of loss. A woman who regards a man as virtuous merely because he is willing to observe a 3-year mourning period for his wife reveals a rather limited perspective. With a soft hum, she quickly dismissed the matter from her mind, not contemplating the deeper implications. In her heart, her mother was a woman as pure as water and as fierce as fire. No woman could ever rival her mother's authenticity and purity, nor could anyone take her place. Dou Xiao inquired about the whereabouts of Tuan Yang. Kai Lan smiled and informed her that Su Xian and manager Wang had gone to Zhendingzhou and would return the following afternoon. Dou Xiao surmised that Ji would discreetly assist her once she learned of the situation, to avoid drawing attention from the Dou family. She would likely enlist the Ji family's shop in Zhending to convey messages, with manager Wang being Ji's personal attendant. A smile graced her lips. Yuzhan, anxious, entered with a bundle in tow, following Kai Wei. Dou Xiao was engaged in tracing red characters while Ji sat beside her, seemingly oblivious to the proceedings. As she fanned Dou Xiao and softly praised her calligraphy. Thus, Yuzhan was left to wait for a considerable time. Once Dou Xiao completed her work, Ji personally helped her cleanse her hands and fed her a few spoonfuls of lotus seed soup that the maids had brought. Then she remarked, "You are Yuzhan. Serving 4th Miss, are you not?" It seemed that she only then noticed her presence. Yuzhan stood rigidly, trembling, drenched in perspiration, yet dared not move an inch. Upon hearing Ji's inquiry, she quickly replied, in response to 6th Madam, I am indeed Yuzan, her demeanor exceedingly respectful. However, Ji simply waved her hand dismissively. Smiling as she brought a spoonful of lotus seed soup to Dozhao's lips, gently coaxing, our shogu is truly well behaved. She has nearly finished a bowl of lotus seed soup. One could not help but wonder how the ladies of the East Mansion had become so close to the 7th Madam, who was no longer present. Yet they cherished 4th Miss as if she were a precious jewel. Yuzan watched, bewildered for a moment. A maid approached and gently tugged at her sleeve, urging her to retreat. Regaining her composure, she hastily exited the inner chamber, only to overhear someone muttering mockingly, wasn't she supposed to have served the former 7th Madam? Why does she look so dazed? Could it be that she has infiltrated the household under false pretenses? Chapter 40, Stirring the Waters. Dozhao watched the every movement of Jishur, barely suppressing a laugh. When she first entered the Marquis's residence, she had often given the housekeepers and managers of the Wei family similar disdainful looks. A mere maid named Yuzan, who had ascended to her position by sheer coincidence, was hardly equipped to endure such scrutiny. Left idly on the sidelines, listening to the mockery from Jishur's maid and the cold glares from Jishur's matron, Yuzan resolved to seek out Tuan Yang. To her dismay, Tuan Yang was nowhere to be found. She noticed a friendly-faced maid clad in green, who was adorning herself at the mirror, and inquired, Sister, do you know where Su Xian, the 4th young lady's maid, has gone? The maid, putting away her mirror, approached with a smile and replied, Yuzan and Manager Wang have gone to Zhending Prefecture. Yuzan was taken aback. The maid continued, Manager Wang is Our Lady's accompanying steward. She finds the cuisine of North Zhili unpalatable, so the matriarch often has items sent from Ji's shop. Manager Wang went to the prefecture to fetch something for her. Coincidentally, the niece and nephew of the 2nd Madam you came to visit recently, and since the 4th young lady has developed a fondness for the 7th Miss Wu's dolls, Our Lady, knowing Su Xian is favored by her, sent Su Xian along to choose one from Ji's shop. She should return by tomorrow afternoon. Yuzan, consumed by jealousy, felt her eyes redden. Jishur's shop in Zhending Prefecture even sold foreign trinkets. The Deqing wife had once visited and spent over 20 taels on a small gilded rouge box, decorated with an image of a Western beauty, which she cherished like a treasure, only displaying it during the New Year festivities, saying she would visit again if fortune favored her. The fact that Su Xian could visit Jishur's shop accompanied by the 6th Madam's steward meant the shopkeepers would undoubtedly treat her with deference, far surpassing the treatment given to the Deqing wife. How had she stumbled upon such fortuitous luck? After much contemplation, Yuzan had a sudden epiphany. Indeed, if Su Xian, with her simple-mindedness, could win the 4th young lady's favor, then with her own cleverness, she could surely achieve the same. With this thought, she expressed her gratitude to the maid, dropped her bundle in Tuan Yang's room, washed her face hurriedly, and hastened to the main house. Jishur was currently instructing a young maid to gather balsam flowers while standing in the shade. Crush them in a small bowl with a bit of alum. Let it sit overnight, and tomorrow we can dye our nails for Grandma Shou. As she spoke, she crouched down to take Dozhao's small hand. The soft, chubby hand was tender and pale, as if it might break upon a mere touch. The tiny nails were exquisitely delicate, and when opened, the back of her hand revealed several small dimples that made Jishur's heart melt. Yuzan hurriedly approached, performing her greetings to Jishur and Dozhao, 6th Madam. 4th young lady. Oh, you've come. Jishur's tone was warm, a stark contrast to her earlier coldness, leaving Yuzan feeling both surprised and flattered. She quickly replied, yes. I noticed Su Xian was absent, and seeing the 4th young lady needed assistance, I came as soon as I could. Jishur nodded, while Dozhao smiled at her. Yuzan's anxious heart finally settled. It was said that the 6th Madam of the East Courtyard was kind-hearted, perhaps she had simply been preoccupied with some troubles. A young maid approached, holding a glass bowl filled with balsam flowers. 6th Madam, is this satisfactory? Jishur appeared hesitant, as if uncertain. Yuzan immediately seized the opportunity. 6th Madam, when Our Lady was here, I often helped gather balsam flowers. As she spoke, she began to sort through the flowers in the bowl. Look. This one is a bit more tender. It seems you do have a discerning eye, Jishur smiled, complimenting her. Yuzan's heart soared with joy. After selecting the flowers, Jisher took Dozhao back inside, with Yuzan closely following. Aunt San appeared, sixth younger sister, busy as ever. She greeted Jisher at the door but did not enter. Jisher glanced at Dozhao, hesitated momentarily, then instructed the young maid, take the fourth young lady inside. After adjusting her hair, she approached Aunt San with a smile. Dozhao, Yuzan, and the young maid entered the room. The young maid placed the glass bowl on the con table and cheerfully said to Dozhao, fourth young lady, I will fetch the jar of alum, please stay put. She then turned to Yuzan, sister, please keep an eye on the fourth young lady. You go ahead, I will take care of her. Yuzan replied with a beaming smile. The young maid hurried off to the back room. Yuzan crouched down to converse with Dozhao, fourth young lady, would you like to swing? If you send Su Xian back, I will take you to swing and play jump rope and toss sandbags every day, alright? Dozhao, disinterested, ignored her. Yuzan continued speaking for quite a while, but when Dozhao did not respond, she grew bored. After standing for so long, her legs felt weak when she finally stood up. As she leaned on the Kong table, it tipped, and with a loud crash, the glass bowl toppled over onto the Kong, shattering into several pieces, the balsam petals scattering everywhere. She was momentarily stunned. What happened? The young maid rushed in. Clutching a cloison jar, her face draining of color upon seeing the broken glass bowl. How could this happen? The other maids, who had been standing under the corridor, rushed in as well. All others may call upon her, and she can easily decline, yet the fourth miss, now residing in the sixth room of the East Mansion, finds herself unable to delay when summoned by the sixth madam. She gently touches her forehead and inquires of the little maid who brings the message, what is the matter? The maid shakes her head, replying only that she is to hurry along. Thus, Mama reluctantly imparts a few instructions to Mama Hua and, accompanied by two little maids, proceeds to the East Mansion. Upon her arrival, she is greeted by Wang Mama, who does not lead her directly to the main chamber but instead invites her to sit in a side room. My dear elder sister, she says, grasping Mama's hand. I am aware of your relentless busyness these days. Had it not been urgent, our madam would not have summoned you. She proceeds to recount the incident regarding the jade hairpin, remarking that although it was merely broken, the blame was unjustly placed upon the fourth miss, revealing the audacity of the perpetrator. Were it not for the reputation of the elder lady, our madam would have unleashed her wrath upon her at once. Before Mama can absorb the full extent of the situation, her mind is engulfed with a sense of foreboding. She realizes trouble is brewing. The maids and servants in the household, emboldened by the negligence shown towards the fourth miss, begin to mimic this audacity, particularly those like Yuzan, who are notably naive. Ultimately, this turmoil stems from her son's actions. A child's will cannot be easily swayed by a mother's guidance. She manages the household, while her son engages with the world outside. By the time she learns of certain matters, the damage is often done. Although she has reprimanded her son several times, he initially listened but eventually started to argue back. We are servants of the elder lady, regardless of who becomes the seventh master's wife, we cannot be disregarded. It would be wiser to secure a path for ourselves now. She acknowledges the validity of her son's reasoning. Yet having served the Zhao and Dou families her entire life, she wonders where she could possibly go without them. Her son reassures her, do not worry. I will not touch the fourth miss's belongings, I merely intend to use the Zhao and Dou names to engage in a few businesses with her silver. Once we accumulate some capital and reputation, you can feign old age, and we shall implore the new madam for a grace to return to our hometown. He speculates that the new madam, delighted, would hardly object. However, with the sixth madam's dissatisfaction towards her, this matter may not unfold so easily. Mama, in a state of anxiety, clutches Wang Mama's hand, with 10 fingers of varying lengths, pressing one down causes another to rise, my head is spinning. Please, dear sister, guide me on what to do. Wang Mama, being an elder by the master's side, thoughtfully contemplates and comes up with a plan. Though I have encountered many maids like Yuzan, who are a source of unrest, keeping them close is always a recipe for disaster. Then she leads Mama to meet with Madame Ji. Chapter 41, the shocking Tiger Ji merely stated that Yuzan was unsuitable to remain by Dozhao's side for service, instructing her to replace her with another maid. Granny Yu understood this as Ji's coercion to deal with Yuzan. The maids and servants of the western residents had flattered and fawned over her, hoping to gain some advantage from her. As a result, when a mistake occurred, she found herself unable to protect those who had once praised her, and was forced to punish them instead. Who would dare to approach her after this? Yet, if she pretended not to comprehend, would the sixth madam feel humiliated and escalate the matter to the second matriarch? The mere thought of the second matriarch sent a chill down Granny Yu's spine. For now, she resolved to navigate this immediate crisis. Gritting her teeth, she took Yuzan back and, in front of everyone, delivered a sound beating of 20 strokes, leaving her battered and gasping for breath. Fearing that if Yuzan died, it would incur the wrath of the old master, she sent for a doctor to tend to her wounds while simultaneously arranging for Yuzan to be married off. Most importantly, she instructed the matchmaker to find a distant family for her, insisting they should not ask for any redemption money, but instead, she would provide a dowry of 10 taels of silver. The matchmaker, intrigued by the prospect, mentioned a distant relative of hers, a porter living off the Huayan waterway, who had recently lost his wife. If the match were to succeed, there would be several boxes of tea as a thank you gift. However, he was somewhat older and had 2 sons. Granny Yu dismissed these concerns, only desiring to get Yuzan far away. Without further inquiry, she consented to the match. I shall inform 7th Master. The matchmaker, overjoyed, settled in to drink tea while waiting. When Granny Yu rushed to Crane Longevity Hall, she was halted at the door. The old master was in discussion with 7th Master, and the servant quietly informed her that no one was to be disturbed. So, Granny Yu stood in the courtyard, waiting. Inside the study, Duo reclined in a drunken chair, appearing a decade older, weary, and haggard. Wan Yuan. This time you must return as a successful candidate, he exclaimed, his hand resting on his forehead, shielding his eyes, his voice heavy with resignation and anger. The Dou family is no longer what it was under your great-uncle's leadership. If you wish to preserve our family legacy, you must strive to excel. Do you understand? Dou Shiying stood silently, offering no response. Duo abruptly sat up, confronting him with a sharp reprimand. Did you hear me or not? I heard, Dou Shiying replied calmly. Then inquired, what do you intend to do about the Wang family matter? Duo sneered coldly, you needn't concern yourself with that, with me in the Western Dou. The Eastern Dou will not have their way. Focus on preparing for the provincial examination. He then called out loudly, who is on duty outside? It is I, Duan. You go and summon the Wang family's elder. Duan complied and left. Duo turned to his son, who stood quietly, go home and pack your things. We shall set off for the capital early tomorrow. Dou Shiying respectfully bowed to his father and exited Crane Longevity Hall. Granny Yu hurriedly approached him, relaying the situation regarding the eastern residents, concluding with, the 6th madam feels such a person cannot be kept. For the sake of the late matriarch's reputation, it is best to marry her off far away. Fearing further complications, she mentioned Ji. Dou Shiying was taken aback and after a pause replied, since it is the 6th madam's wish, then proceed as she desires. Granny Yu, having received her directive, swiftly returned to the matchmaker, and that very night, Yuzan was carried away on a door board. Dou Shiying remained rooted in place for a moment before instructing Gao Sheng. Help me pack my belongings, I will visit 6th Master and see Aunt Shou. Gao Sheng quickly replied, then you should go and return promptly. We have ancestral worship early tomorrow. Dou Shiying nodded and headed to the eastern residence. Dou Sai was busy preparing the books to take to the capital. The study in disarray. Upon seeing Dou Shiying arrive, he invited him to sit in the hall. Aunt Shou and your 6th sister-in-law have gone to visit the 2nd sister-in-law. They should be back soon, he said as he poured Dou Shiying a cup of tea. Dou Shiying quietly expressed his gratitude to 6th sister-in-law, holding the cup in silence for a long while. Dou Sai chuckled, what troubles you? Is the household bothersome? Dou Shiying smiled faintly and, evading the question, asked, 6th brother. Why did you speak well of the Zhu family when they sought to break the engagement? Dou Sai was somewhat taken aback and, half in jest, half in teasing, replied. Your reputation is already quite tarnished. If the Zhu family were to withdraw, finding a good wife might become exceedingly difficult. Dou Shiying pondered this. Then suddenly broke into a smile, his features unfurling like a slowly opening scroll, exuding a natural elegance and ease. Do Sai, taken aback, watched as Do Shireen raised his cup, saying, "Sixth brother, I toast to you." "Oh." Do Sai suppressed his surprise, laughing, "What is the occasion for this?" "I merely wish to express my gratitude," Do Shireen replied, his smile sincere yet solemn, leaving Do Sai mildly astonished and ready to inquire further when laughter echoed from outside. Aunt Shou had returned. Do Sai and Do Shireen exited the side room together. The bright red lanterns illuminated the courtyard, where a throng of maids and servants surrounded Ji and Do Zhao. Ji, with her head bowed, whispered something to Do Zhao, who looked up and giggled, her little red gold earrings twinkling like playful stars in the night sky. Do Shireen felt a pang in his heart. If Guqiu were still alive, how joyous she would be. He couldn't help but crouch down, arms wide open, calling out to Do Zhao. She looked up, seeing the striking figure of Do Shireen. Standing quietly beside Ji, she called out, "Father." Do Shireen's smile froze on his face, his arms feeling as though they bore 1,000 pounds, slowly drooping. Ji hastily nudged Do Zhao, saying, "Your father is leaving tomorrow, he has come specifically to see you today." Do Zhao feigned ignorance, curtsying to Do Shireen with a bright, clear farewell, "Safe travels, father." Do Shireen chuckled. Why should he take offense at a child's antics? He smiled and affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, saying, "While Aunt Shou is with sixth aunt, you must be obedient, understand?" Do Zhao nodded, beaming. Do Shireen bowed to Ji, "Please take good care of Aunt Shou." Ji hurriedly returned the gesture, "Seventh uncle is too kind, Aunt Shou is clever and understanding, we all adore her." Do Shireen smiled as he bid farewell. Do Sai accompanied him, but Do Shireen waved him off, "There's no need for such formality, we all have an early start tomorrow." Do Sai, being forthright, waved cheerfully. "See you tomorrow then." Standing side by side with Ji, they watched Do Shireen depart. Under the clear breeze and bright moonlight, the branches danced, and Do Shireen's figure appeared solitary and desolate. Do Zhao turned and scampered into the inner chamber. Gaoshi stood on the steps of Qixia Courtyard's eastern wing, the rich fragrance of Yuzhan flowers enveloping her, while the faint sound of Pang's dulcet laughter drifted from the main house, pricking her heart sharply, unbearable. She felt an immediate surge of agitation, unable to resist pacing in the courtyard. How had she ended up as a sister-in-law to Pang? She had witnessed shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. It was as if Pang had tarnished her own dignity. Throughout her life, she had always carried herself with grace, unafraid and upright. Never had she felt the need to watch her step as she did now. Gaoshi halted in frustration before the corridor. Regardless of Wang Jibing's thoughts, she resolved to return to Nanhua early the next day, taking her son to visit her father in the capital, and never again to wade through this murky water. Wang Jibing could afford to lose face, but she could not. Having made up her mind, she felt a slight relief in her heart, only to catch sight of a dark figure emerging from the adjacent grove. Startled, she focused her gaze and realized it was her husband, Wang Jibing. He walked with a distracted demeanor, his head bowed, unsteady on his feet. What had the old master of the Do family said to him? Gao contemplated, recalling how she had advised Wang Jibing the previous day not to stay with the Do family, suggesting he could find a place to rest for the night anywhere else. He had disregarded her counsel, and as a result, during breakfast that morning, the maidservants of the Do family had cast glances at them as if they were impoverished relatives come to beg. The resentment had lodged in her chest, only beginning to dissipate by the afternoon, prompting Gao to ignore her husband. She turned and retreated to the side chamber. Wang Jibing, gazing at the dim light spilling from the half-open door, could not help but smile bitterly. He was well aware that their stay here was fraught with shame. Yet if he were to leave, who knew what mischief would be perpetrated by the Pang family without his oversight? He pondered the matchmaker responsible for this union, realizing that rather than facilitating their family's interests, it had brought them nothing but trouble. His brother, weak and ineffectual, was tightly controlled by his sister-in-law. And as the elder brother, he could not overstep and interfere in matters concerning her. With a splitting headache, Wang Jibing entered the room. Gao spoke not a word to him, silently preparing water for him to wash up. Wang Jibing felt remorse for the distress his family affairs had caused his wife and Attempting to mask his own turmoil, pulled at her sleeve and asked with feigned profundity, "Do you know why the old Master Do summoned me?" Gao responded perfunctorily. "For what reason?" The old Master Do inquired whether he wished my father to become a renowned minister in history or merely a fleeting statesman. Gao gasped in astonishment. "What has the old master of the Do family said to you?" "Some matters we are unaware of." Wang Jibing hesitated for a moment before revealing the death of Zhao Guqiu to Gao. Her face turned pale as snow, her hand instinctively clutching her chest, her lips quivering. After a long pause, she stammered, Is it possible that there has been a misunderstanding?" Suddenly, she recalled her mother-in-law mentioning that an old acquaintance had no money for a wedding gift and had not intended to attend. It was she who had sacrificed one of her gold hairpins to allow Wang Yingxue to attend the wedding feast. Her heart began to accept the grim reality. And tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "What sin have we committed? I never anticipated this." Wang Jibing's eyes also reddened. The old Master Do had stated that had he not admired his father's character, he would never have allowed Yingxue to enter the family. Initially, he had believed he was merely looking out for the daughter of an old acquaintance, not foreseeing the calamity that would ensue. Wang Yingxue's thoughts were clear to the old Master Do, yet he had also warned that following the incident with the Zhao family, they would never consent to formally recognizing Yingxue. "You know well that without the approval of the Zhao family, even if the Do family acknowledges Yingxue, it would be of no consequence." For reasons unknown, Gao felt a phrase echo in her mind, "Disaster befalls those who invite it." Chapter 42, Reaction. The following day, after breakfast, Wang Jibing bid farewell to Do Duo, stating, "My father has only instructed me to bring my sister back home. There are matters that I am not yet aware of, I must first inform him." During those years in the northwest, Wang Jibing not only attended to his father's daily needs, fulfilling his duties as a son, but also assisted his father in organizing books, copying official documents, and corresponding with old friends, as his father, tormented in prison, could not write for extended periods. He had long become accustomed to undertaking tasks assigned by his father, ensuring they were completed beautifully, regardless of the challenges faced, rather than lamenting or complaining about difficulties. The situation with Wang Yingxue was no different. He believed that despite the obstacles, he would ultimately manage to bring his sister home. However, the circumstances had deviated significantly, leaving him unable to make decisions. Do Duo smiled and remarked, "That is to be expected," personally escorting Wang Jibing to the door. Turning around, he overheard Wang Jibing's servant whispering about someone's arrival. Wang Jibing's expression changed, and he hurriedly exited. Do Duo, intrigued, quietly instructed Duan, "Go and investigate." After a span of about 2 incense sticks worth of time, Duan returned to report, "A follower of Lord Wang has arrived. From what I gather, it seems that Lord Wang is to take up an official position in Gansu. And he has instructed Lord Wang to immediately proceed to Xi'an." Do Duo abruptly rose from his seat. Could it be that the emperor intends to ban the horse market? He furrowed his brow and gazed in the direction of Qixia courtyard. Simultaneously, the second matriarch received the news. She pondered over the note in her hand for a while before summoning her confidant. "Lu Mama, staying at home all day is rather dull, let us visit the 6th madam." Lu Mama promptly agreed, assisting the second matriarch in preparing herself and arranging the maidservants and elder women to accompany her. They set off to visit the Ji family. At that moment, Ji was engaged in a private conversation with Wang Mama. The border horse market presents both advantages and disadvantages. With the recent promotion of the former minister, even if he wishes to ban the border horse market, it should be approached gradually, otherwise, a hasty decision could lead to complete failure. However, this maneuver is quite clever. Everyone knows that Lord Wang is resolutely against the horse market. Those beneath him, though they may oppose it, will surely consider Lord Wang's determination and will likely come to terms with the situation. If the horse market is to be banned, it indeed requires Lord Wang's involvement. Upon hearing that the second matriarch had arrived, both women were taken aback and exchanged glances. Ji, accompanied by Wang Mama, greeted her with smiles. The second matriarch scanned the room and inquired, "Why is Shogun not here?" Ji's eyelids twitched slightly as she replied with a smile. "Huiga has already begun studying the Analects. Jiga has also been reading with me for a couple of days." Though he has only been in school for a short while, he is nearly finished with the 3-character classic, far ahead of his peers in the clan school. Which inevitably makes him a bit arrogant. I think for now it is fine, but in the long run, it will only lead to pride and complacency. I must devise a way to subtly temper their enthusiasm. As she spoke, she linked her arm with that of the second matriarch and continued, as for Shogu. She may not be receiving enough attention. However, I feel it is my duty to ensure her well-being. I noticed that she has been practicing writing with 7th uncle daily. So I found a model book to keep her at home for practice. This way, I comply with the customs from the Western residents. And it prevents her from wandering about and encountering mishaps, which I would have to explain to 7th uncle. The second matriarch nodded in agreement, setting aside Do Zhao, and inquired attentively about the academic progress of her 2 grandsons. As Ji assisted the second matriarch into a seat in the hall, she recounted the boy's experiences in school, bringing immense joy to the second matriarch, whose eyes squinted into slits as she continually praised Ji. It is all thanks to your teaching, you have done remarkably well. Then she sighed, among the many daughters-in-law and granddaughters-in-law of the Do family, there are some who can speak more eloquently than you. There are others who are more adept at serving their husbands and children. However, if we speak of the ability to educate children, you may be modestly second. But none would dare claim to be first. Ji broke into a cold sweat at these words. Realizing that the second matriarch was setting her up for future responsibilities regarding the children from the Western residents. Those unaware might assume she regarded herself as a distinguished descendant of Jiangnan, haughty and dismissive of the other daughters-in-law of the Do family. If both of her sons were to be recognized before their peers, she would likely face endless ridicule if any other family's son succeeded before Hui Ge and Ji Ge. In that moment, she could not discern whether her mother-in-law was elevating her or placing her on a pyre. Fortunately, the second matriarch did not linger on the topic. Stating her intention to visit Do Zhao, and a large group accompanied her to the study. Do Zhao was seated at the writing desk, practicing calligraphy. Although Tuan Yang and Kai Lan helped to fan her, her small face was flushed, and beads of sweat dotted her nose. Upon noticing their entrance, she completed her final stroke before looking up to assess who had arrived. Seeing it was the second matriarch, she smiled and handed the brush to the nearby maidservant, Hai Tang. With Tuan Yang as assistance, she descended from the high chair and respectfully greeted the second matriarch. The second matriarch chuckled and remarked to those present, "Look at this little one, she has only been with the 6th madam for a few days, yet she behaves so properly, like a little adult." Laughter erupted from those nearby. A hint of helplessness flickered in Ji's eyes. Do Zhao regarded the second matriarch with a smile that seemed both genuine and ironic. In her past life, her father had unwittingly married Wang Yingxue, intertwining their families. Her 5th uncle, seeking the support of Wang Xingyi, became Wang Yingxue's greatest ally in the Do family, making her an uncomfortable hindrance. To grow up peacefully, it was best not to provoke Wang Yingxue's ire, leading to her being sent to the countryside to live with her grandmother. In this life, Wang Yingxue became her father's concubine, and her 5th uncle sought to use her to manipulate Wang Yingxue, transforming her into a favored asset of the Do family. To keep her under control, the second matriarch intended to raise her within the eastern residence, keeping her close at hand. Life, death, and fleeting thoughts had turned her world upside down. A truth that was both absurd and laughable. In mid-July, her father and 6th uncle successfully arrived in the capital, each sending back a letter of assurance. Meanwhile, in the distant Yan'an prefecture, Zhao received a note from his niece, Do Zhao. Enraged, he crumpled the note and hurled it to the ground, exclaiming, "The Do family is going too far. I shall see how they proceed with the marriage without my consent." Zhao Tai entered quietly. Noticing the crumpled paper in the center of the study, she bent down to retrieve it, slowly unfolding it and smoothing it out before placing it on her husband's desk. "I just inquired with the messenger," she said, pouring Zhao a cup of tea. "Do Shiying has gone to the capital for the provincial examination, leaving Shogu in the care of the 6th madam. They are workers from the Ji family shop." "What do you mean?" Zhao gaze fell upon the crumpled note. "Shogu is merely a 5-year-old child, barely able to hold a brush. How could she know what to say or not say?" Zhao Tai replied. "How could she possibly know which words are appropriate?" Zhao expression sharpened. And his eyes gleamed with clarity. Are you suggesting that this letter was penned by the sixth madam using Shogu's hand? Whether that is the case remains uncertain. Zhao Taitai replied thoughtfully. I merely sense that these few sentences carry significant implications. Zhao Si calmed himself, taking a seat at the desk, and lifted the note toward the sunlight, examining the brief lines of text. Wang Xingyi, of medium stature, bore the scars of cruel imprisonment and 10 years of exile, his hair now grayed and his visage worn and haggard. At this moment, he stood before the flower bed clad in coarse linen garments. Were it not for the vivacity sparkling in his eyes, he would resemble a decrepit farmer nearing the end of his days. Do Duo, he murmured, he is forcing my hand to bestow death upon Ing Shue. Wang Jibing was taken aback, a cold sweat breaking out upon him. Father, he cried out, surely you wouldn't. Wang Xingyi glared fiercely at his son. Wang Xingyi, may have failed in my duties as a father, but does the Dou family bear no responsibility whatsoever? To claim that Ing Shue caused the death of the Zhao family, did she confront Zhao, or did she poison her food? If she was unwilling to enter the household, she could have simply refused. Could Ing Shue truly circumvent her way into the Dou family? Having agreed to let Ing Shue in, Zhao should adhere to the roles of a wife and concubine, managing her duties and meting out rewards and punishments appropriately, yet here she is, presenting such a demeanor. Is it that Dou Wenyuan's taking a concubine would mean her demise? Whether it was Dou Wenyuan who caused Zhao's death or your sister, I fear the truth may be more complex than that. Do not heed every rumor. She is your sister, the one who provides for your needs and cares for your family. Wang Jibing fell silent, struck dumb by his father's words. Yet Wang Xingyi's anger remained unabated. If Ing Shue has erred, she must face the consequences. As her father, I will not shirk from my responsibilities. I assure you, Ing Shue will not evade her accountability. However, if Dou Duo attempts to lay Zhao's death at her feet, I shall not acquiesce. Wang Jibing could only manage a bitter smile, saying, Father, that is not my intent. I merely believe that Ing Shue's actions are, in some respects, inappropriate. Wen Wei, I have wronged you. Wang Xingyi called out his eldest son's courtesy name, his expression suddenly weary. You have always been astute, yet to this day, you lack even the title of a scholar. Your younger brother has grown timid and weak under the scorn of others, lacking resolve. Your sister, at a tender age, has exposed herself to the world for survival. How can she compare to a sheltered young lady, nurtured in the embrace of her parents, whose heart remains untainted? I am aware of all this. I know it well. He turned his face away, fearful that his son would witness the glistening in his eyes. The success of one often comes at the expense of many. In pursuing my own interests, I have harmed you. He suddenly turned back, his gaze piercing as an eagle's, locking onto Wang Jibing. If you have erred, I would recompense others 1,000-fold. But if you wish for me to sacrifice you for the sake of my hollow reputation, then let them take my life first. His resolute voice resonated through the flower bed. Wang Jibing fell to his knees before his father, tears instantly clouding his vision. Father, it is not your fault, we have failed to uphold our family honor. Chapter 43, a change of tunes. Wang Xingyi's hand, heavy as if burdened with 1,000 pounds, rested upon Wang Jibing's shoulder. A young servant peeked cautiously from outside the flower garden. With a solemn expression, Wang Xingyi emanated an air of authority. What is it? The servant, trembling with trepidation, approached hastily. Sir, there is a man by the name of Du who claims to be the steward of the Dou family from Zhending. He says that your peer, the fifth master, has sent a letter to you at the behest of their elderly master. Could it be Dou Zhenji? Wang Jibing pondered aloud. Zhenji is Dou Duo's courtesy name. It must be him. Wang Xingyi let out a cold laugh. Did he not accuse Ing Shue of causing the death of his daughter-in-law? Such a blood feud is not easily forgotten. I wonder what he seeks from us. With that, he commanded the servant to bring forth the letter. The servant hurriedly returned with the missive. Wang Xingyi glanced at it before passing it to his son. Wang Jibing, filled with suspicion, took the letter and read it swiftly. Dou Zhenji actually wishes for you and their steward to jointly request Zhao Ruifu's consent to legitimizing Shue? He seems utterly oblivious to the situation. Wang Xingyi scoffed, addressing his son. Now do you understand why I spoke as I did? Wang Jibing was at a loss. Wang Xingyi sighed with resignation, patiently instructing his son. If the Dou family sincerely did not wish to legitimize Yingxue, they would not need to rely on the Pang family to stir trouble. Even if Yingxue clung to her position, they could forcibly remove her. The fact that this matter has lingered until now merely indicates that the Dou family has its own designs. When you first informed me, I was uncertain. But now I can surmise with considerable accuracy. It is likely that Dou Yuanji, seeing my esteemed position under my mentor, fears I might overshadow him and seeks to leverage the legitimization of Yingxue to curry favor with me. However, Dou Duo and the Zhao family do not agree. Not only does Dou Duo oppose it, but he also wishes to provoke me through you, hoping for Yingxue's demise, thereby undermining Dou Yuanji. As he spoke, Wang Xingyi snorted disdainfully several times before continuing, yet Dou Zhenji has unexpectedly changed his stance, shifting the blame onto the Zhao family, claiming it is not his opposition, but Zhao Ruifu's. He pondered, if my conjecture holds, the eastern and western Dou's are likely at odds beneath their cordial facade. Dou Duo's sudden reversal is likely due to the fact that the western Dou only has Dou Shiying as an heir, with no means to establish a career. Seeing my recent appointment as governor of Gansu, they wish to ally with us to confront Dou Yuanji. Wang Jibing gazed at his father with admiration, earnestly asking, "What should we do now?" Wang Xingyi seemed to ignore him, lost in thought. Could it be that Yingxue truly caused the Zhao family's downfall? Wang Jibing was taken aback. Wang Xingyi raised his voice. Dou Zhenji's letter states that he has twice sent emissaries to negotiate with Zhao Ruifu regarding Yingxue's legitimization, yet Zhao Ruifu has evaded him. He wishes for me to meet Zhao Ruifu. Whether Dou Zhenji intends to bypass Dou Yuanji to secure a personal favor from me, or seeks to demonstrate the effort he has expended for Yingxue's case, or wishes to prove to me the connection between Zhao's death and Yingxue, or desires to leverage my official standing to compel Zhao Ruifu's agreement, you shall go in my stead and discern Zhao Ruifu's intentions. Wang Jibing hesitated. Father, the Dou family claims that my sister caused the Zhao family's demise. Yet they still wish to legitimize Yingxue in light of your esteemed reputation. It is all rather cold-hearted and ungrateful. She may not have a good life ahead, he faltered, glancing at his father. I know, Wang Xingyi replied disdainfully. I wish to see what schemes they are concocting against me. At this point, he paused, then added, as for Yingxue, persuade her once more, elucidating these entangled interests. If she remains resolute in her desire to be with Dou Shiying, her suffering will be hers to bear. The implication was clear, no further assistance would be rendered. Wang Jibing looked at his father in astonishment. Justice is easy to speak of, yet difficult to enact without bias. Wang Xingyi murmured. Though I hope for her well-being, I cannot live her life for her. Some truths she must come to understand on her own. Wang Jibing nodded solemnly. Father, I understand. After I meet Zhao Ruifu, I shall promptly depart for Zhending. When the second matriarch learned that Dou Duo had privately contacted Wang Xingyi, requesting his assistance in persuading Zhao Si to agree to the legitimization of Wang Yingxue. It was already mid-autumn in September, the air fragrant with osmanthus, and the chrysanthemums blooming as crabs grew plump. Along with this news came the joyful tidings that both Dou Shiying and Dou Xiying had achieved honor on the examination list. The Dou family rejoiced, with Dou Duo even distributing a bounty of copper coins from the first year of Qingping, stationing 2 stewards at the family entrance to give away coins, attracting the entire populace of Zhending to the doors of the western Dou residence. Ji personally styled Dou Zhao's hair into a maiden's bun, adorning it with a pearl hairband, and dressing her in a vibrant red brocade garment, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy as she asked, "Are you happy, Shogu?" Revisiting past events, even the happiest occasions lose some of their surprise. Yet she maintained her demeanor, responding cheerfully, "I am indeed happy." Ji kissed her cheek affectionately. Taking her hand, "Come, let us go congratulate your great-aunt and request a red envelope." Dou Zhao nodded with a smile, accompanying Ji towards the second matriarch. However, as they lifted the curtain to enter, a loud crash of breaking porcelain echoed from the inner chamber, followed by the second matriarch's furious roar. What does he mean by this? Is he afraid we will cause harm to his niece? At 30 years old. Why does he not demand we ensure she lives to 50? Ji realized they had arrived at an inopportune moment and promptly pulled Dou Zhao towards the elder aunt instead. Dou Zhao was curious about whom the second matriarch was so enraged over, but she remained patient, knowing her sixth aunt would soon clarify the matter. As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a twinge of worry. With each passing year, such effortless news would likely become a rarity. After enjoying a cup of tea at her elder aunt's place, they returned home. Standing in the corridor, Kai Lan followed them inside. She first glanced at Do Zhao, then curtsied to Ji before whispering, "The fifth master has sent word that Zhao's maternal uncle has agreed to legitimize Wang's concubine Ah?" The sixth aunt gasped in surprise. Do Zhao, however, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her uncle was not without both courage and wisdom. Such thankless tasks were better left to others. There was no need to drag herself into the fray. In her previous life, her uncle had sacrificed much for her. In this life, she would rather endure some hardships than see her uncle repeat past mistakes. If Wang Yingxue wished to be legitimized, then let it be so. In her past life, Wang Yingxue could at least feign joy upon entering the family. In this life, having entered while 5 months pregnant, even if legitimized, those in the main wife's position would not associate with her. Furthermore, Do Ming's marriage prospects seemed even more challenging than in her previous life. However, Kai Lan looked again at Do Zhao, yet Zhao's maternal uncle has proposed 2 conditions. First, the Wang family must not interfere with the fourth Mrs. marriage. Second, half of the Western residence's estate must be allocated as the fourth Mrs. dowry. From the day the Wang family receives the consent for legitimization, a designated steward will manage the fourth Mrs. dowry. Should she pass after turning 30 with offspring, the dowry will belong to them. If she passes before 30 without children, the dowry will serve as compensation, reverting to the Zhao family. What did you say? The sixth aunt gasped in shock. Kai Lan repeated the information, casting a glance at Do Zhao. How can this be? The sixth aunt lamented, Zhao Ruifu is truly audacious. Do Zhao, however, was already taken aback. While she could understand the fear of the Wang family hastily marrying her off, the notion of claiming half of the Western Dou's estate was unfathomable. Not only would their grandfather oppose it, but even the second matriarch of the Eastern Dou would likely refuse such an arrangement. No wonder the second lady is clamoring about 50 years. However, she quickly awakened from her confusion and regained her composure. If the Dou family can make demands, why should her uncle not be entitled to propose conditions? Just as the Dou family insists on legitimizing Wang Yingxue, her uncle's proposition to allocate half of the Western Dou family's wealth as her dowry seems equally absurd. Yet, if the Dou family can achieve this, why should her uncle be incapable of doing the same? It is a classic case of exorbitant pricing followed by an instant repayment. An uncle with such awareness is essential for self-preservation, ensuring that neither the Dou nor Wang families can devour him whole. The corners of her mouth involuntarily curved into a delightful smile. Let the Dou family grapple with this issue. Ji's delicate fingers, reminiscent of green shoots, tapped her forehead. Silly girl, still smiling. Do you have any idea what your uncle has done for you? She sighed. Your uncle has forsaken opportunities for promotion and wealth, solely wishing for your safe growth and a suitable marriage. In the future, you must treat your uncle with utmost filial piety. Do Zhao nodded earnestly, responding sweetly. When I grow up, I will also be filial to Aunt Lu. Her words were heartfelt. In her previous life, had she not heard Aunt Lu's words before her marriage, she would have surely traversed a more arduous path. Regrettably, in her past life, Aunt Lu appeared to her as a genteel yet somewhat distant daughter-in-law of the Dou family. And she had no intention of pressing her warm face against the coldness of another, thus their relationship remained at a mere nod and smile upon meeting. In this life, despite being an innocent child, Aunt Lu does not mind whether she remembers her kindness. She not only takes meticulous care of her but also strategizes how she might survive in the predatory Dou family. It is better to teach a person to fish than to simply give them fish. This kindness she will never forget. Little did Aunt Lu realize this, as she chuckled. Oh my, our Shogu's words are truly sweet. Yet, Do Zhao could perceive Aunt Lu's genuine happiness. In the evening, Aunt Lu whispered to Wang Mama. I have always feared that Zhao Ruifu would confront the Wang and Dou families head-on, but it seems we have underestimated him. Third uncle approached Wang Xingyi behind fifth uncle's back, intending to pass the buck to Zhao Ruifu. It is not that I oppose legitimizing Wang Yingxue, rather, it is the Zhao family that is obstructing it. Now, Zhao Ruifu has skillfully returned the favor. It is not that I resist legitimizing Wang Yingxue. It is the Dou family's unwillingness to part with their money. This time, third uncle has effectively shot himself in the foot. Indeed, Wang Mama replied with a laugh. I heard that the old lord was so furious that he nearly lost consciousness on the spot. If Duan had not been quick-witted enough to support the third elder, he might have fallen headlong into the lotus pond. However, our second lady seemed to find joy after smashing the teacup, engaging in conversation with Lan Gur for quite some time. Indeed, Ji remarked with a smile, if our second lady were a tad more astute, she should encourage third uncle to agree to Zhao Ruifu's conditions. After all, that money, if not given to Shogu, would not reach the East Mansion either. It would be better to do Zhao family a favor and vex Wang Yingxue instead. If you wish to legitimize her, then why not offer half of the Western Dou family's assets as a gift to Zhao Guqiu's daughter? If Wang Yingxue were to find out, she might very well tear her bedding to shreds tonight. Chapter 44, The Sharp Knife. Once matters pertain to one's own interests, news spreads as if it had sprouted wings, impossible to contain. In the span of a single night, the entire Dou family was aware of the situation. Some secretly cursed Wang Yingxue as the root of the calamity, others derided Zhao Xiyu for his fanciful aspirations, while some calculated their own gains, and others remained as mere spectators, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Regardless of their motivations, no one was willing to be the first to speak. Suddenly, the once lively Eastern Dou courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Apart from a few rough-served maidservants and matrons bustling about, the residents had seemingly vanished. Dou Zhao, somewhat reveling in the misfortune, was taken by Jisher to the western residence. Your grandfather is unwell, Jisher informed her while changing her clothes. We shall go see him. She presented a fade to the Zhao family, feigning helplessness in the face of Wang Yingxue's growing influence, while before the Wang family, she feigned dissatisfaction with Wang Yingxue but insisted on supporting her for the sake of both families' reputations. Straddling between two factions, she now found herself in a predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. Surely he must be gravely ill, she mused as she entered He Shou Tang. Dou Duo lay in bed, donned in a green net cap, his complexion pale, while Aunt Ding attended to him. Upon hearing that Dou Zhao had come to visit, he did not even lift his eyelids. Aunt Ding appeared awkward. Jisher poured a cup of tea, gesturing for Dou Zhao to present it to their grandfather. Dou Duo merely grunted and turned away. Dou Zhao, holding the teacup, blinked back at Jisher. Jisher subtly furrowed her brow, stepped closer to embrace Dou Zhao's shoulders, and cheerfully reassured her, your grandfather is not in good spirits, just place the tea on the small table. Dou Zhao, listening intently, carefully set down the teacup. Dou Duo continued to ignore her. Jisher smiled at Aunt Ding, saying, since third uncle is resting, we shan't intrude further. We shall return tomorrow. She politely nodded to Aunt Ding, took Dou Zhao's hand, and exited. On the way, Dou Zhao caught a fleeting glimpse of Pangshi among the flowering trees. She feigned ignorance and climbed into the carriage. Pangshi hurried back to Qixia courtyard. Wang Yingxue, looking gaunt and dispirited, was making autumn garments for Dou Ming. Her brother had come and gone, speaking of matters she had never previously contemplated. The only reason she still resided peacefully in Qixia courtyard was due to her father's reinstatement and her maternal family's influence. If her father were to be implicated due to her affairs, Wang Yingxue hesitated to think further. Yet if she returned to the Wang family with Dou Ming, what would her future hold? The mere thought of the gentle and considerate Dou Shiying caused her heart to ache. She hoped fervently that time could stretch indefinitely. If only she could wait for Dou Shiying's return, it would be perfect. When Pangshi entered, she forced a smile, asking, sister-in-law, why do you seem so hurried? Is there something amiss? Pangshi poured herself a cup of tea and downed it in one gulp before sitting beside her, whispering, I just saw Dou Zhao. Wang Yingxue gasped, straightening in her seat. The previous night, they had heard of Zhao Ci's conditions. Wang Yingxue thought him mad. While Pangshi's eyes sparkled with excitement, her mind wandering all night. Do not fret, Pangshi laughed, it seems Dou Zhao accompanied 6th Madam to visit the sick. She continued, you must admit, Dou Zhao is quite beautiful, those pearl-embroidered shoes must be worth at least a dozen taels of silver. The Dou family is truly wealthy. Wang Yingshu disliked how her sister-in-law assessed everything by its monetary value, but she refrained from voicing her discontent. After all, her sister-in-law had been of great assistance during these troubling times, and it seemed petty to argue over such trivial matters. Yingshu, have you made up your mind? Pangshi, noticing Wang Yingshu's silence, smirked inwardly. You cannot expect to have the best of both worlds. I must remind you, without the Zhao family's consent, your father-in-law will not allow you to remain in the Dou household without clarity. You wouldn't want your brother, sister-in-law, and nephew to lose face over this, would you? If you assert your position, at least you can claim half of the family fortune. If you return, the Dou family's wealth will no longer concern you. I can manage on my own, Wang Yingshu retorted, vexed. I merely believe that the old Dou patriarch will certainly not agree to this. That is a matter for another time, Pangshi pressed. Just tell me, do you wish to assert your position? Wang Yingshu lowered her head in silence. I weep for the ancient ones, worrying for their plight. Pangshi exclaimed. Fine, I shall mind my own business. I will return to Nanhua. Your affairs are no longer my concern. Wang Yingshu suddenly grasped Pangshi's sleeve. Pangshi raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Just as Dou Zhao and Decipher disembarked from the carriage, they spotted Kai Lan rushing over in haste. Sixth madam, she curtsied, whispering, Fifth master, Sixth master, and Seventh master have returned together. Both Dou Zhao and Decipher were taken aback, Decipher's expression turning grave. Do you know why the three masters have returned? I do not, Kai Lan shook her head. I only heard that Fifth master took a few days off and returned with Sixth and Seventh masters. Also, Seventh master has already returned to the residence. Sixth master was just summoned by the matriarch, who instructed that if you return, you must go to her immediately. Decipher pondered for a moment, asking, aside from me and Sixth master, who else? Third master and Third madam are also present. Decipher contemplated for a while before saying, I understand. Leave Dou Zhao in the care of Tuan Yang and Kai Zhu, take good care of Shogu. And I shall return to escort her home. The two complied, carrying Dou Zhao back to Decipher's residence, while Decipher proceeded with Kai Lan to the matriarch's quarters. The matriarch's courtyard was silent, and the maidservants stood still, holding their breath. Upon seeing Decipher, Lu Momo, stationed at the main house's steps, hurried to greet her, smiling as she accompanied Decipher inside, whispering, as soon as Fifth master returned. He spoke with the matriarch for quite a while, and then requested that several of you be summoned. Seeing that they were only a few steps away from the inner chamber, Decipher exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Momo and smiled as she followed her through the curtain. Everyone was already seated, awaiting her arrival. Decipher hurried forward to greet everyone. Second madam chuckled, no need for excessive formalities, there are no outsiders present. She then indicated the empty embroidered cushion beside Dou Xing. Please, sit next to me. Decipher smiled and settled down, quickly casting a glance at Third madam. Third madam sat there, expressionless, her gaze fixed inwards. Everyone is present. Dou Shun, seated alongside Second madam, spoke cheerfully. I have returned this time with pressing matters that require the assistance of Third brother and Sixth younger brother. He was the quintessential Dou family member, tall and upright, with fair and delicate skin, bright and spirited eyes, his speech as refreshing as a spring breeze. Dou Shibang inclined his body slightly. Dou Shun continued, Wang Xingyi is investigating the horse market issue in Gansu, and now this Wang family affair has surfaced. If he faces impeachment, it will place the former minister Xing in a precarious position. The Wang family matter must be resolved decisively. I have an idea I wish to discuss with everyone to see if it is feasible. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the faces of his elder brother, sister-in-law, younger brother, and sister-in-law. Zhao Ruifu has proposed that Third uncle allocate half of the estate to Shogu as a dowry. I believe Third uncle would never consent to that. Thus, I roughly estimated that the Dou family's assets are divided equally between the eastern and western residences. The East Mansion is divided into 6 parts, with the first, second, and fourth rooms collectively occupying half, while the third brother, I, and the sixth younger brother share the other half. Upon hearing this, Ji felt a flicker of understanding regarding Dou Shishu's intentions. Her heart racing uncontrollably as she glanced towards the second matriarch. The second matriarch sat upright, her gaze steady. Ji recalled the words of Kai Lan. It appeared that the fifth uncle had secured the support of the matriarch. Ji cast a sidelong glance at Do Sherbang. Do Sherbang's mouth slightly agape seemed to have an inkling of what Do Shershu was about to articulate. However, he soon regained his composure, attentively listening to Do Shershu's discourse. As for her husband, he wore an expression of indifference, evidently already aware of what Do Shershu would convey. Ji sighed deeply. The voice of Do Shershu echoed in her ears. Our third room's share amounts to precisely half of the West Mansion's assets, fulfilling Rue Fu's requirements. If the third brother and the sixth younger siblings agree, I propose we allocate our rightful portion to Aunt Shou. As for the losses incurred by the third brother and the sixth younger siblings, I kindly ask for a moment's grace to draft an IOU and repay gradually. Before the third and sixth rooms could respond, the second matriarch interjected, if you find yourselves in urgent need, please provide me with a figure. I still have some personal funds available to cover the household expenses for 3 to 5 years. Do Sherbang held his mother in the highest esteem, particularly as this was for the benefit of his younger brother's future. He remained silent, reluctant to express his stance to avoid causing discomfort for the sixth brother and sister-in-law. Do Xiang, who harbored the ambition of not relying on his parents, had already learned of this matter prior to his return. He feared that Ji might feel aggrieved and thus cast a glance in her direction. Do Shershu had meticulously considered all aspects. Could she possibly voice opposition? She nodded toward her husband. Do Xiang replied solemnly, I concur. Do Sherbang, being a person who could easily adapt to circumstances, saw that the major issue was settled and, feeling unburdened, stated, I too agree. However, sensing the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, he feigned a light-hearted tone, saying, we need not trouble the fifth brother with an IOU. Mother's personal funds should be reserved for rewarding the grandchildren. Both I and the sixth brother can manage our daily expenses. If we find ourselves in dire straits, I shall certainly take my sons and daughters-in-law to the capital to seek out the fifth brother. Do Shershu smiled gently, her expression warm and sincere. Rest assured, third brother, I will be there to welcome you with open arms. Do Xiang laughed heartily. The second matriarch appeared genuinely pleased, her wrinkles seeming to diminish. Good, good, good. When brothers unite, their strength is unbreakable. Your solidarity brings me peace, even in death. Rest assured, as long as your fifth brother has a morsel, so shall you all. I declare this here, fifth brother, in front of your brothers, sisters-in-law, and younger siblings, swear an oath. No need, the third sister-in-law interjected. Her face alight with smiles, this is not merely one person's affair, it concerns our family. How could we allow the fifth brother to bear this alone? She then teased, Mother, your words seem to incite discord among us siblings and sisters-in-law. It is my fault, it is my fault. The second matriarch appeared both amused and as if she had consumed a longevity fruit, exclaiming, I shall say no more, I shall say no more. Do Shershu then rose with a smile, in that case, I shall refrain from further elaboration. I have already invited Lan Gur, elder sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law to the flower hall for a discussion. At this moment, they must have arrived, let us proceed together. Chapter 45, Consent. As Do Zhao watched her sixth aunt depart, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of her fifth uncle's request for leave. As the deputy minister of personnel, to whom would he submit this request? Naturally, it would be to his superior, the minister of personnel and his mentor, Xing Yifan. Huh. Do Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. I wonder if Wang Xingyi will rush back to the capital to explain to Xing Yifan why her fifth uncle is seeking leave. Mao Niang looked at Do Zhao, perplexed by her sudden laughter, and exclaimed, Miss. Nothing, nothing, Do Zhao replied, her laughter growing more jubilant as she shook Saiji's arm. Saiji, I want to go home. I want to see father. But sixth madam has instructed that you should wait for her return to escort you back to the manor, Saiji said, clearly troubled. Do Zhao paid her no heed, insisting on returning. After all, she was still a child, and her noisy, willful behavior was to be expected. With no other choice, Saiji called upon a young maid to seek guidance from Jisher. Jisher was in the flower hall. She glanced at the second madam, who sat in the main seat, and then at Lan Gur, her sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law across from her, feeling a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, The second madam's gaze fell upon Do Shu, Do Shiyang, the third madam, Do Xiying, and Jishur, her heart boiling with anger. What was there to discuss? The three brothers, Old 3, Old 5, and Old 6, had already conspired together, while her faction felt like they were being forced into a predicament. They were completely unaware of why the second madam had summoned them. She understood the saying that there are no eggs left unbroken beneath a collapsed nest. Yet she was incensed at being compelled to clean up the aftermath for the West Matter. If she opposed them, given Old 5's temperament, he would surely present her with a multitude of reasons to counter her. Should she falter, it might leave everyone with the impression that she was someone who shunned responsibility for her own benefit. As the matriarch of the Do family, what respect would she retain thereafter? The second madam cast a glance at the eldest madam. The eldest madam's complexion was pale, her eyes swollen. Yet her expression remained remarkably calm. Having been the matriarch for over a decade, and now a widow with young children, she had her own plans. Among the uncles and brothers, Old 5 Do Shu held the most promising future, and Lan Ge would need the support of this fifth uncle in the future, thus, they could never afford to fall out with Do Shu. During the lifetime of the eldest master, they had accumulated some savings while serving in Jiangnan for many years. Even without mentioning this, if the East Manor divided half of their assets with Shogu, the remainder from the other 6 branches would suffice for them to live comfortably for 2 or 3 generations. Why create discord over money? As long as there were people, there would be no fear of lacking wealth. However, the second branch had the most sons, and if she were to propose that all 6 branches share the burden, the second branch would likely refuse. Fortunately, she had now relinquished the responsibilities of the matriarch, thus she need not step forward in these matters. The eldest madam pressed her lips tightly together. The second madam was filled with resentment. Had she known this would happen, she would not have heeded the second madam's advice to accompany her husband to his post. In hopes of ensuring her sons received a good education, and fearing the stigma of being an unfilial parent, she had left all 4 sons in Zhending. Now, apart from her eldest son Do Wenmao, who was studying in the capital under Old 5, her second son Do Yuchang, third son Do Shouchang, and her fourth son Do Guangchang, who ranked 5th among the cousins, were studying at home. Wenmao had already reached his 30s but was still merely a scholar. Yuchang studied well but paled in comparison to his uncles Do Xiying and Do Shiying. As for Shouchang, he had married early and fathered several children. Yet his studies were inferior to her son Ji Gur. Guangchang was only slightly better than Shouchang. Reflecting on all this, she steeled her heart and smiled. What does the fourth brother say? Do Shizhu, the fourth master of the Do family, had stagnated in his pursuit of the Jinshi degree. A few years prior, he had finally relinquished his ambitions and, thanks to Do Shizhu's recommendation, secured the position of chief historian in the princely residence of Xinyang, where he was reportedly quite favored by the Prince of Xinyang. 2 years ago, he and his family had relocated to Xinyang. Listening intently, Do Shizhu hesitated for a moment before producing a letter from his sleeve to hand to the maid to present to the second madam. This is a reply from fourth brother. I initially thought it inappropriate, hence I did not bring it forth. The second madam silently cursed Do Shizhu 100 times in her heart. Xinyang was 1,000 miles from the capital. If I opened my mouth, you could produce Old 4's letter at once. If it weren't for your premeditated scheme, I would dash my head against the wall in this hall. Yet she understood the tide had turned. Old 4 had long colluded with Old 5. She didn't need to read the letter to know its contents. Still, she couldn't help but open it. Indeed, Do Shizhu not only agreed to Do Shizhu's proposal for the distribution of the East Manor's assets but also suggested that Shogu's dowry be shared equally among the 6 families. The second madam handed the letter directly to the eldest madam. A faint smile appeared at the corners of the eldest madam's mouth as she read it. The second madam sighed internally, only to hear the eldest madam say, "Fourth uncle has indeed aligned with my thoughts. I believe we should proceed as fourth uncle suggests. This is not merely a matter for one family, it concerns the future of fifth uncle and the rise and fall of the Do family." I refrained from presenting fourth brother's letter earlier to avoid misunderstandings between the 2 sisters-in-law. Do Shizhu quickly interjected, "In truth, this matter stems from my mismanagement, leading us to our current predicament. I appreciate the goodwill of both sisters-in-law. Since this is my decision, I shall bear the responsibility alone. It would not be right to drag everyone down with me. The second madam was about to voice her objections when the second madam smiled and said, "He consulted me about this matter beforehand, and I also agree. Let us not quarrel any further, it is settled." With that, the second madam made a decisive statement and instructed Lu Mama, "Go inform Steward Do to summon the old master from the West Manor, stating that I have urgent matters to discuss with him." She then addressed Do Shirbao, "You have always managed the household affairs of both families. Please take some time in the next few days to organize the accounts. When the Zhao family sends representatives, we can discuss which properties should be allocated to Shogu." Do Shirbao promptly stood up, bowing respectfully in acknowledgement. The maid sent to seek Jishir's guidance, upon witnessing this scene, dared not approach any closer, returning to report that she could not manage to convey the message to sixth madam. Saiji had no choice but to continuously pacify Do Zhao. Just then, Lu Mama emerged to relay a message and, seeing the commotion, could not help but smile. "What is happening here?" Saiji quickly recounted the events to Lu Mama. As the second madam's trusted maid, Lu Mama commanded a certain level of respect, even from Do Shirshu. Typically, she would have merely inquired with concern and not taken matters upon herself. However, recalling the earlier occurrences in the flower hall and knowing Do Wu's determination, she realized that anything Do Wu set out to accomplish would undoubtedly succeed. Consequently, the weight of the fourth miss in the West Manor rose dramatically in her esteem, reaching a level that demanded attention. She could not help but laugh. "I am fulfilling the eldest madam's orders and am about to ask Steward Do to make a trip to the West Manor. Why not let Steward Do escort you there, and you can leave a message for sixth madam? After all, blood relations are such that one cannot help but yearn for the other." It is no wonder fourth miss insists on returning. With Lu Mama's endorsement, Saiji grew bolder, instructing the young maid beside her and accompanying Do Zhao back to the West Manor with Maonyang. Gao Xing was instructing a servant to move Do Shiring's belongings when he saw Do Zhao return and hurriedly approached to salute her. Do Zhao inquired, "Where is my father?" Gao Xing replied with a smile, "Seventh master has gone to Qixia courtyard." Do Zhao turned to leave but paused to consider. She instructed Haitang to accompany Saiji while she took Maonyang to Qixia courtyard. In the distance, she spotted the haughty Pang Shi standing in the courtyard, directing the maids and old women serving tea and water. Do Zhao decided to bypass her and head towards Do Shiring's study. The side gate of Qixia courtyard was slightly ajar, unguarded. Unimpeded, she made her way into the rear courtyard of Qixia. In the backyard of Qixia courtyard, several magnolia trees bloom, their flowers radiating a brilliance akin to brocade, which is how the courtyard acquired its name. Do Zhao listened intently in the warm pavilion behind the inner chamber, where his father conversed with Wang Yingxue. "I am merely an ordinary man, selfishly desiring a more joyful existence, wishing to forget the past," spoke his father. "Yet, every time I behold you, the memory of Gu Qiu's demise pierces my heart like a knife. Yingxue, let us start anew." Wang Yingxue stood in astonishment. "What do you mean by that? Yingxue, do you still not comprehend?" Do Shiring gazed at her with a complex expression, murmuring, "If we were to be together, aside from a formal recognition, I can offer you nothing else." In the warm pavilion, Do Zhao clenched his teeth in anger. What does it mean to start anew? What does it mean to offer nothing but a title? For a woman, what could be more significant than the promise of a name? Unable to endure any longer, she stormed out of the warm pavilion and proceeded directly to the front courtyard of Qixia. Madame Pang, like a gecko, was eavesdropping from the window, her maid standing watch beside her. The servants of the Do family lingered at a distance, their expressions tinged with disdain. Do Zhao stood quietly, a faint smile gracing her lips as she regarded Madame Pang. Suddenly, the maid of Madame Pang noticed Do Zhao. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she tugged at Madame Pang's sleeve. Second madam, second madam. Be quiet." Madame Pang snapped impatiently. "Your chatter drowns out my hearing." "No, it's just that the maid, under Do Zhao's gaze, was nearly in tears. It's the fourth miss. The fourth miss of the Do family is coming." "Who?" Madame Pang turned around and immediately spotted Do Zhao not far away. "Oh. It is indeed the fourth miss." She nonchalantly dusted off her attire, adjusted her hair, and smiled. "Fourth miss, what brings you here? Who accompanied you?" In this life and the next, Dou Zhao admired her penchant for self-dialogue. The occupants inside the room, hearing the commotion, rushed out. "Shogu?" Dou Shiying stood in astonishment. Gazing at his daughter, "What brings you here? Were you not at your sixth aunt's? Who brought you?" As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings and, upon spotting Tuan Yang, his expression darkened, ready to scold her, but Dou Zhao interjected, "Kaiju accompanied me." With that, she turned and headed outside. "I shall follow the steward back shortly." She wished to remain in this place not a moment longer. "Slow down." Dou Shiying called out, pursuing his daughter, "I will accompany you to pay respects to your grandfather." Wang Yingxue, who had followed out, stood on the steps, watching the figures of the Dou family recede into the distance, eventually vanishing from her sight. Chapter 46, Half Dou Zhao returned to East Dou in his family carriage. During the journey, Dou Duo inquired of his son, "What did Yung say to you?" Dou Guanshi had been present earlier, restricting his inquiries. He was only aware that Dou Shishu had returned, speculating that the return was likely due to the conditions proposed by the Zhao family. However, he could not fathom the purpose of Dou Shishu's return, as the Zhao family's demands were evidently intended to complicate matters for him and shift the burden onto his shoulders. Zhao Ruifu would never consent to sign an agreement unless he received half of the assets from West Dou. With Zhao Ruifu in a position of strength, he would not relinquish his stance merely due to a few words from Dou Shishu. He would not transfer half of West Dou's assets to Dou Zhao based on Dou Shishu's promises. Moreover, the Wang family would never allow Wang Yingxue to remain in the Dou household without the Zhao family's approval. After much contemplation, Dou Duo concluded that this was indeed a deadlock. Dou Shiying candidly stated, "Elder brother has shared with me the events that have transpired at home recently." After this, he remained silent, leaving Dou Duo to wait in vain for further elaboration. Dou Duo pressed, "What did Yung say to you?" Dou Shiying replied, "Elder brother believes that uncle's demands are reasonable, yet unreasonable. However, given the recent incident involving Gu Qiu, uncle is understandably agitated and has requested compensation for Shogu. If the roles were reversed, we might have acted even more excessively. Were it not for Lord Wang's inspection of Gansu, the three of us could have sat down to discuss and renegotiate a sum that the Zhao family deems acceptable and one that you could also accept. Or even outright refuse uncle's demands, allowing Lord Wang to take his daughter back. Surely, Lord Wang would understand this situation. Yet, the timing is not right. The Zhao family may be indifferent, but critical matters in the court cannot be delayed. Should Lord Wang face impeachment, it is likely that no one else would possess the same authority and resolve to regulate the border horse market, rendering the emperor's desire for stability in the northwest a mere pipe dream. Lord Xing would again find himself at risk of forced retirement. Elder brother has urged me to counsel you to consider the greater picture and think carefully before proceeding. Dou Zhao scoffed. In the previous life, Wang Xingyi had ultimately only closed the border market without being able to prohibit the trade altogether. If the court forbade it, did that mean the generals at the 9 borders would be powerless? What did the commanders of the 5 armies eat and drink? Ultimately, the horse market was difficult to suppress because it served as a private treasury for the military leaders of the Northwest, which was precisely why Wang Xingyi opposed its operation. Furthermore, Shi Ruilan's overbearing nature allowed him to evade accountability from the censors for the same reason. This was no longer merely a matter of whether or not to open the horse market, it involved the overt and covert power struggles between civil and military officials. Ultimately, Dou Qijuan managed to confront Shi Ruilan only because the new emperor ascended the throne and decided to take control of the border horse market himself, appointing the eunuch Han Wei from the Bureau of Rights as the military supervisor of the Shaanxi region, permanently stationed in Xi'an, to oversee the border horse market. Dou Duo chuckled coldly, "We do not rely on the East Court for our livelihood, what does this have to do with us? We lack such insight." He remained vexed over being held up for an entire day and night by the second matriarch at the East Court. His grievances unresolved, he pointed at Dou Zhao. "If she were a son, I would gladly consent to give her not just half of the family estate, but the entirety of it. However, to relinquish the ancestral inheritance to a mere girl to take to another family, I would rather see the entire Do family suffer alongside Xing Yifan. Do Shiying remained silent, gently stroking Do Zhao's head, as if to comfort her not to be afraid. The three of them traveled in silence until they reached the East Court. Their fifth uncle awaited them at the entrance. "Little uncle," he greeted politely, "I ought to pay my respects to you, but since this is not a private matter, I must also consider the opinions of my older and second sisters-in-law. I will prioritize the public over the private. Once this matter is settled, I shall come to your residence to apologize and seek your guidance." Fifth uncle spoke directly, his gaze open and sincere, leaving no room for criticism from their grandfather, who could only suppress his pent-up frustration as his expression darkened while being escorted by fifth uncle to the main hall. Do Shiying entrusted his daughter to Tuan Yang, saying, "Be good and go play. Father will come to fetch you from sixth aunt later." Do Zhao nodded and, once both her grandfather and father entered the hall, she circled outside, seizing an opportunity to slip inside again. Fifth uncle was saying, "Thus, after much thought, I believe Shogu's dowry should come from us in East Do." "You've gone mad." Both grandfather and father were taken aback, especially grandfather, whose face turned ashen. "Do you realize what you're saying? Do you comprehend the value of half of West Do's assets? This is our ancestral inheritance." He glanced toward the second matriarch. She sat there silently, sipping tea with an impassive demeanor, as though her son's earlier proposal was not about her rightful share of the family estate, but rather the porcelain teacup she held. "I understand." Fifth uncle replied warmly, his demeanor as inviting as spring. "The vast wealth our ancestors painstakingly bequeathed to us exists to ensure that we, their descendants, lead ever-improving lives. If this wealth becomes a burden, we can readily relinquish it. In this world, those with virtue shall occupy their rightful place." His gaze swept across each Do descendant present. "Even if we forsake our ancestral estate, with me, with Lan Gur, and with Ji Gur, our lives shall only flourish and prosper further." Do Zhao could not help but nod inwardly. Lan Gur belonged to the first branch, while Ji Gur belonged to the second. Her fifth uncle's eloquence made it clear why he could enter the cabinet. His adeptness in speaking was not something ordinary individuals could rival. Do Duo found himself at a loss for words. This Do Shu was truly resourceful and capable. It was no wonder he had taken on this matter, no wonder he ranked highest among the numerous descendants of the Do family. He was relentless not just towards others but also toward himself. To renounce a quarter of East Do's assets was a decision he could make without hesitation. As this realization dawned on Do Duo, his brow furrowed. Hold on, his son intended to elevate a concubine to the status of a wife. Yet he left a fortune untouched while expecting his nephews to contribute financially. The fifth brother was not merely renouncing the ancestral estate, he was coercing him. Coercing him outright. In an instant, Do Duo's vision blazed with fury. He could not allow the fifth brother to succeed. He glanced at his nephews and their wives. The first matriarch lowered her gaze, her fingers continually fiddling with the purplish-red sandalwood beads. The second matriarch sat poised, reminiscent of an ancestral portrait in a shrine. Do Shiying, usually the first to smile, now sat upright, his expression grave. Only Do Shiying lounged casually, appearing somewhat out of place. Do Duo turned to Do Shiying. "Do you agree as well?" "I do agree," sixth uncle straightened his posture, responding earnestly. "I initially opposed elevating Wang to a primary wife. But now that it has become a foregone conclusion, I believe it is beneficial for Shogu to have some private funds." He added, "Ruifu has finally done something sensible." His words were always unambiguous. Do Duo sneered, "Very well, then you all can finance Zhao Ruifu. I will not contribute a single coin. If you wish to provoke me, let's see how you all extricate yourselves from this predicament." To his surprise, Do Shu laughed and sighed in relief, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "I was worried that little uncle would disagree. Since that is the case, third brother, please bring out the account book so we can clarify the division of assets in front of everyone, allowing little uncle to have a clearer understanding." Do Shiying promptly entered with a large stack of account books, saying, "Little uncle, I believe that since this is Shogu's dowry, it should primarily consist of land and houses." He then found one of the account books, opened it, and spread it before Do Duo. "Look. This is our estate in Xingtong, encompassing over 2,000 acres, all contiguous, yielding an annual profit of 300 to 400 taels of silver. Additionally, there is the estate in Xuyang, which spans over 1,500 acres and generates a similar annual yield. Though Do Duo did not manage the household affairs, it did not mean he was oblivious to the account books. The locations referenced by Do Shibang are all properties of the eastern residents. Could it be that they truly intend to use their own funds to support Do Zhao? A profound confusion flickered in Do Duo's eyes. Do Shu smiled faintly and addressed Do Shibang, third brother, you may discuss this matter with our uncle at a later time. The pressing issue at hand is to draft a contract that everyone agrees upon, stipulating that the dowry for Shogu shall be shared equally among our 6 families. Words alone are insufficient, we must have a tangible document, do we not? Ah, I almost forgot that you need to return to the capital. Do Shibang remarked with a smile. He then turned to Do Duo and inquired, Uncle, who do you think should draft this contract? Was it not said that your 3 families would bear the burden? Do Duo questioned, perplexed. Why then, has it become a shared responsibility among all 6 families? Do Shu replied with a smile, originally, I intended for our 3 families to contribute, but both elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, as well as 4th brother, were opposed to it. After some consideration, I felt more assured with their support, and thus I acquiesced. A sheen of sweat suddenly appeared on Do Duo's forehead. He had only one son. While he was not afraid of offending the second brother's branch, he was wary of the first brother's faction. This familial dynamic resembled that of the cabinet, where alliances shift beneath the weight of interests. Today, you might ally with me to undermine him, and tomorrow, I might do the same to you. Such alliances and betrayals were merely part of the game. However, now, in order to safeguard his own interests, he was allowing the other 6 families to suffer collectively. This was akin to binding the other 6 families together with a rope to confront their own interests, rendering his own branch utterly isolated. Let us not forget that at this moment, despite being a newly minted scholar, the notion of pursuing an official career remained paramount. Was there not a need to seek appointments? Would there not be challenging times along the path of governance? As Do Duo pondered this, Do Shibang swiftly completed the document. Uncle, please review it for any omissions. If all is in order, shall we proceed to affix our seals? Though it was merely a thin sheet of paper, Do Duo felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds in his hand. To this day, he could hardly believe that Do Shu would part with his own money. Yet, this document before him compelled him to accept the reality. Once the seal was affixed, there would be no turning back. As Do Duo contemplated, beads of sweat dripped onto the document, gradually spreading like a tear. Suddenly, a shadow flitted before his eyes, and the paper was snatched from his grasp. I know that father fears my dissent, Do Shibang declared, tearing the contract into shreds before crumpling it into a ball and tossing it into the corner. There is no need for further discussion, 5th brother. Shogu is my daughter, it is only proper that I provide her dowry. I have already committed to this half of the silver. Chapter 47, Scheming. That night, Do Zhao, left in the eastern manor, could not find rest in the silk canopy bed of her 6th aunt's inner chamber. Was it truly so that half of the western Do family's fortune now belonged to her? Images of her father, resolute yet gentle as he crumpled the documents, haunted her thoughts. Did he truly comprehend the implications of transferring a quarter of the Do family's assets? Yu Daqing had merely managed her mother's modest dowry. Upon her mother's demise, he had developed ulterior motives. As a mere 5-year-old child, who could be trusted to manage such wealth without succumbing to temptation? Should she reach out to the Cui family? In her previous life, she had been 12, yet in this life, she remained naive and unaware. Do Zhao had endured much already and had lost the courage to gauge a person's character through the lure of riches. Meanwhile, on the other side of the silk canopy, Jisha was also awake, contemplating the events of the day. She yearned to exchange a few intimate words with her husband but turned to find him peacefully asleep. Countless sentiments remained unspoken within her heart. She quietly donned her robe and rose, first checking on the slumbering Do Zhao before taking a seat on the large bed by the window. In her current state, Do Zhao resembled an infant grasping a bag of gold ingots. Though the gold could ensure her comfort, she lacked the strength to safeguard it, leaving her vulnerable to those who might covet her fortune. This brought more detriment than benefit to Do Zhao, did it not? As Jisha recalled Do Zhao's serene visage in sleep, her earnest expression while writing, and the occasional glint of cunning in her eyes, an overwhelming pang of sorrow struck her. Such a fine child, was she destined for ruin? Her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the direction of her mother-in-law's quarters. The second matron, having seen off Do Duo and his son, was whispering with her second son, Do Shu, in the inner chamber. If your third uncle ultimately refuses to allocate half of the Western Do family's wealth to Shogu, are you truly prepared to relinquish the shares that rightfully belong to the third and sixth sons along with your own to Shogu? The servants in the room had been dismissed, leaving only the second matron and Do Shu. Do Shu smiled but offered no reply, personally brewing a cup of tea for his mother. The second matron, both angry and anxious, reproached him, "You are far too hasty. Fortunately, we have a substantial sum today. Otherwise, I would be curious to see how you would conclude this matter." "I did not foresee this," Do Shu said, settling across from his mother. Compared to before, he appeared far more composed. "Family affairs require your careful attention. I shall return to the capital early tomorrow." "I shall take care of it," the second matron replied, sighing. "After all this effort, I doubt Wang Xingyi will appreciate your gesture. He might even think the turmoil is entirely due to your lack of diligence." "Mother," Do Shu chuckled. "Do you truly believe I could share a bowl of rice with Wang?" The second matron was momentarily taken aback. Do Shu continued. "Our Do family has entered its third generation since we first had someone attend school. Despite the numerous scholars we have produced, unless someone enters the cabinet, we remain merely an ordinary bureaucratic family, lacking influence in the political arena." His expression grew serious, the features of his face sharply defined. "Now that I have this opportunity and glimpse of a promising future, there exists a possibility that my portrait may one day hang in the ancestral hall of the Northern Tower, my name inscribed at the forefront of the family genealogy. Tell me, can I afford to abandon this? Will I abandon it?" The second matron resolutely replied, "Naturally, that cannot be the case." Wang Xingyi had chosen to serve as a vanguard for Fengshe for a full decade, enduring hardships in the northwest while his wife and children lived in abject poverty. Do Shu's eyes narrowed, his keen gaze sharp as a blade. Now that he has finally returned to the path of governance, any grievances he has endured will be compensated by Fengshe. Do you think he will remain complacent, unambitious, and allow his suffering to go unrewarded? Certainly not. The second matron pondered thoughtfully. Since neither of us can yield, why should I seek to appease him? Do Shu smiled. Moreover, the current circumstances are more advantageous for us. He cannot even manage domestic affairs yet expects our family to expend such considerable effort to clean up his mess. Fengshe will likely reassess his worth. Indeed. The second matron perked up. A person who cannot manage household matters should not be entrusted with significant political responsibilities. The truth will eventually surface, regardless of our silence. Every official aspires to ascend further. Even if Lord Xing holds him in high regard, dissenters will inevitably arise. She smiled, in this light. We ought to thank the Pang family for their disturbance, otherwise, matters would not have escalated to this point. However, allowing a woman like Wang to enter our family is ultimately inappropriate. Do Shu contemplated. I fear future generations may mimic her behavior, tarnishing the Do family's reputation. I believe vigilance regarding the affairs of the Western Manor is imperative. Your third uncle's household has long lacked a steward, there are many responsibilities to undertake. It would be best for Shogu to remain in our manor. If we could also take in the daughter born of Wang, that would be ideal. The second matron held a low opinion of Wang, which extended to her dislike of Do Ming. Having fallen out with your third uncle. If it is merely for her upbringing, I believe we should let it be. But she remains a Do family girl, Do Shu asserted. If she were to marry into another family and misbehave, it would still reflect poorly on us. The second matron nodded reluctantly. Do Shu added. Regarding Shogu's acquisition of half the Western Manor's fortune, please remind the household staff to refrain from gossiping. The second matron was puzzled. Do Shu hinted. I fear someone may target Shogu. The second matron now understood. How much silver did half of the Western Do family's wealth amount to? Any family fortunate enough to marry such a daughter-in-law would find their descendants financially secure for generations. We must ensure Shogu marries someone close to our family. The second matron mused. If her heart were aligned with the Eastern matter, that would be even better. Seeing that his mother grasped his intent, Do Shu's eyes sparkled with delight. Mrs. Zhao would soon return with Lord Zhao's letter of consent. After all, Mrs. Zhao is still young. If she encounters any challenges, please support her to prevent any complications regarding the division of property. Since we have agreed to the Zhao family's terms, why not execute it beautifully? The second matron was surprised that Do Zhao's maternal aunt had arrived so quickly. Do Shu smiled. As soon as I learned that Rui Fu intended to allocate half of the Western Do family's wealth to Shogu as a dowry, I understood his intent and immediately sent someone to Gongquan County, fearing that prolonged delays might lead your third uncle to reconsider the distribution when the time came. You are indeed thoughtful, the second matron remarked, gazing at her refined yet self-assured son, unable to restrain her praise. Do Duo's regret came faster than Do Shu had anticipated. Upon returning home, he seized the ink wash from his desk and hurled it at Do Shuying. Do Shuying did not flinch, waiting for his father to vent his anger before quietly stating, I will return to the capital with fifth brother tomorrow. Are you not already embarrassed enough today? Do Duo interrupted furiously. I still need to participate in next year's spring examination, Do Shuying replied, hoping fifth brother might introduce me to an old Hanlin to help discuss the examination techniques. Do Duo was momentarily speechless, then said, very well, after your spring examination, we shall proceed with the formalities, which will conveniently allow us to set Wang aside for a time. Why must it be so? Do Shuying sought to reason with his father. But recalling his father's grievances and his own obligation to attend the spring examination, he hesitated to speak further. However, Do Duo, holding his son, began to discuss the art of craftsmanship. As the father and son engaged in a dialogue, their conversation gradually meandered to the pale light of dawn breaking in the sky. After Do Shuying rubbed his reddened eyes and returned to freshen up, he rejoined his father in the Heishou hall for breakfast. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a jubilant crowd approached, playing drums and gongs. Do Duo furrowed his brow and called out to Duan, but before he could finish, a loud wail emerged from the throng. Old Master Do, it is my brother's ignorance that has offended you. We, the three brothers, come to humbly apologize. Please, forgive us. The Do family was taken aback, all eyes turning towards the group. Among them, three men clad in lavender silk trousers, bare-chested and carrying thorny branches, emerged from the crowd. Were these not the three Pang brothers? Duan gaped in astonishment. Meanwhile, Do Duo's temples throbbed with anger as he sharply inquired of those nearby, what do they want? I don't know, replied a servant. I shall inquire. Before he could reach the Pang brothers, they had already prostrated themselves in the street with a resounding thud. Master Do, we bow to you, they declared, banging their heads against the ground, quickly causing their foreheads to bruise. What has transpired? Who are these three? Murmurs of confusion rippled through the crowd. Some recognized Pang Shilo, the third brother of the Pang family. Isn't that the notorious Pang San from the neighboring Lingshou County? Who would have thought he'd find himself in such a predicament? Speculations arose about what offense the Pang family had committed against the Do family. The onlookers buzzed with gossip, while members of the Pang family attempted to clarify. Our third master has offended the esteemed old Master Do, we are here to make amends. Deservedly so, came the scornful jeers from the crowd. Even Pang Yiba has met his match today. The old Master Do ought to discipline him severely. Various opinions echoed through the throng. Do Duo's fingers trembled with rage. Pang Yulo's second brother, Pang Yin Lu, couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He whispered to his older brother Pang Jin Lu and younger brother Pang Shilo, well, what do you think? Didn't I tell you this would be the outcome? If our younger brother had directly confronted the Zhu family, how would we have salvaged our dignity today? In family disputes, one must be cautious not to strike too hard and leave no room for retreat. In future encounters, be sure to keep your wits about you. Chapter 48, Reckoning. Pang Yulo has three elder brothers, Pang Jin Lu, Pang Yin Lu, and Pang Shilo. Pang Jin Lu, being capable, had already taken control of the Pang family's shop while his two younger brothers were still naive and ignorant. Pang Yin-lu, shrewd and perceptive, realized that assisting in the family business would yield him no favorable outcome, so he cunningly persuaded their father to secretly provide him with some personal funds, which he used to open a tea house. Pang Shilo, a rather unruly character from a young age, favored physical combat. Having learned a few techniques at the county martial arts school, he found himself unable to contribute to the shop and was unwilling to serve others like Pang Yin-lu. Thus he resorted to a life of lending and borrowing alongside several martial arts brothers. Upon hearing this, Dou Shu immediately understood the intentions of the Pang brothers. In their eagerness to ingratiate themselves with the Wang family, they hastily became their enforcers. Now that the Wang family was seeking to form a union with the Dou family, they feared being abandoned due to their previous actions and thus resorted to a performance of contrition, proclaiming their submission before the neighbors. Surely, the Wang and Dou families cannot simply cast us aside. Although Dou Shu was aware of their motives, he was still somewhat taken aback by the Pang brothers' astute grasp of the situation and their boldness, demonstrating a shameless disregard for their reputation. He had no intention of meddling in the affairs between the Shifu and the Wang family but felt displeased that the Pang family had managed to obtain news of the impending union between the Dou and Wang families so swiftly. He remarked, with a hint of sarcasm, to the second madam, who was seeing him off with the female members of his family. One wonders how the Pang family has suddenly transformed from arrogance to humility. The second madam contemplated her son's words and grasped his meaning. She replied, "Every effect has a cause, and every cause has an effect," implying her intent to investigate the matter. Dou Shu smiled. "I wonder how long my seventh brother will stir up trouble. Lord Gong is still at the inn waiting to bid me farewell. I shall wait for him there. It would be a fine opportunity to converse with Lord Gong." Lord Gong was the newly appointed magistrate of Zhending County. Though Dou Shu was not the head of the Dou family, he was the highest-ranking member. Naturally, he ought to mediate any disturbances within the family. However, considering the reason behind the discord between the Pang brothers and the Shifu, the second madam could not help but murmur to herself, "Surely, one cannot expect my son, of such esteemed rank, to concern himself with such trivial matters." She wished for her son to leave the realm of disputes as soon as possible. She nodded vigorously, saying, "Although you have attained a third-grade rank, current affairs are best managed by those present. We must rely on Lord Gong's assistance. You must not grow arrogant and offend him. It would be most unwise to keep him waiting." After speaking, she urged Dou Shu to hasten his visit with Lord Gong. Dou Shu pondered and suggested, "Sixth brother, why don't you take sixth sister-in-law and Shogu along with me to the inn?" Dou Shuring would not come. But Dou Zhao could not neglect to see Dou Shuring off. As Dou Shu had decided to foster closer ties between Dou Zhao and the Eastern Mansion, it was best for her to have minimal contact with the Shifu. Jisher, not wishing for Dou Zhao to be embroiled in the affairs of the adults, held Dou Zhao lovingly and gazed at Dou Xing, as if to say, "If you agree, we can set off with Dou Zhao right now." Dou Xing felt that this was indeed a matter concerning the Eastern Mansion. If Dou Shuring needed assistance, he would certainly send someone to request it. If not, he should not intrude uninvited. Noticing his wife's gaze upon him, he smiled and took Dou Zhao into his arms, saying, "Shogu, shall we accompany your fifth uncle to experience the inn of Zhending County?" Dou Zhao giggled, uninterested in the disputes between the Wang and Dou families. Dou Dekang clamored to join but was restrained by the second madam, ordering Lu Momo to hold him back. "Your father and mother have pressing matters. What business do you have in this?" Dou Dekang pouted in grievance. Dou Xing and Jisher ignored him and took Dou Zhao to the carriage. Magistrate Gong was a man of similar age to Dou Shu, distinguished in appearance and demeanor. He introduced himself as a successful candidate from the Xianchou examination, having ranked 4 levels below Dou Shu, and he held Dou Shu in high esteem. Dou Shu was very humble in his demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries, the magistrate, Dou Shu, and Dou Xing spoke in the inn's hall while Jisher retreated to the back courtyard with Dou Zhao to admire the flowers and plants. It wasn't until noon that Dou Shuring finally arrived. He bowed deeply to Dou Shu and the others, apologizing profusely. Dou Shu dismissed it lightly and introduced Dou Shuring to Magistrate Gong. The magistrate praised Dou Shiying. Truly, he is a worthy descendant of the Xie family. After a round of modesty between Dou Shishu and Dou Shiying, Magistrate Gong hosted a banquet in honor of Dou Shishu and Dou Shiying, with Dou Shiying accompanying them. Dou Shiying planned to study at home for 3 years before participating in the spring examinations. This time, only Dou Shiying would accompany Dou Shishu to the capital. This mirrored Dou Zhao's memories perfectly. In the back hall, Jisha observed the dishes served were overly oily and saucy. So she selected a few light dishes to feed Dou Zhao, saying, "Bear with it, when we return, your 6th aunt will make you lotus leaf soup." Dou Zhao was never picky about food. After finishing her meal, she had a bun, feeling satisfied and drowsy, unaware of when they returned to the eastern mansion. As they alighted from the carriage, Kaiju greeted them with a beaming smile. "6th Master, 6th Madam. Madame Zhao from Anxiang has returned from Gongquan and is chatting with the 2nd Madam. She asked you and 6th Madam to come over with the 4th Miss as soon as you arrive." Dou Zhao, Dou Shiying, and Jisha were taken aback. And Dou Zhao exclaimed joyfully, "My aunt has come back? When did this happen? Who accompanied her?" Kaiju hurriedly replied, "She arrived nearly an hour ago. Just finishing a meal in the 2nd Madam's chamber. Madame Zhao returned alone and should be having tea with the 2nd Madam in the banquet room now." Dou Zhao tugged on Jisha's hand. "Let us hurry." Jisha laughed, embracing Dou Zhao. "First, let us wash your face and change your clothes. Lest your aunt embrace you covered in dust." Dou Zhao laughed sheepishly and followed Jisha to freshen up before heading to the 2nd Madam. Her aunt appeared somewhat thinner than when they last met in Anxiang, yet her spirit seemed much improved. Dou Zhao rushed into Madame Zhao's embrace, calling out "Aunt," and inquired, "How is uncle? How are my 3 cousins? What brings you back to Zhending so suddenly?" Each question flowed seamlessly, heartfelt and earnest. Nearly bringing tears to her aunt's eyes, in just 2 or 3 years, our Shogu has grown into a young lady, now inquiring after others. The 2nd Madam chuckled. "For the past 6 months, Shogu has been with her 6th aunt, who you know is from a prestigious family in Jiangnan, the most virtuous of them all. Always caring for her. To ensure she was well looked after at night, she even arranged for her to rest in her own silken chamber. You need not worry." With a hint of exaggeration in her tone, Madame Zhao felt a twinge of suspicion as she glanced at Dou Zhao's delicate, fair face, untouched by summer's pests. It seemed Jisha had indeed cared for Dou Zhao well, and it was only natural for her to receive some credit. She bent her knee to Jisha. "Thank you for your attentiveness, 6th Madam." Jisha quickly returned the gesture, but her mind was preoccupied with the 2nd Madam's words. It appeared her mother-in-law still wished for her assistance in caring for the children of the Shifu. Dou Zhao sensed the undertone as well. After settling her aunt into the guest room in the eastern mansion, she said, "My great-aunt asked if I liked 6th aunt and if I wanted her to stay with me forever." Madame Zhao, not wishing to encounter the people of the Western Dou family, readily accepted the 2nd Madam's invitation to stay in the Eastern Dou guest room. Upon hearing Dou Zhao's words, she only kept Peng Momo by her side and earnestly asked Dou Zhao, "Do you like your 6th aunt?" "Very much." Dou Zhao replied with a smile. "She buys me beautiful puppets, makes me new clothes and socks, fans me at night, and even dyes my nails." As she spoke, she extended her tiny hand to Madame Zhao. "Aunt, do you think it's pretty?" Hearing this, Madame Zhao felt an overwhelming pang of sadness. These tasks should have been executed by Gu Qiu, yet the maternal great-aunt is now performing them. Granny Peng whispered, "If Miss Biao could follow that 6th Madam, it would be preferable to being subservient to Wang Yingxue." "Bah!" The maternal aunt exclaimed indignantly, "How dare she mistreat Shogu?" However, she knew Granny Peng was right. Like begets like, and anyone from the Dong residence would be better than Wang Yingxue. Nevertheless, this matter required careful consideration. She needed to discern the old madam's intentions. With half of the Shido estate as dowry, Shogu was no longer the Shogu of the past. Granny Peng sighed, "Master's move is too risky. I fear Miss Biao will be led astray. It's a desperate measure." Madame Zhao sighed as well. "We didn't anticipate the Dou family's agreement." After a pause, she continued. "When Master received the letter from Shogu's 5th paternal uncle, he knew something was amiss. He said that Shogu's 5th paternal uncle never lied. And since he urged us to retrieve the consent form, he must have been confident that Shogu's grandfather would agree to our terms, and he was right. Fortunately, we had a backup plan. Master brought the county's money and grain clerk, otherwise, how could we, a group of women, understand how much money the Doe family had? Which fields had good harvests, and which shops were profitable? If they tried to deceive us with barren fields, we might not have noticed. We'll haggle with the Doe family these next few days, and let that clerk Tang secretly investigate the Doe family's assets. So we're not completely in the dark and at the mercy of the Doe family, and Shogu won't bear the empty title of inheriting half of the Shido estate. As they spoke, a young maid announced from behind the curtain, "Madam, Gaoxing's wife from the Shi residence has brought several maids and servants to pay their respects." Gaoxing was Dou Shiring's personal servant. Madame Zhao was puzzled. Even if they're paying respects, it should be Granny Yu. What's she doing here? Ever since Zhao Gucho's death, the Zhao family had been very averse to the people from the Shido residence. Granny Gu advised, "Let's see them. Listen if you like, ignore them if you don't." Madame Zhao nodded, and Granny Gu led Gaoxing's wife in. Gaoxing's wife was a fair-skinned young woman with proper features, appearing to be about 17 or 18 years old. She shyly greeted Madame Zhao and Dou Zhao, then took out a thick letter from her bosom. "This is what Seventh Master specifically instructed my husband to give you before he departed." Dou Zhao was taken aback. Did her father know about her fifth paternal uncle's arrangements all along? She leaned on her maternal aunt's shoulder, wanting to see what was written in the letter. Chapter 49, Division in the letter. Dou Shiring first addressed the matter of Yu Zhan's marriage, then proceeded to enumerate the various estates and residences he intended to allocate to Dou Zhao, culminating in an inquiry to Madame Zhao. "If there are any objections, you may discuss them with Sixth Master." He entrusted this matter to Dou Xing. Madame Zhao, holding the letter, furrowed her brow and asked Peng Momo, "Do you think Dou Shiring's words can be trusted?" Dou Zhao was equally filled with doubt. It was hard to ascertain. Peng Momo pondered, "However, if we have Master Tang investigate these estates and residences, it would undoubtedly save us time compared to our blind fumbling." Madame Zhao nodded and made a copy of Dou Shiring's letter to hand to Peng Momo, saying, "Please deliver this to Master Tang." Upon receiving the list, Master Tang set out that very night to verify the details. Meanwhile, Madame Zhao accompanied Dou Zhao daily, engaging in conversations with Second Madam or visiting Eldest Madam, or enjoying tea with the Ji family. It hardly seemed like they were negotiating Dou Zhao's dowry, it felt more like a family visit. If anyone inquired, they would simply say that the master had hired someone to assist with the contract, and that she was not familiar with such matters, adding that the hired help was still on the way. Since the assets being divided did not belong to the East Dou family, nor were they related to them, naturally, there was no urgency among the East Dou clan. Taking advantage of Madame Zhao's visit, Second Madam treated her with great warmth, while the second and third sisters-in-law seized the opportunity to encourage Second Madam to invite a storytelling lady to their home. Following the suggestion from her second son, Second Madam contemplated that if Madame Zhao consented to raise Dou Zhao in the East Mansion, the matter would be easier to settle. Thus, she not only invited the storytelling lady to perform at home but also arranged for a theater troupe to come and entertain, inviting the mistresses from wealthy families in Zhending County to join, resulting in a lively atmosphere filled with laughter and chatter, even more bustling than during the New Year. This left Wang Yingxue and Pang Shi feeling anxious and bewildered, uncertain about the unfolding events. After more than half a month, news arrived from Master Tang, confirming that the properties Dou Shiring listed were indeed excellent, particularly the residences on South Street and North Street in Qingyuan County, which were all contiguous, occupying more than half of both streets, yielding an annual rent exceeding 10,000 taels of silver. Qingyuan County served as the capital of Baoding Prefecture, and South Street was the most prosperous thoroughfare in the county. Madame Zhao could not help but exclaim, "I knew the Dou family was wealthy, but I never imagined they were this affluent." Peng Momo chuckled, "This time, we owe it to the Wang family." Even though Madame Zhao held a grudge against the Wang family, she could not help but smile. The following day, she introduced Master Tang to Dou Shirbang. Dou Shirbang took Master Tang to Dou Duo to discuss Dou Zhao's dowry. Dou Duo was prepared and brought out a thick stack of papers. "These are for Aunt Shou." Master Tang glanced over and smiled, "Our master's intent is clear. The young lady, being a woman, will not know how to manage these affairs. Thus, we should forego the oil presses and bamboo workshops and instead focus on acquiring more farmland. After stating this, he handed over the list agreed upon with Madame Zhao. After reviewing it, Do Duo's face darkened ominously, akin to an impending storm, as he cast a cold glance at Do Shibang. Do Shibang, caught in this unwarranted misfortune, could not help but pick up Master Tang's written list, cursing inwardly, wondering who had reported such details to the Zhao family, as several lucrative ventures were included therein. No wonder his third uncle had glared at him. Yet, he had not been the one to do it. He felt like crying without tears, but could only remain by the side, enduring. The families debated for over 10 days. The Zhao family relinquished some of their land and took on a few workshops, while the West Do family ceded several properties, and thus the matter was largely settled. Madame Zhao sealed several gold ingots, 10 bolts of new-style decorative fabric, and some jeweled hair ornaments to visit her third aunt. I have troubled third master during these days. In the future, I will rely on her to support Aunt Shou. Gazing at the nearly 1,000 taels of silver before her, third aunt's smile grew wider. After leaving the third household, Madame Zhao proceeded to visit second madam. You see, the child is so young and knows nothing. Brothers can rely on each other, and fathers can take the field together. According to our master's wishes, we would like to invite the child's uncles to assist in managing this estate. Second madam's eyes brightened. Dragon sons are not all alike. The Do family has those like Do Shu, who achieved success early, as well as Do Shibang, who, at over 40, is still merely a scholar. If we allow Do family members to help Do Zhao manage her estate, it would at least provide some means of support, which would sound favorable. But could the Zhao family trust the Do family to manage it? She recalled the clause that had infuriated her to the point of bloodshed when she thought of those over 30. She feared the Do family might not manage well. Second madam subtly remarked, "It seems we have let Madame Zhao's goodwill go to waste. How could it possibly be mismanaged?" Madame Zhao responded with a smile. The ones assisting in the management are indeed members of the Do family. Fortunately, what Aunt Shou receives consists mainly of farmland and residences. While I am unfamiliar with business matters, the agricultural aspects are quite clear. In a bountiful year, one might gather a larger harvest, while in a year of calamity, one may receive less. However, over a decade, these fluctuations will average out to a figure. In my opinion, it would be better to take the recent 10 years yields as a standard and calculate the annual income accordingly. Any surplus could be retained by the manager, while in poor years, it could be supplemented. If there happen to be 10 consecutive good years, it would surely mean divine blessings for their hard work. And that should all belong to them. Ah! At this, even second madam could no longer remain seated. That half share of the estate was substantial. Even a slight excess would amount to no small sum. She summoned the wives from several households to deliberate on this matter. Eldest madam listened with a smile, knowing that Lan Gur could never forsake his studies to assist in mundane affairs. The third household's children were still young and lacked experience, unless Do Shibang secretly took charge. They would not possess the capability. The fourth household was in Xinyang, the fifth in the capital, and the sixth only had Do Xing left. After much consideration, it seemed that the responsibility would inevitably fall upon the second household. Jishir could not help but sigh. I wonder who came up with this idea. Truly impressive. After all, Do Zhao was a daughter of the Do family, she would continue to live there and would rely on her uncles and brothers after marriage. The Zhao family had been at odds with the Do family following Zhao Guqiu's death and had relinquished half of the West Do family's estate. Some in the Do family had privately complained about the Zhao family's meddling. The Zhao family was straightforward, without further ado. A mere word from second madam could lead to the Do family withdrawing the managers who had previously overseen Do Zhao's dowry, plunging the situation into disarray. The Zhao family lacked the capability and manpower to take over those estates in a short time. Now, with Madame Zhao proposing that the Do family assist Do Zhao in managing her estate and presenting such generous conditions, whoever took charge of managing Do Zhao's estate would become her most steadfast ally within the Do family. Should this person emerge from the second household? And given that second madam was the matriarch of the Do family, Do Zhao's life in the Do family would undoubtedly become much easier. She cast a glance at second madam, who, in that moment, bore a gleam of excitement in her eyes. The Zhao family had indeed come prepared. Jisha remarked with a smile, our sixth master just passed the imperial examination this year and is wholeheartedly focused on participating in the upcoming spring exam. Huai and Jiga still require care, so this household will not partake in this matter. Eldest madam, hearing this, quickly affirmed, tomorrow, when the spring exam begins, Lan Guer will be occupied, studying until late at night. We fear we may be well-intentioned but lacking in capability. Third madam hesitated for a moment, then finally said. Our third master manages the Dou family's estate. Not only is he busy day in and day out, but it would also be inconvenient for him to help Aunt Shou manage the estate, even for the sake of avoiding suspicion. Second madam turned to second madam, what is your opinion? Second madam, unyielding, replied, the eldest is in the capital with fifth uncle, while the second, third, and fifth are all at home. Perhaps we could select one from among them. That would be fine. Second madam smiled, once you have made a decision, do let me know, so I can relay it to Madame Zhao. This can be regarded as a reward for the second madam's support of her son in the Dozhou incident. The second madam, fully aware of the implications, summoned her son and daughter-in-law to discuss the matter upon returning home. Upon learning of this, Dou Zhao chose his third cousin, Dou Shouchong. In the previous life, the eldest cousin had always been by the side of the fifth uncle, who later paved a path for him through official connections. The second cousin had only ceased his studies after successfully passing the imperial examination. The third and fifth cousins had little interaction with her. Yet she recalled that after the passing of the third uncle, the third cousin had continuously assisted the second cousin in managing the household affairs of the Dou family. This demonstrated that the third cousin was indeed capable of handling such responsibilities, and moreover, his eldest son, Dou Qijuan, was the most accomplished amongst the generation bearing the character Qi. During a conversation with her maternal aunt, she remarked, the third aunt scolded seventh cousin, claiming he was less studious than Ji Guer. Madame Zhao promptly took note of this and had someone inquire about Dou Qijuan. When the second madam invited her maternal aunt for further discussions, the aunt opted for the third cousin over the fifth. Xiao Sanyi is older and a father of several children, he is likely to be more composed. The second madam was indifferent, as both were her sons. The family of Dou Shouchong, however, rejoiced. For those reliant on monthly stipends, this additional income meant the children could enjoy better food and more respectable clothing. Even Dou Duo could not oppose this, given his close relationship with Dou Shouchong's father, who was also Dou Zhao's second uncle, Luo Shiqi. Dou Shouchong smoothly took over Dou Zhao's dowry, and the maternal aunt presented the agreement to the second madam. Once these matters were settled, it was already the winter solstice, and every household was preparing dumplings. The maternal aunt suggested to Dou Shouchong, why not also manage the estate left by Aunt Shou for her? With Wang's family preparing to enter the household, it would be inappropriate for you mama to remain in the west courtyard. It would be better to take this opportunity to bestow her with honor and care, as both her son and daughter-in-law had severed their ties, thus serving our family's matriarch in turn. If it were anyone else, they might hesitate, fearing that this would lead to misunderstandings about eliminating rivals as soon as they took over Dou Zhao's estate. Yet Dou Shouchong, being a legitimate member of the Dou family, was unconcerned about the opinions of the servants. All right, he responded without hesitation, after all, whether it's one sheep or a flock, the act of letting them roam remains the same. The maternal aunt dispatched someone to summon Yu Mama to discuss, instructing that Yu Daqing should hand over the accounts to Dou Shouchong in the afternoon. Chapter 50, Assistance. The events unfolded with overwhelming suddenness. Yu Daqing reluctantly relinquished some of his wife's jewelry to settle the accounts. Dou Shouchong arranged an audit of the Dou family's financial records, and upon confirming the accuracy of the accounts, he instructed Yu Daqing to endorse them. An aunt bestowed a ceremonial gift of 200 taels of silver, along with various porcelain wares and a folding screen, and a propitious day was chosen to host a farewell banquet for Yu Mama and her family. News spread throughout Jianding County that the seventh master of the Dou family was to wed anew, following the demise of the previous seventh lady's devoted mother, Rong Yang, who had been generously rewarded by the Dou family for her long service. As Yu Mama's carriage exited the city gate, some quietly measured the depth of the tracks left by the wheels. Subsequently, it was reported that Yu Mama's family encountered bandits on their way back home, resulting in not only the loss of their possessions but also the shock that led to Yu Mama's untimely death shortly thereafter. Yu Daqing was severely wounded, although he survived. He was left disabled and unable to care for himself. Seeing that matters had been sufficiently resolved, the aunt bid farewell to the ladies of the Dou household, stating, "Aunt Shou is awaiting my return for the new year, so I entrust you all with her care." Both the second matron and the other ladies responded with cheerful acknowledgments. Once the aunt departed, the Dou family commenced preparations for the new year. Following Zhao Guqiu's passing, the responsibilities of managing the affairs of the West Courtyard fell to Dou Shibang and his wife. This year, due to Dou Zhao's circumstances, they invited Dou Duo over for dumplings during the winter solstice. However, Dou Duo declined, citing the cold weather and his poor health. Dou Shibang, uncertain, sought guidance from the second matron. The second matron visited the West Courtyard and remarked, "Although we have secured the agreement, the ceremony has not yet taken place, and Wang's status remains tenuous. I believe it prudent to have her assist the third daughter-in-law this year, allowing her to learn how to manage the household. Next year, let each of our families celebrate independently." Dou Duo responded nonchalantly. Wang Yingxue was summoned to assist the third matron. Naturally, she was elated, contemplating how to strike the right balance between modesty and elegance. She styled her hair in a neat bun and donned a semi-new, crimson floral dress, accessorized with a pair of gold earrings, presenting herself with an air of cleanliness and humility as she arrived at the East Courtyard. The third matron was engaged in reconciling accounts with the stewardess when Wang Yingxue entered. The third matron merely acknowledged her presence with a greeting and instructed a servant to bring her an embroidered cushion. "You may observe for now, and should you have any questions, feel free to ask." As the stewardess bustled about, the small room was filled with a continuous stream of people coming and going. Wang Yingxue had spent some time in the capital during her childhood and had accompanied her mother to various esteemed households, where New Year celebrations were similarly lively. She found no offense in the chaos and gently assured the third matron, "Please attend to your matters, I shall simply observe from here." When the stewardess contested discrepancies in the accounts, claiming that the Zhao family's expenses had increased significantly during their visit, Wang Yingxue perked up at the mention of the West Courtyard. The third matron responded, "An increase is to be expected, yet a 30% rise seems excessive. Does it not?" As she perused the records, she pointed out the expenses during the sixth master's successful examination, contrasting them with those incurred during the Zhao family's visit. The sixth master's celebrations occurred in mid-autumn, whereas the Zhao family only departed after the winter solstice, when prices for poultry and fish had risen. Were not the various estates to send gifts beforehand? The third matron queried. Unmoved, she added, "Why then, did you resort to purchasing externally?" The stewardess, exasperated, noted Wang Yingshua's humble attire and unfamiliarity, mistaking her for a steward's wife, and while conversing with the third matron, pointed at Wang Yingxue, commanding, "Go fetch me a cup of tea." Me?" Wang Yingxue was taken aback, glancing at the third matron. Yet, the third matron and the stewardess were locked in a silent standoff. Observing the silence from the third matron's maidservants, Wang Yingxue reluctantly rose to fetch the tea. Feeling a simmering indignation, she discreetly inquired of a young maid, "What is the role of this stewardess?" "You mean Dou Mama?" The maid replied, pointing. "She's the wife of our steward, known for her straightforwardness. Previously, she served as a personal maid to the matron, and even our gentlemen treat her with respect." Curiously, she added, "Which household do you belong to? I have never seen you before. Are you a new steward's wife?" Wang Yingxue regretted her plain attire and, the following day, styled her hair in an elaborate fashion, adorned with a jade flower, and donned a striking green floral jacket. Upon her entrance, those reporting matters smiled and nodded her way, inquiring about her identity. "She is Aunt Wang from the East Courtyard," they said, observing her with a mixture of curiosity and subtle disdain. During meals, maidservants would glance at her, exchanging ambiguous laughter whenever she turned away. Wang Yingxue felt a blend of embarrassment and frustration, regretting her ostentatious appearance. As the day dragged on uncomfortably, upon returning to Qixia Courtyard, Hu Mama informed her, the second matron sent Lu Mama to fetch Ming Jia. With the new year approaching, She wishes for her to accompany the third matron, as Ming Jie has no one to care for her. Having never been apart from Wang Yingxue, Dou Ming felt as though a part of her had been severed. At this moment, it was impractical to retrieve her from the east courtyard. And Wang Yingxue reproached Hu Mama, "Why did you not send someone to inform me? I could have brought Ming Jie back with me." Inwardly, Hu Mama thought, "Who would know that the east courtyard would fail to notify you?" Yet, she dared not voice this, instead humbly accepting the blame. Wang Yingxue oscillated between concerns that Dou Ming would struggle without her and fears of the second matron's household being overbearing toward Dou Ming, as well as worries that Dou Zhao would bully her. This turmoil kept her awake throughout the night. The following morning, she tidied herself and went to visit Dou Duo. "I am heading to the east courtyard," she stated respectfully to Dou Duo, then casually added, "The second matron has taken Ming Jie, intending for her to keep Aunt Shou company. When do you think we should bring Aunt Shou and Ming Jie back?" Dou Duo, already informed by the second matron, understood that the so-called busyness was merely an excuse. The second matron held Wang in low regard, fearing her influence on the children. He was displeased at the thought of these two girls, one taking half of his inheritance and the other a child born out of wedlock, both of whom he deemed undesirable. His irritation only intensified upon seeing Wang Yingxue, and he curtly remarked, "Focus on your own affairs and do not meddle in trivial matters. The household is in disarray, and you want to add more to it?" Wang Yingxue left without gaining any favor, feeling deeply wronged and biting her lip as she made her way to the east courtyard. By noon, the third matron invited her to join for lunch and inquired, "Do you have any questions?" Initially wishing to check on Dou Ming with the second matron, Wang Yingxue felt it improper to refuse the third matron's invitation. Standing by to serve, she smiled and said, "I find it beneficial to review the previous accounts. It would surely enhance our efficiency." She humbly added, "I hope I am not mistaken, and I welcome your guidance." "It is indeed a family of officials," the third lady remarked with a smile, easily comprehending the situation. "Unlike my earlier days when I was utterly ignorant and could not retain any information after prolonged observation. It was only later that the third master enlightened me, allowing me to grasp a semblance of understanding." She was quite amiable towards her. Wang Yingxue accompanied the third lady in conversation, and by afternoon, they went to the storeroom to inventory the provisions for the new year. Once they finished, it was already the hour of the pig. Her maid, Qiongfeng, came to report that the second lady had just unlocked the door at the hour of the dog. Fatigued, Wang Yingxue returned to the western residence, and the next day accompanied the third lady to several temples to deliver offerings for the upcoming year. Engaged in such activities day after day, she suddenly realized that she had not seen Dou Ming for 7 or 8 days, nor had anyone informed her of his condition. Alarmed, she sensed that the people of the eastern residence were intentionally withholding information from her. Abandoning the half-completed inventory, she made her way to the second lady's quarters. The maids and matrons did not impede her, instead, they welcomed her with cheerful smiles. Both Ji and Dou Zhao were present. Upon her entrance, Ji smiled and nodded, while Dou Zhao warmly greeted her as Aunt Wang. Wang Yingxue stepped forward to pay her respects to the second lady. The second lady, adorned with a gray weasel fur cap, reclined at an angle on a large welcoming pillow by the window, holding a lotus-patterned enameled box, and inquired with a smile, "So, has the third lady taken a break?" One could hardly say that the third lady was not swamped with work at that moment. And even if she had been at home resting, Wang Yingxue would not dare to speak of it in front of the second lady. The third lady was extraordinarily busy. And hastily distancing herself from the situation, Wang Yingxue replied, "I was thinking that I hadn't seen Shou Gu and Ming Jie for several days, so I specifically came to check on them." The second lady, pleased to hear this, nodded in approval and remarked, "The Wu family has come to deliver New Year gifts. The 5th young master and the 7th young lady of the Wu family have also come. I sent them to visit Ming Jie." The Wu family refers to the maternal family of Lady Yu. Wang Yingxue felt a slight sense of relief upon hearing this. Lady Yu also hailed from an official family. Her grandfather had once served as a county magistrate, and her uncle, Wu Songyan, is currently an editor at the Hanlin Academy. The 5th young master and 7th young lady of the Wu family refer to Wu Shan, the eldest son, and Wu Ya, the eldest daughter, of Wu Songyan. As this thought crossed her mind, Wang Yingxue felt a twinge of suspicion. Wu Shan was 7 years old this year, and Wu Yu was 4. Roughly the same age as Dou Zhao. Why then had Ming Jie gone to Dou Zhao but not to Wu Shan? Chapter 51. The Rules. Wang Yingxue was pondering how best to phrase her question when the second matriarch, with a beaming smile, beckoned to Dou Zhao, saying, "Come here. Dear great-aunt." Dou Zhao, grinning mischievously, hid behind Jisher, who gently nudged her forward. Yet Dou Zhao remained unmoved. Jisher, unable to coax her, turned to the second matriarch and remarked, "This child, one wonders who she takes after. She insists on reciting everything when shopping, yet grows shy when it comes to giving gifts. How delightful, how truly delightful." The second matriarch took no offense and, turning back, retrieved a red paper box embossed with the design of 5 bats, symbolizing good fortune, from beneath the Kong. "This is a gift of bone and abalone, brought back from the capital by your 5th uncle's servant. Here, take it and enjoy." Wang Yingxue was taken aback. Bone and abalone is a renowned delicacy from Jiangnan. Crafted from cheese, with a texture as smooth as jade and a flavor devoid of any cheesiness, reputed to be a taste of the heavens. While in the capital, she had heard the children of affluent families boast of it, yet she had never encountered it, let alone tasted it. Jisher was equally astonished. The intricate preparation of bone and abalone is rare, even in Jiangnan. Perhaps it was the rarity that made it so cherished. The matriarch held a particular fondness for it. And whenever Dou Shu had the chance, he would procure some for her. This new year, he had brought back only 2 boxes, and to her surprise, the matriarch had gifted one to Dou Zhao. She smiled at Dou Zhao, saying, "Sister Shou, this is a token of filial piety from your 5th uncle to your great-aunt. There are only 2 boxes in total, so you ought to express your gratitude." Dou Zhao was taken aback. She had previously tasted bone and abalone at a banquet held by the Wang family in Yan'an, where the matriarch had subtly flaunted her possession, which had been privately mocked by Wei Tingzhen. She had merely accompanied her 6th aunt to the Ji family's shop to collect items. And seeing the bustling preparations for the new year, she felt compelled to purchase something for her 6th uncle's family, fearing favoritism might lead to unnecessary complications. Hence, she bought a plethora of small items for everyone, including a small box of cloisonne enamel adorned with passionflower patterns for the second matriarch. To her surprise, the matriarch rewarded her with a box of bone and abalone. Although she harbored no fondness for the second matriarch, she would not misinterpret her goodwill. With a smile, Dou Zhao stepped forward to thank the second matriarch, accepting the box with a cheerful demeanor. The matriarch nodded in response. Just then, a little maid entered and announced, "Second matriarch, Lady Yu has brought the young master and young lady of the Wu family to pay their respects. Ming Jia and Yi Jia are also here. Quickly. Let them in, let them in." The second matriarch urged repeatedly. The Wu family resided in Xinla, while the Dou family was in Jinding. Both served in the same court, thus they were considered fellow townsfolk. However, Wu Songyan was rather aloof. And given that one was in the Hanlin Academy and the other in the Ministry of Personnel, their familial ties did not translate into close interactions. It was only after Dou Shu faced setbacks that Wu Songyan began to invite him over for drinks, and their relationship grew closer. Consequently, the second matriarch held Wu Songyan's children in high regard, which explained why Wu Shan and Wu Yi frequently visited. In her previous life, Dou Zhao had only heard of Wu Shan's name. He was adept at calligraphy and painting, a confidant of Dou Dakheng. After Dou Dakheng eloped with Ji family's cousin, it was Wu Shan who accompanied him in navigating the complexities between the Ji and Dou families. One playing the role of the good cop and the other the bad cop, successfully persuading both families to accept the union, turning a scandal into a celebrated tale. This left a deep impression on Dou Zhao, as she believed that those who could eloquently twist truths were not simple individuals. Thus, when a throng of children entered, she took the opportunity to observe Wu Shan, the sole boy among them. Sensing her gaze, he turned to look at her. Dou Zhao offered him a polite smile, to which he responded with a genuine grin, characteristic of a well-bred 7-year-old boy. Dou Zhao couldn't help but reflect on what transformations these children might undergo in 10 years' time. 3-year-old Dou Ming, upon entering, immediately spotted her mother standing to the side. And with a mix of surprise and joy, she wriggled free from her nurse's embrace and called out loudly, "Mother!" as she dashed towards Wang Yingsno to embrace her. Wang Yingsno's expression shifted, and in a hushed tone, she admonished, "What have I told you?" Do Ming, sticking out her tongue, innocently called out, "Auntie." The second matriarch, Decipher, and Lady Yu, all seasoned individuals, immediately sensed that Wang Yingsno had taught Do Ming to address her as auntie before others while allowing her to call her mother in private. They exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in unison. Had it been in the past, the second matriarch would have reprimanded her. But given Do Duo's current frustration over Do Shishu's division of assets with Do Zhao, it was not the right moment for her to intervene. Nevertheless, she was unwilling to tolerate such behavior occurring under her very nose. "Ming Jia," the second matriarch called out sternly, "how has Lu Mama instructed you?" Do Ming quickly released her mother and approached the second matriarch, bowing respectfully to both her and Decipher. The second matriarch grunted in acknowledgement and turned to Wang Yingsno, saying, "Has Ming Jia learned proper etiquette?" This inquiry carried weight. Wang Yingsno's heart sank, realizing that her daughter's greeting had been inappropriate. Yet, in the presence of the second matriarch, even a legitimate daughter-in-law would not dare to speak out, let alone a concubine of unclear standing. She dared not say much and quickly replied with a respectful smile, "It is truly a blessing for Ming Jia to learn etiquette before you." "I am pleased you think so," the second matriarch replied, unreservedly accepting Wang Yingsno's compliment. "Let Ming Jia stay by my side." Wang Yingsno was taken aback. The second matriarch then turned to Do Ming, saying, "And do not forget your sister." She did not glance back at Wang Yingsno. Do Ming did not intend to slight Do Zhao. Having grown up under Wang Yingsno's care, she recognized only her mother as a figure of authority. It was only upon reaching the second matriarch's side that she began to learn to pay respects to her elders. However, at her tender age, she could not discern the nuances of hierarchy and merely understood that one should bow to those older and call younger ones brother or sister. She obediently called out to Do Zhao, "Sister Do Zhao," as if she were addressing the second matriarch. Do Zhao returned the gesture and instructed Tuan Yang to arrange the bone-in abalone, which the second matriarch had bestowed upon her, on a crystal plate. "I had no idea that the Wu siblings would be visiting, so I thought to share a delightful treat from great-aunt with everyone." Her words filled the room with warmth, prompting the maids to scurry about, fetching plates and chopsticks, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Do Zhao's second sister-in-law smiled, exclaiming, "Our sixth aunt is truly cultured. After spending just a few days with you, Sister Shou has already learned to say to share beauty with beauty." Decipher was somewhat astonished. Her nephew, Ji Yong, was merely 2 years older than Do Zhao and had completed the 3-character classic, yet she found nothing particularly remarkable about it. "Look at our Ji Gu. I have taught him for 7 years, and he has yet to display such ingenuity," she humbly remarked, which only goes to show what a wonderful child Do Zhao is. "You need not speak politely in my presence. After all, the delicacies are the second matriarch's." Do Zhao's willingness to share with the Wu siblings not only reflects her generosity but also brings honor to our family, the second matriarch said with a beaming smile. "Our sister Shou, who does not indulge alone, is a good child, and our Ji Gu, so young yet diligent in his studies, is also a good child." As she spoke, she embraced Wu Ye, saying, "Our Yi Jia, both clever and obedient, is indeed a good child." Everyone laughed. Yi Jia, feeling overlooked, pouted and exclaimed, "What about me? What about me? Oh dear, how could I forget our Yi Jia?" The second matriarch laughed. "Our Yi Jia is also a good child." And as if recalling something, she turned to Do Ming, adding, "And our Ming Jia is also a good child." Yi Jia air covered her mouth with a smile, appearing quite satisfied. Do Ming joined in her laughter. Meanwhile, Wang Yingshui, neglected at the side, felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. With so many children around the second madam, some of noble birth, some exceptionally clever, and others shrewd, her Ming Jia heir was but 3 years old. And the Eastern Dou family had always looked down upon the Western Dou family. What favor could Ming Jia heir hope to gain from the second madam? She was solely preoccupied with the thought of bringing her child closer to her. The second madam, intent on teaching Wang Yingshui a lesson, had arranged capable nurses and maids to attend to Do Ming, even going so far as to find several children of similar age from the household to keep her company. Children are simply children. Within a few days, they ceased their cries for their wet nurses. On New Year's Eve, when the Dou family returned to the north building to pay respects to their ancestors, Wang Yingxue, who had been following the third madam, finally seized an opportunity to approach Dou Ming. Dou Ming was standing by the stove with Ijia and the others, waiting for the freshly made malt candy. Upon hearing someone call for Ming Jia, the children turned around, and Ijia asked, "Who is that?" Dou Ming hesitated for a moment and, with reluctance, replied, "She is my concubine." Ijia immediately took Dou Ming's hand and said, "She's just a concubine, why pay her any mind? If we leave now, we won't get any malt candy." Dou Ming was still uncertain, prompting Ijia to express her displeasure. "Fine, you can go. If you leave, don't ever play with me again." Hearing this, Dou Ming quickly agreed, all right, I'll help you grab some malt candy." Ijia laughed joyfully. "Later, I'll go with you to find Shogu to play. Aunt Lu has lots of cotton candy." Dou Ming, salivating at the thought, turned to Wang Yingxue and said, "Concubine, I'll play with you later." Tears could no longer be restrained from Wang Yingxue's eyes. When Pangshi came to pay her New Year's respects, she couldn't help but complain to her. Pangshi dismissed her concerns, saying, "What right do you have to challenge the Dou family now? If they wish to raise Ming Jia, let them do so. This is a good opportunity for you to take care of yourself and find a way to bear a son." She added, "Seventh master should be back by now, right?" Wang Yingshua's face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "Not yet." Yet she took Pangshi's words to heart, secretly hiring a doctor to begin nurturing her health. By April, news arrived from the capital that Dou Shiring had ranked 16th in the second degree and was selected as a scholar. Chapter 52, Refusal in his previous life. His father had achieved 13th place in the imperial examination. In this life, he ranked 16th, a lesser accomplishment. Could it be that the affairs concerning Wang Yingxue in this life had diverted more of his father's energy? Dou Zhao speculated aimlessly. However, the second matron expressed her disappointment. She remarked to Dou Xing, "How fortunate you are. If you also participated in this year's examination, perhaps you too could have made the list." Since the incident involving Wang Yingxue, Dou Shiring had become regarded by the Dou family as an unlearned and ineffectual individual. Although he had passed the imperial examinations and been selected as a scholar, the second matron still believed his success was due to luck rather than talent. This sentiment was shared by more than just the second matron. Dou Xing felt a surge of irritation and retorted, "Wang Yingxue has always been bright in her studies. She simply does not adhere to the rote learning that others do. Who could pass the second round of examinations and be chosen as a scholar solely by chance?" The second matron fell silent, yet her skepticism lingered in her heart. Dou Duo, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He affixed the congratulatory notice to his family's door, relishing the pride and admiration of passers-by, and penned a letter to Wang Xingyi to share the good news. Meanwhile, Wang Xingyi was experiencing some distress. Over the past winter and spring, he had successfully repelled several incursions from the Mongols in the northwest, gaining unparalleled prestige. His superior was pleased, and the emperor even suggested appointing him as the governor of Shaanxi. Yet, for reasons unknown, this proposal was left unaddressed. He suspected it was due to Dou Shishue's previous return home, which led his superior to believe he still lacked the composure required and needed further tempering. Wang Jibing muttered, "Had I known this would happen, you should have rushed to the capital to explain the situation to Lord Zeng. The facts are evident, once explained. We would not be at such a disadvantage. It is better this way, allowing everyone to see that I, Wang Xingyi, am forthright and bold." Despite his words, he still wrote to his best friend in the capital, who was also the son-in-law of Xing Yifan, the Hanlin Academy's lecturer. "Guiyan, our family has fallen to such depths, my daughter has stumbled. Each recollection brings me to tears. Fortunately, the Dou family of Beilu has 7 sons. After the passing of my legitimate wife, they intend to make my daughter the principal wife. Although I feel this is inappropriate, recalling my daughter as suffering due to my failings, I am willing to endure the bitter truth." In retrospect, while this letter served a purpose, its impact was not profound. Contemplating this, Wang Xingyi took a few laps around the room, instructing his son, "Let us set the date for this month. The formalization of a marriage differs from a wedding, it does not require formal invitations or setting a date. Simply preparing a few tables of wine at home, inviting relatives, and having the concubine don the auspicious red attire of the principal wife to toast the guests would suffice to establish the status. Wang Jibing complied, responding to a letter on behalf of his father, sealing it with Wang Xingyi's personal stamp. Dou Duo scheduled the date for May 22nd. Dou Zhao had no intention of bowing to Wang Yingxue or calling her mother. She instructed Tuan Yang to deliver a message to her grandmother, expressing her desire to visit. However, her grandmother took a long time to respond. With some silver in hand, Dou Zhao discreetly hired a carriage, instructing the driver to wait at the alley behind the West Mansion at the hour of the rabbit on May 22nd. At that time, her third sister-in-law would be passing with helpers from the East Mansion. It was Wang Yingshue's auspicious day, and she could not leave freely. Aunt Ding and Grandma who would be present to receive her third sister-in-law. They decided to take advantage of that opportunity to leave. Tuan Yang nodded. I will help the young lady pack. What shall we pack? Dou Zhao replied, just bring a few banknotes and some silver coins. We can return for the trunk once we settle in. Tuan Yang felt something was amiss. Dou Shiying returned, bringing a few jars of Dong wine for his sixth uncle, a few boxes of Beijing-style pastries for his sixth aunt, and some inkstones for his brothers Dou Xingcheng and Dou Dakang. Dou Zhao and Dou Ming each received identical dolls. Dou Ming was overjoyed, hugging his tightly. Dou Zhao felt this doll was not as exquisite as the one his sixth aunt had gifted her. And with a polite thank you, she instructed Tuan Yang to put it away. The eldest daughter's understanding yet distant demeanor made Dou Shiying feel somewhat uncomfortable. After inquiring about the second matron's well-being, he came specifically to see Dou Zhao. She was currently practicing calligraphy under the guidance of Jishir. Upon seeing Dou Shiying return, Jishir excused herself to brew tea for him, leaving the study for the father and daughter. Dou Zhao stepped out from behind the desk, standing straight before Dou Shiying, and said, on the 22nd, I wish to visit Aunt Chui. Dou Shiying was taken aback. Dou Zhao gazed intently into her father's eyes. The room fell silent, and after a long pause, Dou Shiying hoarsely asked, why? I do not wish to call a concubine mother, Dou Zhao replied earnestly. Dou Shiying fell silent for a moment before saying, I understand, his expression impassive, revealing no emotion. Dou Zhao did not ponder her father's feelings. If he agreed to her visiting her grandmother, it would merely simplify matters for her. If he disagreed, she could still achieve her goal. Given the bag of elm seeds her grandmother had sent, she was certain that once she reached the countryside, her grandmother would take her in. Dou Shiying, lost in thought, returned home. Gaoxing awaited him at the entrance. Seventh Master. He approached Dou Shiying, bowing and quietly saying, Aunt Chui just sent someone to inform that she is ill and wishes for the fourth miss to accompany her to the countryside. Dou Shiying was taken aback and hurriedly asked, where is the messenger? His voice was tense, betraying a hint of anxiety. I kept him in the kitchen for a meal. Gaoxing replied. The old lady did not agree. Dou Shiying uttered an and hurried to the kitchen. In the dimly lit kitchen, Chuida was slurping noodles from a bowl. He was Chui's eldest nephew, just 20 this year. Seventh Master, he put down his bowl and stood up. Looking somewhat restrained, mumbling, Aunt Chui said that if you encountered the seventh master, you should let him know she is fine. Just wanting to take the fourth miss to stay for a few days. He emphasized, just a few days, then she will send her back. In Dou Shiying's mind, Aunt Chui was a very strong-willed person. Ever since his father had sent her to the countryside, she had never initiated a conversation with the Dou family again, let alone involve herself in family matters. He suppressed his confusion and addressed Chuida, very well, let her stay here tonight, and tomorrow morning escort the fourth miss to the countryside. Chuida responded with a cheerful ah, his smile innocent and hearty. Dou Shiying instinctively closed his eyes, as if struck by a sudden brightness. He then met with Dou Duo, who was merrily tending to a pot of asparagus fern. Upon seeing Dou Shiying, he put down the watering can, his smile widening. Have you seen your second aunt? I have, Dou Shiying replied. I also encountered Chuida. Dou Duo's smile froze on his face. I let him stay, Dou Shiying continued, seemingly unperturbed, maintaining a gentle tone, tomorrow morning. We shall escort Aunt Sho to the countryside. With a thud, the watering pot was thrown to the ground, splashing water everywhere, some droplets landing on Do Shuriying's garments. He paid it no mind, stating, "Father, this matter is settled. I have only taken a 10-day leave, I have not slept for 2 days while traveling. So I shall rest now. We can discuss matters tomorrow." He bowed and exited. Do Duo stared at his son's retreating figure, lost in thought for a long while. Do Zhao felt guilty upon learning of her grandmother's illness. She knew that if her grandmother were truly unwell, her father's expression would not be so relaxed. Her grandmother was feigning illness solely for her sake. Do Zhao lit 3 incense sticks before the Buddha, praying for her grandmother's longevity. Do Shuriying, listening to his daughter's murmurs, was astonished, and after a while, he stammered, you gazing at his daughter's youthful visage?" He momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Once Wang Yingxue became her stepmother, she would hold the moral high ground. If she continued to feign ignorance, she would merely become a puppet in Wang Yingxue's hands. Do Zhao resolved to gradually unveil her brilliance, compelling Wang Yingxue to retreat from her affairs. Thus, when she sensed Do Shuriying's suspicion, she boldly declared, "It was I who invited Aunt Chui to escort me to the countryside." Do Shuriying was rendered speechless. Do Zhao, dismissive of him, instructed Hai Tang to pack her cherished porcelain figurine of the god of fortune, prosperity, longevity, and happiness into a trunk. This figurine, resplendent in color and symbolic of celebration, was sure to delight her grandmother. She then examined the dried longans she had prepared for her grandmother. Each one was large and sweet. Do Zhao nodded in satisfaction, rewarding the diligent young maidservant with a few pieces of silver. The maid, overjoyed, expressed her gratitude profusely. Do Shuriying observed his composed, dignified daughter and felt a sense of unease rising within him. She resembled a gladiolus, meant to flourish in a greenhouse with meticulous care, but had suddenly been thrust into a tempest, forced to struggle alongside the wild grass in the storm, rapidly maturing in the process. And he himself was that very tempest. "Shogu," he inquired of Do Zhao, "do you wish to return home?" He longed for his daughter to re-enter the safety of the greenhouse. "No," Do Zhao replied decisively. "That home is a chaotic mess, it only brings me distress. I would rather stay with Aunt Lu and Aunt Chui, alternating between their homes." Do Shuriying fell silent. The father and daughter shared a quiet journey to the countryside. Grandmother stood by the roadside, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing her father, her eyes glistened with moisture. "I heard you passed the imperial examination," she beamed. "You truly are remarkable." Her father offered a faint smile, unsure of how to respond. Grandmother turned to greet Do Zhao, "Shogu." That loving expression had accompanied Do Zhao through countless dark nights. A wave of emotion washed over her, and tears flowed uncontrollably. "Aunt Chui!" she exclaimed, embracing her grandmother. "The dried longans are delicious." Grandmother paused, then embraced Do Zhao tightly in return. Grandmother's countryside was just as she remembered it. Lush crops, well-tended dirt paths, and the massive old locust tree at the village's edge, its canopy resembling an umbrella, sheltered small groups of women engaged in lively conversation while stitching. Nearby, a few children frolicked. Upon seeing newcomers enter the village, everyone paused their tasks, curiously observing. Do Zhao too scrutinized the faces, hoping to find a familiar one. Alas! After more than 20 years, those faces appeared utterly foreign. The carriage soon halted before grandmother's quaint brick and tile residence. A tidy and efficient woman lifted the carriage curtain, and grandmother herself descended, cradling Do Zhao in her arms. The courtyard, paved with blue stone, the windows adorned with white paper and festive cutouts, and the little colt quietly munching on grass in the stable, all felt so familiar, yet the corner where she had lovingly planted a plum tree was now bare. Chapter 53, Tianzhuang. When grandmother met father, there was little to discuss. She merely continued to press fruits and snacks into his hands, saying, "This is from the Li's roasted goods shop in town. This is homegrown, I specially fertilized it in spring, and the melons turned out fragrant and sweet. Even those sold in the city cannot compare in freshness." Father smiled awkwardly. He had no particular fondness for these treats. Raised by his stepmother, his lifestyle and dietary preferences bore no trace of similarity to those of his biological mother, Yet he accepted the sunflower seeds and began to crack them slowly. Grandmother sensed his discomfort, and a hint of embarrassment flickered across her smile. "When will you come to fetch Shogu?" After saying this, she felt her words were ill-chosen and added, "I am uneducated and unfamiliar with the customs of affluent families. It is fine for Shogu to visit occasionally. But if she were to stay for an extended period, it might hinder her." Father replied, "Once I have made arrangements on my end, I will come to fetch Shogu." Realizing they had found common ground, he continued, "I too believe it is not ideal for her to stay with the Wang family. Sixth sister-in-law is a kind person and shares a good rapport with Shogu. Since I will be in the capital for a few more years, I think it best for her to stay with sixth sister-in-law." Grandmother nodded, "That sounds good. I have heard that sixth madam hails from a prominent family in Jiangnan. Even the second madam sometimes consults her on matters she is uncertain about, and everyone praises her, which speaks to her capabilities. Shogu will surely gain some knowledge by being with her." In their conversation, grandmother brought up father's stepmother. "If you hadn't grown up in her care, where would you be today?" Father lowered his head and smiled, saying, "My mother treated me exceptionally well." "I know," grandmother replied. "Once, I secretly watched you and saw her beating your palm with a bamboo stick, asking, 'Do you dare to do it again?' You were holding back tears, saying you wouldn't dare. Yet as soon as she put the stick down, you made a face at her and asked, 'Can I go out to play now?' From that moment on, I truly felt at ease." Do Shiying and Do Zhao were taken aback by this revelation. Grandmother sighed, "If only your mother could have lived a few more years." Father's eyes reddened. Grandmother quickly laughed, "Look at me, why am I saying such things? You seldom visit, stay for lunch today. I will have someone prepare that old hen." No, father hurriedly replied, "There's still a lot to do at home, I must return early. I will come to see you again in a few days." Grandmother pondered for a moment, refraining from any further pleas, and said, "Then let me see you off." Father did not refuse again, and grandmother took Do Zhao's hand to see Do Shiying off. The villagers were curious about father's identity, peeking from behind doors or corners. Some, relying on their good relationship with grandmother, approached with an empty bamboo basket, pretending to have a chance encounter, and greeted her with a bow, saying, "Mistress, do we have a guest?" The entire village depended on helping grandmother with farming for their livelihood. Within the Do family, she held no esteemed position, but here, her word could determine the fate of these villagers. Grandmother straightened her back and replied with a simple leaving no further comments. Do Zhao recalled hearing from Cui De's wife that when grandmother first arrived in Tianzhuang, people spoke ill of her. The Cui family defended grandmother, but she stopped them, saying, "We have all worked hard, so let them voice their opinions." Her demeanor was calm, treating those who flattered her with no special regard. Nor did she bear grudges against those who had spoken poorly of her. The worth of a person was determined by the quality of their harvest. Over time, in less favorable years, she even reduced their rent and funded children's education or arranged apprenticeships for those who sought them. Gradually, grandmother earned the respect of these villagers. Eventually, the Cui family and some villagers decided to follow the uncertain path with Do Zhao to the capital, all because of grandmother's influence. To speak candidly, Do Zhao benefited from her grandmother's legacy. Hiking up the mountains to hunt birds and wading in rivers to catch fish, in the bright month of May, Do Zhao relived the days of her childhood in Tianzhuang. Yet, she was no longer the naive child. After just a couple of days, she felt sore from the exertion. Tuanyang anxiously asked grandmother, "What should we do?" "Just move around a bit more, it will be fine," grandmother replied with a smile. She simply isn't accustomed to exercise. Then she took Do Zhao by the hand, saying, "Come, let us go catch bugs for the melon vines." Do Zhao was reluctant to go, and Tuanyang naturally protected her. Grandmother chuckled, "She is a young lady, if she doesn't work hard now, how will she grow strong? How will she bear children in the future? Look at those young ladies from wealthy families, so many suffer complications in childbirth. All because they don't move, fearing any mishap may harm their offspring. Yet look at our farming families, how many have complications? Only those who cannot survive." Grandmother sighed deeply at this point. Dou Xiao recalled her past life indeed, just as grandmother said, though her body had suffered, she had not perished. Life had been given a second chance. If one did not cherish it, the advantages from a past existence might not simply return. Misjudging oneself would be a grave error. With effort, she rose from the Kong and weakly said, "I will go with you to catch bugs." Grandmother smiled in satisfaction. Tuanyang, Haitang, Chogue, and Jasmine, along with grandmother's maid, Honggu, who had assisted grandmother from the carriage, trailed behind them like a string of dumplings. They were headed to catch the most appealing green caterpillars. Haitang and the others shrieked in fright, and even Tuanyang turned pale. Dou Xiao laughed heartily, grabbing a pair of chopsticks and catching one after another until her plate was full of green caterpillars. She teased Haitang, "We'll fry these in oil later." Haitang leaned against the wall, nearly retching. Grandmother chuckled and scolded Dou Xiao, "No more of that talk." However, Honggu praised, "Truly, you are the granddaughter of the mistress." Grandmother's expressy through the simplest of methods, she profoundly influenced her life by example, enabling her to remain unyielding in adversity and humble in prosperity. While learning the art of self-protection and the pursuit of happiness, she inhaled deeply, and in that instant, her heart was devoid of resentment. A sense of gratitude even arose for her father, who had brought her to the village. Regardless of his motives in her previous life, she had ultimately benefited from it. Suddenly, a vast expanse of thoughts flooded Dou Xiao's mind. She sincerely knelt before the modest shrine of Guanyin, offering heartfelt thanks for the divine favor she had received. Beside her, Haitang whispered to Tuanyang, inquiring softly about their return, her voice laced with a hint of tears. Tuanyang shot her a fierce glare, retorting, "If you wish to go back, I shall inform Aunt Chui tomorrow to send you home alone." Haitang shrank back, silenced by fear. Dou Xiao could not suppress a smile. She had already encountered Chui De, who managed the estate in her previous life, yet she had yet to meet Chui Shisan, the renowned steward of the Jiningho residence. Known for his encyclopedic knowledge, or Zhao Liangbi, the masterful manager of her shop, originally named Zhao Goxing, as well as her devoted maid, Gan Lu, and Su Wan. However, there was no urgency for these matters. Dou Xiao's thoughts turned to Tuanyang's marriage. In her former life, Tuanyang had been sold to a family with the surname Li as a bride. The husband, significantly older and disabled, fathered a son in the second year of their union. 3 years later, a plague swept through the village, claiming the lives of her husband and child. With her mother-in-law accusing her of bringing misfortune and intending to sell her, she fled under the cover of night, seeking sustenance from the Dou family. After a year of travel, she finally arrived in Zhending, only to hear malicious rumors regarding her mother, which ignited her fury and prompted her to seek her own identity. This turmoil had taken a toll on her health, leading to her untimely demise at the age of 37. In this life, Tuanyang remained with the Dou family, adopting the elegant name Su Xian. Yet, as the year turned, she found herself already 20 years old. In the Dou household, this age typically warranted marriage. Yet due to her status as Dou Xiao's most cherished maid, the elders feigned ignorance, allowing her to serve quietly by her side. Dou Xiao beseeched her grandmother, "Could you assist Tuanyang in finding a suitable match? Yusin has already married." Her grandmother laughed heartily, remarking on her astuteness. This exemplified the distinction between her grandmother and the other members of the Dou family. Had it been someone else from the family, they might have first questioned who prompted her to voice such a sentiment. Her grandmother, however, never maliciously speculated on others' intentions. She believed that even if it were Tuanyang's desire, such a request was both reasonable and deserving of consideration. Chapter 54. The Old One's grandmother observed Tuanyang for some time and found her to be genuinely honest and kind-hearted. This sparked a genuine fondness within her, leading her to sincerely wish to arrange a good marriage for Tuanyang. Thus, during her leisurely moments, she would take Dou Xiao to stroll around the village, frequently glancing at suitable young men and engaging them in conversation. Before long, the villagers began to gossip that grandmother had taken it upon herself to find a dependable attendant for the 7th master of the Dou family. When grandmother and Dou Xiao ventured out again, they would often encounter those who brought their sons along for a chance meeting. Grandmother found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Yet she could not reveal the truth and was compelled to insist that there was no such thing occurring. Naturally, no one believed her. At this juncture, Doming encountered Zhao Liangbi. The Zhao and Chui families were related, though the specifics had always eluded her understanding. That day, while they were having dinner in the courtyard, Zhao Liangbi's father shuffled into the yard with his hands tucked into his sleeves, stooping slightly. The 8-year-old Zhao Liangbi followed closely behind his father, head downcast. His aunt stood at a distance, wearing a thin smile on her gaunt face, inquiring if they were eating. Zhao Liangbi then squatted at the doorway. Grandmother promptly set down her bowl, called out to Sange, and warmly invited him, asking if he had dined yet and suggesting he help himself. She then summoned a maid to bring out stools and additional bowls and chopsticks. Zhao Liangbi's father shook his head repeatedly, insisting they had already eaten. He then turned to Do Zhao and remarked, "This must be the fourth miss, indeed she is fair-skinned, resembling someone from a traditional painting." Grandmother chuckled and instructed the maid to serve refreshments. Zhao Liangbi's father then scolded his son, "You rascal, what are you doing squatting there? Hurry over and bow to the fourth miss and your aunt." Zhao Liangbi approached with a sullen expression. Grandmother looked at Zhao Liangbi's father in confusion. His aunt chuckled awkwardly. "This boy is a handful, he's draining me dry. You know, my wife has been bedridden for nearly the entire year. And the meager harvest from the fields hardly covers her medication. We can barely make ends meet. I heard that the 7th master of the Dou family is looking for an attendant." He gazed at grandmother with a pleading expression. Grandmother was taken aback. As was Do Zhao. In her previous life, Zhao Liangbi had only appeared when she was 10. At that time, Zhao Liangbi's mother had passed away. And his father decided to travel to Fujian for carpentry, leaving the 13-year-old Zhao Liangbi in grandmother's care, while his 9-year-old sister was sent away to become a child bride. In this life, due to Tuanyang's circumstances, he appeared 5 years earlier in the village. Would fate be altered by this? Do Zhao pondered. Suddenly, Zhao Liangbi's father stammered. "I know that Dog Xing is not particularly handsome or talented, and the 7th master of the Dou family likely wouldn't take a liking to him. But given our familial ties, I humbly ask you to say a word on his behalf." Before he could finish, the awkwardly standing Zhao Liangbi interrupted loudly, "Father. How many times have I told you? The closer the kin, the less likely my aunt will introduce someone to the Dou family. Why can't you understand this?" Zhao Liangbi's father was furious and kicked him, retorting, "Adults are speaking, children should stay out of it." He then turned back to grandmother with a flattering smile, "Aunt. Please don't heed this boy's nonsense. I know you are concerned about being seen as taking advantage of the Dou family." Zhao Liangbi, who had been kicked aside, interjected loudly, "Father, you can't support me, so please leave me here at the village. I can do any work, just provide me with a meal." The father glared at his son, who defiantly returned the gaze. Grandmother chuckled and said, "Sange, if you trust me, you can leave the child with me. He may not be able to serve at the Dou family, but I can ensure he has enough to eat and wear." Before Zhao Liangbi's father could say anything further, Zhao Liangbi enthusiastically agreed. Grandmother decisively arranged for the father and son to rest and instructed Honggu, Sange, and the others have likely not had dinner yet. Since Shogu is here with me, I fear she might find Sange's family unclean and did not dare to invite them for a meal. Please go to the kitchen and prepare a large bowl of meat noodles for them, with plenty of meat, 7 parts fat and 3 parts lean, piled generously on top. Do you understand? Honggu nodded with a smile and went to the kitchen. The next morning, Zhao Liangbi's father returned home with a basket of pancakes given by grandmother. Without any prompting, Zhao Liangbi cleaned the courtyard thoroughly and then went to cut grass to feed the horse, while Do Zhao practiced her calligraphy indoors. Her thoughts wandered to San. The official residence was the only place designated for such social interactions and the comings and goings of various families. In the case of aristocratic families, it was usually the seasoned aides who were in charge. And these aides were often failed scholars or those who had not passed their examinations. If she did not marry into the Jiningho family in this life, what would become of San's future? In her previous life, he had been the backbone of the Chui family. If San were to remain in his hometown as an inconspicuous farmer, how would the future of the Chui family be altered? Should she lend a hand to San? How should she assist him? Do Zhao's thoughts were deep in contemplation. Outside, Zhao Liangbi's sweet voice called, "Sister." This teapot is a bit heavy, let me carry it inside for you. Look at your hands, they are filthy, said Haitang. If you carry it in, will our young lady still be able to drink? Then I'll go wash my hands, Zhao Liangbi replied, scampering away. When Dou Zhao next saw him, he appeared freshly scrubbed, his whole demeanor transformed. He adeptly assisted Haitang and the others in tidying up the room. Haitang inquired, is the courtyard clean? Clean. Did you feed the pony? Fed. Did you cut the grass? Cut. These tasks had all become Zhao Liangbi's responsibilities. He picked up Dou Zhao's poorly written characters and, upon examining them, expressed with admiration, "Fourth Miss, your handwriting is truly beautiful." Haitang and the others stifled their laughter. Can you read? No, I can't, Zhao Liangbi, whose thick skin allowed him to laugh along, felt a rush of embarrassment as his face turned crimson. Dou Zhao felt a stirring in her heart and asked, would you like to learn to read? His face brightened, yes, of course. But then his expression dimmed, however, my father has no money. Then let me teach you to read. Dou Zhao smiled, if you learn well, I'll speak to grandmother about sending you to school. Zhao Liangbi clutched Dou Zhao's sleeve. Fourth Miss, you must keep your word. Dou Zhao pressed her lips together, smiling. Whatever the future held, beginning with literacy and education would surely be an easier path than in her previous life. From that day forward, Zhao Liangbi would finish his chores and sit beneath the eaves of the main house to practice writing. When grandmother learned of this, she sent someone to fetch a couple of baskets of red tracing paper from Zhending City and personally cut them to place under the ancestral shrine in the main room, instructing anyone who needed it to take as they wished. It was no wonder that the villagers were grateful for grandmother's kindness. Dou Zhao contemplated grandmother's actions with great care. Soon, the 22nd arrived. As usual, Dou Zhao rose early to accompany grandmother for a stroll in the vegetable garden, gathering some fruits to bring back, bathing, having breakfast, and then beginning her calligraphy practice. Although the Dou family in the west of Zhending County did not adorn themselves with lanterns and decorations, everyone donned new garments that lifted the spirits. Decipher, noticing the hour was getting late, went to visit the second matriarch, finding her reclining on the Kong, listening to her personal maid reading the 5 heroes. She laughed. You are quite composed. I feared to delay the time and dressed early. The second matriarch smiled and glanced at her, you are of the same generation. The west courtyard is rather sparse, it is indeed time to join in the festivities. As I have aged and find myself living in solitude, I feel that attending others' joyous occasions may invite ill fortune upon myself. Therefore, I shall refrain from participating. I instructed my chief maid to retrieve the exquisite longevity hairpin, adorned with red gold and blue jade, from my box and present it to Madame Liu as my token of congratulations. The last remark was directed towards the Ji family, while I decided to keep Ming Jier here, awaiting the return of Wan Yuan to the capital to fetch her later. This way, neither Shogu nor Ming Jier would have to bow and serve tea to Wang Shi. Madame Eyre, although her tone was casual, bore a frosty gaze that indicated her resolute intent to assert dominance over Wang Yingxue. Sensing the tension, Decipher accepted the box with a smile and exited. Meanwhile, Madame De, already adorned for the occasion, was preparing to count the gifts for Wang Yingxue. Upon hearing from her trusted maid that Madame Eyre would not be attending due to her solitude, she pondered briefly before summoning a young maid to remove her hairpins, leaving only a pair of exquisite jeweled flowers as a gift to be delivered by the chief maid alongside Madame Eyre. Third Master Dou Shibang and Third Madam were attending to household matters entrusted by Dou Duo when the ladies from the Eastern Mansion arrived, prompting them to welcome them warmly. Leading the group, Madame Eyre smiled and remarked that those who could attend were present, while those who could not had still sent gifts. Third Madam, being astute, quickly discerned who was absent but refrained from questioning, joining the others in the flower hall while the male guests settled in the main hall. At the auspicious hour, Wang Yingxue, adorned with a golden phoenix crown and dressed in splendid red attire, radiantly accompanied by Third Madam, performed ancestral rites alongside Dou Shibang. After several rounds of toasts, the guests moved to the flower hall to sit, where Dou Shibang and Wang Yingxue exchanged tea and acknowledged their kinship. Following this, Wang Yingxue was escorted back to Qixia courtyard while Dou Shiring and the others proceeded to Yixiaodong. Madame Heir and the others remained in the grand flower hall, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Third Madame, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced towards Madame Lu for assistance. Logically, the ladies should have visited the newlyweds' quarters to offer their congratulations and warmth. However, Madame Lu feigned ignorance, unwilling to draw attention to herself. With no other options, Third Madame called upon second sister-in-law, suggesting they visit Wangshi. Second sister-in-law, ever one to follow the crowd, readily agreed, and along with third sister-in-law, fifth sister-in-law, and several respectable matrons, they made their way to Qixia courtyard. At that moment, Madame Heir inquired why Wangshi still resided in Qixia courtyard. The answer was that it was the seventh master's wish. A maid eager to curry favor with Madame Heir explained that the main house still held belongings from the former seventh mistress and fourth miss, who had gone to the estate to care for the ill and would not return for some time. Madame Heir simply acknowledged this and, upon the return of Third Madame and the others, made an excuse about the absence of attendance at the matriarch's residence before departing for home. Chapter 55, entering the door within the Qixia courtyard, the bright red joyous candles crackled, blooming like flowers. Wang Yingshua's hands were tightly entwined, her expression a tempest of fury. How could they be so audacious, so utterly unreasonable? She stood at the center of the room, her face ablaze with indignation. Why must the Eastern residents consistently suppress the Western residents? I am a legitimate wife, yet she dares to keep Ming Jia in her quarters? Madam, please lower your voice. Humomo quickly cautioned, glancing around to ensure their privacy before whispering, now is not the time for anger. Seventh Master still requires Fifth Master's support. You've just been established, and without a son by your side. It is wise to endure this momentary frustration to avoid greater troubles in the future. I understand. Wang Yingshua's expression softened slightly. If it weren't for this understanding, I would not have swallowed my grievances today. Humomo exhaled in relief and deftly shifted the topic. Today is your auspicious day. It is getting late, Seventh Master should be arriving soon. Why not allow me to assist you in removing your makeup and prepare a bowl of lily and lotus seed soup? Wang Yingxue felt a flush of embarrassment. Qiongfang entered, bearing a small box with a cheerful smile. Seventh Madam, this is a gift received today. Where would you like to place it? At the mention of gifts, Wang Yingshua's anger flared anew. The Dou family, with their opulence, typically presented their servants with silks and satin, gold rings, and silver hairpins. Yet, the meeting gifts from the second madam and others were nothing but ordinary jade hairpins, items that belittled her worth. What are these trifles? Are they to be treasured? She snapped, her voice sharp. Qiongfang's flattery fell flat, earning her a reprimand instead of praise. Humomo quickly signaled to Qiongfang with her eyes and gently reassured Wang Yingxue. The Dou family is not merely a wealthy household, they often maintain a low profile in public affairs. Do not underestimate these items, they may possess significance and history. We can examine them in detail when we have the leisure. Since Zhao Guqiu's passing, the Western Dou family had lacked a head to manage the household, descending into chaos over the years, each harboring their own motives. With Dou Zhao recently seizing half of the family assets, even those who had once sought her favor began to observe from the sidelines. At this moment, it seemed the eyes of the household were fixated on the Qixia courtyard. Should she exhibit any sign of unrest, it would likely be exaggerated beyond measure. It would be prudent to navigate this situation gracefully. Contemplating this, Wang Yingxue softly responded, preparing to scold Qiongfang further when a young maid announced, Gaoxing has arrived. Everyone in the room paused in surprise. Wang Yingxue regarded him with suspicion. Invite him in. Gaoxing stood outside the plum blossom patterned screen, his voice gentle and respectful. Seventh Madam. Seventh Master has stated that it is too late today, so he will rest in the main house, urging you to retire early as well. Tomorrow at the hour of the hare, he will pay respects to the old master, and at the hour of the dragon, Third Madam will come to present the Western Residence's plaque to you, so you need not be late. With that, he bowed and withdrew. Wang Yingshue's mouth fell agape, her expression shifting from shock to a flush of anger, tears welling in her eyes. What does he mean by this? If he seeks an excuse, why claim it is too late? It is still the hour of the dog and to rest in the main house. Am I to become the subject of ridicule? Hu Momo sensed Dou Shiying's odd behavior and hesitated. Madam, should I go and check? No need. Wang Yingxue bit her lip and declared, I shall go and invite him myself. On the very first day in the Dou household, Dou Shiying chose to rest elsewhere. How will she ever hold her head high hereafter? Hu Momo accompanied Wang Yingxue hastily to the main house. Dou Shiying had changed into casual attire and was writing at the desk. Upon seeing Wang Yingxue, he smiled faintly. You've come. Gazing at Dou Shiying's handsome face illuminated by the lantern light, the questions she had prepared on the journey dissipated like smoke. Nervously adjusting her sleeves, her tone softened. Are you very tired today? Why are you alone here writing? As she approached, she caught the scent of wine wafting from him and chuckled, Seventh Master. How much have you drunk? You reek of alcohol. Shall I have someone bring you a bowl of wake-up soup? She reached to roll up her sleeves, ready to assist him in grinding ink. Dou Shiying gently halted her. I have Gaosheng to attend to me, you should rest. Tomorrow. There will be much for you to do. His voice was warmer than the evening breeze that flowed through the window, yet he lowered his head, wholly absorbed in his writing. His clear refusal left Wang Yingshue's cheeks aflame. Yet, she was never one to wait passively. After a moment of contemplation, she boldly stepped forward and embraced Dou Shiying's waist. My worth, she murmured, her gaze soft enough to draw tears. Dou Shiying's body stiffened momentarily before he slowly set his brush down, gently yet resolutely prying her arms away. Yingxue, I have told you, apart from our title, I cannot offer you anything else. You know this. Is it not better for us to maintain a respectful distance? He turned, his ink-dark eyes fixed solemnly upon her, his expression earnest. Wang Yingxue was taken aback. Of course, she understood. Yet she believed time would ease everything. 1,000 miles of longing cannot compare to the warmth of jade in one's embrace. Dou Shiying strode out abruptly. The Dou family's jade flower had blossomed, its rich fragrance overwhelming. Suddenly, he recalled the day he wed Gu Qiu. It was a similar season. The jade flowers blooming wildly, glistening under the moonlight. His wife's voice rang sweetly, asking if he thought her beautiful. He could not remember how he had answered, only that his wife had joyfully leapt into his arms, igniting a fiery warmth in his heart. The sound of her silver bell-like laughter echoed in his ears. They all say I lack shame, but I simply adore you. I wish to marry you. Her innocent, joyful voice radiated undeniable happiness and contentment. The floral scent was so intense, akin to the despair of withering blooms, evoking both anxiety and fear. He dashed outside. With a thunderous roar, the rain began to pour. Dou Zhao was awakened by the commotion, groggily hearing her grandmother instructing Honggu. Check if the horses in the stable are frightened. Ensure the kitchen windows are shut. The straw in the woodshed must be gathered to avoid being drenched by the rain. Honggu yawned, acknowledging her instructions as she donned her clothes and stepped outside. The grandmother turned back to see Dou Zhao stirring under the covers and gently patted her. Do not fear, Shogu, Aunt Cui is here. Dou Zhao became more alert. She stared at the beams of the room, momentarily bewildered. Outside, persistent knocking echoed throughout the courtyard. The grandmother, startled, saw Lu Sihai, the long-term worker residing in the west wing, approaching the door with a wooden stick to secure it. Who is it? He asked, wary. It is Seventh Master, came the voice from outside. Open the door quickly. Lu Sihai hurriedly dropped the stick and, with a creak, opened the door. Dou Shiying and Gaosheng entered, drenched from the rain. What has happened? The grandmother, clad in her garments, rushed toward them despite the downpour. Nothing, nothing. Dou Shiying replied, his clothes soaked through. Though the midsummer heat was oppressive, the rain at night felt chilling against his skin, and his lips were slightly pale. I came to check on Shogu. The grandmother's eyes revealed deep suspicion, yet she asked no questions. Instructing the maid to boil water and sending Honggu to the wealthy Lang family next door to borrow 2 sets of clothes for changing. By the time Dou Zhao's father had cleaned himself up, the rain had intensified, the sky dark and heavy, as if it could not bear its own weight, ready to collapse at any moment. Dou Zhao sat on the kong, drowsy, her head bobbing like a fishing float. she was indifferent to her father's presence. In the still of the night, amidst the torrential downpour, a single misstep could lead to a chill or even dire illness, compelling you to impose upon those you visit, who are frantically assisting you with fresh garments and arranging hot water and refreshments. Immature and capricious, such thoughtlessness hardly befits a father. More significantly, she perceives that regardless of the conflicts between her father and Wang Yingxue, his hasty retreat resembles an act of cowardice. Yet her father remains oblivious to this. Chuckling as he affectionately touzles Dou Zhao's hair, gently inquiring if she has grown accustomed to life at the farm. Accustomed? Dou Zhao turns her head, brushing his hand away. Everyone is very kind to me. Dou Shuriying glances around at the rudimentary furnishings of the room, sensing that his eldest daughter is somewhat oblivious. He stands silently before the Kong for a long while. Dou Zhao, yearning for sleep, breaks the silence. Father, aren't you going to sleep? Dou Shuriying remains silent for a moment before slowly sitting beside her and solemnly asking, do you still remember your mother? Dou Zhao, taken aback, feels her expression shift. I still remember your mother, he murmurs, his eyes glistening with moisture. On the day she married me, she wore a grandmother green ring set in gold, fashioned like a begonia flower. Dou Zhao turns her face away, sorrow gradually welling from the depths of her heart. Before dawn, her father departs. Dou Zhao gazes at the sky, now clear and tranquil after the rain, momentarily lost in thought. After the sadness, one often finds the courage to confront life's disappointments. She returns indoors to practice her calligraphy. Zhao Liangbi diligently assists her in tidying up the study. Shall I give you a name? Dou Zhao proposes. Zhao Qibi feels both delighted and anxious. He is pleased to abandon the name Gosheng, yet apprehensive that Dou Zhao might whimsically bestow upon him a name reminiscent of it, one he could never change. How about Liangbi? Dou Zhao writes his name on paper. Meaning beautiful jade. I hope you embody the virtues of beautiful jade, purity and humility. Zhao Liangbi is overjoyed, brandishing the paper inscribed with his name for all to see. Within a day, the villagers at the farm are aware that Gosheng is now called Zhao Liangbi. Even grandmother praises the name, mentioning a forthcoming trip to the temple. But alas, father's holiday has come to an end. He arrives to take Dou Zhao back and informs grandmother, if you have any matters, you may send a message to Lu Gu, he will look after you and show Gu when I am in the capital. Grandmother nods, not taking his words to heart. Having lived alone at the farm for over 20 years without incident, she believes she will not trouble the Dou family in the future. However, Dou Zhao makes a request of her father, may I bring Zhao Liangbi back with me? Father inquires who Zhao Liangbi is. Grandmother explains his background to him. Upon learning that Dou Zhao helped to name him, father nods, then take him back. Thus, Zhao Liangbi arrives at the Dou household ahead of schedule. Chapter 56, Dragon Boat Festival. In the 8th year of the Qingping era, Dou Zhao was 9 years old. Her 6th uncle, Dou Xing, achieved fame with his name on the list of second-degree scholars, securing the 36th position. Last September, her eldest uncle's 9th cousin, Dou Huanchong, was named a successful candidate, bringing double joy to the family. Everyone was elated, especially the second matriarch, whose 3 sons included 2 who had attained the status of Jinshi, aptly reflecting the saying that joy brings a refreshing spirit. Consequently, the second matriarch resolved to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival in grand style. In recent years, Dou Zhao had been residing in the Eastern Manor, and during the sweltering summer, she would excuse herself to stay with her grandmother at the countryside estate. One day, Yi Jia, the daughter of the 5th aunt, approached Dou Zhao, inquiring whether they should make some sachets. It was customary to prepare sachets filled with mugwort and other herbs to give as gifts during the Dragon Boat Festival. You can discuss it with Xu Jia. Dou Zhao replied with a smile. I will go along with whatever you decide. As she was neither a native of the Eastern Dou family nor inclined to return to the western side, Dou Zhao considered herself a guest residing in the Dou household. Thus, she treated everyone with courtesy and maintained a harmonious demeanor, impressing relatives and servants alike, who all spoke highly of her. Xu Jia was the eldest daughter of the 3rd aunt, Dou Qijuan's sister, 2 months older than Yi Jia and 2 months younger than Dou Zhao. Yi Jia lamented. If only 5th aunt were still here. 5th aunt referred to Dou Ming. After Wang Yingxue entered, the second matriarch kept Dou Ming by her side. Gradually, Dou Ming became estranged from Wang Yingxue. In the 7th year of Qingping, Wang Xingyi remained in his post as governor of Shaanxi, while the Wang family had relocated to the capital. Wang Yingxue, feeling helpless, wrote to her mother, Madame Su. Under the pretext of missing her granddaughter, Madame Su sent someone to fetch Dou Ming to stay temporarily in the capital. The grandfather consented, and the second matriarch had no choice but to let her go. It had been over half a year since Dou Ming had been in the capital. Yi Jia had always played well with Dou Ming, but she found Dou Zhao too astute and kept her distance. Past experiences taught Dou Zhao that it was impossible to win everyone's affection, therefore, it was unwise to seek the approval of those who disliked her. With a faint smile, she suggested, "Why not write a letter to Dou Ming and see when she returns to Zhending?" Only Yi Jia noticed that Dou Zhao always addressed Dou Ming by her full name. Once, half in jest and half in inquiry, she mentioned this in front of the second matriarch, to which Dou Zhao explained, "If I call her Ming Jia, others might think she is of your generation." Yet Yi Jia wondered why she could not simply call her sister. She hesitated to ask, only to be gently pulled by her nurse. Later, her nurse quietly informed her. 7th Madam is a concubine who was elevated, while the 4th young miss is of legitimate birth. Yi Jia was unconvinced. What of the children born of concubines? Are they not still misses of the Dou family? In the Dou family, only those who served as officials outside could take concubines, and thus she was curious. Why is it that only the 7th uncle's concubine bore children? The nurse stammered, that is because only the 7th uncle has no sons. Yi Jia sensed that her nurse had more to say but was interrupted by the arrival of Wu Ye, causing her to forget the matter in her excitement to greet her. However, Wu Ye was not fond of playing with Dou Ming. She often remarked that Dou Ming seemed dull and foolish, as if missing a strand of thought. Yet she also did not enjoy Dou Zhao's company, considering her haughty and hard to approach. Whenever I possess something of value, 6th aunt immediately purchases it for her, and she feigns indifference, leading Xu Jia astray as well. Previously, Xu Jia had always clung to Wu Ye's dolls and toys, wide-eyed and pleading for a chance to play. Ever since she took something from Dou Zhao and did not return it, Dou Zhao no longer wished for her to do so. Now, Xu Jia's eyes were solely on Dou Zhao, and any grievances against her sister would see Xu Jia the first to defend Dou Zhao. Wu Ye remarked. Their family is rather peculiar, one resides with 6th Madam, while the other stays with the matriarch. Their mother manages the vast western Dou estate alone, neglecting her children and choosing not to accompany their father to the capital. In any case, I do not like either of the sisters. Dou Zhao quickly discerned the intricate yet simple dynamics among the children, but she chose not to dwell on it, believing their perspectives would change as they grew older. She then made her way to her third cousin's place. Her eldest cousin, Zhao Bairu, had turned 18. And her aunt had written to inform that Zhao Bairu was to be married on the 12th day of the 8th month. Dou Zhao wished to send a congratulatory gift. Her third cousin, chuckling, asked, "What do you plan to give?" Dou Zhao possessed half the fortune of the Western Dou family. Yet any expenditure exceeding 10 taels of silver required the approval of her third cousin, which she found quite inconvenient and distressing, so she handed Zhao Liangbi over to him. Seeing the surname Zhao, her third cousin assumed he was a relative from the Dou family and treated Zhao Liangbi with special care, while Zhao Liangbi, being a prudent person, diligently studied under the accountant, mastering the art of calculation within a year. She pondered what it would take for Zhao Liangbi to attain the position of chief accountant, smilingly seeking her third cousin's advice. After a moment of contemplation, her third cousin suggested, "How about we gift some gold and silver jewelry?" Most likely, the matriarch has already prepared other gifts. Having been raised in the Dou estate, Dou Shoucheng had broad horizons. To him, a few thousand taels of silver was not deemed excessive. Dou Zhao nodded repeatedly, entrusting her third cousin with the task. As she exited, she encountered Xu Jia, who pulled her aside. Second sister said to make 5 poisonous sachets. I have a new design. Would fourth aunt like one? In her previous life, Dou Zhao had maintained a distant relationship with her cousins and nieces, but in this life, Xu Jia seemed like a little shadow, always wanting to follow her. Sure. Dou Zhao replied with a smile. I will have Haitang fetch it from your maid when the time comes. Mu Jiao had married Shui Si 2 years prior and had just welcomed a son a few days ago. Do Zhao had entrusted the household matters to Hai Tang. Xu Jia nodded, whispering, "Ah Qi is here again." Ah Qi was Wu Ya's nickname. Do Zhao paid it no mind, laughing, "It's almost the Dragon Boat Festival." With a sigh, Xu Jia remarked, "Do you think fifth aunt will return? She was a sweet girl and got along well with those around her. Do you miss her?" "Yes." She pouted. "We want to dance the double-stranded baisua, but we lack the numbers. Ah Qi refuses to play with the maids. Do Zhao had never engaged in such games with them. That's because she has many sisters of her age," she chuckled. Do Zhao returned to her sixth aunt's residence. Now that she was older, she could no longer continue residing in the silk-lined chamber of her sixth aunt. For years prior, her father had brought her back from her grandmother's estate, and she had since occupied the western wing of the main courtyard, while Do Jingchang and Do Dekang resided in the eastern wing. As she stepped through the main gate of the courtyard, she heard a burst of laughter coming from the western wing. Do Zhao felt a sense of familiarity. Since Wu Yu was present, how could Wu Shan be absent? Just as in her previous life, Wu Shan shared a strong bond with Do Dekang, and whenever he visited, he would stay with Do Dekang, fostering a close connection with Do Jingchang and Do Qijuan as well. They must be boasting together. She was just about to enter when the door of the opposite wing swung open, and Wu Shan, along with Do Dekang, stepped out. "Fourth sister." He greeted her. His ears slightly flushed. Do Zhao politely nodded. "Wu fourth brother has come." Following Do Dechang's lead, she greeted Wu Shan and the others. Wu Shan then asked Do Zhao, "We're planning to go out to buy a congratulatory gift for sixth uncle. Would you like us to bring you anything?" He referred to Do Xing by his familial title. "Thank you, but I have already prepared a gift for sixth uncle," Do Zhao replied, smiling. It was a piece of Qing Tian stone she had collected from her father. Adorned above was a carving of a horse-riding monkey, symbolizing the imminent bestowal of nobility. It was perfectly suited as a gift for Uncle Liu, a seal. Wu Shan chuckled, "My sister has also arrived and is conversing with my cousin. Have you encountered her?" Wasn't that a redundant inquiry? If she were with second aunt, how could second aunt allow her to leave? Do Zhao still smiled in response. "Ah Qi is here too." "I have yet to meet her." Wu Shan continued, 12 mentioned that your family will invite people to perform during the Dragon Boat Festival. Is that true? Do Dekang, being the 12th, was affectionately referred to as 12. Do Zhao replied with a smile, since it is brother 12 who mentioned it, it must indeed be the case. Wu Shan lamented, "Unfortunately, I shall have returned to Xiandong by then. There will always be another opportunity to witness it. I wonder when that might be?" Wu Shan expressed his eagerness. "I have heard that Zhou Qingfen will be performing this time." His words were akin to lotus roots, seemingly severed yet somehow reconnected, creating an intricate scene of entanglement. Do Zhao patiently listened to him finish his sentence, offering him an apologetic smile. "Brother Wu, if you have matters to attend to, do go ahead. I must visit the matriarch shortly." Wu Shan's face turned crimson in an instant, his speech becoming somewhat hesitant. "Sister 4, please return indoors. We too must depart." Do Zhao entered the house. Behind her, Do Jingchang's puzzled voice rang out. "Why is it that you always have so much to say when encountering Sister 4? Wu Shan retorted, "Did you not say that I speak too little? I was merely noting how you always engage in hum-hum and ha-ha when meeting Jia and the others. As an elder, I ought to exhibit some semblance of authority. Wouldn't you agree? Very well, this time we shall allow you to assume the elder's role. It is you who will pay when we go shopping." "This is extortion." Wu Shan and the others laughed heartily as their voices gradually faded. Do Zhao shook her head with a smile. The youth, ever vibrant and full of life, invigorated all who beheld them. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, the matriarch indeed invited Zhou Qingfen to perform a grand play. The stage was set before the ancestral hall of the Dou family's northern building, drawing villagers from a 10-mile radius, all bringing their families to enjoy the show. Do Zhao accompanied her sixth aunt, serving tea to the matriarch in a side room adjacent to the hall. Wang Yingxue entered to greet the matriarch, waving at Do Zhao. "Sister Shou, did you find the chrysanthemum pastries I sent with Chongfen to your liking? They were a royal gift to my father." And Ming Jia had someone send a box back, saying it was for you to taste. So it was a royal gift. No wonder it appeared so different from those available in the market. Dou Xiao smiled, I shall present them to the matriarch. As she spoke, she glanced at the matriarch. The matriarch, smiling gently, took Dou Xiao's hand, our sister Shou is truly thoughtful. Wang Yingshua's face alternated between shades of crimson and pallor. Over the years, Dou Xiao had entrusted Wang Yingxua to the matriarch's care, choosing not to quarrel with her. Just then, a small maid rushed in, breathlessly exclaiming, Matriarch, Madam. Something terrible has happened. The third old master is in dire straits. Chapter 57, Grandfather was enjoying a theatrical performance alongside the newly appointed magistrate of Zhending County, Lord Liu. The servants brought forth delicacies such as sweet tangerine cakes and fengqing dried meat. Grandfather intended to savor a piece of the tangerine cake. But his eyes were glued to the stage, and he absent-mindedly grabbed a salted peanut, which lodged in his throat, causing him to cough incessantly. Those nearby hastily offered him tea to soothe his throat, but to their dismay, the more he drank, the worse his coughing became, ultimately leading to him losing consciousness. Dou Xiao sat at the head of Dou Duo's bed, gazing at her grandfather, who lay in a deep coma. A mix of sorrow and melancholy enveloped her heart. In her previous life, she had returned to the West Dou only after her grandfather's passing, at which point it was already August. At that tender age, she was naive and overwhelmed, having just entered the West residence, filled with anxiety and trepidation, unaware of how to inquire about her grandfather's demise. Would this lifetime mirror the previous one, with her grandfather slipping away after 3 months in a coma? Her father soon returned from the capital, accompanied by Dou Ming. She had noticeably changed since her time in East Dou, her demeanor was more vibrant, and her voice more assertive. Upon stepping out of the carriage, she exclaimed loudly, Gao Sheng, I have brought back numerous gifts for Yi Jia and Shu Jia, be careful and deliver them all to my room. Her room? Where might that be? Was it in the warm chamber belonging to the second madam, or the eastern wing arranged by Wang Yingxue? The warm chamber was located in the east residence, while she had never occupied the eastern wing. Gao Sheng appeared somewhat troubled. Dou Ming, dissatisfied, shouted, You wretched servant, mind yourself, or I shall inform father and have you sold. Dou Xiao closed her eyes. Events seemed destined to revert to their original course. She stepped outside, admonishing Dou Ming. Gao Sheng is in father's service, even if he errs, it is not your place to judge. Should you dare utter such words again, I shall confine you in the woodshed for 3 days. Dou Ming had always feared this somewhat aloof sister, and though her expression faltered, she quickly overcame her fear, stammering, I didn't mean it. Yet her voice dwindled, lacking the courage to retort. Dou Yaoqing relished comfort and had purchased a quaint 3-entry residence in a lane adjacent to Jing'an Temple in the capital. Though modest in size, it was adorned with vibrant decor and exquisite furnishings, providing a cozy living environment. Blood ties can be a formidable force. Both Dou Duo and Dou Shiying shared their ancestor Dou Yaoqing's fondness for comfort. While in the capital, Dou Shiying resided there. Although Dou Ming was also in the capital, managing a child alone was cumbersome, and seeing Dou Ming's naive demeanor, Wang Xushi, having heard her daughter's concerns regarding the discord between Dou Ming and her husband, felt that the East Dou aimed to suppress the West Dou, potentially spoiling Dou Ming. Consequently, she doted upon her granddaughter, neglecting her own grandsons. Dou Shiying visited Dou Ming several times, observing her rosy complexion and the numerous maidservants attending to her, yet he felt somewhat estranged from Wang Xushi, who treated Dou Ming well, allowing him to enjoy a reprieve. While Dou Ming resided in Jing'an Temple Lane, he lived in Willow Leaf Lane, and their father-daughter interactions were rather limited. Witnessing Dou Ming's treatment of Gao Sheng, Dou Shiying felt displeased, yet lacking experience with his daughter. He was momentarily at a loss for words. With Dou Xiao stepping in and Dou Ming silenced, Dou Shiying heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Yingxue, noticing Dou Ming's reprimand and Dou Shiying's silence, understood that Dou Shiying favored Dou Xiao and feared that Dou Ming would fall out of favor with him. Thus, she eagerly intervened, saying to Dou Xiao, Your father and sister are both concerned about your grandfather's illness, having rushed back from the capital, weary and anxious. It is only natural for their tempers to flare and their words to be less than considerate. Turning to Gao Sheng, she instructed. Please move the 5th Mrs. belongings to the eastern wing of Qisha courtyard. It has been a while since she returned, I cannot let her re-enter the east residence. Then addressing Dou Shiying, she added, 7th Master, your journey was arduous, I have instructed the kitchen to prepare hot water for you. Please refresh yourself before visiting your father to prevent him from being further disturbed by dust. Dou Zhao silently scoffed, contemplating, if your own mother neglects you, must I? A half-sister, meddle in every detail? Thus, she refrained from further comment and returned to her grandfather's chamber. Ever since grandfather fell ill, Aunt Ding had tirelessly attended to him at his bedside, but 2 days prior, she succumbed to exhaustion and fell ill herself. Now, the head maidservant, Qiao Fen, took charge beside grandfather. Upon seeing Dou Zhao enter, she respectfully stood to the side. Dou Zhao instructed her, my father has returned. He will come to see grandfather within the span of 3 incense sticks. Please prepare some tea and summon the physician who has been attending to grandfather, as my father may have inquiries. Since Dou Duo's collapse, Dou Zhao had returned to the west residence, occupying the long empty main room, spending her days by her grandfather's bedside, while the household affairs continued to be managed by Wang Yingxue. Only when elders such as the second madam came to inquire about grandfather's health did she emerge to engage in conversation, occasionally directing maidservants or housekeepers to attend to specific matters, with her suggestions often being astutely relevant, addressing oversights Wang Yingxue had missed. Gradually, the prominent maidservants and housekeepers began to act with greater caution in her presence. Qiaofan respectfully complied, dispatching maidservants and housekeepers to attend to the tasks. Soon, Dou Shiying and Dou Ming, freshly groomed and accompanied by Wang Yingxue, entered the room. Dou Zhao stepped aside, yielding the position at the head of the bed to her father. Dou Shiying grasped Dou Duo's hand, his eyes welling with tears. Qiaofan entered to report. 4th Miss, the doctor has arrived. Dou Zhao softly urged her father, please, inquire with the doctor regarding any concerns you may have. Understanding his daughter's intention, Dou Shiying cast a grateful glance at her, feeling reassured that entrusting his eldest daughter to Jisher's care was indeed a wise decision. The physician meticulously explained Dou Duo's condition to Dou Shiying, indicating that if he remained unresponsive past July, the family should prepare for his final arrangements. This assessment struck a chord, and Dou Shiying began to weep. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with sorrow, prompting others to wipe their tears, including Dou Zhao, who shed a few drops as well. Dou Shiying set up a couch beside grandfather's bed, personally assisting him with bathing and attending to his needs. Dou Zhao adhered to her usual routine, accompanying her father during the day, taking a brief rest at noon, and returning to her room at the hour of the pig to sleep, rejoining her father at the hour of the rabbit to care for grandfather. During grandfather's unconsciousness and her father's quiet contemplation, she silently recited the Analects, which she had recently learned from her 6th aunt. At merely 6 years old, Dou Ming found it challenging to remain still, often fidgeting after just a short while. Her father, finding her restless, instructed Wang Yingxue to take her to the second madam for supervision. Wang Yingxue was hesitant, unable to disclose the second madam's intentions to her father, and thus kept Dou Ming close, managing the household's provisions while also attending to Dou Ming. Dou Ming had brought back numerous delightful trinkets from the capital, often summoning Yijie and Shujie to play, leaving grandfather's side somewhat neglected. When the second madam came to visit, she suggested to Dou Shiying, should we invite Aunt Shui back to attend to the illness? Regardless of the circumstances, she is your biological mother. Dou Shiying naturally agreed. However, Dou Zhao opposed the idea, questioning why, when grandfather was in good health, they had abandoned her grandmother to fend for herself in the countryside, only to summon her back now that he was incapacitated. She interjected, it would be better to wait a while longer. Aunt Ding is managing grandfather's affairs, which was his wish. If it becomes absolutely necessary, we can send for Aunt Shui then. For the second madam, these were trifles. Very well. She nodded and inquired about her grandfather's health. Afterwards, her father, filled with doubt, questioned Dou Zhao, do you not wish to bring Aunt Shui back? He assumed Dou Zhao was the person closest to his mother in this household, only to find that it was Dou Zhao who opposed the idea. When the grandfather was on the brink of death, even if the Dou family disagreed, she would still bring her grandmother back, but not at this moment. Dou Zhao thought to herself, yet replied, "We must first consult Aunt Ding. There is no need to bring Aunt Cui back to endure others' disdain." Her father said no more. However, Dou Zhao called for Zhao Liangbi. "Has Cui Shi-san sought you out these days?" At this point, Cui Shi-san was 14. Having passed the county examination and was studying at the county academy. He and Zhao Liangbi were close friends in their past life. And their bond remained strong in this one. Due to her grandmother's reluctance to engage with the Dou family, the Cui family had never interacted with them. They both resided in the county, and Dou Zhao speculated that Cui Shi-san would undoubtedly seek out Zhao Liangbi quietly, though she had never caught them in the act. Zhao Liangbi immediately sprang up, startled like a cat with its fur bristled. How do you know?" His eyes reflected a mix of fear and unease. Dou Zhao desired this reaction and chose not to explain, instead stating solemnly, "You must summon Cui Shi-san to meet me at once." She understood that Cui Shi-san was a person of capability, ambition, and tenacity. His greatest aspiration was to transform the Cui family into a respected lineage of scholarly excellence. The advantage of rebirth lies in the elimination of the need for observation and testing. One can simply summon those desired. Zhao Liangbi, his face pale with fright, dashed away in haste. In the afternoon, he led Cui Shi-san through the side door into the West Dou residence. Dou Zhao asked Cui Shi-san, "Do you wish for Aunt Cui to enter the Dou family's main gate with dignity?" Cui Shi-san's eyes brightened, though he regarded Dou Zhao with a hint of wariness. Dou Zhao instructed him, "You shall reside at Aunt Cui's estate for the time being. I will have Zhao Liangbi send you messages. I will summon Aunt Cui, and you shall escort her here. However, if you do not receive word from me, you must prevent anyone else from taking Aunt Cui away. Can you manage that?" Sensing the undercurrents of a scheme, Cui Shi-san hesitated. "What are your intentions?" "We, the Cui family, do not wish to be mere pawns." Dou Zhao, indignant for her grandmother, refused to witness her being summoned and dismissed at the whim of the Dou family. "What do you have to worry about?" She scoffed at Cui Shi-san. "Aunt Cui is my father's biological mother. Does she not have the right to step through the Dou family's threshold? As for whether Aunt Cui wishes to remain in the Dou family or return to her estate after her arrival, I believe even the second madam would not be able to impede her." Her gaze pierced through Cui Shi-san. Yet he pondered for a long moment before slowly nodding in agreement. Chapter 58. The funeral. Grandfather passed away on the 12th of August at the hour of the dog. Prior to his departure, he remained in a deep coma, leaving behind no final words. My father wept inconsolably, relying on the assistance of the Dong family to manage the modest preparations. Dou Zhao stood quietly in the corridor, listening to her father's cries. Her thoughts drifting to her grandmother. In 3 years, her grandmother would also depart. Was there anything she could do to extend her grandmother's life by 2 more years? Grandmother had collapsed unexpectedly in the fields while watering the melon vines. Her health had always been robust, and no one had anticipated such an outcome. Wang Yingshui approached, addressing Dou Zhao in a commanding tone. Sister Shou, many people will come to pay their respects in the coming days. Your younger sister is still naive, and your mother must depend on you. Please keep an eye on the kitchen. The funeral would draw relatives, friends, and neighbors to honor grandfather. And Dou Zhao noted that her conduct in recent days had been measured. Was she afraid of attracting undue attention at the funeral, gaining favor with the elders, thereby rendering herself even less manageable? Dou Zhao raised an eyebrow. Mother? She scrutinized Wang Yingshui with a critical gaze. Have you lost your senses? When did you change your surname to Zhao? Grandfather has just passed. You haven't even set the mourning period, yet people come to pay their respects. Have you never overseen a funeral before? If you truly lack the knowledge, perhaps you should invite third madam for assistance. Grandfather was a scholar, and the Dou family is esteemed in North Zhili. There may well be his old acquaintances wishing to pay their final respects. We cannot afford to be made a laughingstock. As for the kitchen, if the current cook cannot manage, find someone else. With that, she called for Haitang to summon Gao Sheng. Since Wang Yingshui had taken the helm, grandfather had ceased to oversee domestic affairs, and Dou Zhao had long resided in the eastern residence. Those managing the household, even if not directly loyal to Wang Yingxue, dared not offend her. Gao Xing was loyal to her father. In her past memories, he served only her father. Unless her father explicitly stated otherwise, as his daughter, Gao Xing would regard her with the same respect he afforded Dou Ming. Wang Yingshue's expression shifted dramatically as she replied sternly, Sister Shou, I am unaware of how the mistresses of the eastern residence address you, but you are still of the western residence. Dou Zhao interrupted her, Madam, I believe you should consider certain matters more carefully. Grandfather has just died, do not presume that you are free to act without oversight. As they spoke, Gao Xing arrived. Dou Zhao ceased the discussion, having only begun to voice her thoughts when Wang Yingxue hastily interjected, I have been overwhelmed these past few days and may have spoken impatiently. Sister Shou, please do not take it to heart. One could only blame Wang Yingshue's unfortunate circumstances. Dou Zhao was already troubled by thoughts of her grandmother. And with Wang Yingshue's provocation, she was resolute in addressing her. Ignoring Wang Yingshue's protests, she continued. Madam lacks experience in managing the household. If any blunders occur now, the western residents may be ridiculed for generations. You are familiar with the household affairs. If there is no capable person available, simply outsource the banquets to local taverns. If we cannot find suitable individuals in Zhending, we shall look to Zhending Prefecture. Should word get out, no one will assume we lack capable hands, they will only commend our filial piety, ensuring a lively farewell for grandfather. Furthermore, it is crucial to maintain order among our own during this time, please bear this in mind. If there are any discrepancies, let us suppress them until we have honored grandfather's passing. She was uncertain if Zhending had establishments specializing in funerary services, but during her time as Madame Ho, she had encountered many in the capital, some quite substantial. Gao Xing sensed Wang Yingshue's intent to undermine Dou Zhao, yet the latter's proposal was too compelling to dismiss. Not only in Zhending but throughout North Zhili, few families would undertake such elaborate arrangements for a deceased elder. The so-called posthumous honors reflected the filial devotion and capabilities of the descendants. If executed well, this would only enhance 7th Master's future and reputation. Without hesitation, he declared, I shall attend to this matter immediately. He turned decisively, not sparing Wang Yingxue a glance. Dou Zhao was pleased with his response, instructing him to pause momentarily. And asked Wang Yingxue, is there anything else you are uncertain of? Speak now, and Gao Xing and I shall assist you in finding a solution. If mishaps arise during the funeral, with daily visitors coming to pay their respects, we may find ourselves powerless to respond. Gao Xing stood still, awaiting Wang Yingshue's response. Wang Yingxue, furious, felt her heart race, her face flushing with anger. Dou Zhao merely watched with a cold smile. Ultimately, Wang Yingxue gritted her teeth and replied, nothing else. Dou Zhao smiled, that is good. Just ensure you do not recall any unfinished matters in a few days. She turned with composure and elegance. Gao Xing had no reason to linger and bowed to Wang Yingxue before departing to seek out the taverns capable of hosting the banquets. Wang Yingxue grasped the arm of old lady Hu, exclaiming, I am infuriated, I am absolutely furious. Yet, old lady Hu was concerned about the servants of the Dou household. Since 7th Master had not instructed the clearing of the main residence, some belongings of 7th Madam and 4th Miss remained there. The old master remained silent. And it was unwise for Wang Yingxue to move in hastily. Furthermore, the eastern residents had been pressing down on the western residents, leading to a decline in the servants' respect for her. They had only just managed to keep those individuals in check. Would 4th Miss's actions provoke unrest among the servants again? If only 7th Master would speak. Inwardly reflecting, she encouraged Wang Yingxue, Madam, the overall situation takes precedence. I understand, Wang Yingxue nodded, asking, who from my maternal family will come to mourn? When Dou Duo was unable to eat, she had sent word to her mother, Wang Su, hoping that her maternal family would send competent individuals to pay their respects, thus aiding her in establishing her standing in the Dou household. Old lady Hu whispered. The old lady instructed that the eldest brother and sister-in-law should come. Wang Yingxue frowned, will second sister not come? Only second sister Peng Yulo can truly grasp my sentiments in such matters. Old lady Hu inquired, shall I send a message to second madam? Wang Yingxue replied, quickly go. She then noticed an unfamiliar young servant glancing around hurriedly before darting into Dou Zhao's resting quarters. A thought struck her, and she pointed to the servant. Whispering to Old Lady Hu, "Send a clever person to keep an eye on that young servant." Old Lady Hu complied. Zhao Liangbi entered the chamber and quietly reported. "Aunt Cui has already learned of grandfather Dou's passing. She will be arriving shortly." Dou Zhao asked in surprise, "Did someone inform Aunt Cui?" "No," Zhao Liangbi replied. "Aunt Cui said, whether she knows or not, she must come to pay her respects." "That is only fitting," Dou Zhao acknowledged. "But how and when she arrives is of utmost importance. She may not care, but others will perceive it differently. Tell Cui Shisan to intercept Aunt Cui. The Dou family shall only escort her when they are ready. If the Dou family does not go to receive her, she should not come." Cui Shisan agreed with her sentiments. Zhao Liangbi, feeling troubled, remarked that appearances must be maintained, otherwise, they would be looked down upon. It was as if Aunt Cui could not wait to return upon hearing of the old master's death. Yet Aunt Cui insisted she must come. "Find a way to stop her," Dou Zhao smiled. "Cui Shisan will surely have a plan." Zhao Liangbi reluctantly went to relay the message to Cui Shisan. The household was well aware that Wang Yingxue intended to challenge Dou Zhao, but instead, Dou Zhao had deftly outmaneuvered her. The kitchen staff might very well find themselves dismissed by Dou Zhao's hand. The atmosphere within the West compound was fraught with anxiety. Maids and matrons alike were more apprehensive in Dou Zhao's presence than they had been with Wang Yingxue. Dou Zhao paid them no mind, and as midday approached, she went to the side room of Crane Longevity Hall to attend to the second madam and the other senior family members during their luncheon. The following morning, Dou Shibang personally fetched his grandmother. Aunt Ding clasped the grandmother's hand, weeping with profound sorrow, a display that struck Dou Zhao as peculiar. In her previous life, Dou Zhao had already reached the age of 5 when her grandfather passed away. Her third uncle had brought them back from the rural estate. And when Aunt Ding had seen the grandmother, though her eyes were swollen, she had merely offered a perfunctory greeting before assisting Wang Yingxue in receiving guests. She had thwarted her mother's initial attempt at self-destruction, and though she had not been able to prevent the second, she had significantly altered the course of events. Dou Zhao's whereabouts were currently unknown, and her grandfather had passed away without ever seeing the birth of the grandson he had so longed for. Her grandmother was still referred to as Aunt Cui. In her past life, Aunt Ding had relied on her stepmother, Wang Yingxue. In this life, however, Wang Yingxue, elevated from concubine, was preoccupied with her own affairs. Moreover, Aunt Ding had played a certain role in Dou Zhao's situation. And with her father now in charge of the household, nothing good awaited her. She could only seek her grandmother's sympathy and pity. From that perspective, Dou Zhao found this alteration rather pleasing. But could she find a way to prolong her grandmother's life, even by a few months or years? To allow them more time together? After paying respects to her grandfather, Dou Zhao declined Aunt Ding's offer and arranged for her grandmother to stay in the West Dou's guest room. Her grandmother clasped her hand, saying with some embarrassment, "I had hoped that by coming sooner, I could be of assistance to you, but now it seems I can barely avoid being a burden." Without her grandfather as a father-in-law, Wang Yingxue would have to treat her grandmother, the concubine grandmother, with the respect due to a concubine mother, preventing her from acting as she pleased. Dou Zhao could easily persuade her grandmother to stay in the West Dou, even using her to suppress Wang Yingxue. However, Dou Zhao did not want to involve her grandmother. Her grandmother had never wanted to be involved with the Dou family, and now that she was in her twilight years, she wanted her to live as she pleased. "Why do you say that?" she asked, wringing a handkerchief to wipe her grandmother's face. Her grandmother said somewhat sheepishly, "Like you wanting me to wait for the Dou family to fetch me. I only thought that your grandfather and I had, after all, given birth to your father. And since he has passed away, I should come and pay my respects, but I didn't consider much else." Dou Zhao smiled. "Then you certainly wouldn't want to live in the Dou family, would you?" "This isn't my place," her grandmother chuckled. "I wouldn't be comfortable living here. Once grandfather's funeral is over, I'll send you back to the rural estate." Dou Zhao said with a smile, however. "You don't have to stay on the estate all the time. If you miss me or father, have Cui Shisan send you over to stay for a few days." "That would be nice," her grandmother said with a smile, "but, you should come and stay with me for a few days." Dou Zhao gazed at her grandmother, smiling gently. Her father would be in mourning for 3 years. Would her grandmother therefore remain forever just Chui aunt? She felt a faint sense of unease. Chapter 59, Mourning. On the 3rd day after the modest funeral, the Dou family notified relatives and friends of their bereavement. And the household buzzed with activity as visitors arrived in a steady stream to pay their respects. Dou Shiring, Wang Yingshu, Dou Zhao, and Dou Ming, as devoted children and grandchildren, expressed their gratitude at the altar, while the affairs of the household were entrusted to Gao Sheng. He managed the tea service, attended to the guests, oversaw the mourning expenses, and even helped with the ceremonial offerings. Although he had little prior experience in such matters, his years accompanying Dou Shiring in the capital had imbued him with a degree of insight. His diligence and composure surpassed that of others in the Western Dou household. However, amidst the flurry of activity, he often found himself overwhelmed, struggling to juggle multiple responsibilities. Dou Zhao frequently offered him guidance, and within a few days, Gao Sheng grasped the intricacies of the tasks at hand, becoming increasingly adept. The seasoned managers from the Eastern Dou household began to commend his capabilities, leading Gao Sheng to breathe a sigh of relief and regard Dou Zhao with newfound respect. This was precisely Dou Zhao's intention. She was determined to reside in the Western Dou household for the 3-year mourning period and required a reliable ally. A couple of days later, Wang Jibing and Peng Yulo arrived to offer their condolences. The unusual pairing of the elder uncle and the younger aunt raised eyebrows. Wang Jibing explained. Nan Gura's mother is expecting, and given her advanced age, she cannot endure traveling. Since my sister-in-law has not seen her little sister in quite some time, I brought them along to pay respects to the late patriarch. Wang Tan, the elder son of Peng Yulo, was a year younger than Dou Ming. It seemed the two had formed a close bond during their time in Luyutatong in the capital, as Wang Tan immediately clung to Dou Ming's hand upon entering, calling out, "Sister Ming, when are you coming home? No one is here to play with me." Dou Ming replied, "I must observe mourning for my grandfather. Once my mourning period is over, I will visit you in the capital." Wang Tan urged, "Then hurry and finish your mourning. I'll have my father take us to Daxiangguo Temple for lamb noodles." Dou Ming nodded eagerly. Peng Yulo nudged her son, directing him to greet Dou Zhao, prompting Wang Tan to sweetly address her as Sister Zhao. Dou Zhao recalled an incident from her previous life when she had encountered him beside a rosebush, where he had knelt at Dou Ming's feet, pleading, "Sister, my elder brother's heart belongs only to his cousin Gao Mingzhu. Even if he marries you, he will not treat you well. I am different, I have liked you since childhood. If you marry me, I will cherish you for a lifetime and assist you in all your endeavors." Regrettably, Dou Ming's gaze, soft and tender as spring waters, seemed to drown Wang Tan's calculating eyes. She playfully challenged, "Will you dare to profess your desire to marry Gao Mingzhu in front of our grandmother?" Wang Tan acquiesced. The Wang family perceived Gao Mingzhu's ambiguous relationship with Wang Nan and Wang Tan, thereby rendering Dou Ming's prospects of becoming their daughter-in-law bleak. The Wang family preferred to divorce rather than allow Dou Ming to join their ranks. Wang Nan never spoke to Dou Ming again. When Dou Zhao laid eyes on Wang Tan once more, she felt a surge of pity for him and offered him a faint smile. Peng Yulo promptly pushed her son toward Dou Zhao, insisting they should become closer as cousins. Dou Zhao remained silent, while Dou Ming rushed over, taking Wang Tan's hand, exclaiming, "Let us go play with Yijia and Shujia." Wang Tan cheerfully agreed. Peng Yulo shot her son a warning glance, instructing him to stay put. Wang Tan, looking forlorn, gazed at Dou Ming. Dou Ming began to cry, "I want to play with Tan Gur." Dou Shiring frowned, and Wang Yingshu cast an irritated glance at Peng Yulo, soothing both Wang Tan and Dou Ming. "All right, enough tears. Yijia and Shujia are in the flower hall. Go find them to play." Hand in hand, Wang Tan and Dou Ming made their way to the flower hall. Peng Yulo sighed inwardly and smiled at Dou Shiring. "Two of my nephews, Shou Gur and Kuan Gur, have also come to pay their respects and wish to greet the son-in-law." Following Dou Duo's passing, Peng Yulo's 3 brothers had come to offer their condolences, unaware that her nephews had accompanied them. Guests were welcome, and Dou Shiring did not refuse. Peng Jixiu, son of Peng Jinlu, was 15 this year, while Peng Kunbai, son of Peng Yinlu, was 12. Both boys were well-mannered and charming, though one had a rather distracted gaze while the other seemed overly shrewd. Peng Yulo introduced them to Do Zhao, stating, "This is your elder cousin." The boys bowed to Do Zhao, who, disinterested in engaging with the Peng family, merely nodded in acknowledgement, appearing somewhat aloof. Do Shiying, taken aback by the boys' growth and Peng Yulo's manner, felt displeased but did not consider Do Zhao's demeanor as impolite. He exchanged a few indifferent pleasantries with Peng Jishou and Peng Kunbai before leading Do Zhao to the morning hall. Wang Yingshu pulled Peng Yulo aside and whispered, "What are your intentions?" Peng Yulo feigned helplessness. "You know, my brothers-in-law are still doing business in Lingbai County, eager to connect with the Do family. They heard that the fourth young lady is of similar age to Shou Gur and Kuan Gur, and they entertain matchmaking thoughts. I understand that neither of them is suitable for her, but no matter how I explain, they refuse to listen and instead blame me for obstructing their wishes. I had no choice but to bring my nephews along, hoping to gain the son-in-law's favor." She continued, however, upon reflection, "If the fourth young lady were to marry into the Peng family, it would benefit you as well. My sister-in-law would become her mother-in-law, and I would be her aunt. She could hardly act against her elders, could she? Have you forgotten? The Wang family cannot meddle in Do Zhao's marriage." Wang Yingshu retorted. Peng Yulo dismissed her concerns. "We are not directly arranging a betrothal for the fourth young lady, are we?" Wang Yingshu's heart raced. "What do you mean? What if the fourth young lady takes a liking to one of them?" Peng Yulo stifled a laugh. "The Zhao family has never stated that the fourth young lady cannot marry a man from the Peng family. What is so special about Do Zhao that you would go to such lengths to marry her into the Peng family?" A fleeting thought crossed Wang Yingshu's mind, leading to a swift change in her expression. If Do Zhao were to marry into the Peng family, her dowry would belong to the Pengs. Although the second matriarch had imposed a silence on the matter, those involved were fully aware. Wang Yingshu regarded Peng Yulo with heightened vigilance, recognizing her cunning. While Wang Yingshu contemplated this, Do Shiying was engaged in conversation with the visitors from the Wu family, lamenting, "He departed so unexpectedly, none of us anticipated it. I have reported my mourning to the Hanlin Academy and am taking the opportunity to study at home." Meanwhile, Wu Shan discreetly handed Do Zhao a pouch, whispering, "Please accept my condolences." Confused, she looked at Wu Shan, who, seizing a moment when the adults were distracted, hurriedly added, "I prayed for a talisman of peace at Dafeng Temple." His voice was urgent, and his ears were flushed. Do Zhao, momentarily taken aback, expressed her gratitude sincerely. "Thank you so much." Wu Shan beamed, his ears reddening further, and returned to his place beside his uncle, no longer glancing at Do Zhao. Do Zhao sensed Wu Shan's unspoken affections, which led her into deep contemplation. After the traditional mourning period, her grandfather was laid to rest in the Do family ancestral tomb at the northern building, and the guests gradually departed. Peng Yulo conferred with Wang Yingshu. "Is it possible for Shou Gur and Kuan Gur to study at the Do family's clan school?" Wang Yingshu held a disdain for Peng Yulo's avarice and was reluctant to assist him. However, she feared that she might need the Peng family's support in the future, and thus, did not wish to sever ties with them. She shifted the responsibility onto Do Shiying, who perceived both children as rather worldly and was somewhat displeased. He redirected the inquiry to his third uncle, stating, "It has always been under the jurisdiction of the third master, and I am unaware of the requirements for attending the clan school. You might as well inquire with him." Both parties agreed, albeit reluctantly. Peng Yulo had heard harsher criticisms and paid them no mind. He personally brought an exquisite gift box to Do Shiying. The Do clan school was well regarded in Jinding Prefecture, frequently hosting the children of relatives and friends. Without hesitation, Do Shiying agreed. Thus, Peng Jishou and Peng Kunbai entered the Do clan school, quickly befriending Do Jingchong, Do Dekang, and Do Chijuan. Occasionally, they would find ways to accompany them back to the East Mansion for meals, though they never encountered Do Zhao. Peng Kunbai could not help but voice his grievances to his father, asserting that it was utterly futile. Peng Yulo slapped his son, retorting, "I have engaged in business for over a decade and amassed merely 20 to 30,000 taels of silver. Do you think that such a substantial sum would come easily to you? There are no such bargains to be had." He then admonished his son to be more ambitious. "The Do family's wealth is not solely coveted by your uncle. your aunt has her own schemes as well. Do not allow that Wang Tan to profit at your expense, lest you find yourself in tears with no recourse. Is that true? Pang Kunbai exclaimed in astonishment, learning that Wang Tan was 4 years younger than the fourth young lady of the Dou family. What of it? Pang Jishou is 6 years older than the fourth young lady. Pang Kunbai fell silent. Pang Jishou was more composed than his brother. After expending a considerable amount of silver on inquiries regarding Dou Zhao without success, he diligently followed Mrs. Du, the teacher at the Dou clan school, in his studies and made efforts to cultivate relationships with the school's attendees. Dou Qijuan and his peers, accustomed to flattery, did not take much notice of his overtures. However, Pang Jishou gleaned from Dou Qijuan's entourage that Dou Zhao would spend a few days each summer at the estate. In the following summer, having prepared well in advance, he eagerly invited Dou Jingcheng and others to the countryside as soon as he learned that Dou Zhao was departing for the estate. Dou Jingcheng and his companions were reluctant to go, lamenting, "It's scorching hot, what could possibly be entertaining in the countryside?" At that moment, Dou Dekang was sipping a bowl of chilled sour plum soup. Pang Jishou also found little amusement in the idea but replied, "We can fish in the river. Fishing by the pond is just as enjoyable." Dou Jingcheng lazily retorted. Wu Shan approached them. Dou Jingcheng introduced him, expressing surprise. "I expected you would come during the Dragon Boat Festival, yet you did not. What brings you here on such a hot day? Is there something urgent?" Chapter 60, The Guardian Wu Shandao. During the Dragon Boat Festival, I accompanied my mother to Kyoto to visit my father. Considering that it had been some time since I last saw you all, here I am, visiting your home upon my return. Moreover, Uncle Liu is now observing governance at the Ministry of Justice, and we shared zongzi together during the festival. Dou Xing has also been appointed as a scholar. Dou Dekang eagerly inquired, "How is my father?" "Quite well," Wu Shan replied with a smile, "he seems even plumper than when he was at home." With a mischievous twinkle in his eyes, he added, "I have some delightful news to share with you." He elongated his tone, building suspense. Dou Dekang ignored him, while Dou Jingcheng chuckled and asked, "What good news? Are you going to Kyoto? How can that be considered good news?" Wu Shan retorted dismissively. "I am enjoying my leisure at home, but once I am under my father's watchful eye, I shall have to practice writing 5,000 large characters daily without respite." Pang Jishou exclaimed in astonishment, "So many?" Only then did Wu Shan reveal, "Starting tomorrow, I shall be attending your Dou Clan Academy." Dou Jingcheng and the others were momentarily taken aback before they processed the news. "Why the sudden decision to study with us?" Dou Dekang asked incredulously. "Does your mother truly permit you to leave home?" Wu Shan's mother was a secondary wife. Wu Songyan's first wife had passed away without bearing children. After Wu Songyan achieved the degree of Jinshi, he remarried Bai, who hailed from an official family. In her youth, she vowed to marry only a scholar. She was already 23 at the time of her marriage and had Wu Shan 3 years later, resulting in her deep affection for her 2 children. To allow Wu Shan to study under his scholar uncle, she preferred to remain in their hometown rather than accompany Wu Songyan to Kyoto for his official duties. "My father has a leg ailment," Wu Shan continued, "and now that he is older, walking has become somewhat difficult. My mother is quite worried and wishes to go to Kyoto to care for him, but she is also concerned about me." Coincidentally, during the Dragon Boat Festival, I encountered Uncle Liu at Uncle Wu's home, who suggested that if my father was agreeable, I could accompany you all to study under Aunt Lu's care. Both my parents approved, and Uncle Wu sent a letter to the matriarch. My mother's visit this time is to bring me to study. They then realized that Mrs. Wu had also arrived. "How splendid! How splendid!" Dou Jingcheng exclaimed joyfully. However, Dou Dekang embraced Wu Shan, saying, "You rascal, you have finally fallen into my territory." Wu Shan laughed heartily, performing a mock salute and feigning submission. "Oh, great hero, please show mercy." Laughter erupted. Dou Qijuan and his brother Dou Qitai entered one after the other. "What is going on here?" they inquired with amusement. Pang Jishou quickly relayed the news about Wu Shan studying at the Dou Clan Academy. Dou Qijuan and Dou Qitai clamored for Wu Shan to treat them. With a grand gesture, Wu Shan proclaimed, "Everyone present shall partake." Pang Jishou's family owned a tea house and, after associating with the Wang family, had opened a tavern and a pawnshop. Having grown up amidst such establishments, he was well versed in indulgence. He immediately suggested, "Let us go to Jingfachin, where they serve river delicacies and ice bowls during the summer. Fresh lotus seeds, water chestnuts, and tender chicken heads are all sourced from their own ponds. The ordinary chicken heads are sold only when they grow old, and any unsold ones are sent to the apothecary. The tender chicken heads are especially prized, as they are carefully harvested for sale. In Jingfachin's ice bowls, the tender chicken heads are best when cooked to a pale yellow, accompanied by fresh walnut kernels, almonds, and hazelnuts, all resting upon tender lotus leaves. The colors are vivid and vibrant, red, white, and green, merely gazing upon them brings joy to the heart." As the sweltering summer heat persisted, several among them began to salivate at his words. Dochitai exclaimed, "I will go fetch fourth brother." Among the generation named after characters, Dochijuan ranked 5th, Dochitai 6th, and Dochiguang was 4th. Wushan was his cousin. According to lineage, Wushan was closest to Do Yongguang. Naturally, Wushan's invitation could not exclude him. Do Jingchang went to inform the matriarch. Bai was a plump and fair woman, her face resembling a silver plate, radiating warmth when she smiled. She expressed some concern. The second matriarch reassured her, "It is of no consequence, with Jigu accompanying them in Jinding County. There will be no trouble." Do Chijuan had passed the scholar examination last year, which somewhat eased Bai's worries. The second matriarch instructed the steward to arrange for several reliable servants to accompany Do Jingcheng and the others to Jingfachin. Upon arriving, the proprietor of Jingfachin, recognizing the Do family, promptly offered the best private room and personally introduced the menu. With Peng Jishou's humor adding to the lively atmosphere, the table brimmed with merriment. As the river delicacies and ice bowls were served, Wushan suggested, "Shall we visit Fourth Sister's farm tomorrow?" The room fell silent, all eyes turning to him. Wushan's gaze darted, and he quickly added, "On such a hot day, I heard that Aunt Chui's farm has everything. We can claim to visit Fourth Sister while enjoying fishing, swimming, and savoring fresh lotus leaf rice. How delightful! Surely better than being cooped up at home every day." Peng Jishou's heart raced, and Do Dekhang grinned, "What a splendid idea. Let us swim at Aunt Chui's." Do Qiguang, who rarely ventured beyond his studies, would not have attended if not for Wushan's invitation. Yet, even he felt tempted by the glaring sunlight outside, let alone the others. "Then it is settled," Do Chijuan declared. "Who will inform the matriarch?" "I cannot do it. If I were to speak, it would surely fail." Laughter ensued. "I cannot either," Wushan replied, "for my mother will be staying at the Do family for several days." "Then I shall go." Do Qiguang hesitated, fearing the matriarch might refuse. "Fourth brother is an honest man," Do Chitai jested, "if fourth brother goes to speak, the matriarch will surely agree." Indeed, once Do Chitai presented the proposal, the matriarch readily acquiesced. Thus, a lively group set off for the farm. Do Zhao was bent over his desk, sketching new shoe designs for his grandmother when the commotion startled him. Aunt Chui halted the crowd, saying, "No swimming in the river, rest in the courtyard instead. I will have someone prepare lotus leaf rice for you." But the young boys could hardly contain themselves and rushed toward the river. Realizing he could not stop them, Do Zhao summoned the attendants who had followed them. "You all go guard the riverbank, standing every few paces. And Red Ant, go find a few strong swimmers from the village to guard the riverbank. Pay them 1 tael of silver a day, and if they keep everyone safe, reward them with an additional 2 taels. If anyone drowns, the reward for saving a life will be 20 taels." Red Ant promptly went to the village to recruit several robust men. Seeing that there were guards nearby, Do Jingcheng and the others played even more recklessly. Peng Jishou took the opportunity to quietly slip ashore, claiming he was tired and needed to fetch water from the house. The attendants naturally did not suspect him. Once in the quiet courtyard, Peng Jishou pondered whether to enter directly or stand by the open window and call out. He knew how to charm the courtesans at the door, yet he struggled to win the affection of a mere 10-year-old girl, especially one of considerable worth, as he held no advantage over her in terms of family or wealth. Suddenly, voices floated from the open window. "My sister loves it. And I thought fourth sister would surely enjoy it as well. I had the servant buy a bottle." Do you think it smells nice? Peng Jisho stealthily crept closer. On the table lay a glass bottle the size of an egg, with a gilded cap and an amber body, exuding an air of opulence. He was taken aback. This was Western perfume. He peered inside and caught sight of Wu Shan's youthful, innocent smile. Damn it, he was so young and already scheming for the fairer sex. No wonder he came to Aunt Shui's estate for leisure. As Peng Jisho mused, he overheard Do Zhao express gratitude. Thank you, fourth brother Wu, this fragrant dew is delightful. He graciously accepted the aromatic essence and inquired about Wu Shan's journey to the capital. The capital, indeed, is the seat of the emperor, a realm of great significance. Bustling with life and abundant in treasures. The streets were spacious enough to accommodate 4 carriages side by side. Wu Shan animatedly recounted tales of the capital to Do Zhao, who sat there with a serene smile, yet her thoughts drifted far away. It would be splendid to find an excuse next summer to invite her grandmother to stay with the Do family for a while. Sparing her from the early morning toil of watering the melon seedlings, perhaps even averting an untimely demise. This trip to the estate would allow her to bring back the sweet dew and fine silk to the eastern mansion. She also wished to visit Tuanyang. Having heard that she and Chui Si were faring well, and that the Chui family held great affection for this honest and diligent daughter-in-law, who had now firmly established herself within their household. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Do Zhao, concerned about the group by the river, leaned out of the window and called for Honggu. What has happened? Honggu emerged from the kitchen, one hand wielding a knife and the other holding a chicken, and hurriedly replied, I will go take a look. Do Zhao urged Wu Shan, you should go check as well. Wu Shan acknowledged with an "oh," and dashed outside. Approximately half an hour later, Honggu returned, her complexion somewhat pale, a hint of fear in her voice. Miss, fortunately, I had asked a few capable men to stand by the river, or else there could have been a tragedy. Young Master Guang cannot swim. He slipped into the water while playfully tussling with young Master Tai. If it weren't for the quick eyes and hands of those by the river, young Master Guang might not have surfaced. Do Zhao sighed in relief and sincerely remarked, I hope this serves as a lesson for them to refrain from swimming again. Honggu nodded in agreement. A group that arrived with high spirits departed in disappointment. After a hasty dinner at the estate, they returned to the Do residence. That evening, grandmother pointed to the rose-scented dew on the con table and inquired, where did this come from? Fourth brother Wu sent it, Do Zhao replied candidly. He brought it back as a gift from the capital. Grandmother held it for a while, silently observing before placing it back down and retiring to rest. 2 days later, Do Qijuan visited Do Zhao, expressing, thanks to fourth aunt's arrangements that day, otherwise, there would surely have been trouble. Though he was the youngest, he was the eldest in spirit and the only one with official recognition. If anything had gone awry, the burden of responsibility would have fallen heavily upon him. It was merely a matter of caution, Do Zhao replied with a smile, you need not dwell on it. Nevertheless, Do Qijuan solemnly extended his thanks. A few days later, Wu Shan and Do Qiguan came to express their gratitude to Do Zhao. This was my suggestion, if anything had happened to fourth brother, how could I face my cousin? Do Zhao humbly dismissed their concerns once again. Wu Shan returned several times under the pretext of thanking her. Grandmother invited him for meals each time, inquiring in detail about his family affairs. On one occasion, Do Zhao overheard Honggu tell grandmother, Bai Shi is an ambitious individual, warm and courteous towards others, remarkably accommodating. Perceiving grandmother's intentions, Do Zhao found herself both amused and perplexed.